In the era of interstellar travel, mechs reign supreme. Li Fan, an orphan who was taken in by a mech technician only to be cruelly abandoned, has yet to awaken his mech talent, finding himself at the lowest ebb of life. In the depths of despair, the star Xingmeng Space System descends. Who dares to label me as worthless? Within the star dream space, Li Fan undergoes a fervent transformation, mastering repairs, enhancements, and awakenings with unparalleled skill. In piloting mechs, I am unmatched in crafting them. I am unrivaled. When the second son of the Qin family arrives, seeking assistance for his damaged flame dragon mech, Li Fan smiles slightly. 1.3 million, and I guarantee you will awaken Flame Dragon Break. In the Star Dream Arena, during the mech combat trials, piloting the Black Wolf against the Hunter, I faced defeat time and again. The system chimes. You have persevered sufficiently. You may now select martial techniques. With a decisive gesture, Li Fan declares, I want that unknown pulse pattern. In an instant, the Black Wolf awakens the Wolf Pack Assault, sweeping away all formidable foes. The federal speaker exclaims, What kind of mech talent is this? A single individual can control so many mechs, he must be SSS grade. Interstellar pirates cry out, Run. The monster who can dismantle mechs with his bare hands is coming. Li Fan asserts, In the interstellar age, mechs may be king, but I am the true sovereign. Chapter 1. The Burden. Goodness, does this wretched fate wish to extinguish me? Not a single breathing robot in sight. Li Fan kicked away an empty energy liquid canister at his feet. Zing! Li Fan gasped in pain, jumping around like a frenzied cat amidst a pit cluttered with discarded parts. The air was thick with the acrid scent of aged motor oil and the pungent odor of rust, causing him to roll his eyes in exasperation. He glared up at the cobble-bladened ceiling, cursing vehemently, Damn you, old thief Li Fatio. Did you not claim this was an interstellar 5-star repair shop? This is clearly nothing but an interstellar junkyard. No sooner had he spoken than the rusty metal door creaked shut on its own, sending up a plume of dust from which emerged 3 gleaming mechanical cockroaches. They brandished miniature vacuum cleaners, circling around him as if mocking his disarray. Li Fan plopped down onto a floating workbench that was buzzing with electrical faults, the shock jolting him into a state of alertness. He glanced at the wall, where a banner proclaiming top 10 galactic mechanics flickered under the erratic glow of a malfunctioning neon light, its corner embroidered with limited ed. Issue, year 2999 of the Cosmic Calendar. Limited edition, year 2999 of the Cosmic Calendar Ba. Li Fan spat contemptuously, nearly dislodging a newly emerged wisdom tooth in the process. His thoughts drifted to the culprit, that irresponsible master Li Fatio. He seized a crumpled letter from the table, unfolding it to read once more. To my disciple Li Fan, by the time you read this letter, I have embarked on a romantic interstellar journey with your little master wife. Romantic my foot. I suspect this is merely an excuse for him to enjoy a couple's retreat with little master wife Lan Siyun. Li Fan grumbled internally, continuing to peruse the contents of the letter. As your master, I have decided to bequeath to you the Flying Sleeve Mechanic Shop, which embodies MYL. Lifelong dedication, along with the substantial sum of 900,000 credit points that I have accumulated over many years. There is no need for excessive gratitude, for you are my most esteemed Kof, my only disciple. Manage it well, and do not let me down. With love, your master, Li Fatio. 900,000, a substantial sum. Li Fan nearly tore the letter in half. Old man, surely you must have misunderstood the term substantial sum. This amount is hardly sufficient to replace a high-grade energy core for a mech. As for a lifetime of dedication, I would say it's more like a lifetime of junk. Fuming, he seized a phone from the table, opened the interstellar communication app, and dialed Li Fatio's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Damn it. He even blocked me. Li Fan roared, slamming the phone on the ground. Crack. The screen fractured into a web of cracks, stubbornly displaying an unread message. Your interstellar account, ending in XXXX, received a transfer of 900,000. 00 credit points on galactic date, May 20th, 3024, at 13 hours 14 minutes and 52 seconds. Your balance is now 900,012.50 credit points. 900,000 credit points may seem trivial in the bustling star regions, yet in the desolate Gaislan Federation Kalen Star, it constitutes a considerable sum. Li Fan took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest of emotions brewing within him. He began to console himself. The old man must have his reasons. Yes, that must be it. He must have encountered some insurmountable dilemma, which compelled him to flee with the young mistress. Perhaps he did it to protect me. The more he pondered, the more it seemed plausible, to the point where he began to concoct an elaborate interstellar conspiracy in his mind. He surveyed his surroundings, taking in the dilapidated repair shop, littered with debris, and let out a deep sigh. The road ahead is long and arduous. Inside the vast workshop, it appeared to have been ransacked, utterly barren. Looking up, he noticed a gaping hole in the decrepit roof, dark and foreboding, resembling a giant eye that watched over everything within. The paint on the walls was peeling and faded, revealing a grimy, gray surface beneath, like scars cruelly inflicted by the passage of time, an eyesore to behold. Cough, cough. This wretched place is hardly fit for human habitation. Li Fan spat disdainfully, grumbling as he sank into a dust-covered office chair, which emitted a sorrowful creak, as if its aged frame might collapse at any moment. I have been by your side since I was 6, tending to this repair shop, taking on every dirty and laborious task. If I have not earned merit, I have certainly endured hardship, haven't I? And you simply up and left, calling it a search for love? Bah, bah, bah. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, crumpling the letter into a ball and hurling it to the ground, as if he wished to trample the old man's face beneath his feet. He was Li Fan, 19 years of age, the unfortunate proprietor of the establishment known as Facioli Repair Shop, once an apprentice, now a beleaguered owner. At the tender age of 6, he tragically lost his parents in a sensational interstellar incident. He was subsequently adopted by his parents' close friend, who became his mentor, Li Facio. Li Facio was a modestly renowned mecha repairman on Kalen Star, part of the Gaislon Federation, and he was the founder of a small repair shop. Growing up under his tutelage, Li Fan developed a rudimentary understanding of mecha repair. In an era where mechas soared through the cosmos, every individual underwent a pivotal ritual at the age of 18, the awakening of their mecha affinity. Only those who awakened this talent could ascend to greatness as mecha masters, piloting mechas, traversing the stars, marrying the affluent, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Last year, brimming with anticipation, Li Fan participated in the awakening ceremony, only to be met with profound disappointment. Rising to gaze at the dilapidated repair shop, he mused, if this is indeed the old man's well-meaning intention, I cannot betray his hopes. I must diligently manage this repair shop. Recently, Li Fan dedicated considerable effort to obtain a level mecha repair license. Coupled with his passion for mechas and a wealth of knowledge about them, he felt confident in his ability to run the shop successfully. Since he could remember, Li Fan had been assisting his mentor, fetching tools and cleaning mecha grime. After more than a decade of learning under the old man, he was finally poised to take on mecha repairs himself. Yet now, he found himself all alone. Under these circumstances, where did the old man find the funds to pursue romantic endeavors and travel through the stars? It baffles me. Li Fan pondered in confusion. It appears that the 90,000 credit points will primarily be allocated to renovating the storefront and acquiring maintenance equity. Alas, I had hoped to indulge a little, but it seems I was overly optimistic. Li Fan sighed deeply, resigning himself as he approached his desk, slumping into the chair like a despondent fish. It seems I must make do for now. Perhaps I'll be able to when I have more funds. Just as despair began to envelop him, the surrounding light abruptly vanished, and Li Fan felt as though he were engulfed in a dark void, with himself as the sole focal point. Suddenly, 36 ethereal blue beams descended from above, forming the large character tray at his feet. Register name: Facioli Repair Shop. Actual area: 1,200 square meters, of which 1,140 square meters constitutes unauthorized expansion. The Star Dream Mecha Space System has been forcibly linked. Before Li Fan could voice his exasperation at this absurd certification method, a holographic projection exploded before him, displaying 2 lines of text. The host can acquire power while in slumber. Current conditions are not met. The Star Dream Mecha Space cannot be activated. Chapter 2. The dog system is undoubtedly a swindler. Where am I? Li Fan jolted, nearly sliding off the recliner. He swiftly grasped the back of the chair, his eyes wide as saucers, scanning his surroundings in disbelief. What on earth is this place? He found himself in a realm of chaotic void, surrounded by eerie luminescence, with countless stars flickering through the mist like fireflies in the GHD sky. Current conditions are not met. The Xingmeng Mecha Space cannot be activated. The mechanical sound abruptly ceased, and the surrounding darkness dissipated. Li Fan abruptly opened his eyes, springing up from his chair, a fine sheen of sweat adorning his forehead. It was merely a dream. He patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief as his taut nerves finally began to relax. Wait, that sound from the dream. He suddenly widened his eyes, as if recalling something significant, his expression turning peculiar. The mechanical sound in the dream, along with the phrase Xingmeng Mecha Space System, lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. A system? Li Fan stood up with a start, surveying his surroundings. The dilapidated store, the antiquated equipment, everything remained unchanged, as if the preceding events were nothing but an illusion. Could it be that I have truly encountered the legendary system? Excitement coursed through him as he rubbed his hands together, his heartbeat quickening. Tentatively, he called out in his mind, "System, are you there? Xingmeng Mecha Space System, I am here, host." The mechanical voice resonated once more, startling Li Fan and jolting him into complete awareness. Is it truly a system? Li Fan felt as though he were in a dream, yet the clarity of the voice assured him that this was indeed reality. The Xingmeng Mecha Space System. It sounded extraordinarily impressive. What capabilities does it possess? Li Fan eagerly inquired, already envisioning himself as the most formidable mechanic in the galaxy, marrying a wealthy beauty and ascending to the pinnacle of success in life. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in becoming the most formidable mech engineer in the galaxy. Its primary functionalities include stellar energy acquisition, marketplace purchases, dream space access, and mech modifications. The system mechanically articulated its features. Wait, what is stellar energy? Li Fan interjected, interrupting the system's presentation. Stellar energy serves as the universal currency within the Xingmeng Space System, utilized for purchasing items in the marketplace and accessing dream space, among other purposes. And how does one acquire stellar energy? Li Fan inquired eagerly, for this was the crux of the matter. The host may obtain stellar energy by completing system tasks or exchanging credit points for it. Exchange for credit points. What is the conversion rate? Li Fan felt a foreboding sense of dread creeping in. 20,000 credit points yields 1 stellar energy. The system's frigid voice fell upon Li Fan like a bucket of ice water, chilling him to the core. 20,000 to 1. Why don't you just rob a bank? Li Fan nearly leapt from his seat, incredulous at such an outrageous ratio. The 900,000 he had painstakingly saved would only convert to a meager 45 stellar energy. This system is fair and impartial. All exchange rates have been meticulously calculated to ensure absolute equity. The system maintained its emotionless, mechanical tone. Fair and impartial? I suspect you are a nefarious system. Li Fan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Yet he understood that it was futile to contest with a system. He had no choice but to accept his fate. Never mind. Let's see what the marketplace has to offer, he resignedly stated. Understood, host. As the system's words faded, a virtual marketplace interface materialized before Li Fan. Before him lay a dazzling array of merchandise, ranging from basic repair tools to advanced mech components, and even an assortment of rare mech blueprints. Truly a cornucopia of earrings. Li Fan's gaze was instantaneously captivated by the resplendent items on display. He perused each one, nearly drooling with desire. A Nebula-class particle cutter. Merely 999,999 star energy. A phantom camouflage coating. Only 8,888,888 star energy. A Sirius power core. Just 6,666,666 star energy. As he continued to behold these items, his astonishment grew. Their prices were astronomical. With a pitiful 45 star energy to his name, he couldn't even afford a fraction of one. System, the prices in this marketplace are exorbitantly high. When will I ever be able to afford anything? Li Fan lamented, on the verge of tears. The system reminded him once more that he could acquire star energy by completing designated tasks. All right, I understand, he replied, begrudgingly closing the marketplace interface. Let me see what tasks are available. Filtering tasks for the host. Filtering complete. Current available task. Novice trial. Novice trial. Repair 4 standard Federation mechs within 24 hours. Task reward. 130 star energy. Additional reward. Basic mech repair proficiency. 0.130 star energy. And there's an extra proficiency reward. This is promising. Li Fan's spirits lifted, although he was still far from affording those exorbitant items. At least there was a glimmer of hope on the horizon. Moreover, proficiency in basic mech maintenance is a tangible skill. Accept the mission, Li Fan declared without a moment's hesitation. Mission accepted. Please enter the Star Dream Space to commence the trial. Star Dream Space. What does one enter? Li Fan inquired, perplexed. The host need only silently utter Interstar Dream Space in their mind. In the next instant, he felt his surroundings shift dramatically. Is this Star Dream Space? Li Fan observed his surroundings with curiosity. Welcome, host, to Star Dream Space. Please select a trial mode. Repair, trial novice task, Li Fan stated. No sooner had he spoken than the environment transformed, and Li Fan found himself amidst a vast mech hangar. Surrounding him were various models of federally standardized mechs, yet most were severely damaged, some reduced to mere heaps of parts. Is this the mech I am to repair? Li Fan gazed at the scrap metal before him, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the host is required to repair 4 mechs within 24 hours, the system prompted. 24 hours? 4 mechs? Such a timeline seems excessively tight. Li Fan couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Yet he was aware that this was not the moment for complaints. He needed to hasten his efforts to begin the repairs. System, do you have any suggestions? Li Fan inquired. It is advisable for the host to purchase a basic repair toolkit, priced at 10-star energy. Must I spend money again? Li Fan felt a pang of pain in his heart. Yet he understood that without the necessary tools, he was powerless to accomplish anything. Gritting his teeth, he uttered, purchase. 10-star energy deducted. A basic repair tool set has been added to the host's backpack. Li Fan sensed the presence of a backpack in his mind, containing a brand new set of repair tools, wrenches, screwdrivers, welding guns, and all manner of implements. All right, time to get to work. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan approached the nearest mech. He examined the machine closely, noting that its right arm was severely damaged, while the rest of its structure remained relatively intact. Let us commence with the right arm. Li Fan decided to repair the mech's right arm first. He opened the armor of the arm and meticulously inspected the internal wiring and structure, discovering several breaks and dama. Guess that necessitated the replacement of parts. System, do you have the right arm components for this mech? Li Fan inquired. Yes, a brand new mech arm is available for 35-star energy, 0.35-star energy. How exorbitant! Another wave of pain washed over him, but he recognized that without complete components, it would be exceedingly difficult to effect repairs on the mech. Perhaps I shall first seek suitable parts from other discarded mechs. Li Fan resolved to explore this avenue, believing that every small saving mattered. He began to scour the warehouse, hoping to uncover some usable discarded components. Chapter 3. This time I strike it rich. Ding. The crisp sound of a notification erupted in Li Fan's mind, akin to a powerful stimulant, liberating him from his fatigue in an instant. All the discarded mechas in the warehouse had now unlocked the dismantle permission. The cold, mechanical voice resonated in Li Fan's ears like a divine melody. Discarded mechas? Dismantle at will? Li Fan's eyes widened, igniting with fervor as if he intended to set the entire warehouse ablaze. He fixated on the notification before him, terrified of misreading it. What the heck? System. You sly one. Why didn't you mention such crucial information earlier? Li Fan slapped his forehead in frustration, wishing he could strike himself twice. How could he have not thought of this before? Who decreed that components must be new? He smacked his forehead again, nearly bringing himself to tears with the realization. How foolish of me. Who says components must be brand new? This entire warehouse is nothing less than a repository of parts, and to not dismantle them would be a travesty. A wild grin spread across Li Fan's face as excitement surged within him, rubbing his hands together like a newly minted tycoon who had just discovered a fortune. Huh. This is a surefire victory. I'm practically soaring in the stratosphere. With a swift stride, Li Fan rushed towards a Federal Falcon K-3 mecha, which bore a gaping hole in its chest. His gaze was predatory, as though he intended to devour the mecha whole. You're the one. He immediately set his sights on its relatively intact right arm, akin to a hunter locking onto its prey. Li Fan promptly activated the intelligent crane within the warehouse, its cold mechanical arm securing the mecha and the right arm firmly in place. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sparks flew, resembling a miniature fireworks display. Stabilizer activate. Click. The induction wrench seamlessly switches attachments, precisely engaging the bolts. A sharp buzzing fills the air as the wrench spins at high velocity, gradually loosening the bolts under immense torque. Upon removing the securing pin, a labyrinth of circuits and energy conduits is unveiled, resembling the intricate network of blood vessels and nerves within the human body. Li Fan swiftly retrieves the thermal disassembly gun, his movements deft and meticulous, expertly severing the connections before replacing the attachment. Each action flows with remarkable fluidity, akin to a seasoned surgeon performing delicate surgery. Separation. A sigh of relief escapes his lips as he exhales deeply. The tension in his nerves finally dissipates, his forehead and back drenched in perspiration. He maneuvers the crane with tender care, as if cradling an infant, gently transporting the disassembled arm to the side of another mech. The warehouse is enveloped in silence, save for the bustling figure of Li Fan. His eyes are fixed intently on the mechanical arm, murmuring to himself, just a little more to the Z-axis. Yes, a tad more. Perfect. Halt. His stance resembles that of a commander directing an interstellar battle. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan commences the connection of circuits and energy conduits. The fixing gun dances in his hands as he deftly aligns each wire, ensuring the energy conduits fit seamlessly together. The rhythmic clicks resonate in his ears, more melodious than any symphony. Next, the securing pin is set in place. The induction wrench hums once more, and within mere moments, the pin is firmly secured. The hot and cold welding gun crackles, instantly fusing the external armor points with precision. Li Fan expertly regulates the temperature of the welding gun, ensuring a robust bond while preserving the integrity of the mech's other components. Yes, Li Fan excitedly raised his fist, gazing at the brilliantly rejuvenated mech before him, his heart brimming with sweetness akin to honey. 4 whole hours, worth every moment. Though he felt utterly exhausted, his body aching as if it were disassembled. This was the first mech he had personally resurrected. Task progress, 0 for him? Why is it at 0? The smile on Li Fan's face instantly froze, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously, doubting his vision. What on earth? After laboring for 4 arduous hours, you tell me the progress is 0. He roared into the air like an enraged lion. System, the completed mech requires a simulated driving test. Only upon passing will progress be recorded. The system's cold voice resonated, devoid of any emotion. System, initiate the simulated driving test for the Federal Falcon K-3 mech. Li Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead and promptly issued the command. Simulated testing in progress. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. Li Fan's heart raced to his throat. This was a crucial moment. There must be no mistakes. Time dragged on painfully, every second feeling like a century. He sensed his heartbeat slowing, his palms drenched in sweat. Test passed. Current progress 1-4. Please continue your efforts. Host. The system's notification finally chimed. Hooray. It worked. Li Fan leapt up in exhilaration, delivering a powerful punch into the air. He cheered and danced like a child, the joy within him beyond words. With this successful experience, Li Fan was overflowing with confidence, rolling up his sleeves, ready to tackle the next challenge. Onward to the next one. Time quietly passed in the maintenance workshop as Li Fan moved through the mechanical jungle like an indefatigable automaton. The mech had sustained damage to its chest plate core, and Li Fan had already removed a complete energy core from another mech for installation. The collection device, where the energy core needed to be embedded, required meticulous fine-tuning to ensure a flawless fit. This was a task of considerable complexity. A moment's inattention could render the entire core unusable. Li Fan held his breath, meticulously operating the pressure correction instrument. His eyes were fixed on the data displayed on the screen. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Success. As the pressure correction instrument adjusted the 32 energy pins of the collection device into position, the energy core was successfully placed. The instant the core descended, a sharp hiss resonated. Through the connected lines of the energy pins, several orange beams of energy surged into the mech's interior, bestowing life upon this machine. Initiate the simulation test. Li Fan took a deep breath and decisively issued the command. His hands clenched tightly into fists, his nails digging into his flesh. As his palms perspired with anxiety. Simulation test in progress. The mechanical voice of the system echoed once more, with each word tugging at Li Fan's heartstrings. The workshop was eerily silent, save for the faint humming from within the mech, the sound of energy coursing through its veins. Li Fan's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on the Federal Warrior Type 2 mech before him. This was the last and most challenging mech he would repair, and its fate hinged on this moment. Time passed by, each second stretching infinitely. Li Fan felt his heartbeat resonating in his ears like a dull thrum. The test had been successfully completed. The current progress stood at 4 out of 4. Congratulations to the host for accomplishing the trial task. The system's notification finally shattered the suffocating silence. Ah, it's finally over. Li Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Collapsing onto the ground as if all his strength had been drained away, he raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. A look of profound relief spreading across his face. Total repair time, 18 hours. Repair rating. Falcon K3 Mech, Grade B. Seagull T3 Mech, Grade B. Falcon K4 Mech, Grade A. Samurai Type 2 Mech, Grade A. Total extra star energy reward for this trial, 70 points. Beginner task completed. Reward, 130 star energy. Not bad. 2 Grade A mechs. This is quite a windfall. Li Fan beamed with delight, thoroughly pleased with the outcome. The basic repair toolset had been stored in the Dream Tool space, allowing the host to summon it directly next time. The system notification sounded once more. Suddenly, Li Fan felt a darkness enveloping him, his entire being spinning in disorientation. Uncertain of how much time had passed in reality, he felt a surge of anxiety. After all, another version of himself lay in the repair shop. He dared not delay and swiftly chose to exit the dream. With a whoosh, Li Fan abruptly opened his eyes, the dilapidated ceiling coming into view. Startled, he sat upright and quickly checked the time on his phone, realizing he had only slept for 2 hours. Thank goodness. It hadn't been too long. Li Fan patted his chest and exhaled a sigh of relief. He surveyed his surroundings, observing the dilapidated repair shop, and then recalled the futuristic warehouse from his dreams. A profound sense of disparity surged within him. My shop is due for an upgrade. His gaze instantly solidified with determination, as though he could already envision the transformed and revitalized repair shop. System, upgrade the repair shop. Chapter 4, Apologies, I am the owner. System, initiate the upgrade. Li Fan clenched his teeth, as if resolving to undertake an immense challenge, his fingertips trembling as they tapped on the holographic interface. Confirm upgrade. 150 star energy will be deducted. Confirm. Li Fan gritted his teeth, pressing his finger forcefully upon the screen. His account balance instantly plummeted by 150, leaving a meager 50. It felt as if his heart had been sharply tugged, causing him considerable pain. That was the result of nearly 20 hours of toil within the Star Dream space. System, if this upgrade fails to deliver, I will hold you accountable. He threatened the air with vehemence, palms pressed together in a gesture reminiscent of a hapless soul about to be sacrificed, beginning to pray. A beam of celestial light suddenly descended from the heavens, akin to the wrath of a deity, enveloping the scene with an overwhelming force, swiftly consuming the decrepit repair shop. Whoa! Li Fan was startled, letting out a cry as he instinctively shut his eyes. The radiance was so intense that it seemed capable of melting everything. The very air distorted, as if he were ensconced within a fiery furnace. Though it lasted merely a minute, it felt interminable, as if an entire century had unfolded. As the radiant light receded like a tide, Li Fan cautiously dared to open a narrow slit of his eyes. When he fully opened them, the scene before him rendered him utterly petrified, his mind buzzing with disbelief. The dilapidated, precarious repair shop had vanished entirely, replaced by a metallic fortress imbued with an aura of science fiction and futurism. The exterior of this edifice appeared to be meticulously forged from a single block of superalloy, seamlessly integrated, with not a hint of any joint or seam. Upon gently touching it, Li Fan was greeted by a surprisingly smooth texture. Am I hallucinating? He vigorously rubbed his eyes and pinched his arm with fervor. Ouch! That truly hurts. The sharp sensation confirmed his reality. This was no dream. What left his eyes nearly bulging was the monumental transformation within the repair shop. 10 towering holographic repair pods, each 2 stories high, stood in orderly formation along either side of the shop. The walls of the pods vividly displayed the three-dimensional structures of mechas. An array of intricate data lines dazzled the eyes. Inside the repair pods, countless silver mechanical arms moved with a lifelike grace, their tips shimmering with a cold gleam. In one corner of the shop, a spark furnace stood silently, its hearth ablaze with flames that danced like spirited sprites, radiating intense heat. This furnace possessed the capability to instantaneously liquefy metal, facilitating the reshaping and enhancement of mecha materials, rightfully earning its title as cutting-edge black technology. Beside the furnace stood a delicately designed material analyzer, ever ready to spring into action. Simply placing a mech component upon it would instantaneously reveal data regarding the atomic structure, strength, and toughness of the material. Astonished, astonished, astonished. Li Fan was overwhelmed with excitement, his words tumbling over one another, his voice cracking with enthusiasm. As his blood surged with fervor, this was nothing short of a paradise of dreams. Not even science fiction films dared to depict such marvels. He felt as though he were in a dream, or perhaps engaged in a holographic game. Everything was so surreal, yet palpably tangible. As he ventured further inside, he beheld the exterior of 10 holographic maintenance pods, each adorned with several luminous screens that meticulously documented the models, statuses, and repair progress of the mechs within, all laid out for easy comprehension. Li Fan rubbed his hands together with delight, his eyes sparkling with ambitious fervor. With these extraordinary tools at his disposal, not only could he repair mechs, but he would also dare to construct them. He envisioned himself ascending to the pinnacle of success, marrying a wealthy and beautiful partner, and becoming a magnate of the interstellar realm. No, he could not indulge in mere fantasies. He had to promptly upload the store's information onto the star network to attract business. This was the true path to prosperity. With this thought, Li Fan seized his phone and began registering the shop's information on the star network. The shop shall be named Dream Mech Repair Shop, a name both resounding and grand, embodying his original aspirations. Perfect. He hummed a cheerful tune as he meticulously crafted the store information, carefully selecting several high-definition photographs of the equipment from unique angles. Striving to present a comprehensive display of the sophisticated and upscale automotive repair shop, he triumphantly clicked the upload button. Success! Li Fan snapped his fingers in satisfaction, as if envisioning countless credit points surging into his account like a tidal wave. However, while dreams are often grand, reality can be rather stark. Before he could fully indulge in his reverie, the comment section of Xingmeng erupted, inundated with a barrage of skepticism and ridicule. Get lost, photo editor. In this desolate corner, a high-tech shop could emerge? You must still be dreaming. I passed by this place last month. It was dilapidated, devoid of any presence. And now suddenly a cutting-edge repair shop appears? Do you take me for a fool? The fraudsters are out to deceive again as the year-end performance deadline approaches. Everyone, be cautious and avoid falling for it. A flurry of malicious comments bombarded him, causing Li Fan's blood pressure to soar. Damn, this bunch of keyboard warriors has such foul mouths. Enraged, Li Fan sprang from his chair, rolled up his sleeves, and glared at the screen, wishing he could crawl through the internet and engage these trolls in a real-life showdown for 300 rounds. You narrow-minded frogs at the bottom of the well, what do you even understand? His fingers danced across the screen like a machine gun, unleashing a torrent of furious responses. I shall show you what true quality looks like. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, the location of my shop is quite remote, and its former dilapidation makes the sudden transformation into something so grand rather hard to believe. Li Fan scratched his head, beginning to reflect on his own shortcomings. As time slipped away, the sun began its descent, and Li Fan's heart sank deeper into despair. Was he truly destined to await in vain today? Just as hopelessness threatened to engulf him, a deafening roar of an engine approached from afar. Li Fan abruptly lifted his gaze, his heart racing with excitement as he beheld a sleek, futuristic spaceship gracefully descending before his shabby storefront. Goodness, this spacecraft is simply magnificent. Li Fan's eyes widened in awe, nearly drooling at the sight. The hatch of the spacecraft slowly opened, revealing a tall, composed figure who descended with an air of nonchalance. This was a young man, impeccably dressed and exuding an extraordinary presence, whose every gesture carried an innate nobility. As he stepped out, his keen gaze swept across the uniquely designed repair shop, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossing his eyes. This proprietor is quite intriguing. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, suggesting that this trip had not been in vain. This young man was named Qin Yu, hailing from the illustrious Qin family, renowned throughout the cosmos. With their enterprises sprawling across the stars and seas, a true titan of the interstellar realm. Despite his tender age of just 18, Qin Yu's passion for mechas bordered on obsession. He possessed a formidable assault mech known as the Flame Dragon. To create this one-of-a-kind machine, he utilized the extensive connections of the Qin family, amassing countless rare materials, and even lavishly hired top mech masters for modifications. However, during a high-profile combat demonstration organized by the interstellar mech enthusiasts last week, Qin Yu encountered a mysterious expert. In an instant, his pride and joy, the Flame Dragon, was pierced through its chest armor, sustaining severe damage. Some even sarcastically advised him, "Young master, this mech is on the brink of being scrapped. Perhaps you should consider replacing it entirely." Just as Qin Yu was on the verge of despair, he inadvertently stumbled upon an intriguing repair shop while browsing the StarNet. Dream Mech Repair Shop? The name seemed rather quaint. Initially, he clicked on it out of mere curiosity, but when he beheld the images of the equipment on the shop's information page, akin to scenes from a science fiction blockbuster, he was utterly astonished. The high-end repair apparatus, the precision-engineered mechanical arms, these shattered his preconceived notions of what a mech repair shop could be. Goodness, is this for real? In this day and age, such an impressive establishment still exists? He rubbed his eyes, doubting his own perception. Yet, when he truly stepped into the Dream Mech Repair Shop, he was completely awestruck by the spectacle before him. At that moment, a slightly youthful voice emerged from the operation room. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" Li Fan enthusiastically stepped out, a somewhat bashful smile adorning his face. Qin Yu scrutinized the exceptionally youthful shopkeeper before him, raising an eyebrow with an air of skepticism. "Young man, you must be one of the attendants here, correct? Would you kindly summon your superior? I need to speak with the person in charge." Li Fan chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he pointed to his own nose with a hint of pride. "I apologize for any disappointment, but I am indeed the owner. And I also serve as the chief mechanic." Chapter 5. The Melodious Voice. "What? You are the owner? And a mechanic?" Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Brother, you look barely of age. After all, the equipment in this establishment was so advanced it seemed almost surreal." Yet the youthful proprietor before him appeared astonishingly inexperienced. Li Fan discerned the skepticism in Qin Yu's eyes, yet he remained unfazed, merely offering a gentle smile as he inquired calmly, "Sir, may I ask if your mech is experiencing any issues?" "Oh, don't even get me started." Upon the mention of mechs, Qin Yu's expression shifted to one of dismay, and he sighed heavily. "My Flame Dragon has suffered a breach in its chest armor, and the power system is malfunctioning. I assure you, money is no object if it can be repaired." He emphasized this point with particular fervor. Li Fan's lips curled into a confident smile. "Rest assured, as long as the mech remains intact, I will find a solution. However, before I proceed with the repairs, I must first assess the mech's condition." With that, he turned and strode toward the second maintenance bay, gesturing for Qin Yu to follow. Qin Yu followed Li Fan into the maintenance chamber with a sense of skepticism, only to be astounded once again by the spectacle before him. It seemed that this establishment indeed possessed some remarkable qualities. Internally, he nodded in acknowledgement, as his doubts about Li Fan gradually dissipated, replaced by a flicker of anticipation. Upon reaching the center of the second maintenance chamber, Qin Yu took a deep breath and activated the star ring on his wrist. A brilliant light erupted, akin to the sun's arrival, illuminating the entire chamber in an instant. Accompanied by a resonant metallic crash, a colossal figure, towering 13 meters high, descended with the majesty of a steel beast, his beloved machine, the Flame Dragon. However, the current state of the Flame Dragon was troubling. Its fiery red armor was marred by charred blemishes and a network of cracks resembling a spider's web, with a gaping hole the size of a bowl puncturing the center of its chest plate. Suddenly, his gaze lingered on the machine's power core, his brow furrowing slightly. What was this? He sensed an exceedingly faint yet peculiarly strange energy fluctuation emanating from deep within the core. In a moment of clarity, his eyes brightened as he drew upon his extensive knowledge of mechas to deduce. This was the result of an assault from a hybrid pulse beam, a technology exceedingly rare, reminiscent of the beam weapons used by the Yuma Empire, yet fundamentally distinct. Such damage was familiar to Li Fan from his experiences in the maintenance trial space, where the system had revealed the existence of the Dark Star's serpent pirates prior to the dawn of the new era. The unique weaponry employed by these pirates inflicted precisely this kind of devastation. Upon hearing Li Fan's precise account of Yin Long's condition, Qin Yu grasped Li Fan's hand with a force so intense it felt as though he might shatter his bones. as if he were clutching not a hand, but the last lifeline available to him. Brother, I implore you, you must save Yanlong. It is not merely a cold machine. It is my comrade, my brother. Qin Yu's voice was hoarse, laced with a tremor of desperation, his eyes reddened and teetering on the brink of tears. Mr. Qin, please, remain calm. Let us speak rationally. Li Fan raised his voice, imbued with a hint of resolve. Only then did Qin Yu realize his loss of composure. Instantly releasing his grip, his face suffused with embarrassment. Was it the infamous pirates of the Dark Star Serpent who attacked Yanlong? Li Fan squinted, his tone laced with curiosity. No, it likely was not them. Qin Yu shook his head, his expression darkening further. She is one of us, a Gaislunian, but I cannot ascertain from which planet she hails. Strangely, her mecha was capable of utilizing that hybrid pulse beam. He continued, moreover, her mecha's speed was astonishingly swift. The chaos of the moment prevented me from observing closely. All I recall is that she was a woman, and her strikes were ruthlessly precise. After listening intently, Li Fan nodded thoughtfully and approached the battered Yanlong, gently placing his fingertips upon its leg armor. System, initiate a diagnostic on this mecha, Li Fan silently commanded. Beep. Detected damaged mecha meets the conditions for repair. Concurrently, this mecha qualifies for enhancement. Consuming 12 points of star energy will unlock the initial stage of mecha repair assistance and provide the necessary materials for this enhancement. The system's notification resonated in Li Fan's mind. What effects can the enhancement achieve? Li Fan pondered internally. Mecha enhancement can elevate the quality of the target mecha's materials by 1 tier or more. Upon engraving the core of the mecha with intricate patterns and reactivating it, the mecha's martial techniques can be awakened. Upon perceiving the specific effects of the mecha enhancement, Li Fan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The initial statement regarding the elevation of material quality was comprehensible, yet the latter assertion about awakening martial techniques left him somewhat bewildered. It is essential to recognize that these are martial techniques. Even the most rudimentary martial technique would suffice to astound master-level mecha technicians. It is worth noting that the Yanlong model is merely at the 5th tier of the stellar radiance level, which is the lowest among the 7 tiers, stellar radiance. Rift space, shattered star, starry sky, psionic, universal, and primordial. Under normal circumstances, mechas of this tier are not expected to possess martial techniques. Even within mechas of the rift space tier, those endowed with martial techniques are exceedingly rare and can command prices that soar tenfold or more. The existence of martial techniques is determined by the inherent attributes of the mecha and the innate talent of the user. It is distinct from the skills acquired through practice by mecha technicians, as this phenomenon begins with a maximum level of proficiency. Moreover, as long as it aligns with the attributes of the mecha, it can enhance its power by roughly doubling it. A stellar-class mecha, if endowed with martial combat techniques, would undoubtedly reign supreme among its peers. Even when pitted against a Rift-class mecha, it would certainly hold its ground. Li Fan suppressed the astonishment swelling within him and began to ponder the appropriate pricing strategy. The enhancement of armor materials and cores provided some reference. The repair costs for a stellar-class mecha of level 5 or above hover around 300,000 credit points. However, once martial combat techniques are factored in, the pricing would require careful reevaluation. After thorough contemplation, Li Fan resolved to propose a price that was both reasonable and reflective of the value of this repair and enhancement. Clearing his throat, he donned a congenial smile and stated, "Following my professional assessment, the repair and initial enhancement of Flame Dragon, along with the potential awakening of martial combat techniques, will total 3 million credit points." Upon hearing this figure, Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated high repair costs, yet he was taken aback by the exorbitance, which was nearly several times his initial expectation. Wait, martial combat techniques. What did you just say? Martial combat techniques. Qin Yu seemed to seize upon the key term, his voice rising sharply, his expression transformed into one of utter astonishment. You can't be serious? A stellar-class mecha can also awaken martial combat techniques. This is inconceivable. He was utterly bewildered, feeling as though his worldview was on the brink of collapse. To Qin Yu, it seemed Li Fan had gone mad, daring to concoct such a colossal lie merely to swindle money. However, upon further reflection, what if Li Fan is indeed telling the truth? The allure of martial combat techniques is simply too compelling. After a fierce internal struggle, Qin Yu gritted his teeth as if resolved to make a decision. Very well, I shall cultivate. 3 million it is. Yet, should you fail in your cultivation, Or if the flame dragon does not awaken the martial combat techniques, I shall not let this matter rest. He was all in. It was a gamble worth taking. After all, the worst outcome would merely be losing 3 million. But what if he succeeded? That would be the martial combat techniques. Ding. 3 million credit points have been successfully credited. The sound of the successful transaction was crisp and delightful. Indeed, Mr. Qin is a man of his word. Li Fan's face lit up with joy, and he promptly donned a fervent expression. Please wait for a moment outside. Grant me a little time, and I assure you, I shall present you with a surprise. With that, he couldn't contain his excitement and turned towards the flame dragon, his grin stretching from ear to ear, his heart brimming with elation. The temptation of martial combat techniques is truly irresistible. Were it not for Qin Yu's genuine affection for the flame dragon, he would have dared to demand 2 million credit points outright. Furthermore, he would guarantee that Qin Yu would be begging him to proceed with the cultivation. Chapter 6. Are you prepared to welcome what awaits? In the maintenance workshop, Li Fan smiled slightly at the mech model, the flame dragon, before addressing Qin Yu. Mr. Qin, the upgrade and modification will require some time. May I kindly ask you to step into the lobby and wait for a moment? Qin Yu was taken aback, his gaze still fixed on the flame dragon on the repair platform. Reluctantly, he nodded and turned to exit the workshop. As he was about to step out, he cast one last reluctant glance at the flame dragon, muttering defiantly, "Humph, if I'm going out, then I'll go. Do I really need to fear your treachery?" His footsteps faded into the distance. Once he confirmed that Qin Yu had completely departed, Li Fan finally exhaled a sigh of relief, releasing the tension that had gripped him. He swiftly approached the control panel of the maintenance chamber, his fingertips delicately grazing the activation button. With a soft click, a deep mechanical grinding sound resonated. As the repair platform began its slow yet careful operation, guiding the battered flame dragon into the depths of the holographic maintenance chamber. Initiating basic maintenance assistance. Star energy, 12 o'clock. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Li Fan's mind, announcing the activation of basic mecha maintenance assistance. The door of the maintenance chamber closed silently, enveloping the damaged body of the flame dragon in a ghostly azure glow. Li Fan could sense an invisible energy surging into the flame dragon's form like a tidal wave, greedily scanning every inch of the impaired armor and circuitry. Scanning the machine. Scanning complete. Maintenance plan generated. Execution of plan commenced. The system's notifications methodically reported the progress. Simultaneously, a holographic projection unfolded before him, revealing the intricate internal structure of the flame dragon in vivid detail. Countless red warning symbols flashed ominously at the damaged areas, a sight both alarming and igniting a flicker of secret excitement within Li Fan. Taking a deep breath, he maneuvered the mechanical arm with the precision and composure of a skilled surgeon, commencing the disassembly of the flame dragon's exterior and components. Clang, clang. Li Fan operated the claw machine, depositing the distinguished remnants into the feed opening of the starfire furnace, igniting the furnace with a resounding roar. In an instant, the furnace erupted with a deafening roar, the crimson flames bursting forth as if striving to escape their confines, a wave of heat crashing upon him. The shattered remnants of mechanical armor succumbed to the searing temperatures, ultimately melting into a bubbling pool of molten iron. With meticulous precision, he introduced the pre-prepared upgrade materials, starlit titanium alloy, crimson essence, and fiery crystal, into the furnace, each measured to the milligram with utmost care. The moment these materials entered the furnace, a dazzling array of lights intertwined, their colors shifting unpredictably, akin to a mysterious alchemical ritual. At last, the brilliance of the furnace began to stabilize, signaling the completion of the smelting process. Exhaling a long breath, Li Fan deftly maneuvered the mechanical arm, cautiously pouring the molten alloy into the preformed mold. The silvery liquid metal flowed languidly within the mold, filling every crevice as if mercury were cascading down. As time passed, the alloy gradually cooled and solidified, and the mechanical arm retrieved the hardened components for final refinement and coating. The newly crafted exterior and parts, cloaked in a dark crimson glow, harbored an ominous power reminiscent of a dormant volcano. Fully engrossed, each movement was executed with millimeter precision, every component meshing seamlessly, as if participating in a sacred ceremony. Once the final screw was tightened, Li Fan straightened, his gaze fixed intently on the core of the flame dragon. What followed was the true centerpiece of the endeavor. A subtle smile graced his lips, excitement shimmering in his eyes as the system promptly displayed the intricate pulse pattern. A labyrinth of complex lines overtaking the entirety of the holographic screen. Attacks, defenses, elements, enhancements, techniques. The myriad of vein branches left Li Fan utterly dazzled, triggering an overwhelming sense of indecision. He scratched his head, akin to a martial arts enthusiast confronted with an abundance of skill manuals, finding it difficult to choose. Ultimately, his gaze was captivated by a vein in the elemental system, pulsating like flames, adorned with the character for fire. This was it. Li Fan abruptly slapped his thigh. His eyes instantly filled with resolve. Fire vein significantly enhances the mech's fire attribute attack power and awakens fire-based martial techniques. The information displayed on the System S diagram resonated perfectly with the name of the flame dragon. Rubbing his hands together, he excitedly licked his lips. Akin to a gourmand on the verge of a grand feast, he deftly manipulated the control panel, the mechanical arm skillfully replacing the carving tool with one designed for veins. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, glinting with a chilling radiance, sharper than the finest surgical scalpel by several folds. Let us commence. Allow me to unveil what true artistry entails. Li Fan took a deep breath, holding it in, embodying the focus of a dedicated artist as he carefully maneuvered the carving tool, etching into the core of the mech. The second vein burst forth from the lower right corner of the core, intertwining with the first, resonating together and exuding a searing warmth. Beads of sweat formed on Li Fan's forehead, yet his gaze intensified, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just him and the vein before him. The third. The fourth. Prolonged precision work caused his arms to tremble slightly, the muscle fatigue crashing over him like a tide, but he gritted his teeth. His resolve as steadfast as iron, unwavering in the slightest. The carving knife swiftly glided across the core, producing a continuous hissing sound akin to an inspiring war song. Each intricate line seemed to harbor a mysterious power. As the pulsating patterns gradually took shape, the energy emanating from the mech core intensified profoundly. This was no mere engraving of pulsating lines. It was a miraculous creation. Li Fan felt a profound shock within, realizing that he was not merely a mech technician, but rather a creator, bestowing a soul upon the cold machinery. As time slipped away, Li Fan's consciousness appeared to meld with the mech, sensing each rhythmic pulse of the core's patterns and the flow of energy. With a deep breath, his gaze ignited like a blazing flame as he wielded the carving knife, inscribing the final stroke at the very heart of the mech core. The culmination revealed an ancient and powerful character for flame. A crisp sound echoed as the mech core fit perfectly into its slot. Within the maintenance chamber, the Xingmeng mech emitted a deep and commanding startup sound, reminiscent of a slumbering dragon awakening with a roar. Subsequently, a dazzling brilliance erupted within the chamber, radiating with the intensity of a solar core, instantly illuminating the entire workshop, rendering it impossible to gaze directly. Flames engulfed the Xingmeng mech, akin to a rebirth through fire, emanating a suffocating aura of terror, as if it were a volcano poised to erupt, harboring cataclysmic power. A thunderous roar resounded like the crack of thunder, as flames surged around the Xingmeng mech, coalescing into a vivid fire dragon, swirling and soaring, producing a resounding dragon's roar. The system prompt echoed in Li Fan's mind. The mecha has awakened martial arts technique. Flame Dragon Break. A wave of relief washed over him as he exhaled deeply, a weary yet contented smile gracing his face. Suddenly, an explosion of blinding flames erupted within the maintenance workshop, sending a jolt of terror through him, nearly causing him to leap from his feet. What on earth is happening? My flame dragon. It can't possibly be reduced to scrap metal, can it? Qin Yu was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing anxiously in circles, desperate to rush into the workshop to ascertain the situation. His beloved flame dragon. If it were to be irreparably damaged, he would surely weep uncontrollably right there, just as Qin Yu was about to recklessly charge inside. The door of the maintenance workshop creaked open. Li Fan emerged, brimming with vitality, and upon seeing Qin Yu's expression as though he had just lost his parents, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he teased, "Mr. Qin, are you prepared to welcome the new flame dragon?" Chapter 7. Fortune and danger intertwined. Qin Yu dashed into the maintenance workshop like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the repair bay. A wave of scorching air struck him, nearly toppling him over. He staggered, regaining his balance, and focused his gaze, instantly rendered speechless by the sight before him. Within the repair bay, a mecha, entirely crimson, stood majestically. Its surface was adorned with flowing patterns resembling molten lava, radiating a terrifying energy wave that sent shivers down his spine. This is my flame dragon? Xingyu stammered, his tongue nearly tied in disbelief. His eyes wide as saucers, filled with an overwhelming ecstasy. The height of the mech has evidently soared by more than 2 meters, with every inch of its armor radiating a metallic luster and the searing heat of flames, brimming with explosive power. Behold, this is your flame dragon. Now a starry level 7 mech. Li Fan approached Xingyu, a hint of pride gracing his smile, and added, it has also awakened the martial skill Flame Dragon Break. Martial skill, Flame Dragon Break? Xingyu felt as though he had been struck by a wave of immense joy, murmuring to himself, his eyes igniting with a primal fervor. He asked breathlessly, Bossly, may I try it? Right now? Immediately. Li Fan shrugged and replied, this was always your mech. Upon hearing this, Xingyu's mind stirred, and the flame dragon emitted a crimson beam that drew him into the cockpit. Bang! The hatch sealed shut, and Xingyu eagerly activated the mech. A torrent of energy surged into the body, erupting like a volcanic explosion. Xingyu felt as if he had fused with the mech, endowed with the power to obliterate worlds. Ha! Incredible! This sensation is simply exhilarating. Within the cockpit, Xingyu unleashed a wild, beast-like laughter, appearing almost frenzied. He could hardly contain his desire to unleash this formidable power, maneuvering the flame dragon into action. The right arm of the flame dragon began to gather energy at an astonishing rate, warping the air around it. Whoosh! Violent flames erupted like a volcanic eruption, intertwining, spiraling, coalescing into a vividly lifelike fire dragon. The crimson flames danced with a life of their own, swirling wildly, sending forth waves of heat and resonating with a thunderous roar reminiscent of a dragon's growl. Hey, I say, Qin, enough already, Li Fan exclaimed, observing Xingyu reveling in the maintenance chamber, nearly tearing the ceiling apart. Unable to contain his irritation, he rolled his eyes. If you continue this way, I fear my maintenance chamber may be reduced to mere components. You will have to pay for the damages. Do you hear me? Suddenly jolted back to reality, Xingyu realized he had become overly exuberant, almost dismantling Li Fan's precious chamber. Heh. My apologies, Bossly. I got a bit too carried away, he admitted sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Approaching Li Fan, his face awash with gratitude, he exclaimed, Bossly, Masterly, I am truly thankful for your assistance this time. His excitement rendered him almost incoherent, as if he wished to kneel and bow before Li Fan. Li Fan waved his hand dismissively, interrupting the overly sentimental display. All right, enough of these flowery words. It was only then that Xingyu noticed the late hour and hastily retrieved his phone, exclaiming, Oh yes. Masterly, in my excitement, I completely lost track of time. Masterly, let us add each other as friends on StarChat. If Flame Dragon encounters any issues in the future, I will be able to contact you promptly. As long as you ask, I, Xingyu, will never hesitate. Agreed, Li Fan replied, also pulling out his phone to add Xingyu as a friend. Well then, Masterly, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. Xingyu, filled with satisfaction, clasped his hands together and turned to stride towards the interstellar spaceship parked outside the shop. Take your time. No need for farewells. Li Fan waved his hand. Watching Xingyu depart, not only had he thoroughly repaired the mech's damages, but he had also unexpectedly awakened the formidable martial skill, Flame Dragon Break. It seemed imperative to cultivate a good relationship with Masterly, for one could never tell when he might bestow even greater surprises. With this thought in mind, Xingyu activated the spaceship's engine, and it transformed into a streak of light, vanishing instantly into the vast night sky. As he bid farewell to Xingyu, a wave of unprecedented fatigue washed over Li Fan, overwhelming him like a tide. His body felt achingly weak, and he collapsed onto a lounge chair, lacking the strength to even move a finger. Raising his wrist, he glanced at the time on his phone, 0:40:27. Utterly exhausted. Li Fan muttered under his breath, cursing softly. Struggling to rise, he made his way to the entrance and pressed the button to close the door. The metallic barrier of the repair shop descended with a swift sound. Li Fan closed his eyes, his consciousness swiftly sinking into darkness. Just as he was about to drift into deep slumber, a familiar, chilling voice echoed in his mind, connecting to Star Dream Space. In an instant, Li Fan felt as though he had been ensnared in a vortex, his consciousness drawn into the Star Dream Space. Upon opening his eyes, He was astonished to discover that the once leaden weight of his body had transformed into an exhilarating lightness. The exhaustion of reality had vanished without a trace, and he felt invigorated with unprecedented vitality. Immediately thereafter, the system's notification chime echoed once more. Random task released. Complete a 1-star or above trial level. Task deadline: 24 hours. Task reward: opportunity to awaken mecha talent. Awaken mecha talent? Li Fan could scarcely believe his eyes. Mecha talent. This was the coveted treasure that every mecha master yearned for. In the era of interstellar travel, the strength of one's mecha talent directly determined the ceiling of a mecha master's capabilities. Awakening mecha talent was the essential stepping stone to becoming a true mecha master. It was the pivotal moment of transformation, akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. With uncontainable excitement, he rushed to the central platform of Star Dream Space. A colossal, semi-transparent holographic screen gradually ascended, displaying an array of trial-level options densely packed together. Li Fan's gaze swept across the screen with fervent eagerness. The repair trial, novice task option had already dimmed, indicating completion. His eyes continued to wander downward, and he found himself dazzled by the myriad of trial tasks. Core reconstruction trial, 2 stars. The names sounded impressive, but upon entering, he found a virtual laboratory filled with countless intricate mecha cores. And the various schematics appeared as incomprehensible as ancient scriptures. Li Fan was instantly left in the dark. What did he know about this? He decisively chose to pass. Nano-mecha innovation? 3 stars? The task required researching and manufacturing a nano-innovative mecha? Li Fan scoffed. This task sounded like a financial black hole. And he was currently strapped for cash, barely able to afford a meal. How could he possibly spare funds for such high-tech endeavors? He continued to pass. As his gaze continued to sweep downwards, a jolt surged through Li Fan's heart upon encountering the option for the mecha combat trial, 1 star. It felt as though he had been struck by an electric current, and an uncontrollable wave of exhilaration coursed through his entire being. Piloting a mecha, engaging in combat, the clang of steel, the rush of adrenaline. This was the ultimate romance, inscribed deep within the very genes of every man. Since childhood, he had dreamed of one day commanding a majestic mecha, galloping across the battlefield of the stars, traversing the cosmic rivers. Now, the gateway to that dream lay tantalizingly close. Without hesitation, Li Fan selected the mecha combat trial. Oh, what a coveted opportunity this was. Mechas. Combat. Just the thought of it sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. Li Fan rubbed his hands together in anticipation, akin to a soldier on the brink of battle, brimming with eagerness and fervor, yearning to charge into the trial arena and unleash his prowess. However, while the trial's difficulty was rated at 1 star, the description suggested it might not be as straightforward as it seemed. He scrutinized the trial's introduction, his brow furrowing slightly. Operating a combat-type mecha in a wheeled battle against multiple mechas of varying ranks, and facing a Riftbreaker-class mecha? This was no trivial matter. A sense of pressure welled up within Li Fan. A Riftbreaker-class mecha was on par with the Superstellar class. The disparity between the two was akin to that of heaven and earth. Nevertheless, he resolved to press on. Fortune favors the bold. One cannot capture a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair. Chapter 8. A slip of the finger with his finger hovering above the confirm button on the virtual screen. Li Fan's heart raced fervently. Drawing in a deep breath, he decisively clicked down. Mecha Combat Trial selected. Difficulty level, 1 star. Entering trial. Countdown, 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Buzz. In an instant, the surrounding light receded like a tide, and Li Fan's figure was engulfed by a dazzling brilliance, vanishing from sight. His consciousness plummeted into an unfathomable abyss, feeling as though he was swept into a vortex spinning at high velocity. After an indeterminate passage of time, the sensation of dizziness gradually faded, and Li Fan found himself in a moment of clarity as the scene abruptly transformed. He discovered himself within an extraordinarily magnificent circular arena. Surrounding the arena, towering metallic walls shimmered with a ghostly blue luminescence, exuding a chilling essence of futuristic technology. Above him, a colossal dome was alive with a myriad of intertwining lights and shadows, casting a spectacular array of vibrant patterns that dazzled the senses. Is this the arena of the trial? It is truly, breathtakingly magnificent. Li Fan gazed around, unable to suppress his genuine admiration. Suddenly, a dull thrum of mechanical operations shattered the arena's stillness. Following the sound, Li Fan turned to see a massive metallic gate slowly rising on one side of the arena, revealing a pitch-black mecha that gradually entered his line of sight. Standing approximately 10 meters tall, the mecha boasted smooth contours that radiated power, its dark exterior resembling a fierce beast lurking in the shadows. Is this the mecha I am to pilot? It's black. How extraordinarily stunning it is. Li Fan's eyes widened in awe, akin to beholding his dream lover, nearly drooling in admiration. He had long envisioned commanding a mech of his own, gallivanting across battlefields and soaring through the cosmos. Eagerly, he dashed towards the mech, circling it multiple times, caressing it from side to side, growing increasingly enamored and exhilarated with each glance. What might this mech be called? How remarkable are its capabilities? As he stroked the cold metallic surface of the mech, curiosity bubbled within him like an inquisitive child. Sensing Li Fan's thoughts, the system kindly projected the basic information of the mech directly before his eyes. Mech name, Black Wolf, mech type, combat type, mech level, starry radiance level 1 mech performance, stellar energy engine I, 70 conversion rate, powerful burst, mech weapon, super alloy claw, mech skills, none, mech energy. Black Wolf, what a splendid name. It embodies power and flair. I truly adore it. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction, thoroughly pleased with the name Black Wolf. However, upon scrutinizing the performance parameters, his brow furrowed slightly. Starry Radiance Level 1? Stellar Energy Engine I? No skills? This configuration seems rather meager, does it not? The performance parameters can only be deemed mediocre, with explosive power being the sole highlight. Overall, this Black Wolf mech can merely be classified as an entry-level combat mech, lacking any particularly outstanding features. Nevertheless, it is better to have it than to be without. After all, it is still a mech, and one must make do for the time being. He approached the Black Wolf mech, and a beam of blue light illuminated Li Fan, drawing him into the cockpit. With a click, the neural connector made contact with Li Fan's body, sending a chilling sensation coursing through him, followed by a tightening of the connector and a slight sting. Ding! The neural connection has been established, the mech status is optimal, and it is ready for activation. The system's notification echoed in Li Fan's ears. The objective of this mech combat trial: defeat at least 3 adversarial mechs of Star Radiance Level 1 or above. Trial attempts remaining, 9-10. Trial reward, 50 star energy. A total of 10 rounds of 1v1 combat will take place, with each round's adversarial mech becoming increasingly formidable, culminating in the 10th round against a Rift Level 1 offensive mech. For every 2 adversarial mechs defeated, the performance of the mech will be enhanced by 1 level, and upon defeating the 5th adversary, the mech's martial arts techniques will be activated. The trial is limited to 48 hours. The greater the number of defeated adversarial mechs, the higher the trial evaluation, and the more substantial the additional rewards. The system's notification resounded once more, meticulously detailing the rules. Good heavens! The difficulty of this trial is exceedingly high. Upon hearing the rules of the trial, Li Fan could not suppress a curse. He was ready to engage fiercely, and it was a wheel battle. The most outrageous part was that the opponent in the 10th round was actually a Rift-level mech. Was this system intent on bringing about my demise? Li Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. A Rift-level mech, indeed. However, after the 5th round, he could activate martial skills. Once activated, his combat power could be significantly enhanced. This trial could be re-entered repeatedly. A single trial would yield a reward of 50 stars. If he completed it 10 times, wouldn't he be soaring to new heights? In an instant, excitement and greed sparkled in Li Fan's eyes, as he began to envision himself piloting a formidable mech, rampaging across the battlefield, seeking unmatched glory. Just as he was cracking his knuckles in eager anticipation, the system's prompt echoed once more. It detected that the host lacked mech aptitude before the battle commenced. This trial would generously provide 3 random mech aptitudes from which the host could select one. What? I can choose an aptitude. This system is rather considerate. Wait a moment. No mech aptitude? What nonsense is this? Is this system looking down upon me? Is it belittling my worth? Li Fan's pride took a blow. Did it really need to emphasize the absence of mech aptitude? Before him, the system projected 3 shimmering virtual orbs, each displaying a distinct aptitude name: predictive insight, unconstrained collaboration, alloy hardening. What are these options? These 3 talents are exceedingly mundane, so ordinary that I find myself grappling with indecision. Li Fan stared blankly at the trio of talent options before him, utterly bewildered and unsure how to proceed. Predictive insight? The very name suggests an ability to foresee an opponent's movements, does it not? Alloy hardening? Alloy hardening. Perhaps it enhances the resilience of the mech, making it more robust against blows? Li Fan stroked his chin, pondering the practical applications of these three talents. My Black Wolf is a combat-type mech, renowned for its explosive power yet lacking in defensive capabilities. Both talents, predictive insight and alloy hardening, seem rather suitable for my needs. Which one to choose? Predictive insight or alloy hardening? Li Fan found himself ensnared in a web of uncertainty. As this was his inaugural experience piloting a mech in battle, prudence seemed prudent. After all, survival is paramount. Therefore, I shall opt for alloy hardening. At the very least, it will afford me some durability, allowing me to withstand a few more blows, even if I cannot emerge victorious. Just as Li Fan resolved to select alloy hardening, his finger, as if possessed by some enigmatic force, inexplicably glided toward. Oh no! Li Fan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. I clicked the wrong option. I did not intend to select unconstrained cooperation. This talent, its very name seems utterly incompatible with my solitary combat-oriented mech. Forget it. Forget it, I have already activated it anyway. After all, it is merely a talent within the trial stage, not a permanent one. I'll make do with it. Li Fan could only comfort himself helplessly and then, with a reluctant heart, clicked on the information for the heartfelt coordination talent. Heartfelt coordination significantly enhances the combat assistance capability of allied targets by 200, increasing their speed by 30. I am utterly dismayed. Upon reading the details of heartfelt coordination, Li Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This talent is utterly useless to me at this moment. In this trial, I am all alone, without even a shadow of a companion. Where on earth are the allied targets? This heartfelt coordination talent is utterly wasted. Tears of frustration threatened to spill from Li Fan's eyes. If only this heartfelt coordination could be applied in real-world combat, it would undoubtedly make one a master strategist. It would require at least the rank of a mecha commander. But alas, this is merely a solo trial stage. System, can I not command myself? The system coldly announced that the battle was about to commence. 3, 2, 1 battle begins. Buzz. On the opposite side of the arena, another metallic gate slowly rose, revealing a combat mecha adorned in camouflage paint. Enemy Mecha Combat Assessment. Hunter. Starry Level 1 Speed Mecha. Chapter 9. A piece of cake in a flash of silver light. Li Fan barely had time to blink before the silver mecha, Hunter, vanished from sight like a specter. A blurred afterimage tore through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistle, racing directly toward his Black Wolf. A hunter. A sense of dread enveloped Li Fan. Before he could discern the level of his opponent's mech, he was already acutely aware of the immense threat posed by this machine, renowned for its speed and agility. In stark contrast, his Black Wolf resembled an awkward beast, utterly outmatched in this confrontation. Damn, so swift. Li Fan's pupils constricted. In the blink of an eye, the hunter was upon him. The alloy warblade, exuding an aura of death, descended upon the cockpit of the Black Wolf. Damn it! Li Fan, gripped by terror, instinctively maneuvered the Black Wolf to raise its arm in defense. Clang! The deafening sound reverberated, sparks flying. The Black Wolf was struck as if by a colossal hammer. Staggering backward, its heavy footsteps carved deep grooves into the ground, nearly bringing it to its knees. His insides felt as though they had been jolted out of place. Intense pain surging toward his mind, while his arms felt as if they might be torn apart. Is this truly a speed-type mech? The force is simply brutal. The hunter, having landed a successful blow, swiftly circled behind. The blade struck again, this time aimed at the Black Wolf's back. More! Li Fan roared, desperately attempting to pivot and retaliate. Clang! Armor was shredded, sparks erupted. The Black Wolf shuddered violently, finally unable to withstand the assault, sinking to one knee. How on earth can I fight back? A chill coursed from his feet to the crown of his head, as despair threatened to engulf him like an overwhelming tide. In the virtual arena, light and shadow danced, energy surged, yet he felt ensnared within an invisible cage, powerless to escape. The hunter's relentless assault offered Li Fan no respite. The Black Wolf was battered and bruised, its energy shield teetering on the brink of collapse. Bang! The shield shattered. The alloy battle blade tore through the air, striking mercilessly upon the cockpit. Crack! The armor splintered, revealing menacing fractures. Alarm! Alarm! The mech sustained severe damage. The pilot is on the brink of death. The system's alarm echoed like a countdown to demise, reverberating in his ears with relentless ferocity. The shadow of death loomed ominously over Li Fan, his pupils dilating in terror as fear and resentment gnawed at his nerves. The battle concluded. This round ended in failure. Evaluation, woefully inadequate. The cold, mechanical voice of the system announced yet another defeat. The shattered black wolf dispersed into luminescence, vanishing within the virtual battlefield. It was utterly terrifying. Li Fan's voice trembled slightly, still haunted by the experience. That hunter was nothing short of a tyrannosaurus clad in mech armor. The one-sided, overwhelming battle felt like a nightmare to him. Once more, Li Fan clenched his teeth fiercely, an indomitable spirit surging from deep within. Today, he was determined to confront that hunter to the bitter end. The battle commenced. The battle concluded. Trial failed. The battle began. The battle ended. Trial failed. Like a malfunctioning recording or an endlessly looping nightmare, Li Fan felt as though he were on the verge of dissolving into a puddle. Time and again, he was ruthlessly annihilated, each demise striking him like the relentless squeezing of a lemon in a juicer, leaving him numb with its sourness. Was this truly a trial meant for mortals? Could it be that some unscrupulous programmer, inebriated, had cranked the difficulty to its maximum? Li Fan felt tears welling in his eyes, a torrent of frustration echoing within him like a chorus of distressed groundhogs. He harbored profound doubts that this one-star trial was nothing more than a glitch, a whimsical malfunction of the system designed to ensnare the unwary. This was hardly a trial. It was evidently a deterrent for novices, as Li Fan grappled with existential questions, pondering whether he was inherently clumsy and destined to forsake his dreams of piloting mechs. The system chimed in. Detection indicates that the host has reached an unparalleled level of incompetence in the realm of novice, attaining the supreme state of a rotten wood cannot be carved. A friendly reminder, given the host's lamentable performance. The system strongly recommends expending 30-star energy to prematurely awaken the hidden martial arts skill of the Black Wolf mech, transforming your Black Wolf from a clumsy creature into a ferocious tiger, potentially granting a glimmer of hope. The system's tone remained as cold and mechanical as ever, yet Li Fan discerned a hint of mockery. Surely, it was mockery. Who did this wretched system look down upon? 30-star energy. How dare it? Why not rob a bank instead? And friendly reminder? It seemed more like a scam to fleece the naive. The amount of 30-star energy could afford him countless lavish meals outside. To awaken a skill at such a cost was absurd. Why not simply demand a recharge of 998 and grant GM privileges outright? Li Fan nearly erupted with indignation. This system was utterly unscrupulous. 30-star energy was nothing short of extortion, treating him like a gullible fool. Even if he were to starve to death outside or leap from this place, he would never allow himself to be taken for a fool. With gritted teeth and eyes ablaze, he resolved to confront this hunter. Today, even if it meant shattering his teeth, he would gnaw a piece of flesh from this hunter. He would not surrender his dignity without a fight. Li Fan, undaunted, declared resolutely, "I shall not yield." As the battle commenced, the Black Wolf re-emerged in the arena. Opposite him stood the formidable Silver Hunter, a sight that instilled dread in Li Fan's heart. "Come forth, little hunter. Today, I shall demonstrate what it truly means to be placed in a dire situation and rise anew." Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the fears surging within him and, controlling the Black Wolf, charged fiercely toward the hunter. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blades clashing against armor echoed, sparks flying in the air. Li Fan clenched his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm and focus intently on the hunter's movements. It was too swift. He was struggling to keep up. Yet, he refused to succumb to despair. Although the hunter's assaults appeared impenetrable, Li Fan willed himself to concentrate. He observed that before each shift in direction, the hunter exhibited a minuscule shift in weight. This is it. Li Fan's gaze sharpened as he detected the moment of the hunter's weight transition, anticipating its next maneuver. The Black Wolf lunged forward, not in retreat, but with boldness to meet the challenge. Li Fan commanded the Black Wolf to deliver a powerful punch, targeting not the hunter's form, but the very spot where it was destined to land. Bang! The fist struck the air, yet the hunter's advance faltered momentarily. Its intended landing point was foreseen by Li Fan, compelling it to alter its trajectory. Although the hunter evaded the Black Wolf's strike, a fleeting vulnerability emerged in its stance. 3 faint scratches marred the hunter's chest, remnants of their earlier clash. Splendid. Elation surged within Li Fan as he sensed the tide of victory beginning to tilt in his favor. Little hunter, today is your day. However, just as he believed he had seized the opportunity, a glint of cold light flashed in the hunter's eyes. Whoosh! The hunter's figure abruptly vanished. In the next moment, the icy blade had already descended. Alarm bells rang in Li Fan's mind, his hair standing on end. Instinctively, he attempted to maneuver the mech to evade. Yet it was all too late. The hunter's alloy warblade, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, struck mercilessly against the defenseless back of the Black Wolf. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion resonated. The armor on the Black Wolf's back was instantly torn apart, sparks flying like lightning, components shattered, and the mech belched forth billowing clouds of smoke. Alarm! Alarm! The mech sustained severe damage. The pilot is on the brink of death. Damn it! Here it comes again. Li Fan's psyche shattered. He felt as though he were a mere pawn, unable to escape the fate of being ruthlessly slaughtered. The hunter's assault struck again, callously reaping the life of the Black Wolf. Bang! 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 Large fragments of armor peeled off the Black Wolf's chassis, as if it could disintegrate entirely at any moment. Boom! Ultimately, the Black Wolf was forcefully kicked by the hunter, crashing against the energy wall of the virtual arena, rendered completely incapacitated and inoperative. The battle concluded. This round ended in failure. Round evaluation, a piece of cake. I am truly incompetent. Li Fan slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, utterly despondent. What is there to fight for? This is not a trial that can be won by mere mortals. Li Fan howled towards the heavens, his voice filled with despair and indignation. System, must I truly concede my ineptitude? Activate martial combat skills. Li Fan ultimately conceded. He now yearned only to swiftly conclude this nightmare. 30 stars could be deducted successfully, initiating the activation of martial combat skills. Chapter 10, Wolves Attack. The acrid scent of coolant mixed with the lingering smoke in the cockpit was unbearable. Li Fan leaned back in his seat, his chest heaving violently. Each breath tugged at his wounds, sending twinges of pain coursing through him. Another failure, he murmured softly, his voice hoarse, imbued with a hint of resentment, yet predominantly numb. His hand instinctively brushed against the old scar on his chest, a remnant of his last mission. A cold, mechanical voice resonated within the cockpit. As devoid of emotion as ever, mission failed, yet resilience commendable. Special upgrade reward, one of 3 martial combat skills. Li Fan raised an eyebrow. Resilience? He chuckled bitterly. It was rare for this wretched system to utter anything resembling human sentiment, yet he would prefer to forego such praise. 1 of 3? He scoffed, a flicker of wariness igniting in his gaze. When had this infernal system become so benevolent? He was skeptical of its sudden kindness, suspecting it had merely laid a trap for him to spring. Before the thought could fully form, 3 orbs of light abruptly illuminated the cockpit. The fist-sized spheres hung suspended, their halos swirling like miniature stars, enigmatic and brimming with power. Within the orbs, intricate vein-like patterns moved with a life of their own, exuding distinctly different auras. Damn! Li Fan cursed under his breath, the fleeting hope he had felt dissipating in an instant. 1 of 3? What a farce! It was evidently a ploy to leave him in the dark, gambling with his life. This wretched system was indeed up to no good. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure. With piercing focus, Li Fan fixed his gaze upon the 3 luminous spheres before him. The first orb of light radiated with violent patterns, crackling with arcs of electricity, as if it harbored the cataclysmic power to obliterate worlds. The thunder pattern, an elemental combat technique, significantly enhances the electric attribute damage of mechs. Relevant information surged into Li Fan's mind, allowing him to swiftly discern the first pattern's attributes. The second orb of light, adorned with heavy, layered patterns, resembled an impregnable fortress, exuding a steadfast aura of defense. The guardian pattern, a defensive enhancement technique, greatly augments the protective capabilities of mechs. Li Fan similarly identified it with ease. However, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, a sense that something was amiss. No, while the thunder and guardian patterns are formidable, they do not align with my current needs. Li Fan shook his head slightly, his gaze resolute. What I lack is not ultimate offense or defense, but greater possibilities, a path to breakthrough. His eyes ultimately settled on the third orb of light. The third orb bore the most intricate and obscure patterns. Countless delicate threads intertwined in chaos, their specific form elusive, yet they emanated a disquieting resonance. What pattern is this? Li Fan furrowed his brow, racing through a myriad of mech knowledge in his mind, yet he could not find a corresponding answer. An expansion-type pattern? It seemed somewhat reminiscent. But which specific one? Utterly escaped his memory. A sense of impatience spread like weeds in his heart. Time was of the essence, and a decision must be made swiftly. He rapidly weighed the merits and demerits of the three patterns. Only this unknown pattern might yield unforeseen surprises, even miracles. I will take a gamble. Li Fan gritted his teeth, embracing the adage that fortune favors the bold. I will strive for greatness. I choose it. Breaking free from its constraints, it transformed into a streak of luminous energy, instantly merging with the core of the Black Wolf Mecha. Crack, crack. The previously dull surface of the Black Wolf Mecha's armor was now adorned with bizarre patterns, spreading across its body like veins, emanating an unsettling aura. System notification. Congratulations, host. The mecha has awakened the S-class martial technique, pack kill. The cold, mechanical announcement echoed once more. This time, it was imbued with a rare excitement. Li Fan could hardly contemplate further, eagerly calling forth the details of the martial technique. Pack kill, an S-class martial technique that consumes vast amounts of mecha energy, allowing the Black Wolf Mecha to split into 5 independent mecha wolves. The lead wolf is transformed from the core chest armor, unleashing its full firepower, with combat strength reaching extraordinary heights. The remaining 4 wolves are tasked with support and control, exhibiting agility and adaptability, seamlessly coordinating in battle with boundless might. Incredible! A splitting mecha? Li Fan gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. It seemed utterly fantastical. Wait! A flash of inspiration struck him, and he suddenly recalled his innate ability. Heartfelt coordination. If all 5 mecha wolves could synchronize flawlessly, as if guided by instinct, would that not mean? Li Fan's heart raced, a surge of unprecedented exhilaration coursing through him. It was nothing short of invincible. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, the mecha energy surged wildly. Ready to unleash, pack kill. Let this pack of wolves tear apart all obstacles in their path. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently, locking onto the Black Wolf Mecha. Buzz. The Black Wolf Mecha was engulfed by dazzling energy, resembling an ancient beast breaking free from its bonds, radiating an overwhelming and suffocating aura of terror. Crack, crack, crack. The jarring sound of metal tearing was deafening as the Black Wolf Mech began to morph wildly, its armor twisting and parts shattering. With a thunderous roar, the Black Wolf Mech erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, fragments scattering in all directions under the force of the energy shockwave. Amidst the rain of debris, 5 fearsome figures emerged. The original chest armor and head converged into a 6-meter-long steel behemoth, a colossal wolf of iron. Its metallic fangs bared like sharp daggers, and its crimson eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty ferocity, exuding an unparalleled majesty. The original limbs separated into slightly smaller, 3-meter-long mech wolves, each crouching low, emanating a chilling growl that sent shivers down the spine. The 4 mech wolves encircled their leader like the most loyal guardians, fanning out in a semicircle around the alpha, their steel shadows draping over the ground like a shroud of death. Li Fan sat composed in the cockpit of the alpha wolf, sensing the profound connection among the 5 wolves, akin to neurons, clear and fluid. A powerful feeling of omnipotence surged through him, as if he had transformed into the lord of the pack, reigning supreme. This power is truly ineffable. Li Fan laughed maniacally, his voice filled with utmost confidence and arrogance, reverberating throughout the cockpit. Next, a cold glint flickered in Li Fan's eyes. It was time for the hunter to taste the flavor of despair. The steel beast, the wolf pack, had arrived. Li Fan grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty curve. Little hunter, tremble before me. Within the cockpit, Li Fan's mental energy surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the 5 mech wolves. In an instant, he felt as though he possessed 5 pairs of eyes and 5 bodies, able to perceive even the subtlest movements with crystal clarity. This is the remarkable power of heartfelt coordination. The lead wolf howled towards the heavens, the deafening sound of metal grinding echoing as if heralding the commencement of the wolf pack's hunt. The crimson electronic eyes firmly locked onto the solitary hunter mech. The hunt was on. For mech wolves sprang into action, for streaks of black lightning slicing through the air. They exhibited no ostentation, only the pure instinct of slaughter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. The four mech wolves, like phantoms, moved in perfect harmony. One wolf circled to the side, its massive form crashing forcefully against the hunter mech's waist in an attempt to unbalance it. Meanwhile, two other wolves lay in wait, seeking the hunter mech's vulnerabilities. The pilot of the hunter mech was no pushover. With a fierce roar, he wielded the alloy battle blade, striving to repel the incoming mech wolves. Clang, clang, clang. The blade clashed with the sharp claws, sparks flying in abundance. The hunter mech exhibited remarkable speed, yet the four mech wolves were even more agile, deftly evading the blade's strikes while simultaneously looking for opportunities to counterattack. The lead wolf roared once more, striking Li Fan's nerves like a war drum. It was time. A glint of determination flashed in Li Fan's eyes as he commanded the lead wolf to leap forward, launching itself at the hunter like an arrow released from a bow. The hunter swung the battle blade in response. Clang! The lead wolf's colossal alloy claws collided violently with the blade, producing a thunderous sound. Crack! The enemy's armor, under the immense force of the alpha wolf, instantly manifested cracks. Seizing the opportunity, four mech wolves launched a more ferocious assault. Their claws sliced through the air, striking the hunter's armor with a bone-chilling friction. Bang! 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 The enemy's energy shield flickered violently under the relentless onslaught of the wolf pack, its energy levels plummeting. A cold smile curled at the corner of Li Fan's lips. It is over. The alpha wolf roared fiercely, merging its two front claws into a sharp blade, thrusting it decisively towards the hunter's core. With a swift plunge, the alpha wolf's claws pierced effortlessly through the target mech's core. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, transforming the hunter into a dazzling fireball. Exhaling deeply, Li Fan savored the surging power within him, a satisfied grin gracing his face. This sensation is truly exhilarating. He commanded the alpha wolf to howl triumphantly to proclaim the victory of the battle. The four mech wolves joined in with deep roars, their voices resonating across the battlefield. Unassailable, Li Fan scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Chapter 11. The Young Warrior's Mastery. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating a stellar grade level 1 speed-type mech hunter. Overall evaluation, excellent. At that moment, the effect of the wolf pack dissipated, and the 5 mech wolves instantly vanished, coalescing once again into the sleek black battle suit. The black wolf. Oh, is this not a mockery of my skills? Li Fan raised an eyebrow, just as he was about to keenly assess the changes brought by his upgrade when suddenly, a piercing alarm blared. On one side of the arena, the heavy hydraulic gate emitted a deep rumble as it slowly ascended, allowing a fierce crimson glow to rudely invade Li Fan's sight. What? Another round so soon? Li Fan's pupils abruptly contracted as he gazed through the cockpit screen. A colossal war machine, entirely clad in a fiery red hue, began to stomp into the heart of the battlefield, shaking the ground beneath it. Towering at a height of 15 meters, it was a behemoth even larger than the black wolf, its chest armor adorned with muscular textures, each inch of metal brimming with explosive power. On its shoulders, 2 fearsome high-energy particle cannons glimmered ominously, while its arms bore a pair of gleaming alloy-rending claws that emanated a terrifying aura merely by standing still. Star Glory Level 2, Heavy Assault Mecha. Mad Lion, damn it. Is this a trick? Li Fan couldn't suppress a low curse. Star Glory Level 2, a heavy assault type? The system must have seen that he had mastered martial arts and was deliberately preventing him from enjoying himself further. Before his complaints could settle in his mind, the Mad Lion sprang into action. Boom! The shoulder-mounted particle cannons erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing 2 energy beams as thick as a barrel, tearing through the air with a momentum capable of annihilating everything in their path, directly hurtling toward the black wolf. What the hell? It's starting with a big move? Li Fan's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This Mad Lion was utterly reckless. His mind went blank, and his hands moved instinctively across the control panel, desperately trying to maneuver the black wolf to evade the impending attack. Clang! The energy beam struck fiercely against the alloy arm of the black wolf, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the arena, the shockwave sweeping across like a tsunami, causing the entire Colosseum to tremble. Crack! Crack! The piercing sound of metal tearing echoed as fissures appeared on the black wolf's alloy arm under the assault of the Lion's particle cannon. Goodness! How ferocious! Li Fan gasped in astonishment. The firepower of the lion was utterly outrageous. Before he could catch his breath, the lion lunged forth like a wild beast, its massive tearing claws slicing through the air with a howling wind, aimed directly at the Black Wolf's chest. Clang! The Black Wolf summoned all its strength to evade the deadly strike, yet the tearing claws still left 3 deep gashes across its shoulder, sparks flying. A roar erupted from Li Fan as his mental energy surged once more, and Pack of Wolves was instantly activated. 4 mechanized wolves materialized out of thin air, darting around the lion at high speed. Whoosh! 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 The mechanized wolves flickered like phantoms, attempting to distract the lion. Roar! The lion let out an enraged bellow, completely disregarding the pesky mechanized wolves, its colossal form charging forward like a tank, with a singular focus on the lead wolf. Li Fan clenched his teeth, guiding the 4 mechanized wolves to scatter, while the lead wolf narrowly evaded the lion's frontal assault. The adversary pressed on relentlessly, its massive paws crashing down upon the ground, producing a deafening roar. Boom, boom, boom. The mechanical wolf's claws incessantly assaulted the raging lion's energy shield. Yet it was akin to mere tickling, utterly incapable of breaching that formidable defense. Suddenly, a flash of electricity surged forth. One mechanical wolf, caught off guard, was brutally struck by the lion's tearing claw, sending its metallic body flying backward with a piercing screech of metal scraping against metal, clearly sustaining considerable damage. Cursed! A direct confrontation is futile. Li Fan furrowed his brow, quickly regaining his composure as his mind raced to devise a solution. Guerrilla tactics. Wear it down. A spark of brilliance flickered in Li Fan's eyes as he altered his strategy, directing 3 mechanical wolves to continue their evasive maneuvers, akin to 3 bothersome flies incessantly harassing the raging lion. Meanwhile, the lead wolf lay in wait, poised to seize the opportunity for a decisive blow. As the raging lion was incessantly disturbed by the trio of mechanical wolves, its attacks grew increasingly frenzied, with massive tearing claws and particle cannons battering the surrounding ground into a pockmarked wasteland. Now is the moment. A glimmer of insight flashed in Li Fan's eyes as he observed a slight pause in the lion's movements amidst its relentless onslaught, the energy shield momentarily wavering. Roar! Clang! The alloyed giant claw struck fiercely against the lion's leg armor, producing a jarring metallic collision, yet this time, it failed to penetrate as it had previously. What the heck? So resilient. Li Fan was taken aback. The lion's armor was fortified to a degree far surpassing that of the hunter. However, the lead wolf's assault was not without effect, as the lion's massive body suddenly swayed, its center of gravity momentarily compromised. Roar! The alpha wolf emitted an exhilarating roar, pursuing relentlessly, its metallic claws slicing through the armored legs of the frenzied lion like sharp blades. With a resounding crack, the lion's energy shield dissipated instantaneously, akin to a deflated balloon. Boom! The colossal lion collapsed like a giant deprived of support, crashing heavily onto the ground and raising a cloud of dust, rendered utterly incapacitated. Exhaling deeply, Li Fan released a long-held breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph! What a frenzied lion! It was easily dismantled by me. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the Starry Level 2 Heavy Assault Mech, Frenzied Lion. Overall evaluation, quite satisfying. The system's voice, tinged with a hint of mechanical cheerfulness, resonated in Li Fan's ears. Quite satisfying. Li Fan grinned, wiping the sweat from his brow. That battle was anything but pleasurable. It was utterly thrilling. Ding! Congratulations, your mech, Black Wolf, has been upgraded to Starry Level 2, enhancing all performance metrics to Tier 2 energy. In the next round, bring me something more exhilarating. Li Fan licked his lips, his fighting spirit soaring. The massive gate rumbled ominously, slowly rising once more, revealing a mech of daunting stature, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. A dark red mech, standing 14 meters tall, wielding a colossal war spear, its shaft glimmering ominously. Enemy mech combat assessment. Warlord, Starry Level 3 combat mech, Little Black. It's time to get to work. Li Fan flashed a grin, his fingers gliding swiftly across the control panel, causing the mech's energy to surge dramatically. A resonant hum filled the air as the Black Wolf mech was enveloped in a radiant glow, unleashing a ferocious aura. Pack of Wolves, attack! Li Fan roared, activating the martial arts technique, Pack of Wolves. The familiar sound of metal tearing echoed as the Black Wolf mech disintegrated in an explosive manner, its claws clashing against armor, sending sparks flying. The war general mech wielded its battle spear, striving to repel the oncoming wolves. Yet their speed was astonishingly swift, executing their maneuvers with impeccable coordination, leaving no room for counteraction. The leading wolf moved like a specter across the battlefield, waiting for the perfect moment to strike with lethal precision. Its claws pierced through the war general mech's armor without hindrance. It was over. A cold smile crept across Li Fan's lips as he maneuvered the leading wolf, launching a final, devastating blow aimed at the core of the war general mech. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the starry level 3 combat mech war general. Overall evaluation, mastered. Indeed. Effortlessly mastered. I like it. Li Fan raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. What surprises awaited him next? Suddenly, a massive metal gate began to rise slowly, revealing a mech towering at approximately 10 meters, entirely black in hue, gradually coming into view. Upon recognizing the opponent's appearance, Li Fan was momentarily stunned, his smile frozen on his face. What on earth? He exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief, questioning whether he was merely imagining things. Chapter 12. I shall return. The system's prompt echoed, confirming Li Fan's speculation. It was indeed the Black Wolf mech. How intriguing. The flames of battle reignited in Li Fan's eyes. Very well. Let us see whether your Black Wolf is truly formidable or if my own Black Wolf surpasses it. As the battle commenced, the atmosphere within the arena grew taut with anticipation. Li Fan hesitated not for a moment. His fingers danced swiftly across the control panel, causing the Black Wolf mech to disassemble in an instant, transforming into 5 streaks of black light that darted forth from various angles. Striking first, he aimed for a swift resolution. With a steely gaze, he commanded the 5 mech wolves to tear through the air, emitting piercing howls as they unleashed a tempestuous assault upon the opposing Black Wolf mech. The ferocity in Li Fan's eyes was unmistakable as he orchestrated the most intense onslaught. Their claws sliced through the air, producing a dissonant shriek. Yet, astonishingly, the Black Wolf mech remained steadfast against the 5 wolves' onslaught, standing its ground like a rock and boldly advancing towards them. Just as the claws of the 5 mech wolves were about to make contact with the armor of the Black Wolf mech, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The silhouette of the Black Wolf mech abruptly shimmered, becoming ethereal, and it deftly maneuvered through the gaps in the attacking 5 wolves. Li Fan's pupils constricted in shock. The agility of the Black Wolf mech surpassed his every expectation, rendering the combined assault of the 5 mech wolves utterly futile. How could this be? A tempest of turmoil surged within Li Fan's heart. 5 mechanized wolves, under his deft command, moved with an unparalleled synchronicity, akin to extensions of his own limbs. Yet, despite their impeccable coordination, they could not even graze the hem of their opponent's garment. Once more, Li Fan inhaled deeply, a glimmer of unyielding determination igniting in his eyes, as he directed the mechanized wolves to launch another assault. This time, he concentrated his mental energy to its zenith, harmonizing his innate talents to their utmost potential. The 5 mechanized wolves surged forth like 5 bolts of black lightning, weaving through the arena and encircling the Black Wolf mech. Let us see where you will evade this time. Li Fan gritted his teeth, tightening the noose around the Black Wolf mech's escape routes with each advancing step. However, the opponent's mech exhibited an unpredictable fluidity, effortlessly maneuvering through the relentless encirclement of the 5 wolves. This fellow, is he a transformed loach? Li Fan couldn't help but curse inwardly, feeling akin to a seasoned hunter wielding an impeccable net, yet perpetually unable to ensnare the elusive fish. His frustration mounting to an unbearable degree. Damn, this opponent is tenfold more troublesome than the hunter mech. Beads of sweat trickled down Li Fan's forehead as he realized that the Black Wolf not only possessed astonishing speed, but exhibited a lightning-fast reflex, seemingly able to anticipate his every strategic intent. This was nothing short of cheating. A tempest of turmoil surged within him, as if he were battling an omniscient prophet, rendering all his attacks futile. Just as he allowed himself a momentary lapse in focus, the adversary seized the fleeting opportunity and struck with ferocity. It accelerated abruptly, breaking free from the encirclement of the 5 wolves and vanishing like a specter behind the lead wolf. No, a warning bell rang fiercely in Li Fan's mind, prompting him to instinctively maneuver the lead wolf to evade the impending danger, yet it was already too late. The Black Wolf's right arm suddenly unleashed a beam saber, its chilling glow illuminating Li Fan's taut countenance as it descended menacingly towards the cockpit of the lead wolf. Clang! In a desperate moment, The lead wolf's colossal metallic claw intercepted the deadly strike of the beam saber, but the overwhelming force still compelled the lead wolf to stagger backward, its body emitting a mournful metallic wail under the strain. It was then that Li Fan discerned the black wolf's left hand was a metallic claw, while the right wielded a razor-sharp beam saber. This report system, the opponent is cheating. Li Fan's composure wavered. The black wolf mech was undeniably a fully armed hexagonal warrior, exhibiting no deficiencies in speed, strength, reflexes, or weaponry. Once more, I refuse to believe I cannot triumph over you. Li Fan clenched his teeth, directing the 5 mech wolves to charge fiercely at the black wolf mech once again. The black wolf mech met the challenge head-on, wielding the beam saber, as it engaged in a frenzied battle with the 5 mech wolves. Clang, clang, clang. Again, I refuse to believe I cannot prevail today. Li Fan gritted his teeth, commanding the 5 mech wolves like an unyielding pack of bloodthirsty wolves, relentlessly assaulting the black wolf mech with reckless abandon. The black wolf mech, undeterred, brandished the beam saber, plunging into another fierce clash with the 5 mech wolves. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding clash of metal reverberated throughout the arena, sparks flying like brilliant fireworks bursting forth amid the steel jungle. This was a fierce contest of equals. The two sides exchanged blows, shifting between offense and defense, locked in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. The opposing Black Wolf mech, though fighting solo, with its exceptional agility and masterful combat skills, valiantly withstood the ferocious onslaught of the 5 wolves. Suddenly, the Black Wolf mech erupted in a dazzling crimson glow. A chill ran down Li Fan's spine, sensing an ominous aura. Was it preparing to retaliate with all its might? Li Fan dared not let his guard down, his mind acutely alert. Come forth. Let me witness the depths of your hidden cards. With a fierce roar, Li Fan commanded the head wolf mech to charge at the Black Wolf mech like a released cannonball. Boom. The colossal alloy claws of the head wolf collided with the Black Wolf mech's beam dagger, unleashing a cataclysmic impact that nearly shattered eardrums with its deafening metallic screech. Break for me, Li Fan bellowed, pushing the mech's energy to its limits. Crack. A fine fissure suddenly appeared on the beam dagger of the opposing Black Wolf. There is potential. Li Fan's spirits soared, invigorated by the prospect of victory, and he pressed the attack. The remaining 4 mech wolves seized the opportunity, launching a relentless assault on the Black Wolf mech from all directions, akin to ravenous wolves descending upon their prey. The claws of the Black Wolf mech tore into the armor, producing a chilling metallic screech, leaving behind a series of grotesque scars on the surface. A piercing roar erupted from the Black Wolf mech, its crimson aura intensifying. This creature, does it still intend to struggle in its dying moments? Li Fan furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the Black Wolf mech's momentum was surging once more, as if it were prepared to expend its final reserves of energy. With a thunderous crash, the Black Wolf unleashed a force far greater than before, violently forcing the head wolf back several paces. In an instant, the Black Wolf mech vanished. Like a specter, alarm bells rang in Li Fan's mind. Instinctively, he maneuvered the head wolf to evade, yet he was ultimately a fraction too late. The Black Wolf mech reappeared behind the head wolf, akin to a relentless parasite, as its beam blades sliced through the air with a menacing whoosh, delivering a devastating blow to the head wolf's back. In an instant, the armor of the head wolf was shredded, sparks flying in all directions. Li Fan's composure shattered completely. He felt like a pitiful creature toyed with by fate, unable to escape the crushing inevitability of his destiny, no matter how fiercely he struggled. In a desperate attempt to rescue the head wolf, 4 mech wolves charged towards the Black Wolf mech like moths drawn to a flame. However, the Black Wolf's speed was insurmountable, leaving them in its wake. Once again, the Black Wolf mech brandished its beam blade. The icy edge aimed directly at the cockpit of the head wolf. Has it come to an end? Li Fan despairingly closed his eyes, awaiting the final judgment to descend upon him. Yet, in this moment of utmost peril, the system's notification chime resonated once more. Li Fan exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had awakened from a harrowing nightmare, a sense of survival flooding his heart. Trembling with residual fear, he murmured, sensing his heart still pounding fiercely. Next time, I shall surely triumph over you. Chapter 13. A thought gives rise to multitudes. Mecha combat trial completed. Task reward: 50 stellar energy. Trial overall evaluation: C grade. Additional reward: 10 stellar energy. The system's notification echoed in Li Fan's ears. What is this? AC grade? Merely 60 points of stellar energy? Li Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. After enduring life-threatening trials and exerting himself for 24 hours, this paltry reward is all I receive? He felt deeply insulted. This system was more ruthless than an unscrupulous capitalist. Wait a moment. I previously expended 30 stellar energy to activate martial arts techniques. So, in total, I have only accrued 30 stellar energy? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, unable to restrain himself from cursing. Damn system, are you trying to swindle me? You might as well send me away. He felt akin to a laborer ruthlessly exploited by capitalism, toiling all day only to find that his wages were insufficient to purchase a mere pack of cigarettes. Is this not the epitome of sheer injustice? Li Fan trembled with rage, wishing he could drag this wretched system out and give it a good thrashing. Calm down. Calm down. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Indeed, the system had previously mentioned that completing the trial level would grant an opportunity for awakening his mech talent. The flame of hope reignited in Li Fan's eyes. The awakening of mech talent. How many people yearn for this coveted gift? He murmured to himself, a look of anticipation gracing his face. Random task. Completion of a 1-star or higher trial level has been achieved. Task reward. 1 awakening opportunity. Mech talent will activate upon the host's awakening in the real world. The system's notification chimed once more. Awakening in the real world? Li Fan was momentarily taken aback, then a surge of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha, mech talent? At long last. I shall awaken my mech talent. He trembled with excitement, feeling as though his life was on the brink of its zenith. With mech talent, he would truly become a master of mechs. Without hesitation, Li Fan sought to exit the star dream space. With a mere thought, his consciousness swiftly detached from the realm. This time, the process of exiting the star dream space felt extraordinarily prolonged. The surroundings were a chaotic void, and time lost all significance. At last, the familiar sound of his phone alarm broke through the silence. Ding ding ding. The familiar ringtone pierced the darkness like a sword, jolting him awake. It was 7:30 a.m., and the alarm rang punctually. Li Fan abruptly opened his eyes, inhaling deeply and basking in the long-lost sunlight, an indescribable excitement swelling within him. Is this all real? Li Fan found it hard to believe his eyes. He hurriedly rose from the recliner, activated the switch, and opened the door to the repair shop. The morning sun poured down, enveloping the entire workshop in a golden hue. Standing at the entrance, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, the fresh air flooding his lungs, bringing him immense comfort. System, come out this instant. Li Fan roared impatiently in his mind. I am here, host. The system's voice resonated in his mind, calm and composed as ever. Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Fan's anxieties dissipated. Wonderful. This is all real. I truly have the chance to awaken my mecha talent. Li Fan trembled with excitement, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. System, hurry. Awaken my mecha talent. He urged eagerly, his voice quivering with anticipation. System prompt. Do you wish to activate the awakening now? Activate. Activate immediately. What are we waiting for? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Fan bellowed in his mind, his tone urgent as if he had pressed the fast-forward button. As he silently commanded the activation, an overwhelming and violent force surged within him. Like a flood breaking through a dam, rampaging through his body, Li Fan felt a sharp pain in his head. Suddenly, everything before him twisted, colors faded, and he plunged into a realm of chaos and nothingness. Li Fan felt as though he had transcended his physical form, adrift in an infinite abyss of darkness, as if plummeting into an unfathomable cosmic black hole, surrounded by an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. Just as he felt on the verge of being consumed by this endless void, a solitary starburst suddenly erupted before his eyes, followed by a cascade of countless starlights, surging forth like a tidal wave, coalescing into a dazzling, resplendent galaxy. Vast, enigmatic, and magnificent, it was a beauty that took one's breath away, compelled by some unseen force. Li Fan raised his right hand. Abruptly, he clenched his fist. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding space and all the celestial bodies began to tremble violently, as if summoned by a mysterious will, and then, akin to rivers converging into the sea, they frantically rushed towards the palm of his hand. The starlight sparkled brilliantly, reminiscent of myriad fireflies, hastening to gather atop Li Fan's fingertips, coalescing into a radiant point of light. Just as this luminous point was about to touch his fingertip, crack, everything before him shattered like a mirror, vanishing in an instant. Li Fan jolted awake, as if breaking free from a harrowing nightmare, gasping for breath. He looked around in confusion and found himself still standing in the familiar repair shop, the preceding events seeming but a fleeting illusion. Congratulations, host, for successfully awakening the SSS level talent. One thought, 10,000 responses. The system's notification tone remained calm, yet resonated like the thunder of the divine in Li Fan's mind. Exploding with a deafening clarity. SSS level talent. One thought, 10,000 responses. Li Fan was instantly petrified, as if struck by a celestial thunderbolt. Standing rigidly in place, his mind a blank slate, utterly bereft of thought. Before him, an array of profoundly shocking illusions materialized, stars converging, and all things bowing in submission. Coupled with the present moment, the surrounding maintenance equipment seemed to emit a peculiar metallic sheen, and it was subtly quivering. Perceiving the bizarre transformations occurring around him, a spark of enlightenment ignited within Li Fan's mind, and he instantaneously grasped the true essence of the ability known as one thought. 10,000 responses. The capacity to manipulate the surrounding machinery with mere thought. Moreover, it appeared that the precision and strength of this control far exceeded his wildest imaginings. Truly unfathomable, he pondered. Could this extraordinary talent extend to controlling mechs as well? His heart raced, his breath quickened. A blend of trepidation and yearning surged within him, as he silently screamed in exhilaration. The system, seemingly having anticipated his inquiry, responded with a calm voice once more. SSS level talent. One thought, 10,000 responses, allowing the host to manipulate all mechanical units within a radius of 1,000 meters that he possesses. The levels and quantity of controllable mechs will gradually unlock as the host's mental strength increases. System, what is my current level of mental strength? Li Fan silently inquired, his tone laced with anticipation. Chapter 14. The sibling rivalry. Upon the awakening of the mech talent, the host's mental strength was at level 3, categorizing him as a stellar-grade mech master, while an ordinary individual would be at level 1. With the host's current psychic power at level 3, he can simultaneously control a standard mech under 12 meters in height, achieving thought synchronization, or manipulate 3 small mechs, each under 7 meters. Is that all? Li Fan scoffed, feeling a twinge of disappointment. This one thought, myriad responses, seems rather lackluster at present. Before he could finish his thought, the system's prompt echoed in his mind once more. Cold and mechanical. Ding. Detecting host's awakened talent. A grand sale at the marketplace has commenced. Would you like to spend 100 star energy points to exchange for the primordial level meditation technique? Cosmic meditation, initial volume. Huh. Li Fan was taken aback. This sudden notification made him vigilant, as he sensed a familiar, manipulative aura approaching. This scheme. It resembles those mobile games that entice players into making initial purchases, doesn't it? Trying every possible way to extract money? I, Li Fan, shall not fall for such tricks. Ding, exchange successful. Issuing cosmic meditation, initial volume. Credit points, 740,000, star energy, 63 points. There was no choice. The allure of the primordial level meditation technique is irresistible to any mech engineer. The true fragrance principle is eternally applicable. Li Fan gritted his teeth against the pang in his heart and checked his account. He previously had only 63 star energy points, with the remainder obtained through credit point exchanges. Originally possessing 2 million, he now had a total of 46 million credit points, which included the 900,000 left to him by Li Fei. I hope you won't let me down. Li Fan shed tears of regret. Money truly dissipates too easily, as he lamented. He comforted his slightly aching heart. At that moment, a sharp pang surged through Li Fan's mind once more. Had it returned? A thunderous roar erupted, and the scenery before Li Fan shifted dramatically. He found himself enveloped in the vastness of the cosmos, where the skies sparkled with innumerable stars. Suddenly, a colossal figure, reminiscent of a galaxy, caught his eye. Li Fan, sensing the urgency, immediately settled into a meditative posture, following the guidance of the cosmic meditation technique, and began to circulate his energy to absorb the celestial power surrounding him. As he entered a state of deep meditation, the scattered points of light around him began to converge furiously, akin to a cosmic tide reversing its flow. Countless starlights surged into his body, coalescing into a magnificent tidal wave of stellar energy. Li Fan became like a solitary vessel at the center of this tide, basking in the infinite brilliance of the stars. Enduring the cleansing force of the stellar surge, the stellar energy surged into him, invigorating his being. Under the nurturing embrace of this cosmic tide, Li Fan's perception expanded exponentially. Gradually, he sensed that his awareness reached a broader scope, and his mental prowess exhibited a significant enhancement. In this meditative state, Li Fan's perception continued to escalate wildly, leading him to break through to the fourth level of mental power. Now, Li Fan had ascended to the rank of a Void Drifter Mech Master at the tender age of 19, in the esteemed Mech Academy of the Federation. Such an accomplishment would be considered exceptionally rare. With hands on his hips, he couldn't help but break into a grin. Recently, during the Mech Grand Examination, the strongest contender from the Xingmeng Federation Interstellar Academy had only just attained the fourth level of mental power after years of arduous training, consuming vast familial resources. And here was he, achieving it with seemingly effortless grace. In just a few minutes, it was all over. Alas, what a pity. Without a mech, even the void level was futile. Li Fan sighed, brushing off his trousers with a hint of resignation. His card held a mere 46 million credit points. With such a sum, dreaming of purchasing a decent void-level mech was nothing short of folly. In the Xingmeng Federation on Given Star, at Wenxing University, Qin Yu was in high spirits. A smug smile gracing his lips as he walked with an unusually buoyant step. The moment he stepped onto the campus, whispers filled the air, and countless admiring gazes converged upon him, tinged with envy, admiration, and even a hint of infatuation. It was inevitable, as the illustrious figure of Wenxing University, the young master who consistently topped the mech combat rankings, he was the center of attention wherever he roamed. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air, laced with the distinctive edge of youthful indignation. This unexpected sound caused him to furrow his brow, diminishing his good mood considerably. Turning around, he found Xingmeng standing a short distance away, hands on her hips, exuding an intense aura. Clad in a sleek mech combat suit that accentuated her statuesque figure, her long legs were undeniably captivating. In terms of beauty, Xingmeng was undoubtedly among the finest. However, her strikingly cold visage was often marred by a stubborn defiance and a fiery temperament, particularly highlighted by her loud voice, which starkly contrasted with her otherwise graceful appearance, rendering her a striking yet fierce presence. Why should you care? You fiery girl, why so irritable this early in the day? Is your menopause arriving prematurely? Qin Yu scoffed, his tone laced with impatience, though a barely perceptible glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. From childhood to adulthood, he and Xingmeng have been a pair of delightful adversaries, their bickering a commonplace occurrence. Menopause? I believe it is you who has reached that stage. All day long, you only care about your appearance. Enough of the nonsense. In the mech battles, we have faced off 34 times. I've emerged victorious 8 times, drawn 18 times, and suffered 8 defeats. Who, pray tell, is the vanquished? Huh. I have now attained the rank of Void Splitter. What about you? Humph. Xingmeng proudly lifted her chin, her face radiating the arrogance of an elder sister reprimanding her younger brother. Moreover, we had an agreement in our youth. Whoever loses must call the other brother or sister. You are certain to lose today. If you call me sister-in-law just once, I shall graciously overlook your earlier mischief. The brilliance of Xingmeng's smile was dazzling, as if she could already envision Qin Yu obediently addressing her as sister. Upon hearing the term Void Splitter, Qin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, genuinely surprised. It was indeed true that Xingmeng possessed a higher psychic talent than he. However, to compel him to call Xingmeng sister? That was utterly out of the question. This brother-sister duo had been in a silent rivalry since their youth, competing fiercely in everything from academic achievements to mech control. Although Xingmeng's awakened talent of the North Sea Ice Soul was inherently restrained by his Sunfire solar talent, this stubborn girl had managed to draw even with him through sheer determination and resilience. Deep down, Qin Yu held a certain admiration for her tenacity. Yet admiration aside, to admit that Xingmeng was superior to him? Absolutely not. Void Splitter? Is that truly so remarkable? A smirk curled at the corner of Qin Yu's mouth, his gaze filled with provocation. Last night, my flame dragon awakened some new abilities, and I was contemplating where to test its power. Since you are so eager to be challenged, I shall reluctantly oblige and teach you a lesson, so you may understand the extent of my prowess. Qin Yu deliberately emphasized the word teach, his tone brimming with confidence and bravado. Although his mech remains at the stellar rank 7, The awakened martial prowess of the flame dragon elevates his strength beyond comparison. Xinglan has just ascended to the rift level, and her mech has undoubtedly not yet been upgraded or awakened with martial skills. Thus, the outcome of this battle is already determined. Their exchange was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up a tempest of excitement. The surrounding students, who had been conversing in small groups, were suddenly captivated. Whoa, is it about to begin again? The Qin siblings are going to clash. Goodness, this is a true spectacle. Last time they fought to a draw. Who will emerge victorious this time? Xinglan has reached the rift level, while Qin Yu remains at the stellar level, right? Is there even a contest? What do you know? Qin Yu is the top of the ranks. He must have hidden strengths. This is going to be thrilling. This is not merely a sibling duel. It is a contest of the young generation's might within their family. The students buzzed with speculation and exclamations. News of Qin Yu and Xinglan's impending mech battle swiftly spread throughout Wenxing University. Within mere minutes, the once empty arena was inundated with a throng of eager spectators. Even numerous teachers arrived upon hearing the news, eager to witness this fierce contest firsthand. Old Wang, who do you think will triumph this time? Inquired a bespectacled instructor, adjusting his glasses with curiosity. It's hard to say. Both siblings are prodigies, their strengths inscrutable, replied the robust teacher Wang, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Xinglan has ascended to the rupture level, which gives her a significant advantage. Yet that lad Qin Yu often defies convention. He may possess some hidden trump card. I believe Xinglan has the upper hand. Considering the overwhelming level disparity, interjected a tall female teacher. The discourse among the educators reflected the sentiments of most attendees present. At this moment, at either end of the arena, Qin Yu and Xinglan had taken their respective positions, the atmosphere charged with palpable tension. As a fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 15. Look up to the sky. A roar of applause akin to a tidal wave threatened to shatter the dome above. The colossal mecha arena at Wenxing University, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, was now overflowing with spectators, all jostling for space. Even the aisles and corners were packed with a throng of heads, densely clustered like an ominous cloud. Today, a highly anticipated apex clash was set to unfold here. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the crowd as Xinglan and another individual simultaneously activated the star rings on their wrists. In an instant, two brilliant beams of light surged skyward, as if to rend the very heavens. As the brilliance dissipated, a stunning ice-blue mecha stood majestically in the arena, resembling the arrival of a snow queen. The mech boasts smooth, elegant lines, adorned with shimmering snowflakes that glisten like crystals. Its heavy shoulder armor resembles two unsheathed icy blades, radiating a chilling brilliance. My word, is that the Rift-class mech Snow Eagle? The renowned mech of Xinglan. A gasp resonated through the crowd, imbued with envy and fervor. The competitors are about to board. A chorus of exclamations erupted from the throng, all eyes fixated on the enormous luminous screen at the center of the arena. The screen flickered, and a peculiar, rotund figure bounded onto the scene, with large, twinkling eyes and an exaggerated mouth, reminiscent of a cartoonish alien creature. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Wuxing University Combat Arena. A charmingly quirky, yet mechanized electronic voice echoed throughout the venue. I am the AI referee for this mech competition. You may call me Shuhai. Now, may I invite both competitors to board their mechs? As Shuhai's words faded, a confident smirk graced the corner of Xinglan's lips as she eagerly activated the star ring on her wrist. Heavens, look at Snow Eagle. It's simply breathtaking. This Snow Eagle is Xinglan's prized possession, reportedly costing over 5 million credit points. 5 million. That could purchase 2 ordinary Rift-class mechs. The world of the affluent is unfathomable to us. What a pity that Snow Eagle lacks combat techniques. Otherwise, its value could soar even higher. Nevertheless, it remains striking. Look, Qin Yu's mech. A gasp erupted, akin to thunder in a serene sky, instantly drawing all attention to the opposite side. In stark contrast to the flamboyant display of the Snow Eagle, Qin Yu's flame dragon stood quietly, its crimson armor resembling a dormant volcano. The surface of the mech was adorned with flowing patterns akin to molten lava, exuding a heart-stopping aura of destruction. The sleek body shimmered with a metallic sheen, understated yet luxurious, brimming with explosive power. Is this the legendary flame dragon? The advanced version of the flame dragon? 3 seconds. I demand all the information on this mech. Someone was already impatient to unveil the mysteries surrounding this enigmatic machine, their voice quivering with excitement. Flame Dragon, a starry level 7 assault mech, stands 15 meters tall. Equipped with a V-type stellar energy engine, and wields weapons such as an ultra-alloy greatsword and fiery gauntlet. Its martial technique is known as Dragon Flame Break. The voice of the cerebral network resonated once more, each word detonating in the crowd like an underwater bomb. Starry level 7? Has it just awakened its martial technique? Am I hearing this correctly? Is there something wrong with my ears? Is this truly a starry level mech? Not a mere FAAD of a rift level? I refuse to believe it. Impossible. These parameters must be erroneous. Surely, there is some mistake. Could it be a new type of mech secretly developed by the military? My heavens, this is utterly outrageous. In the audience, the mentors from Wenxing University exchanged incredulous glances, each seemingly witnessing something unfathomable. Wang Xianwu was particularly taken aback, his mouth agape, eyes nearly bulging out, his jaw almost dropping to the floor. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Was this truly the mech of his usually carefree apprentice? Was this even something that a mere human could create? To the untrained eye, it might seem like mere spectacle, but for an expert like Wang Xianwu, a mentor at Wenxing University, the difference between this Yanlong and its predecessors was nothing short of astronomical. Beside him, Li Weiwei also recognized the extraordinary nature of this mech. A flicker of emotion crossed her typically icy visage. Did you employ a master-level mechanic for this? Even the usually reticent Li Weiwei could not contain her astonishment, her tone laced with incredulity. No, absolutely not. This time, Qin Yu has truly astonished me. Wang Xianwu replied with a wry smile, his emotions akin to the wild ups and downs of a roller coaster, a thrilling rush that left him breathless. Li Weiwei remained silent, her gaze fixated on the imposing Yanlong, her expression turning grave. Inside the cockpit of the Snow Eagle, Qin Lan's countenance was so dark it seemed capable of squeezing water from it. She had initially believed victory was assured, only to discover that Qin Yu had concealed such a formidable ace up his sleeve. This was nothing short of a slap in the face. You cunning brat, how devious you are, Qin Lan hissed through clenched teeth, her voice brimming with fury and resentment. Mutual sentiments, I must say. You were the one who proposed this duel. It's not too late to concede now. Qin Yu's voice dripped with mockery, his confidence soaring. For the Yanlong's performance was undeniably exceptional. Let the duel commence. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, the Snow Eagle sprang into action. It was akin to a long-dormant cheetah, suddenly leaping forth from the shadows, or like an arrow released from its bowstring, piercing the air with a shrill cry. Darting straight towards the Flame Dragon, the alloyed clawed fists glimmered ominously under the sunlight, emitting a chilling radiance, accompanied by a sharp sound that sliced through the air, crashing down mercilessly. This was the intermediate technique of the Mecha Master, the heart-piercing strike. As Qin Lan launched her assault, it was evidently a lethal move, clearly intent on a swift resolution. In the face of this ferocious onslaught, however, Qin Yu remained as composed as a tranquil monk in meditation, exuding an air of calm confidence, even sporting a faint, elusive smile, as if everything was within his grasp. He aimed to utilize the formidable capabilities of the Flame Dragon to utterly overwhelm this audacious young girl, teaching her a lesson in true strength. With a resounding boom that echoed like thunder across the plains, the entire arena trembled. The Snow Eagle's heavy fist struck the ground with tremendous force, shattering the hard tiles into a web-like pattern, and a cloud of dust soared into the air. Coupled with the fierce gust of wind, a yellow mist enveloped the arena, obscuring visibility and leaving the spectators in a state of anxious anticipation. The audience craned their necks, eager to penetrate the veil of yellow fog, desperate to discern the situation within. What had just transpired? Was there a hit? The previous strike from the Snow Eagle had been immensely powerful. If it had truly connected, it could have incapacitated the Flame Dragon to some extent. The hearts of the spectators raced, their gaze fixated intensely on the arena, filled with suspense. Soon, the smoke gradually dissipated, yet to everyone's astonishment, only the Snow Eagle remained in an offensive stance, while the figure of the Flame Dragon was nowhere to be seen. Where's the Flame Dragon? As the crowd pondered in confusion, a sharp voice pierced the air. Look above. At that moment, the spectators awoke from their stupor and gazed upward, only to behold the Flame Dragon hovering high in the sky, like a deity surveying the realm below. With mechanical wings emanating soft blue particle beams, it stood with arms crossed, embodying the essence of a true master. Suddenly, the flame dragon slowly extended its right hand, palm facing upward, as if summoning something. Boom! Fiery crimson flames erupted from thin air. A torrent of ferocious fire surged forth from the flame dragon's palm, cascading up its arm, intertwining, spiraling, and ultimately coalescing into a vivid, clawed fire dragon, radiating an aura of destruction that could obliterate the heavens and the earth. Chapter 16. Call for Brother. The fierce flames soared in the arena, seemingly igniting the very air itself. The audience outside the protective barrier, despite the safeguard, could feel the overwhelming wave of heat, with beads of sweat already forming on many foreheads, and some even beginning to experience dryness in their throats. Parched and desperate for moisture, the flame dragon was now entirely enveloped in flames, and with the roar of the mechanical engines, the fire surged. The flame dragon pointed its great sword toward the ground, and the blue particle accelerator behind it suddenly roared to life, propelling the massive mech skyward. Amidst the gasps of the audience, it traced an arc through the air. Subsequently, the engine roared once more, as the mech surged forward with an indomitable spirit, resembling a blazing meteor engulfed in boundless flames, diving towards its adversary, the Snow Eagle. With a thunderous crash, the Inferno Dragon plummeted, tearing through the atmosphere with a piercing sound, as waves of heat cascaded downwards, threatening to incinerate all in their path. The flames on the Inferno Dragon mech erupted violently from the rapid friction against the air, transforming into a more ferocious blaze that enveloped the entire body. Appearing from afar like a colossal fire dragon emerging from the depths of hell, intent on obliteration, holding the fiery greatsword, infused with cataclysmic flames. This was the Inferno's ultimate martial technique: dragon, flame, break. Confronted with this apocalyptic strike, Xingmeng within the Snow Eagle felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead, not from the sweltering heat, but from sheer terror. Her eyes widened in disbelief, helplessly watching as the mech, akin to a fire dragon, rushed towards her, exuding an aura of death. Dodge! Quickly evade! Xingmeng screamed frantically in her mind, yet her body felt as if it were frozen, unable to move an inch. Hiss! At that moment, the tiles of the arena beneath her feet began to melt under the terrifying heat, transforming into a liquid state akin to magma, ensnaring the Snow Eagle's feet inescapably. Now, there was truly no escape. She never anticipated that her longtime rival would, unbeknownst to her, become so formidable, so powerful that she found herself without even the slightest opportunity to retaliate. Reflecting on their previous encounters, each had been a fierce and intense struggle, yet now, she was unable to withstand even a single strike from her opponent. From where had he acquired such terrifying martial prowess? This was the final question lingering in Xingmeng's mind, for in the next instant, she would be utterly engulfed by Yanlong's assault. Boom! It was as if doomsday had descended. Flames instantaneously consumed everything, transforming the entire arena into an inferno, as though it sought to incinerate all existence. The terrifying waves of heat crashed relentlessly against the barrier surrounding the arena, producing resounding thuds that left the front row spectators pale with fright, some even crying out in terror. The contest concluded, with Yanlong declared the victor. At that moment, the cold voice of the intelligent referee, Shu Hai, echoed across the arena. As the flames dwindled and smoke filled the air, only Yanlong's towering figure remained, standing proudly like a deity of fire. Outside the arena lay the Snow Eagle, its mech charred and blackened, the once sleek lines and lustrous finish now reduced to a pitiful state, a stark contrast to its former gallant appearance. Xingmeng emerged from the cockpit of the Snow Eagle, her heart heavy as she beheld the devastation of her beloved mech. A flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes, but more predominant were the feelings of resentment and rage. Was this truly the extent of his full power strike? I find myself utterly incapable of withstanding even a single strike. Xingmeng lifted her gaze to the arena, where the formidable Yanlong stood like a deity of war, her heart a tumultuous sea of emotions, impossible to articulate. From the moment Yanlong unleashed its assault until the intelligent referee, Shu Hai, declared the contest concluded, scarcely a few fleeting seconds had elapsed, yet for Xingmeng, it felt as though a century had passed in agonizing slow motion. After a brief silence, the audience erupted in fervor. Goodness! Victory! Victory! Who would dare claim that Qin Yu is not the most prodigious talent of Wenxing University? The Yanlong has seemingly awakened a martial combat skill? No wonder Xingmeng suffered such a crushing defeat. I recall that the Xingmeng is already regarded as the pinnacle of the Rift-class mechas. Who could have anticipated that it would be vanquished in a single blow by the Yanlong? This martial combat technique is simply terrifying. What should have been a triumphant moment for Qingyu, however, became overshadowed as the crowd's attention shifted to the enigmatic technician who had awakened the martial combat skill within Yanlong. Yet, Qingyu remained unfazed, for his aspirations extended far beyond mere accolades. As he guided Yanlong off the stage and approached Qinlan, a constant smile graced his face. That's 9 victories now. Remember to call me brother when we meet again, he teased, then leaned in to whisper softly, bro. Brother. Qinlan turned her head, gritting her teeth as she replied, ha ha ha, I shall await your challenge. Qingyu let out a hearty laugh and remarked, by the way, if your Snow Eagle requires repairs, I highly recommend the Dream Mecha Repair Shop in the Star system. The proprietor possesses exceptional skills. You may even be surprised. With that, Qingyu turned and departed, leaving Qinlan standing alone. In truth, Qingyu harbored deep affection for his sister, and beneath the surface, he held her in high regard. After all, for many years, Qinlan had managed to contend with him, a wielder of a fiery talent akin to the sun, utilizing her icy affinity. The hardships and endeavors she had endured were beyond the comprehension of most. Take, for instance, her mastery of the heart-piercing technique. Qingyu mused that he would likely struggle to achieve the same feat his recent victory had come with ease, primarily due to the remarkable enhancements made by Boss Li, which had transformed his flame dragon, granting him a significant advantage. Yet, this was not the triumph he desired. He yearned to vanquish Qinlan through his own merit, in a fair contest. Thus, he had suggested Li Fan's repair shop to her, hoping she too might gain strength and insights. As Qinyu's figure receded into the distance, Qinlan's expression grew complex, tinged with a mixture of reluctance, confusion, and perhaps a hint of gratitude. The Dream Mecha Repair Shop? She murmured softly, the name rolling off her tongue, and then a faint smile graced her lips. Thank you, you annoying brother. The audience, of course, remained oblivious to their exchange. As Qingyu departed, the crowd gradually dispersed, and Li Weiwei, Qinlan's mentor, promptly approached her side. Observing her beloved disciple, Li Weiwei opened her mouth, seemingly poised to offer words of comfort. Yet ultimately, she merely placed a gentle hand on Qinlan's shoulder and, with her perpetually icy demeanor, remarked, the injuries of Snow Eagle are quite severe. I shall refer you to a senior mechanic for repairs. She understood that despite her mentor's seemingly frigid exterior and stern countenance, she was, in truth, a person of warmth concealed beneath her cold faade. It was merely that she seemed somewhat inept at expressing her emotions, to put it plainly, rather expressionless. Thank you, teacher, but I wish to try going to the Carlin Star. Chapter 17. Business comes knocking. What? You intend to venture to the Carlin Star system? Li Weiwei, typically as unyielding as a glacier in her demeanor, momentarily lost her composure and raised her voice, her exquisitely crafted features etched with disbelief, as if she had just encountered an absurd tale. Have you lost your mind? While Snow Eagle is indeed injured, it hardly necessitates a journey to the Carlin Star system. Our Academy's Mechanical Repair Center boasts the finest facilities. Can it possibly be inferior to that desolate place? I just want to give it a try. Confronted with Li Weiwei's rapid-fire inquiries, Qinlan lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper, reminiscent of a frightened little rabbit. The unreliable fellow, Qingyu, and the mysterious mech repair shop he fervently recommended, now swirled in her mind, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Li Weiwei's voice suddenly escalated, her chest heaving violently, clearly agitated. What sort of place is the Carlin Star system? It is a lawless zone, chaotic beyond measure. You, a young girl, venturing there alone. What if something were to happen? How am I to explain this to your parents? Teacher, I promise I will be cautious. I swear I won't wander off. Besides, I have the Snow Eagle with me. I can handle ordinary interstellar pirates, so you needn't worry. Qinlan lifted her head, her large, glistening eyes shimmering with determination, reminiscent of a stubborn little kitten. Why won't you listen, you girl? You truly infuriate me. Li Weiwei sighed in exasperation, her tone laced with a hint of concession. Thank you, teacher. Mua. A smile finally blossomed on Qinlan's face, a warm surge of sweetness flooding her heart, akin to tasting honey. She understood that beneath Li Weiwei's sharp words lay a tender concern. All right, off you go. Don't linger here any longer. It's quite vexing to look at. Li Weiwei waved her hand dismissively, turning to gaze out the window, her expression betraying a sense of melancholy and worry, lost in her thoughts. Qin gazed intently at Li Weiwei's silhouette, as if etching her image into her heart, before resolutely turning away and exiting the arena, her steps firm and purposeful. On the other side, the instigator Qin Yu sat with an air of triumph, casually crossing his legs and humming a little tune, embodying the essence of a schemer reveling in his success. He swiftly sent a message to Li Fan. "Boss Li, I have introduced you to a significant client, an S-class mech warrior, beautiful and kind-hearted. Remember to entertain them well." Smirk, Li Fan replied, "Our establishment operates with integrity, treating all customers fairly. We will charge 20 million. Not a penny less." "Serious, Qin Yu, you sly vendor." Inside the repair shop, with swift motions, Li Fan devoured the last bite of his meal and casually grabbed his phone, opening the homepage of his dream mech repair shop. Alas, in this day and age, running a physical store is indeed a daunting task. How could someone as illustrious as Li Fan possibly face such dire straits? Staring at the completely empty order list, he scratched his head in distress, questioning the very essence of life itself. This Qin Ershi is undoubtedly a fraud who hasn't even paid. Contempt. Are swindlers now so brazen? Do they still dare to operate a mech repair shop? They must be tired of living this shabby establishment. And yet it's labeled a dream? I suspect it's merely a fantasy. In dreams, everything is possible. Sarcasm. Ugh. A bunch of blind fools. Li Fan, infuriated by these comments, nearly hurled his phone in frustration. This is a time-honored craft passed down through generations, genuine and honest. How could they dare to label me a fraud? It is utterly infuriating. My temper is reaching its boiling point. As Li Fan was about to close the homepage, wishing for a moment of peace, a new message unexpectedly sprang forth, appearing before him like a lifeline. "Boss, may I inquire if your shop offers mech upgrades? My situation is somewhat unique, and if convenient, I would like to discuss this in person." The sender of the message was Mu. "What? Mech upgrades?" Li Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, akin to the size of copper bells. This was a significant opportunity. The complexity of mech upgrades far surpassed that of ordinary repairs, and the fees were substantially higher. Moreover, those seeking mech upgrades were often prominent figures, potentially attracting even more business to him. He could strike it rich. Approximately an hour later, the dilapidated metal door of the repair shop creaked open. A waft of fragrant air rushed in, reminiscent of a refreshing breeze on a summer day, invigorating his spirit. When Li Fan looked up, his vision was instantly illuminated. It felt as if the entire world had brightened. A tall girl, clad in a sleek black combat suit, gracefully stepped inside, her long legs gliding effortlessly. Her presence was nothing short of captivating. With her neatly cropped short hair and skin as fair as snow, her features were exquisitely refined, resembling a masterpiece. Particularly striking were her eyes, bright and expressive. They seemed to converse with him. She radiated an aura of confidence and elegance, embodying the quintessential heroine of a comic book. "Hello, I am Mu Hongxue," she introduced herself, her voice clear and melodious, akin to a mountain spring's babbling. "I am the one who left the message on StarNet." Mu Hongxue pointed to her star ring, speaking with an air of confidence, devoid of any hesitation. "My Ice Mage Mech is currently at the Stellar Radiance level 10 and requires advancement to the Rift Sky level. However," she bit her lip, a fleeting look of difficulty crossing her face, as if she harbored an unspeakable concern. "My current credit points are rather limited, so—" She paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts. "But my family owns a small mech material processing factory in the Karen Galaxy. If possible, I would like to offset a portion of the cost with materials. What do you think? Would that be acceptable?" Upon finishing, she glanced at Li Fan with a hint of anxiety, her bright eyes brimming with anticipation, fearful of rejection. "Offsetting with materials?" Li Fan stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a glimmer of shrewdness. "That is indeed intriguing. It could be feasible, but we must ascertain whether your materials are worth the price." His tone was non-committal, laced with an air of scrutiny and calculation reminiscent of a savvy merchant. "Where is your factory located? What is its scale? What materials do you primarily process?" Li Fan bombarded her with a rapid succession of questions, akin to a cunning old fox interrogating a suspect. Save for the absence of a magnifying glass to inspect her closely. The factory is situated in the industrial district of Karen. Its scale is decent. It ranks among the better ones on Karen. We mainly process various alloys, such as tungsten-tantalum superalloy, nickel-copper alloy, and titanium-chromium-iridium superalloy. These are all high-grade materials. Among the various crystalline stones utilized in mecha cores, such as radiant stone, starshine stone, and starlight stone, all boast an exceptionally high purity. Li Fan listened intently as Mu Hongxue recited an impressive list of materials with the familiarity of a connoisseur. Goodness gracious, these are indeed premium goods. Tungsten-tantalum superalloy, tricubic nickel alloy, titanium-chromium-iridium superalloy. Each one is a treasure in the realm of mechas. Simply selling them would yield a handsome profit. Furthermore, those radiant stones, starshine stones, and starlight stones are the CR de la CR of mecha materials. Each one is worth a fortune. It seems Mu Hongshue's family possesses quite a treasure trove. This truly feels like a windfall. However, who is Li Fan? He is a man seasoned by the storms of life. Although his heart was brimming with joy, nearly causing him to leap with excitement, he maintained an outward demeanor of calm, as if everything were under his control. Very well, let us first assess the condition of your mecha. Li Fan gestured towards a holographic maintenance chamber located at the rear of the shop and said, "Follow me." With that, he turned and led Mu Hongxue inside, his stride steady and exuding the poise of an expert. As they entered the spacious holographic maintenance chamber, Li Fan pointed to the open area and theatrically declared, "Unveil your mecha for me, so I may examine its quality before providing you with a quotation." His tone and demeanor were remarkably reminiscent of a shrewd merchant. Mu Hongxue nodded, offering no further comment, and raised her wrist to gently press a button on her star ring. In an instant, a dazzling icy blue light flashed, and a gracefully designed mecha, entirely enveloped in a frosty blue hue, materialized before them, as if conjured by magic. The mech boasts smooth lines and an elegant silhouette, its surface adorned with a delicate frost pattern that emanates a chilling aura, as if it were an ethereal being emerging from a realm of ice and snow. At the heart of the mech lies a massive ice-blue crystalline core, refracting a soft azure glow, reminiscent of the legendary Ice Queen, noble and aloof, evoking a sense of reverence that compels one to avert their gaze. Is this truly the Ice Mage? Indeed, a fitting name. Li Fan gazed upon the mech, his eyes widening in awe, silently exclaiming, "How magnificent! How splendid it would be if this were mine!" He stepped closer, extending his hand to gently caress the icy exterior of the Ice Mage. "Hey, system, how much stellar energy is required for this Ice Mage mech to advance to the Rift level?" No sooner had he spoken than a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. To upgrade from Starry Level 10 to Rift level requires 100 stellar energy. Detection confirms that this mech meets the conditions. Combat techniques can be activated, and the mech's second form can also be unlocked. Chapter 18, Trial of the Mech. The activation of the second form's characteristics? Li Fan sprang upright from his reclined position, as if struck by a jolt of electricity. The system's alert reverberated through his mind, nearly causing him to topple from his seat. The awakening of combat techniques was already a delightful surprise, but an upgrade that comes with an additional bonus. His eyes widened as he swiftly scanned the system panel. The chilling words "second form characteristics" captured his attention, and his heart raced fervently. This was undoubtedly more exhilarating than any combat technique. He was eager to witness the second form of the Ice Mage, his fingertips trembling with excitement. Suddenly, Li Fan's smile froze, the drastic fall from elation to despair prompting an involuntary exclamation of frustration. It felt as though he had been cruelly deceived, a wave of nausea washing over him. Insufficient stellar energy? What nonsense! He swiftly tore open the system panel, and the glaring crimson letters indicating a stellar energy balance of 0 struck him like daggers. Glancing at the star card balance, he found a solitary 146 credit points lying there, nearly causing him to spew blood in disbelief. A wave of despair washed over him, casting a shadow over his entire existence. Turning stiffly, he met Mu Hongxue's expectant, clear gaze, and Li Fan felt like a mere clown, wishing for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. Unable to level up? How could he possibly utter those 4 words? He had boasted so boldly before, and now to tell her he couldn't advance. That would be a slap in the face. Did he not care for his dignity anymore? Clearing his throat, his gaze wandered, unable to meet Mu Hongxue's clear eyes. His tone wavering, "Well, Mu Hongxue, you know, the advancement of this mech is quite a meticulous task, particularly draining on mental energy. How about I take a short break to replenish my energy, and we can arrange the advancement for you later tonight. What do you think? Mu Hongxue was left bewildered by Li Fan's sudden change in demeanor, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Just moments ago, he exuded an air of confidence and expertise. Yet now he appeared as if his very essence had been siphoned away, presenting a feeble visage. Moreover, that fleeting, erratic gaze of his. It emanated an uncanny aura. She furrowed her delicate brows, scrutinizing Li Fan from head to toe. As a startling thought invaded her mind, could he be seeking to concoct an excuse to delay? The instant this notion surfaced, a faint blush crept onto her porcelain face, and her heart raced. After all, a man and a woman alone in a confined space, despite the fact that they were in a maintenance chamber. Who could fathom the true thought swirling within this man's mind? She stole a glance at Li Fan, noting that although his eyes flickered, they remained relatively lucid. He should not be entirely unreliable, perhaps. It could indeed be that he genuinely needed to replenish his mental energy. The notion of mecha advancement, which sounded exceptionally elite, certainly warranted considerable mental exertion. I have thoroughly grasped the promotion plan, ensuring that your ice mage will undergo a remarkable transformation, elevating its capabilities to unprecedented heights. Li Fan paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the array of materials brought by Mu Hongxue, a sly smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. However, regarding the cost of this upgrade, a slight adjustment may be necessary. He deliberately hesitated, keenly observing Mu Hongxue's reaction. How does 500,000 credit points sound? 500,000? Mu Hongxue gasped, her complexion instantly paling. 500,000 credit points? This was nothing short of exorbitant. For her current circumstances, this sum was indeed astronomical. Boss Li. She bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. You are aware of my circumstances. I cannot possibly gather such a sum of money at once. A faint smile curled at the corners of Li Fan's mouth, for he had already devised a plan. No worries, I comprehend your predicament. His tone softened. Let us do this. The portion that falls short in credit can be offset with the radiant stones, starlight stones, and celestial stones from your factory's warehouse. I will assess them according to market value, ensuring fairness and reasonableness. Li Fan raised a hand to massage his temples, feigning exhaustion. I require a moment's respite to rejuvenate my spirit, enabling me to better facilitate the mecha advancement. He paused, gazing at Mu Hongxue. Please return around 8 o'clock this evening. I assure you a satisfactory outcome. She turned and left, her silhouette tinged with melancholy. After bidding farewell to Mu Hongxue, Li Fan closed the door of the repair shop, exhaling deeply as he made his way to the inner room. Upon reaching the back, he collapsed into a worn armchair, casually draping a patched thick coat over himself before closing his eyes, allowing his consciousness to plunge into the depths of his mind. In an instant, a powerful force surged forth, making Li Fan feel as though his soul were on the brink of being torn asunder. Instinctively, he squeezed his eyes shut. Immediately, a multitude of blinding lights flooded into his awareness, as if intent on consuming him entirely. After what felt like an eternity, the brilliance gradually dissipated, and he slowly opened his eyes to find himself within the grand hall of the Stardream Space. Ding! Upon detecting that the host has entered the Stardream Space, a trial mission is now issued to forge one's own mech. Trial level. Time limit, 48 hours. Mission reward, 120 star energy points and access to the logistics permissions of the Stardream market. Forge one's own mech. Li Fan was momentarily stunned, hardly believing his ears. This stroke of fortune had arrived with such unexpected swiftness. Just moments ago, he had been fretting about how to accumulate star energy points, and now the system was presenting him with a grand gift, the rewards so bountiful. 120 star energy points. How many broken machines would he need to repair to earn that? If utilized to upgrade the Ice Mage, it would be more than sufficient, potentially elevating it to its second form, perhaps even leaving a surplus. However, what exactly was this logistics of the Stardream market? Li Fan was filled with confusion, yet soon the excitement of soon possessing his own mech eclipsed his doubts. However, from where would he procure the materials to construct the mech? He was currently in dire financial straits. With only a little over 100 credit points remaining in the repair shop's account, hardly enough to purchase even a scrap of metal. Within the trial level, the system would provide all the necessary materials for mech construction. The host need not worry about material concerns. The system's cold voice resonated once more, as if it could read Li Fan's thoughts. Upon successful completion of the trial, the mech blueprint would be automatically saved, allowing the host to manufacture it with a single click in the repair shop's maintenance chamber. Li Fan's eyes lit up, clarity dawning upon him. This system was indeed considerate. He silently praised the system in his heart and eagerly approached the enormous light screen before him. On the luminous screen, various trial tasks shimmered enticingly, leaving him in a daze. The nanomechanical mecha innovation, 3 stars, task appeared rather appealing, with its 3-star difficulty seemingly well suited to his current capabilities. Without hesitation, he reached out and selected this option. A dazzling flash enveloped him, and in an instant, Li Fan's figure vanished from the Star Dream Space Hall, entering the realm of trials. Chapter 19, The Honeycomb Circuit Ding. The familiar sound of the system's notification nearly startled Li Fan, who had just closed his eyes. Hey, could it be? Not again. Is this system clocking in for work? The mechanical voice announced. Host has entered the Star Dream Space. Now issuing the trial task. Create your own mecha trial level. Though the tone remained cold and unfeeling, the content instantly revitalized Li Fan, banishing all traces of fatigue. Time limit, 48 hours. Task rewards, 120 star energy, unlock Star Dream Market Logistics Authority. Wow, Li Fan nearly leaped in excitement. 120 star energy. This is a fortune. Won't this directly max out the Ice Mage's second form? And what's this about the Star Dream Market Logistics Authority? It sounds rather prestigious. Was the system feeling unusually generous this time? The prospect of crafting his own mecha sounded exhilarating. Rubbing his hands together, Li Fan eagerly gazed at the glowing screen. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by a lack of star energy, and now it had come knocking at his door. It's as if someone had brought him a pillow when he was ready to doze off, denying him even the chance to nap. With a flash of light, the scene shifted instantaneously. Li Fan found himself in a vast laboratory, with silver metallic walls and various floating screens flickering with streams of data. Above him were crisscrossing pipelines, exuding an aura of futuristic technology, reminiscent of a scene from a science fiction blockbuster. The floor gleamed with a mirror-like finish, almost blinding his titanium alloy eyes. Ding! Welcome, host, to the Nano Mecha Innovation Trial Space. The voice of the virtual assistant echoed, a sweet and melodious tone that was quite pleasing to the ears. The task for this trial is to design and manufacture a groundbreaking nano mecha using the basic materials provided by the system within 48 hours, followed by a simulated combat test. A virtual girl dressed in a white uniform, her hair tied in a high ponytail, appeared before Li Fan. Her face adorned with a formulaic smile, reminiscent of an AI customer service representative in a bank lobby. During the trial, I will serve as your technical assistant, providing you with necessary information and technical support. I wish you success in your trial. Nano Mecha, groundbreaking significance. Li Fan stroked his chin, his eyes beginning to sparkle. It sounded promising. His gaze swept across the laboratory, filled with an array of high-tech equipment, and the materials area brimming with various metals gleaming with a metallic luster, a veritable paradise for mecha designers. The system had truly invested heavily this time. However, what exactly did groundbreaking significance entail? Li Fan scratched his head and turned to the virtual assistant. Miss, are there any specific requirements regarding this groundbreaking significance? The virtual assistant smiled enigmatically, stating that the meaning of innovation was for him to define, yet the ultimate criteria would be a comprehensive evaluation based on the mecha's performance, degree of innovation, and combat effectiveness. Defining it oneself, comprehensive evaluation. Li Fan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't this tantamount to saying nothing at all? System, you remain as cryptic as ever. Where's the promised user-friendly experience? It seems that a system provided as a bonus for topping up is indeed unreliable. Nevertheless, amidst his complaints, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The scope for creativity was immense. He approached the materials area and casually picked up a piece of silver-gray metal. It was cool to the touch, with a delicate texture, and was labeled as a high-density nanoalloy. Wow, they're using nanoalloys so casually? This trial is extraordinarily lavish. As he examined the various materials, his eyes widened with wonder. There were all sorts of peculiar substances, many of which he had never even heard of before, truly opening the door to a new world. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind, reminding him of his innate ability, thought manifestation. Thought manifestation, controlling numerous nanorobots. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. I could design a mecha that can control countless nanorobots. Li Fan's eyes gleamed brighter with this extraordinary notion. If successful, this would undoubtedly represent a monumental innovation in the history of mecha design. Just imagine a mecha that could instantly decompose into countless nanorobots, forming various weapons and defensive structures. It would be akin to a transformer on steroids. He promptly approached the virtual console, summoned the database, and commenced a fervent exploration of information pertaining to nanotechnology. The myriad of specialized terminologies and intricate formulas left him bewildered and disoriented. Goodness, is nanotechnology truly this esoteric? It felt akin to deciphering an ancient script. Nevertheless, for the sake of his swarm mech project, he steeled himself and delved into the material, reminiscent of a student cramming before an important examination. As time elapsed, Li Fan gradually cultivated a more profound comprehension of nanotechnology. The overall design was sleek and fluid, imbued with a futuristic essence. The core control unit, a swarm of nanobots, combined with the talent of one thought, myriad responses. I shall name it the Swarm, the Nanobot Swarm Mech. This appellation perfectly encapsulated his design philosophy. It was a stroke of genius. However, as Li Fan began to meticulously design the core control unit, the first formidable challenge emerged. How could the core control unit efficiently facilitate information exchange with the vast multitude of nanobots and achieve precise control? This was not merely a straightforward mathematical problem, but rather an exponential volume of calculations and a deluge of information. He experimented with various approaches, such as quantum communication, bioelectrical signal control, and even whimsically considered harnessing love as a power source, crossed out, yet all succumbed to an array of complications. The computational demands were overwhelming, signal delays were significant, and control precision was inadequate. An array of technological challenges loomed before him like insurmountable mountains, sending shivers down his spine. Goodness, is nanotechnology truly this fraught with pitfalls? Where are the promised cutting-edge advancements? Why does it seem riddled with bugs? Li Fan frantically tugged at his hair, feeling akin to a laborer digging a well in the desert, toiling for hours without even a hint of water. He glanced up at the virtual countdown on the screen, realizing that half the time had already elapsed. Only 24 hours remained. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Time was of the essence. The task was formidable. Yet he remained stagnant, having failed to address the core issue. This simply could not continue. He must urgently discover a solution. Otherwise, this trial would fall flat. His 120-star potential, his logistics privileges in the Star Dream market. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan forced himself to regain his composure and began to reassess his design plan. Seeking a breakthrough, there had to be a way. Surely, he was destined to become the king of mechas. How could the mere challenge of nanotechnology possibly thwart him? Gritting his teeth, a renewed fighting spirit ignited in his gaze as he feverishly searched the database, hoping to find a glimmer of inspiration to overcome his current predicament. Chapter 20, Quantum Entanglement. This sounded like a significant loss of sanity. What in the world? Quantum entanglement communication? Wasn't this a groundbreaking technology that only existed in science fiction? Li Fan sprang from his chair with a start, nearly colliding with the virtual screen before him. The system could actually procure this? Instantly transformed into a ravenous wolf, he pounced on the database, voraciously perusing materials on quantum entanglement communication, his excitement escalating with each revelation. His smile stretching almost to the back of his head. This technology was nothing short of the ultimate enhancement, perfectly tailored for his swarm mechas. Quantum entanglement. Instantaneous information transfer over vast distances, zero latency, disregarding distance. Incredible! Could this be the perfect solution I have long yearned for? Li Fan was exhilarated, bouncing around like a 200-pound child, feeling akin to a miner who had struck gold, eager to set off fireworks in celebration. System, you truly are impressive. Although your heart may be black as coal, you still come through when it matters most. Li Fan lavished praises into the air, fully aware that the unfeeling system likely could not hear him, yet this did not diminish his euphoric mood, which felt ready to burst. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, summoning his exclusive virtual assistant, a charming girl clad in a JK uniform, her voice soft and sweet like spun sugar. Master, Zero is here to serve you. How may I assist you today? Zero immediately retrieved the design schematics for the core control unit. I'm about to embark on an epic overhaul. Objective, quantum entanglement communication. Li Fan exuded an air of authority, as if he had transformed into the mastermind behind the future of technology. Understood, Master. Zero will promptly load the most advanced design plan for you. You truly have exquisite taste, Master. Quantum entanglement communication is cutting-edge black technology. as the virtual assistant. Zero cooed in an irresistibly sweet voice. She swiftly accessed the design schematics and, under Li Fan's guidance, commenced the grand operation on the core control unit. Li Fan instantaneously transcended into a state of oblivion, wholly immersed in his task. His fingers danced across the virtual control panel with the finesse of a master pianist. Each line of code cascading down like a waterfall, mesmerizing onlookers with its brilliance and complexity. As he feverishly typed, his mind envisioned the invincible future of the swarm mechas. Once my swarm mech emerges, it will undoubtedly dazzle those rustic fools with their titanium alloy eyes. What Titan mechs? What star battleships? They should all step aside. My nanobot swarm is the epitome of cosmic supremacy, and I shall not accept any dissent. Time flew by, akin to an 8-fold speed playback, as Li Fan became completely engrossed in the realm of mecha design, neglecting both food and sleep, utterly oblivious to the world outside. Meanwhile, Virtual Assistant Zero diligently fulfilled its role, providing not only technical support, but also occasionally delivering virtual coffee and exquisite pastries, proving to be a perfect companion in every conceivable way. Ding. Newbie trial countdown. 12 hours. What? Half the time has already elapsed. This won't do. I must unleash full power and accelerate my efforts. Li Fan took a deep breath, banishing any trace of complacency, and immediately recalibrated his focus, plunging even more fervently into his design work. Finally, after pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion, nearly losing all his hair in the process, he completed the modifications to the core control unit with just 6 hours left on the countdown. Rubbing his weary, strained eyes, a complex expression of both fatigue and exhilaration spread across his face. He could hardly contain his excitement as he initiated the virtual testing program, cautiously integrating the revamped core control unit into the virtual model of the swarm mecha. A low hum reverberated through the entire virtual space, as if some slumbering colossus had awakened. Countless diminutive nanobots surged forth from the core control unit like a tide of darkness, swiftly enveloping the entire testing ground. With a singular thought, he commanded, "Awaken." Li Fan concentrated all his mental faculties, embodying the role of a conductor orchestrating a grand symphony, unleashing his innate ability of mental manipulation. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had transformed into the mastermind behind the nanobots, forging an extraordinarily intimate connection with each infinitesimal entity. He could perceive their existence with clarity and exert precise control over their every nuanced movement. The swarm of nanobots sprang to life as if receiving a supreme command, accelerating into frenetic motion. At times, they converged with the agility of transforming machines into a colossal sphere, resembling a mobile fortress of metal, radiating a chilling metallic sheen. At other moments, they erupted like fireworks, scattering instantaneously into myriad nimble black insects, darting through the air with the swiftness of black lightning. Li Fan, filled with enthusiasm, endeavored to manipulate the nanobots into forming various offensive and defensive structures. The nanobots, as if imbued with life, instantaneously morphed, coalescing into a massive nanoblade that shimmered with a cold light, sharp enough to sever all that exists. In the next breath, they rapidly dispersed, reconstituting into an impenetrable wall of nanoshield, steadfastly repelling all virtual assaults without yielding an inch. Astonishing. It worked. To his astonishment, he had indeed succeeded. Li Fan leaped from his chair in sheer exhilaration, the test results surpassing all his expectations, so perfect that it left him questioning the very essence of existence. The quantum entanglement communication technology not only impeccably resolved the challenges of information exchange, but the response speed and control precision of the nanobots also flawlessly met his anticipated targets. Ha. I am truly a genius of unparalleled caliber. I have actually accomplished this. With hands on his hips and head tilted skyward, Li Fan laughed heartily, his pride evident as he felt akin to the Da Vinci of the mech world, or rather, a fusion of Edison and Iron Man. The flawless success of the initial test filled him with boundless confidence, as if he could almost float to the heavens. However, he did not allow himself to become complacent. Instead, he quickly regained his composure and immersed himself in deeper design optimizations, for he aspired to become the king of interstellar mechs. Stroking his chin like a meticulous client, he began to meticulously analyze the test data. The single-unit strength of the nanobots still left much to be desired, and there was potential to further enhance the transformation speed and energy conversion efficiency. In the ensuing hours, Li Fan once again entered a state of seclusion, tirelessly adjusting the material formulas of the nanobots, experimenting with various alloy compositions, striving to find a perfect equilibrium between strength and flexibility. Concurrently, he devoted himself to optimizing the control programs, aiming for the nanobots to transition between forms with greater speed and fluidity, enabling them to execute increasingly complex and refined tactical maneuvers. After countless virtual tests and meticulous optimizations, Li Fan has finally completed the final design draft of the Swarm Mecha. The ultimate version of the Swarm Mecha employs the latest vibranium nanometal composite material, significantly enhancing both its strength and resilience. The control program has undergone profound optimization, elevating the transformation speed and agility of the nanorobots to an unprecedented level, achieving a fluidity that transcends human capability. Gazing at the virtual model of the Swarm Mecha, which embodies his countless efforts and countless nights of dedication, Li Fan is filled with an unparalleled sense of accomplishment and boundless anticipation for the future. The Swarm, the Nanoswarm Mecha, my epic-making masterpiece. Chapter 21, Turning the Tide, Enter Simulated Combat Testing. Loading Simulated Combat Scenario. Opponent generated. As the system's notification concluded, the scene before Li Fan transformed instantaneously, immersing him in a colossal arena. His adversary, a gigantic mecha 3 times the size of the Swarm Mecha, slowly emerged from the shadows, emanating a suffocating aura of intimidation, resembling a small mountain. What an exaggerated size! Li Fan couldn't help but exclaim. This colossal mecha stands at least 30 meters tall, its armor as thick as a fortress wall, with its primary weapon resembling a massive particle cannon capable of shattering planets. Each shoulder bears a row of missile launchers, glowing ominously with a red light that sends shivers down one's spine. This is nothing short of a mobile arsenal. The system is indeed serious. Li Fan felt as though he had inadvertently wandered into the land of giants, a diminutive figure amidst overwhelming pressure. Battle commences. The system paid no heed to Li Fan's lamentations and promptly declared the onset of combat. The colossal mech initiated the assault first, its shoulder-mounted missile launchers unleashing dozens of missiles trailing long tails of fire, akin to a swarm of locusts descending upon the Swarm Mech. The spectacle was nothing short of extravagant. Under Li Fan's deft control, the Swarm Mech reacted swiftly, with nanobots swiftly assembling into several small shields to protect the mech's front. Boom, boom, boom. Missiles detonated in rapid succession, flames soaring into the sky, shockwaves surging violently. Although the majority of the missiles were intercepted, the Swarm Mech was still rocked by the explosive shockwaves, causing it to stagger and the shields formed by the nanobots to sustain damage, scattering in disarray. The firepower was astonishingly fierce. Li Fan gasped in disbelief. The fire density of this giant mech was utterly insane. While the Swarm Mech boasted commendable defenses, it was struggling to withstand such a relentless barrage. A direct confrontation was untenable. A strategy was essential. Li Fan swiftly recalibrated his tactics. Recognizing that this giant mech was a formidable foe, thick-skinned and high in attack power, engaging it head-on would yield no favorable outcome. Swarm, activate Bee Stinger mode. At Li Fan's command, the Swarm Mech disassembled instantaneously, transforming into a multitude of nanobots that surged forth like a dark cloud, enveloping the giant mech in an overwhelming wave. The sight was enough to induce panic in anyone with a fear of dense crowds. Attempting to penetrate this defense? Not so easily. Within the cockpit of the colossal mech, a deep voice resonated, indicating that this formidable machine was not without control, but rather operated by artificial intelligence or remote command. Suddenly, a layer of electromagnetic shielding surged forth from the mech's exterior, repelling the encroaching swarm of nanobots with a crackling sound. Concurrently, the mech's movements grew increasingly agile, its massive mechanical arms swatting at the surrounding nanobots with the ferocity of a predator, akin to swatting flies. To my astonishment, this behemoth exhibited remarkable agility. Li Fan felt a surge of trepidation. This giant mech possessed not only formidable firepower and robust defenses, but also counter-infiltration measures, making it a veritable paragon of warfare. Li Fan's heart ached with concern. This could not continue. He needed a decisive strategy. Clenching his jaw, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Swarm, activate Queen Bee mode. This was the ultimate maneuver of the Swarm Mech and Li Fan's final trump card. At his command, all remaining nanobots swiftly converged upon the mech's head, coalescing like rivers flowing into the sea, instantly forming a colossal drill that shimmered with radiant energy. Should it penetrate, it would surely cause severe trauma. Drill in. Li Fan bellowed as the immense drill crashed forcefully against the mech's head. Alarm. Alarm. High-energy reaction detected. Head armor compromised. The cacophony of sirens echoed fiercely, unmistakably indicating that the mech sensed a life-threatening peril. The colossal mech writhed frantically, endeavoring to extricate itself from the onslaught of swarm mechs, yet all efforts proved futile. The drill composed of nanobots advanced inexorably, burrowing into the armored head of the giant mech, sparks flying, while the harsh sound of metal grinding sent shivers down one's spine. Now is the moment. Queen Bee, unleashed the explosion. A glint of determination flashed in Li Fan's eyes as he issued the final command. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted as the head of the giant mech exploded into a massive fireball, countless fragments scattering in all directions. The behemoth collapsed, rendered entirely devoid of combat capability, lying inert like a heap of scrap metal. Phew. At last, victory is ours. Li Fan exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had just completed a marathon, utterly drained. Although the battle was perilous, it afforded him a deeper comprehension of the capabilities of the swarm mechs. What a worthwhile endeavor. An S-rank evaluation. This is the path to fortune. A wild grin crept across Li Fan's face. After all, an S-rank evaluation signifies that the performance of the swarm mech has reached the pinnacle of contemporary technological advancement. Just imagine the price it could fetch on the market. Insufficient permissions? Again, with the insufficient permissions, this wretched system is riddled with restrictions. Li Fan could not help but grumble, deeming this system a cumbersome burden. Nonetheless, acquiring the complete technical documentation for the swarm mech made the journey worthwhile. The mere thought of it stirred a wave of excitement within him. Chapter 22. The enchanting Ice Mage simulation battle concluded. Congratulations, host, on your victory. Swarm mech performance rating, S rank. As Li Fan beheld the pulsating S rating on the holographic screen, he was instantaneously revitalized, as if infused with an invigorating elixir. An S-grade evaluation. How splendid. This maneuver was so commendable that he felt compelled to applaud himself. With a joyful gaze fixed upon the azure light curtain, his mood shifted from overcast to radiant. The previous pangs of discomfort? What were they? Merely non-existent. An S-grade evaluation serves as the finest analgesic, adept at remedying all forms of dissatisfaction. Trial settlement in progress. Congratulations, host, on completing the nanomech innovation trial stage, earning 200 star energy points. Task: craft your own mech. Completion rewarded with 120 star energy points. Swarm mech blueprint has been saved. Wow, this reward is quite impressive. A total of 320 star energy points. This constitutes a substantial fortune. Am I, Li Fan, finally poised to rise from the depths of servitude and sing my triumphant song? Suddenly, the system's notification resonated deep within his eardrums. Star Dream Market Logistics permissions have been activated. Current orderable items include superconductive palladium alloy, S-grade, phase-folding armor plates, A-grade. Antimatter core fuel. The Star Dream Market Logistics permissions? That sounds remarkably sophisticated. Could it be the fabled interstellar online shopping? He rubbed his hands together, brimming with curiosity, eager to delve into the system at once. System, what is the purpose of this Star Dream Market Logistics permission? It sounds akin to online shopping. Does this mean I can indulge in a shopping spree on the stellar net? Is shipping free? Do you offer a 7-day return policy without cause? Li Fan could not contain his enthusiasm, his voice tinged with the anticipation of a newly affluent individual ready to splurge. In the realm of the Star Dream Market, hosts possessed the privilege to procure materials pertinent to mechs and avail themselves of logistical services. The system elucidated succinctly, its voice perpetually frigid, reminiscent of an impassive customer service AI. The Star Dream Market? Acquiring materials? Logistical services? Such possibilities were utterly exhilarating. Li Fan felt as though he had unlatched a gateway to a novel universe, one that shimmered with golden coins and an abundance of rare materials. Could it truly be that one could purchase materials? How long would the delivery take? Surely it wouldn't be like interstellar express shipping, taking a year and a half? My short temper cannot endure such delays. My swarm mech is eagerly awaiting an upgrade. Li Fan pressed on, his tone imbued with urgency, akin to a fervent online shopper awaiting a package. Goods from the Star Dream Market will be delivered the following day and stored in the host's repair shop warehouse. Next day delivery. Incredible! Li Fan exclaimed, astonished by the remarkable efficiency that surpassed even that of certain well-known retailers. This interstellar era is undeniably competitive. System. Are you certain this is interstellar logistics and not deliveries from the neighbor next door? Such speed defies logic. My education may be limited, so please do not deceive me. Could it possibly be wormhole delivery? He jested, noting that the swiftness seemed almost too extraordinary for the interstellar age. Resembling instead the neighbor next door riding a small electric scooter for a personal delivery, complete with complimentary sausages. This system's offerings are undoubtedly of exceptional quality. The host should not question its professionalism. Fine. If it is a product of this system, it must be exquisite. I believe, is that not sufficient? I have absolute faith in the system's professionalism, more so than in my own. You are truly my dear father. Li Fan quickly smiled, fearing that he might provoke this proud system. After all, the system was his golden finger. Offending anyone was unwise, but especially the benefactor. He chuckled to himself, thinking that, from now on, he would have access to the materials needed for upgrading his mecha. Wealth and prosperity were just around the corner. The mere thought filled him with excitement. Li Fan began to envision his mecha empire in his mind, his lips stretching into a grin that nearly reached his ears. As if he could already see countless gold coins raining down upon him, envisioning himself buried in a pile of coins, counting until his hands cramped. With the Star Dream Market, he, Li Fan, would be the most dazzling figure on this street. The title of Father of Mecha? That was trivial. His ambitions reached for the stars and the seas. He set a modest goal for himself, to earn 100 million. With a heart full of ambition, Li Fan felt as if he were standing at the pinnacle of life. One arm wrapped around a beauty, the other clutching gold coins, standing atop a mecha, with the stars and ocean above him. Exiting the trial. Content. Li Fan chose to exit the trial space, his consciousness retreating like the ebbing tide, and the surrounding scenery gradually blurred. He stretched lazily, feeling as if all his bones had melted. This virtual pod was remarkably comfortable, akin to a spa treatment. He mused that he could indulge in it more often, enhancing his beauty and prolonging his life. He picked up his phone to check the time. What? Only 5 hours had passed. Li Fan raised an eyebrow in astonishment. He had spent nearly 2 days in the trial space. This trial space was indeed a blessing for time management. In the virtual realm, a single day can feel like mere hours in the real world. Does this not imply that I, Li Fan, possess the extraordinary opportunity to acquire more time than others for learning, working, and earning? Indeed, I am destined to be a prodigy, a winner in the game of life. The more Li Fan contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning a radiant future ahead. 100 points of stellar energy. Ice Mage. Promotion. Li Fan abruptly sprang from his reclined position, the previous weariness vanishing, replaced by an overwhelming sense of excitement and anticipation. He could hardly contain his eagerness to upgrade his Ice Mage mech and witness its transformation post-promotion, eager to present a dazzling outcome to Mu Hongxue. Miss Mu, your Ice Mage is about to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis that will astound everyone. Li Fan, brimming with confidence, rubbed his hands together, as if he could already envision the Ice Mage's triumphant prowess after the upgrade, sending shivers of excitement coursing through him. As he rubbed his hands, he nearly drooled with anticipation, quickly diving into the holographic maintenance chamber. When the blinding light faded, the icy blue metallic knee of the mech was almost touching the tip of Li Fan's nose. He stumbled back a couple of steps, gazing up at the 18-meter-tall steel maiden, the circular light strip at the top of the maintenance chamber casting a liquid silver sheen upon her shoulder armor. My, what long legs and a slender waist. If only it could evolve into an S-shaped figure, that would be perfection. Li Fan mused to himself, hastily approaching the control panel and skillfully initiating the scanning procedure. Ice Mage, standing at 18 meters tall and weighing 65 tons. The holographic projection marked the translucent scale lines along the waist of the mech. As the scanning beam ascended to the throat of the mech, Li Fan suddenly rose onto his toes. System, do you have any reliable upgrade plans to recommend? Ideally, something that can maximize the ice abilities. And perhaps, you know what I mean. Li Fan winked, hinting at the system to conjure a delightful surprise. Chapter 23, Drool-Worthy Beauty Ice Mage Mech Upgrade Prompt. This upgrade requires the consumption of 100 star energy. Shall we proceed? Confirm. Confirm. It must be confirmed. Li Fan's voice trembled with excitement, as if fearing the system might retract its offer. His fingers danced upon the confirmation button like a flurry of raindrops. In an instant, a torrent of icy blue data surged forth, engulfing the entire interface like a flood breaching its dam, filling his vision with a cascade of frigid code. The extreme cold crystal flow explosive enhancement route, upon activation, would elevate the ice energy output of the Ice Mage Mech by 300, enhance energy defense by 150, significantly amplify the potency of ice skills, and awaken a new martial technique, Ice Crystal Burst. The Frost Queen form evolutionary enhancement route, when activated, would transform the Ice Mage Mech into the Frost Queen form, reshaping its exterior, granting flight capabilities, and substantially improving maneuverability, along with awakening the exclusive martial technique, Ice Storm. Li Fan gasped in awe, his gaze fixed intently on the options displayed on the holographic screen, his heart pounding like a drum. As a wave of elated concerns washed over him, the extreme cold crystal flow, just the name alone, radiated an aura of violent beauty. The thought of the ice crystal burst. Oh, how exhilarating it felt. Li Fan caressed his chin, his eyes shimmering with an eager glint. The Frost Empress form. An empress? Could it evolve further? This was nothing short of ultimate evolution. He could not help but exclaim softly, his mind already conjuring the unparalleled grace of the Frost Empress. System, he silently pondered, what distinguishes Plan 1 from Plan 2, aside from their names? Plan 1 emphasizes energy output and defense, enhancing the explosive power of ice-based skills. Plan 2 focuses more on form evolution and comprehensive performance enhancement, significantly increasing mobility and offering exclusive martial techniques. Clearing his throat, Li Fan feigned composure and declared, I, Li, am not one to be swayed by mere appearances. Of course not. I simply believe the Frost Empress form sounds more imposing. Yes, that's it. Ultimately, he found himself unable to resist the allure of the title Empress, and without hesitation, his fingers selected Plan 2, the Frost Empress form. Upgrade plan confirmed. Commencing consumption of 100 points of star energy. Estimated time, 1 hour. As the system's prompt resonated, the entire maintenance chamber began to tremble slightly. The Ice Mage Mecha was enveloped in a brilliant blue radiance, resembling a colossal blue cocoon, securely encasing the mech within. Energy fluctuations surged like tides, each wave more potent than the last, filling the space with an icy chill. Li Fan rubbed his hands together, both anxious and expectant, as he gazed at the azure cocoon before him, as if awaiting the emergence of a new life from its chrysalis. A faint crack resonated like a whisper, and a fissure appeared on the surface of the azure cocoon, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. The crack widened and intensified. Suddenly, a crisp explosion shattered the cocoon, and blinding blue light erupted forth, illuminating the entire maintenance chamber as if it were the sun. As the blue radiance dissipated, a resplendent mech stood silently before Li Fan. Wow! Li Fan could not restrain himself from exclaiming, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, his mouth agape, as if to swallow a fist. Was this the Ice Mage? It was utterly transformed. No, this was a complete metamorphosis. Li Fan was rendered speechless, utterly awestruck by the sight before him. The mech had shed its original form entirely, now enveloped in a shimmering frost armor, its surface flowing with an icy blue luster reminiscent of the most pristine ice crystal, exuding both strength and technological prowess. On the mech's back, a pair of magnificent crystalline wings unfurled. The wings, translucent and sharply defined, resembled exquisite works of art, gently fluttering and releasing wisps of chill, as if they could freeze the very fabric of space itself. Frost Queen, Li Fan murmured, his throat parched, saliva uncontrollably pooling. What stood before him was no mere ice mage. It was a queen forged from ice and snow, noble, enchanting, powerful, and inviolable. The Ice Mage Mech had successfully ascended and awakened its second form, the Frost Queen. Mech designation, Frost Mage, Assault Type Mech, Void Breaker Level 1. The Frost Queen. Such a name. Commanding. Such a form. Exquisite. Those wings. Utterly enchanting. Li Fan circled around the Frost Mage, his admiration growing deeper with each glance, his excitement escalating to an almost primal level. System, what are the martial arts techniques? What are martial arts techniques? Detected Frost Mage Mech can awaken martial arts techniques. Proceed with awakening? Friendly reminder. The awakening of martial arts techniques carries certain risks and may result in failure. Do you wish to continue? Failure? An impossibility. With a grand gesture, Li Fan proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Who am I, Li Fan? The chosen one. Blessed by fortune. Awakening. It must happen. At once. In a sweeping motion, Li Fan exuded an aura of authority, as if he were the very queen commanding all. Buzz. The Frost Mage mech emitted a brilliant azure glow, more radiant than during its previous ascension, nearly transforming the entire maintenance chamber into a canvas of pure blue. A powerful surge of energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, causing the entire space to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Crackle, crackle. The floor of the maintenance chamber began to freeze, frost rapidly spreading, enveloping the ground in an instant, and continuing its relentless ascent, cloaking the walls and ceiling in a thick layer of ice. Li Fan felt as though he had been transported into a frigid ice cellar, the cold gnawing at him, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Yet, he was filled with an exhilarating thrill, his eyes glued to the Frost Mage mech. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted from the Frost Mage, akin to a volcanic eruption or a tsunami's onslaught, causing the entire maintenance chamber to shake violently, as if it were on the verge of being torn apart. Li Fan felt his very soul tremble, as though an ancient and potent force was awakening within him, a sensation that filled him with unparalleled exhilaration. The blue radiance gradually dissipated, and the Frost Mage mech stood still, resembling an ice sculpture that emanated an unsettling chill. The frost within the maintenance chamber began to melt away, restoring tranquility as if the earlier terrifying spectacle had merely been a figment of imagination. Frost Mage mech has successfully awakened the martial technique Ice Storm. Ice Storm, a signature martial technique exclusive to the Ice Queen form, consuming vast amounts of energy to summon a fearsome ice storm that delivers devastating blows to surrounding targets, accompanied by a freezing effect. Ice Storm. By the heavens. It sounds utterly magnificent. Li Fan was so elated that he danced with joy, yearning to embrace the Frost Mage mech as if to bestow upon it a fervent kiss. Had it not been for the thick layer of armor, he might have indeed done so. Chapter 24. The grateful gesture of the beautiful sister as night descended like a colossal beast unfurling its gaping maw. It consumed the last vestige of the sunset's glow. The cold starlight of the Karen galaxy scattered like shards of silver before the entrance of Li Fan's maintenance shop. The jarring roar of the engine shattered the stillness of the night, as an interstellar transport vessel descended from the heavens like a meteor, crashing onto the vacant lot in front of the repair shop. The braking system emitted a grating sound that was almost unbearable, barely managing to halt its momentum. With a thunderous bang, the hatch burst open, and Mu Hongxue surged forth from the transport ship like an arrow released from its bow. Upon seeing the tightly shut doors of the repair shop, she hastened towards it, her exquisite visage marred by a hint of anxiety and concern, an unsettling premonition gnawing at her. Inside the repair shop, Li Fan was engrossed in his work within the maintenance chamber when he heard the doorbell chime. Frowning slightly, he pondered, who could it be at this late hour? Could it be some reckless fool who has wrecked another mech? Setting down his tools, he strode towards the entrance. Upon glimpsing the familiar yet strange, beautiful face on the monitor, a subtle smile of amusement graced his lips. Ah, the main character has arrived. Let the performance begin. Yet, he quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor as he pressed the button to unlock the door. Whether it would be a surprise or a shock depended on one's capacity to endure it. Looking at Mu Hongxue, his tone turned somber. Prepare yourself mentally. The gravity of his words felt akin to announcing exam results. Mu Hongxue followed Li Fan into the repair shop, stepping into the maintenance chamber with a hesitant gait, entirely oblivious to what Li Fan meant by mental preparation. Her heart raced with trepidation, reminiscent of a young bride meeting her in-laws for the very first time. As her gaze fell upon the mech stationed at the heart of the maintenance chamber, her breath abruptly caught in her throat, and her pupils dilated instantaneously. The delicate features of her face froze, leaving only an unparalleled expression of astonishment and disbelief. Her mind went blank, utterly devoid of thought, rendering her as motionless as a statue. With wide, enchanting eyes and slightly parted lips, she found herself utterly speechless, resembling someone who had just encountered an extraterrestrial being. This is my Frost Mage? The original Frost Mage had undergone a complete transformation, now entirely cloaked in ice blue crystalline armor. A pair of enormous ice crystal wings unfurled slowly from its back, reminiscent of the wings of a legendary frost dragon, exuding elegance and strength. Each flap seemed capable of freezing the very fabric of space, radiating an oppressive chill, as though a snow queen from a frigid abyss had descended upon the world. The large screen within the maintenance chamber displayed the mech's information. Mech name, Frost Mage, Assault Type Mech, Rift Level 1, Power Source, Ice Soul Star Energy Furnace, Type 2. Armor Material, Ice Crystal Steel Alloy, Weapon, Energy Staff, Second Form, Frost Queen, Martial Skill, Ice Storm. Li Fan approached the mech, a hint of pride gracing his features as he introduced it to Mu Hongxue. It is now called Frost Mage. Not only has it awakened the martial skill Ice Storm, but it has also activated its second form, Frost Queen, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin. He continued, "Come, Miss Mu, allow me to assist you in experiencing the might of the Frost Queen. I assure you, it will leave you utterly entranced." A subtle hint of ambiguity and anticipation lingered in the air. Mu Hongxue took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within her, as she cautiously entered the cockpit of the Frost Mage. This cockpit was considerably more spacious than before, imbued with a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of a luxurious starship. "Miss Mu, initiate the second form and experience the icy passion of the Frost Queen." Li Fan's voice emerged from the communicator, laced with a hint of seduction. Following Li Fan's instructions, Mu Hongxue gently pressed an ice blue button. With a hum, the Frost Mage mech was instantly enveloped by an intense wave of frigid air. Ice crystals danced about, conjuring a miniature storm around the mech. The scene resembled the effect of cranking 10 central air conditioners to their maximum output and directing them towards an individual. The temperature within the maintenance bay plummeted. The floor, walls, and even Li Fan's toolbox began to form a delicate layer of frost. Caught off guard, Li Fan shivered from the sudden chill. Achoo! He sneezed violently, nearly losing control of his nasal discharge. "Goodness! The power of this is astonishing," Li Fan muttered to himself while rubbing his arms. "I should have warned her to moderate the intensity. Now look, the maintenance bay is practically an ice cellar." Stealing a glance at Mu Hongxue, he found her fully engrossed in maneuvering the mech, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement, entirely oblivious to the plight of her unwitting victim. Li Fan shook his head in resignation, thinking, "Well, beauty has its privileges. If she wants to freeze me, so be it. After all, I am the friend of young ladies." "This is simply unbelievable." The tremor in Mu Hongxue's voice revealed her disbelief, as if she were ensnared in a dream. She realized that the advancement of the mecha had far surpassed her expectations. It was akin to a buy-one-get-one-free offer, complete with an extravagant bonus. With an air of elegance reminiscent of an interstellar aristocrat, Mu Hongxue retrieved a crystal card from her bosom and handed it to Li Fan. This card held 1,000,000 credit points, a partial payment to commence their transaction. As she gracefully approached the entrance of the repair shop, her delicate fingers lightly tapped on the control panel of the transport vessel. With a click, the cargo bay doors gradually swung open, resembling a colossal black hole, revealing a mountain of goods within. Inside the cargo bay lay 9 enormous energy stones, meticulously arranged like 9 resplendent stars, radiating a dazzling brilliance that nearly blinded Li Fan. Among them were 3 each of radiant stones, starlight stones, and celestial stones, with a total worth of approximately 4,000,000 credit points, intended to offset the remaining balance. Turning back, Mu Hongxue's enchanting gaze shimmered with gratitude and admiration as she fixed her eyes upon Li Fan. "Mr. Li, I truly cannot thank you enough. Your skills are nothing short of extraordinary, opening my eyes to new horizons." "Ah, it's nothing at all. We are friends, after all," Li Fan replied, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile, his eyes nearly squinting with glee, embodying the very essence of a treasure enthusiast. "However, friends remain friends. Yet accounts must be settled clearly, for even siblings maintain transparent transactions. How much more so should we, as mere ordinary friends?" Ha ha ha. Li Fan's inner monologue was rich and vivid, almost deserving of a cinematic adaptation titled The Rise of the Interstellar Merchant. She paused momentarily, her tone sincere. "Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall exert every effort to help." Such is the proverbial kindness repaid with great gratitude. Boss Li, may we connect on Starlink?" Mu Hongxue's voice carried a hint of shyness. "Well, Ms. Mu, we are now partners in collaboration, so do remember to look out for me in business." Li Fan replied with a cheerful smile. "By the way, Boss Li, do you have any other formidable mechas in your store?" Mu Hongxue inquired suddenly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Well, not at the moment. However, should I acquire the materials, I can craft even more powerful mechas for you," Li Fan assured, thumping his chest, yet inwardly mused. "It seems that my journey towards the starry sea shall commence with this beautiful sister. Chapter 25. I will build one myself. Inside the mecha repair chamber, the incandescent lights cast a dim glow. Li Fan's shadow stretched grotesquely, resembling a struggling question mark. Mu Hongxue's transport ship? It had vanished without a trace. That woman departed as she pleased, without so much as a farewell. Agitated, Li Fan raked his fingers through his hair, his mind buzzing with the audacious blueprints of the swarm mechas. He swiftly approached the workbench, skillfully summoning the holographic image of the swarm mecha. The mecha swarm. This represents a pivotal stride towards my aspirations of traversing the cosmos. Li Fan gazed intently at the intricate and densely packed schematics on the blueprint, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. However, as he meticulously scrutinized the materials list and energy requirements, the smile upon his visage gradually froze. This, advanced alloy materials, a custom mecha core, and this exorbitant energy point demand. System, are you toying with me? The corners of Li Fan's mouth twitched slightly, as the flickering flame of hope he had just ignited felt extinguished in an instant by a deluge of cold reality. Ding. The system has detected the host's current predicament and recommends the following solutions. Proceed to the Star Dream Market to purchase advanced materials and energy cores. Complete system-designated tasks to receive substantial rewards. The mechanical prompt resonated at a fortuitous moment, akin to a glimmer of dawn piercing through the darkness. The Star Dream Market? That does seem to be a viable option. Li Fan's eyes brightened as he promptly opened the Star Dream Market interface within the system's store. A dazzling array of goods immediately captivated his attention, overwhelming him with choices. Various rare high-grade materials, rare ores radiating a mysterious luster, and even the legendary S-grade energy cores. Alas, this is truly a paradise that any mechanic would yearn for. Li Fan couldn't help but gasp in awe, his eyes filled with envy. However, upon witnessing the staggering prices and energy points attached to those items, he deflated like a punctured balloon. Is this not a blatant act of extortion? A single mecha core demands 500 energy points? With my meager resources, I fear I cannot even afford a single screw. Li Fan felt a profound sense of despair, as if he had once again fallen victim to the system's machinations. Was he truly to surrender so easily? Furrowing his brow and scratching his head, he was consumed by a sense of unwillingness. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the 9 energy stones left behind by Mu Hongxue. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He hurried over, crouching down to examine one of the radiant stones. The stone was as large as a tabletop, translucent and glimmering, resembling a colossal gem, with twinkling starlight emanating from within, exuding an air of mysterious energy fluctuations. Mu Hongxue had mentioned that these stones could be worth 4 million credit points. They were certainly no ordinary items. As Li Fan stroked his chin, a bold idea exploded in his mind. Why purchase a core when he could create one himself? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. These 9 stones, each possessing distinct attributes, could potentially be combined. The Radiant Stone primarily focuses on output, the Starlight Stone on conduction, and the Celestial Stone on stability. A harmonious tricore synergy, perfection incarnate. Yes, let us name it the Tricore Energy System, a title that resonates with sophistication and grandeur. As he envisioned the sleek mecha swarm soaring through the vast expanses of the cosmos, excitement surged within him. Without hesitation, he immersed himself entirely in the task at hand. Armed with various instruments, he meticulously measured the energy stone's data. As he delved deeper into his research, he discovered a peculiar energy fluctuation within these stones that closely aligned with the design philosophy of the mecha swarm. This phenomenon was both profound and intricate, revealing an astonishing compatibility with the concepts of clustering and interactivity inherent in the mecha swarm's design. Could it be that these energy stones were divinely bestowed to aid in the creation of his mecha? He immediately concentrated all his energy, endeavoring to decipher the internal structure of the energy stone while striving to discover a method to transform it into a mecha core. After a period of relentless and fervent study, Li Fan finally succeeded in partially unraveling the energy stone structure and devised an initial conversion plan. Oh, the moment of witnessing a miracle was at hand. Li Fan rubbed his hands together in excitement, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Utilizing the available materials, he meticulously connected the energy stone to various intricate circuits and chips, akin to a master craftsman at work. Following the design principle of a tricore energy convergence system, he constructed a rudimentary energy core model. Upon activation, a formidable and resplendent wave of energy erupted from the model like a surging tide. A brilliant light burst forth from within, illuminating the entire maintenance chamber as if it were aglow with a miniature sun, blindingly bright. The energy core model emitted a grating sound of energy surging, while the surrounding air seemed to be twisted and compressed by an invisible hand, creating ripples in its wake. Li Fan fixated on the energy core model, his eyes alight with a blend of excitement and expectation. It worked. He triumphantly punched the air, but soon regained his composure. This was merely a rudimentary model. To truly implement it in the swarm mechas, numerous challenges remained to be addressed. The foremost issue was the materials. This wretched metal could hardly withstand the impact of the energy stone. Breathe. Remain calm. This is merely the beginning. Li Fan took a deep breath, preparing to confront the myriad challenges that lay ahead. The first obstacle was the material issue. The ordinary metal employed in this rudimentary model was utterly incapable of withstanding the tremendous energy impact of the energy stones. It was imperative to seek out a more advanced material. The second dilemma revolved around energy balance. Precisely allocating energy among the three energy cores for seamless interaction was crucial. This required exceptionally meticulous calculations and repeated adjustments. Even the slightest miscalculation could lead to uncontrollable energy fluctuations, resulting in catastrophic explosions. With a furrowed brow, Li Fan scratched his head, feeling as though he had plunged into yet another predicament. "Oh system, in this critical moment, I am counting on you." Li Fan once more sought assistance from the system. Ding. The system is analyzing the host's current situation, filtering the optimal solutions for you. This time, the system did not disappoint Li Fan, swiftly providing a series of possible resolutions. However, upon glimpsing the astonishingly extensive list of resource requirements and time costs attached to those solutions, his lips twitched involuntarily. This system is determined to squeeze me dry. Li Fan was caught in a blend of amusement and despair, fully aware that to craft the coveted swarm mecha, he would need to make commensurate sacrifices. Humph, let us do this. What is a little advanced material and energy balance? I refuse to be daunted. Li Fan clenched his fist vehemently, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. He reopened the Star Dream Market, meticulously searching through the dazzling array of goods. Starfall iron? This object appears exquisite, possessing remarkable hardness and exceptional energy conductivity. Although it is costly, it remains within the realm of affordability. This shall be the one. Li Fan's eyes brightened as he swiftly fixated on a rare material known as Starfall iron. Chapter 26. An extraordinary night. As night descended, the outskirts of Karen Star lay enveloped in serene silence. Huff, huff. A sudden, rapid panting shattered the tranquility, as a figure staggered towards Li Fan's repair shop. The figure belonged to a tall woman, her long, jet-black hair being tousled by the night breeze. Her delicate features were marred by sweat and dirt, the once cool demeanor now replaced with disarray. She was none other than Xingmeng, the esteemed young lady of the interstellar Qin family, now reduced to the state of a lost soul. Upon reaching the entrance of the repair shop, Xingmeng grasped at what seemed to be her last lifeline, trembling as she pressed the access button. Ding dong. Help. The intermittent electronic voice echoed sharply through the stillness of the night. Li Fan, humming a cheerful tune, was in a delightful mood as he polished the newly acquired Starfall iron. The sudden cry for help startled him, causing him to nearly drop his precious treasure. Damn, who rings the doorbell at this hour? Could it be trouble? Li Fan muttered to himself as he activated the surveillance screen. On the display, a disheveled yet undeniably beautiful woman came into view, and Li Fan was momentarily taken aback. This is not Mu Hongxue. Who is this enchanting stranger, wandering in the wilderness at night seeking aid? Could it be she has encountered interstellar robbers? A flurry of thoughts raced through Li Fan's mind. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to press the door-opening button. As the door swung open, Xingmeng hastily attempted to speak, yet her exhaustion rendered her words fragmented. "Please, come inside first," Li Fan urged, observing the frail state of the woman before him. Without further ado, he supported her into the establishment. His sharp gaze swept through the desolate night behind her, ensuring no pursuers lurked nearby before closing the door. A sense of vigilance settling within him. "Thank you," Xingmeng whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. "Please, take a seat and have some water," Li Fan replied, guiding her to the resting area where he poured a glass of warm water and handed it to her. Only then did he inquire, "What has happened? Why have you come to this remote place? It is hardly safe here." His tone bore a hint of curiosity, yet it was laced with caution. Xingmeng accepted the cup and drank deeply, her rapid breaths gradually returning to a semblance of normalcy. My name is Xingmeng. She paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts. I was attacked. Attacked? Li Fan's eyebrows shot up in surprise, though his eyes remained composed. Who assailed you? Are you injured? Is it serious? I do not know who they were. They were driving a black mech and assaulted me the moment they arrived. My communicator was also jammed and destroyed. I could not call for help. Xingmeng's voice was still weak, but her narrative became more coherent. My mech. It was damaged during a duel with Xingyu. It was incapable of fighting back. I could only flee desperately. In my panic, I ended up here. Xingyu? Li Fan's keen perception caught the name. Do you know Xingyu? The genius mecha engineer of the interstellar Qin family? His tone carried a hint of amusement, as if he had just recalled something. He is my half-brother. Xingmeng bit her lip, seemingly displeased by this designation. I have always wanted to surpass him. As she mentioned the desire to outshine him, a flicker of stubbornness and resentment crossed her gaze. Oh, Li Fan nodded, maintaining a casual smile, yet inwardly he mused. This woman, even at this moment, is still fixated on competition. However, her indomitable spirit is rather intriguing. I initially intended to seek Master Li to repair my mecha. Xingmeng continued, her tone laced with a hint of hope. Yet, I did not anticipate encountering an attack. Master Li? Li Fan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that Xingmeng must be referring to him. You are looking for Master Li. For what purpose? Li Fan inquired tentatively. My mecha is severely damaged. It requires the expertise of a highly skilled mecha engineer to restore it. Xingmeng said with some difficulty. So, you have come to me? Li Fan pointed to himself, incredulity etched on his face. Xingmeng nodded, though her eyes were filled with doubt. You are Master Li's assistant? Li Fan. He gazed at the striking beauty before him, who had yet to recognize him as Master Li, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. Ahem. Li Fan cleared his throat, opting to conceal his true identity for the time being. That, Master Li. He is currently unavailable. However, I can assist you in reaching him. Really? That would be splendid. A glimmer of hope flickered in Xingmeng's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately nodded. Then, I would appreciate your help. Not at all. It's no trouble. Li Fan quickly waved his hand, though inwardly he was elated. Having a stunning beauty as company. As Li Fan conversed with Xingmeng, in the shadows not far from the repair shop, a pair of icy eyes fixated intently upon them. The target has entered Li Fan's repair shop. A low voice transmitted through the communicator, requesting further instructions. Continue surveillance. Await the opportune moment. A cold voice emanated from the other end of the communicator. Understood. Little did Li Fan know that his modest establishment had been marked, entangling him in a cosmic whirlwind. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Xingmeng's striking yet slightly stubborn visage, feeling quite anxious. This is a significant client. An absolute mobile treasure trove. I must ensure her safety. If she were to sustain any injury, where would I find such a fortuitous soul again? He settled Xingmeng in what he deemed the safest corner of the shop and proceeded to wrap her in gauze and apply ointment, crafting a mummified bandage. Observing Xingmeng's face, tightly swathed, Li Fan stifled a laugh and earnestly declared, Miss Qin, rest assured, with me here, not a single hair on your head shall be harmed. Xingmeng gazed at his face, which radiated an air of unwavering confidence, as if he believed he could attain immortality. A slight twitch at the corner of her mouth betrayed her inner thoughts. This fellow appears utterly unreliable, yet I sincerely hope he possesses genuine abilities. After tending to Xingmeng's wounds, Li Fan resumed his contemplation. The individuals outside clearly have their sights set on Xingmeng. This seemingly delicate girl has quite a few enemies. I must swiftly deploy my swarm. Otherwise, if someone decides to pay us an unwelcome visit, my little shop may be dismantled piece by piece. With this thought, Li Fan slapped his thigh in determination, invigorated as though he had been electrified. He dashed into the maintenance chamber. System. Star Dream Market. Here I come again. This time, I shall wreak havoc and clear out all those peculiar materials. He plunged headfirst into the Star Dream Market, embarking on a new shopping spree. Stardust, what a marvelous item. It can enhance the energy transmission efficiency of my mech. Buy. Phantom crystal, capable of rendering the mech invisible? Goodness. This is nothing short of a stealth weapon. It must be acquired. This, dragon scale iron. The very name exudes power. It will undoubtedly render my swarm indomitable. I'll take a ton. And this nanotech integration chip, it's absolutely perfect. Just as Li Fan frantically added items to his shopping cart, the system's notification chimed, striking him like a bucket of cold water, mercilessly extinguishing the fervor in his heart. Ding! The total price of materials in the shopping cart exceeds 100,000 star energy, surpassing the host's spending capacity. Please exercise caution and refrain from impulsive decisions. What? 100,000 star energy points. Upon hearing this, Li Fan nearly leapt from his chair. He lowered his gaze to the shopping cart, and to his astonishment, it was overflowing with an array of bizarre materials. The price column displayed an interminable string of numbers that made his head spin. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, and began to meticulously scrutinize the items in his cart. The experience felt akin to a painful sacrifice. Each item was a cherished desire. This stellar sand, well, perhaps I shall settle for 100 kilograms. Anything more would be excessive. This dragon scale iron, while exceptional, it is far too expensive. I shall set it aside for now. This phantom crystal, its invisibility feature is undeniably alluring, yet it appears not to be absolutely essential. As Li Fan muttered to himself, he reluctantly removed each item from the cart, his heart wrenched with every decision. Chapter 27. The Great Deceiver Li Tiankai. The stellar sand shimmered with the brilliance of a starry river. The dragon scale iron exuded an ancient and formidable aura, and the phantom crystal shifted unpredictably. Possessing these items would unlock endless possibilities. Ding! The total price of the current shopping cart has skyrocketed, reaching an astonishing 100,000 star energy. Host, please remain calm. Impulsiveness is a devil. The system's cold notification struck Li Fan like a bucket of ice water. 100,000? Even if I were to part with my undergarments, I could not amass such a sum. Li Fan nearly spewed the intergalactic soda he had just consumed. He felt akin to a beggar who had unwittingly wandered into an interstellar auction, helplessly gazing at the treasures, yet lacking even the right to touch them. System, may we come to a mutual agreement? You see, I have diligently toiled for you. If not for my merits, at least for my efforts, would you not agree? Li Fan activated his daily persuasion mode, attempting to soften the system's cold, mechanical heart with his silver tongue. Host permissions insufficient. Discounts unavailable. Permissions? This feature can be upgraded? Li Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating the disheartening possibility of needing to spend money. Where could he possibly acquire such a plethora of star energy points? The host may enhance permissions by completing special tasks. Special tasks? Surely, you cannot be suggesting that I embark on a quest to save the galaxy? Li Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Please explore on your own. Explore indeed. At this moment, I merely wish to empty my shopping cart. Li Fan vented his frustration upon the air, delivering a series of theatrical punches and kicks. Suddenly, a brilliant idea ignited in his mind. Xingmeng. Yes, the mobile fortress of wealth. That proud young lady, wrapped like a mummy. She is my sole beacon of hope for a turnaround. With a triumphant clap of his thigh, Li Fan felt akin to Columbus discovering new lands. He hastened into the adjacent lounge, his gaze landing upon Xingmeng, tightly swathed in bandages. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan began to formulate his upgraded persuasion strategy. Ahem. Miss Qin, did you sleep well? His voice flowed gently like the soft breeze of March, yet his face bore an unmistakable, infatuated grin. I am Li Fan, the proprietor of the Dream Workshop and concurrently, a remarkably skilled mecha technician. He endeavored to ensure his tone resonated with sincerity and reliability. Despite the turmoil within his heart, Xingmeng's consciousness flickered slightly, and through the gaps in the bandages, she seemed to perceive Li Fan's fervent gaze upon her. Miss Qin, your mech has sustained severe damage, and ordinary repair technicians are utterly helpless. However, I am different. I possess a time-honored secret technique, a unique skill that can allow your mech to be reborn from the ashes and even awaken hidden combat abilities. Li Fan commenced his performance, inundating her with talk of nano-repair technology and energy resonance principles. After all, Xingmeng was currently immobile, so what was to stop him from boasting? To be frank, I have previously restored an S-class mech, elevating it from a state of disrepair directly to legendary status. I also equipped the dilapidated Star Pirate ship with a cloaking system, enabling him to successfully evade the pursuit of the Interstellar Federation. The more Li Fan spoke, the more outrageous his claims became, almost inflating himself into the galaxy's foremost repair master. Inside the stasis pod, A colossal question mark slowly materialized in Qin Lan's mind. This young man, despite his tender years, is he truly reliable? Miss Qin, I understand you may harbor doubts, for I do indeed appear youthful and accomplished. Yet, I assure you, I am an extraordinary talent in mech repair, rare to find in a century. Should you remain skeptical, I can offer a complimentary diagnostic. If the repair fails, you will owe me nothing, Li Fan boasted, thumping his chest in assurance, knowing that the system would provide a safety net. Of course, as for the repair costs, they were not exorbitant, merely 10 million credit points. Li Fan cautiously announced the price, his eyes fixed intently on the stasis pod, fearful that Qin Lan might promptly expel him. 10 million? Qin Lan gasped inwardly. This was truly an outrageous demand. She understood that her mech was significantly damaged. But could it possibly warrant such an exorbitant sum? This fellow was undoubtedly taking advantage of her predicament. Moreover, she sensed a peculiar aura emanating from Li Fan, a certain inexplicable confidence. For now, I shall trust you. Should you dare to deceive me, the wrath of the Qin family is a burden you cannot bear. Resolving within herself, Qin Lan decided that rather than passively await her fate, it was better to take a bold risk. In the next moment, the notification sound of Li Fan's star communication echoed throughout the repair shop. Your account has received a transfer. 10,000,000 credit points. What the hell? It's really here. Li Fan was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost leaping into the air. He raised his fists, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. System. Father, I have arrived. Clear out everything in my shopping cart. In the underground fortress of a desolate planet in the Kai 45-star system, a group of inept fools. Is your mind filled only with interstellar dust? Clad in a black cloak, Kira unleashed a torrent of invective at the flickering blue figures before her. Within the holographic projection, a woman named Vera knelt on one knee. Her head bowed in report. Your Majesty, please calm your fury. Qin Lan, she escaped while we were unprepared. Fools. A bunch of imbeciles. You couldn't even keep track of a mere girl. Kira's voice was sharp and piercing, as if it could shatter eardrums. Did I instruct you to engage with Qin Lan? Huh. My target is Li Fan, that enigmatic mech engineer. Do you understand? Beside him, a man as robust as a mountain interjected in a deep, resonant voice. Baroque. Shut your foul mouth. Kira shot him a fierce glare, her eyes slicing through the air like daggers. Such individuals are either to be utilized for my purposes or utterly erased. But not now. She paused, lowering her voice, imbued with a chilling malice. Continue to watch Li Fan and that Qin Lan. Perhaps something novel could emerge. Vera and Baroque exchanged a glance, their eyes glinting with a predatory hunger, akin to two beasts sensing the scent of blood. At this moment, within the confines of the Dream Machine repair shop, Li Fan resembled a frenzied gambler, obsessively clicking the purchase button. The star energy points in his account dwindled rapidly. Yet he felt no remorse. Instead, an indescribable exhilaration surged within him. Buy. Today, I shall empty the Stardream market. Soon, all the materials were delivered to the repair shop. Li Fan could hardly contain his eagerness as he rushed into the workshop, embarking on an endless research endeavor. The first step, energy equilibrium. This is the crux of the mech's core. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan began to analyze the intricate diagrams of energy fluctuations. He experimented with various methods, adjusting energy output and altering material structures, but each attempt ended in failure. Bang! An energy core exploded in his hands, shards scattering everywhere. Damn! Another failure. This energy fluctuation is exceedingly unstable. Li Fan irritably raked his fingers through his hair, having lost count of how many times he had failed. Yet he did not relinquish hope. He firmly believed that once the equilibrium of energy was discovered, all challenges would be effortlessly resolved. Wait, the chaotic matrix? A sudden epiphany struck Li Fan as he recalled an ancient algorithm. Utilizing the chaotic matrix to simulate energy fluctuations and seek the energy balance point could indeed be a viable solution. With excitement, Li Fan rubbed his hands together and began coding. His fingers danced feverishly across the keyboard as lines of code flowed effortlessly from his fingertips, constructing a complex energy model. As time slipped by, Li Fan's eyes grew bloodshot, yet he felt no hint of fatigue. Chapter 28. The Birth of Revelation Humming. Inside Li Fan's repair chamber, precise instruments emitted a deep, resonant hum, akin to a slumbering behemoth on the verge of awakening. Li Fan was wholly engrossed. his fingers fluttering across the holographic keyboard like a butterfly among flowers, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He was undertaking an unprecedented feat, the creation of a tri-core fusion mech core. The first element to be introduced was the radiant stone. Li Fan carefully placed 3 radiant stones into a specially designed furnace. This was no trivial matter. The energy fluctuations were as volatile as a firecracker about to detonate. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster for the entire repair chamber. Chaotic Matrix, activate. Li Fan took a deep breath and initiated the Chaotic Matrix algorithm he had previously simulated countless times. Within the furnace, the radiant stones gradually melted under intense heat. Their wild energy, under the influence of the Chaotic Matrix, began to temper, behaving like a tamed wild stallion. Stardust, meteorite iron, melt them all. With a commanding voice, Li Fan ordered the rare materials, meticulously prepared, to be precisely introduced into the furnace. Under the influence of the radiant stone's energy, these materials rapidly decomposed and merged, forming an entirely new alloy. Temperature, 13,500 degrees. Pressure, 7,800 megapascals. Maintain stability. Li Fan fixated on the data that danced across the screen, continually adjusting various parameters according to the system's prompts. This was far more challenging than cooking. A slight miscalculation could spell disaster for his endeavor. As time ticked by, Li Fan's eyes became bloodshot, yet he dared not relax for a moment. Success. At the instant the system's alert sounded, Li Fan was nearly propelled from his seat in exhilaration. Within the furnace, a core radiating a dazzling brilliance slowly ascended. This was the mecha core forged from the radiant stone. Following the same meticulous process, Li Fan crafted cores from the stardust and starshine stones. 3 cores, each pulsating with distinct energy fluctuations, yet there existed an intangible connection among them. Now, the most crucial step awaited. Li Fan arranged the 3 cores in a specific orientation and activated the tri-core energy convergence device. A hum resonated. The 3 cores emitted a simultaneous drone, the ferocity of the radiant stone, the profundity of the stardust, and the tranquility of the starshine stone began to merge under the device's influence. Energy fluctuations, stable. Fusion degree, 99. 100. At the moment the system indicated a fusion degree of 100, the entire maintenance chamber was enveloped in a resplendent light. The tri-core energy convergence has been successfully accomplished. Li Fan exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the perspiration from his forehead, a look of gratification illuminating his face. This endeavor proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. However, he ultimately triumphed. The next step involved the intricacies of vein pattern engraving. Seated at his workstation, the tri-core energy convergence mech core floated before him. He closed his eyes, envisioning a myriad of vein patterns, the culmination of his studies and research within the dreamscape. My mech aptitude is one thought, infinite response, allowing me to manipulate the form of nanomechs. Thus, the design of the vein patterns must revolve around this unique talent. Li Fan murmured to himself, his fingers tracing ethereal lines in the air. Streams of golden light cascading from his fingertips as a complex vein pattern gradually took shape before him. The primordial vein. This would maximize the form manipulation capabilities of the nanomechs, enabling adaptation to various combat environments. Li Fan gently imprinted the first vein pattern onto the mech core. The imperial vein. This would facilitate the control of miniature units for swarm attacks, with greater numbers enhancing their power. The second vein pattern was also inscribed onto the mech core. The absorption vein, which enables the mech to absorb energy from enemy mechs during battle, converting it into its own power, growing stronger with each confrontation. The third vein pattern was likewise etched onto the mech core. 3 vein patterns, each bestowing distinct abilities, yet harmoniously complementing one another, perfectly aligning with the characteristics of the tri-core energy convergence mech core. Completed. Li Fan gazed at his creation, nodding in satisfaction. In the final step, the moment of witnessing a miracle arrives, the creation of the mech. Li Fan rubbed his hands together, reminiscent of you and me, eagerly anticipating the unboxing of a package. He took a deep breath and activated the manufacturing function of the repair chamber, inputting the meticulously rehearsed and revised mech blueprint from his mind all at once. Commence production. Charge ahead. With Li Fan's command, the mechanical arms within the repair chamber sprang into rapid motion, their speed dazzling to behold, as if a multitude of octopuses were dancing the disco. Various materials were precisely cut and assembled, the pace and efficiency so remarkable that even the assembly line workers at Foxconn would bow in admiration, exclaiming their expertise. A colossal mech skeleton gradually took shape, its silver-gray metallic frame glinting with a cold sheen under the lights, exuding a sense of power and technological sophistication that made one yearn to reach out and touch it, to experience its frigid surface. Armor plating installed. Heavy plates of armor were assembled with meticulous precision onto the mech skeleton, producing crisp, resonant clicks. Control module installed. Power engine installed. Star Dream Energy Core V installed. Mech core embedded. At the moment, the tri-core energy mech core was gently nestled into the chest of the mech. It seemed as though a soul had been instantaneously infused into the entire construct. It emitted a deep, resonant hum, akin to a slumbering giant awakening, ready to declare its existence to the vast cosmos. A low, resonant hum filled the air, imbued with a metallic essence that seemed capable of piercing the very soul, igniting an uncontainable fervor within. The mecha had been completed. The martial prowess awakened successfully. In a moment of singularity, the mecha could transform at will, embodying countless forms, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, leaving adversaries bewildered and disoriented. In a swarm assault, the nanomecha metamorphosed into a multitude of bees, overwhelming and eclipsing all in its path, rendering the ground barren and instilling a profound sense of claustrophobia in the enemy. Through energy absorption, it transformed into a battlefield black hole, voraciously devouring the energy of enemy mechas, returning their own tactics against them, allowing foes to experience the depths of despair. To Li Fan, the system's mellifluous voice was more melodious than any celestial symphony. This was no mere system notification, it was a clarion call of triumph. An ode to success. I, Li Fan, am truly an unparalleled genius amidst countless souls. Standing before the mecha he had meticulously crafted, Li Fan could no longer contain his exhilaration, unleashing a joyous laughter that reverberated throughout the repair bay. This mecha, resplendent in silver, boasted sleek lines and a striking design, exuding a palpable sense of futuristic technology. At its core, 3 radiant orbs emanated brilliant light, akin to dazzling stars, harmoniously shining together. Behind it, a pair of immense metallic wings unfolded gracefully, reminiscent of an angel's descent, imbued with an aura of sanctity and authority. This mecha was undoubtedly the most spectacular, the most dazzling, and the most singular entity in the cosmos. With it, how could one not strut with confidence? He bestowed upon this mech a resounding name, Apocalypse. Li Fan caressed the cold metallic exterior of the mech as though it were his beloved, his gaze brimming with obsession and pride. The formidable aura of the Apocalypse mech was akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, instantly engulfing the entire repair shop. Not far away, in the lounge, Xingmeng abruptly opened her eyes, feeling as if she were being scrutinized by a colossal primordial beast. Her hair stood on end, and her heart raced violently. Chapter 29. The Descent of the Deity. What on earth is happening? An earthquake? Xingmeng rubbed her bleary eyes, rising from her bed to approach the window. Through the glass, she beheld the dazzling light and suffocating power emanating from the repair bay. What in the world is that? Xingmeng was taken aback, vigorously rubbing her eyes to assure herself that she was not dreaming. The brilliance, the aura, was more terrifying than any mech she had ever encountered. Could it be? That rascal is secretly crafting something earth-shattering inside. Her curiosity was instantly piqued, and she stealthily made her way toward the repair bay, eager to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, inside the repair bay, Li Fan was impatiently yearning to enter the cockpit of the Apocalypse mech, longing to experience the thrill of piloting it. Let me in. I must get inside. Li Fan rubbed his hands together, excited like an exuberant child. However, the Apocalypse mech did not respond as he had envisioned. It did not open the cockpit nor draw him in with a beam of light. What is going on? Could it be out of power? Li Fan scratched his head and circled around the Apocalypse, yet he could not find an entrance. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Clang! Li Fan's mechanical wrench fell to the ground, and the lights in the maintenance cabin began to flicker wildly. The surface of the Apocalypse mech shimmered with a liquid silver sheen, and a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly intoned. Carbon-based life form detected, initiating Protocol 3, Swarm Armament Mode. Wait, this page wasn't in the manual. Just as Li Fan reached for the control panel to consult the instructions, the entire mech exploded as if shattered like jelly. The apocalypse mech began to disassemble. Indeed, it was disassembling. The silvery exterior dissolved like melting snow, fracturing into countless tiny swarm mechs. Resembling thousands of silver fragments the size of fingernails, suspended in the air, each glimmering with a reflection akin to the starry river, buzzing and swirling about. What on earth? It was just constructed, and now it was falling apart. Li Fan, alarmed, stumbled backward, nearly collapsing onto the ground. However, the next moment left him utterly astounded. Those minuscule mech components did not scatter aimlessly. Instead, as if endowed with vision, they converged towards him, surrounding him completely. What is this supposed to mean? Li Fan nervously swallowed, feeling as if he were being abducted by a swarm of extraterrestrial beings. Following that, the swarm mechs enveloped Li Fan, forming a sealed cockpit around him. The holographic interface abruptly unfolded before him, revealing the mech's specifications. Engine coordination at an astonishing 800, neural synchronization at an impressive 99.9, and weapon systems loading. Li Fan suddenly found himself breathless. The cockpit slowly ascended, while the remaining swarm of mechs split into two silver torrents, commencing the assembly of the mech's various components. First, the mech's feet emerged, followed by its legs, then the torso, arms, and finally, the head. Subsequently, the mech's body emitted a sound reminiscent of dragon scales rubbing against each other, instantaneously transforming into an exterior armor coated with a plasma layer enveloping every part of the mech. The entire process was fluid and seamless, exuding the essence of a sci-fi blockbuster. This sensation was exhilarating. Li Fan clenched his fists in excitement, feeling as though he could obliterate a planet with a single punch from the apocalypse mech. Meanwhile, at 4 o'clock in the morning, the sky over Kalen Star was still dimly lit. In a shadowy corner near the repair shop, a woman clad in a tight black suit, possessing an alluring figure, lay in wait. Vera, the assassin from the Blood Reaper Alliance, resembled a ghostly feline, silently lurking in an abandoned building not far from Li Fan's repair shop. Through a hole in the dilapidated wall, she fixated her gaze on the entrance of the repair shop. Humph, the little girl from the Qin family, and that enigmatic mechanic. Today, neither of you shall escape. Vera licked her lips, revealing a hint of a bloodthirsty grin. Suddenly, an overwhelming and suffocating presence of mech energy erupted from the repair shop, like a volcanic explosion, instantly engulfing the entire block. Vera's pupils dilated abruptly, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. She felt as if an ancient behemoth had fixed its gaze upon her, every hair on her body standing on end, and breathing became an arduous task. Could it be? Could it be that Qin Lan had ascended to the Starshatter level? A terrifying thought flashed through Vera's mind. She had believed Qin Lan to be nothing more than a novice, merely a fledgling mecha engineer at the Riftwalker level, someone she could easily handle. Yet now, the circumstances seemed decidedly amiss. No, there could be no delay. Vera clenched her jaw, a glint of madness igniting in her eyes. Even if she were indeed at the Starshatter level, she would fight with all her might. If she could eliminate her and deftly dispatch that mechanic, her standing within the organization would soar to new heights. With this thought, her breath quickened, and her blood began to boil. She inhaled deeply, the frigid air rushing into her lungs, calming her previously agitated heart somewhat. Her fingertips grazed the icy pendant resting against her chest, which seemed to resonate with its owner's intent, emanating an eerie green glow. In an instant, blinding light enveloped Vera, consuming her form as a towering 23-meter mecha. The Phantom Cat emerged from the shadows, clad entirely in black, like a specter of the night, silent and stealthy. It was her exclusive vehicle. Ah, little girl, you tread the path to paradise yet ignore it, while unwittingly barging into the gates of hell. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Vera's lips, as a chilling electronic voice resonated from within the Phantom Cat. Today, I shall escort you all to the depths of hell. She deftly maneuvered the mecha, entering the cockpit. After a series of dazzling operations, the eerie cat's crimson electronic eyes instantly ignited with a menacing glow. With a sharp click, the eerie cat raised its arm, firmly grasping a grotesquely designed energy sniper rifle that exuded an aura of danger. Vera's breathing gradually steadied. As if she had merged with the mecha, her consciousness sharpened, rendering everything around her slow and clear. Vera activated the eerie cat mecha, which emitted a low, ominous growl, akin to a whisper from the beyond. Let the hunt begin. Vera grinned wickedly, steering the eerie cat mecha stealthily towards the repair shop. Meanwhile, Xingmeng felt as though she must be in a daze, conjuring illusions. To validate her thoughts, she decided to step outside for some fresh air. She irritably raked her fingers through her hair, feeling as if her mind were mired in a thick fog. Aiming the eerie cat's sniper rifle at the repair shop's entrance, she peered through the scope, clearly observing the situation within. Target acquired. Vera's eyes narrowed as she spotted Xingmeng emerging from the repair shop. Perish. Without hesitation, Vera pulled the trigger. Just as Xingmeng stepped out of the workshop, a black flash lunged from the shadows, aimed directly at her vital points. A brilliant beam of energy erupted from the rifle's muzzle, slicing through the night sky like the scythe of death, racing towards Xingmeng. What? Xingmeng gasped in horror, instinctively attempting to evade, but it was already too late. At this critical moment, a dazzling beam of light surged skyward from the machine repair shop, instantly illuminating the night as if it were day. The thunderous roar of an explosion erupted, akin to a lightning strike on flat ground. A black flash, imbued with the chilling aura of death, violently collided with the spot where Xingmeng had just stood, bursting into a cataclysmic explosion. The ground trembled as if shaken by the impact, and from the epicenter of the explosion, a plume of black smoke rose, resembling a ferocious beast with bared fangs, swiftly engulfing the area. What audacity is this, to dare disturb those under the protection of Li Fan? Chapter 30. Become my nourishment. A thunderous roar echoed, resonating through the air with an overwhelming authority that made the eardrums thrum. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal iron beast appeared, as if a divine entity had descended, activating an energy shield to protect Xingmeng. It was none other than Li Fan, piloting the apocalypse mech, standing tall like a god of war. Damn, how could this mech be so formidable? Vera's electronic voice trembled with disbelief and terror, swiftly quelled by the sudden emergence of this mech, whose capabilities surpassed all expectations. Attacking me, and then questioning my strength? Is your brain addled by the mech's exhaust? Li Fan's voice resonated from the apocalypse, dripping with unabashed mockery. Unable to contain herself, she patted the mech's leg and shouted, "Hey!" Inside the mech, splendid work. Turn that ambusher into scrap metal. Very well, just watch. Sensing danger, the phantom cat swiftly altered its weaponry. The hybrid energy sniper rifle it once wielded vanished in an instant, replaced by two gleaming short blades. Vera maneuvered the mecha with an ethereal grace, darting towards the apocalypse with unparalleled speed, leaving a flurry of afterimages in her wake. Want to engage in close combat? That suits me perfectly. Li Fan chuckled coldly as the surface of the apocalypse mecha shimmered with a metallic sheen, instantly splitting into dozens of miniature mechas, each merely a tenth of the original size, yet far more agile and versatile in form. All things converge into one. The multitude of diminutive mechas swarmed around the phantom cat like a hive of bees, soaring and darting, continuously shifting shapes. At times transforming into shields to deflect the blade strikes, at others morphing into razor-sharp weapons to counterattack, leaving Vera overwhelmed. What is this bizarre contraption? Vera exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and fury in her voice. She had never encountered such an enigmatic mecha capable of splitting and reconfiguring at will, rendering her defenses utterly ineffective. TSK, can't handle it already? The real spectacle is only just beginning. A hint of mockery laced Li Fan's voice, and next, prepare to experience what true claustrophobia feels like. Swarm assault. The apocalypse mecha split once more, this time yielding an astonishing number of mechas, thousands upon thousands, each no larger than a fist, resembling a dark, overwhelming swarm surging towards the phantom cat. Vera let out a piercing scream, for nothing terrified her more than the sight of countless minuscule mechas. At that moment, confronted by such an overwhelming swarm, her scalp tingled and goosebumps erupted all over her body. The ghost cat buzzed violently, brandishing two titanium short blades, their edges slicing through the air with a shrill wail. Inside the cockpit, Vera's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Damn it, this swarm clung to me like chewing gum, refusing to let go. Vera gritted her teeth. Her once proud speed advantage proved utterly futile against the onslaught of the minuscule mechas. How do you like my swarm? Care for something even more exhilarating? Li Fan's voice echoed from the apocalypse, laced with a hint of sadistic amusement, reminiscent of a villain taunting an unsuspecting maiden. You Don't get too cocky. Vera fought to suppress her rising fear, commanding the ghost cat to activate its energy shield in a desperate attempt to fend off the swarm's assault. Oh, you wish to resist? Then let me show you what despair truly feels like. This woman certainly wouldn't give up easily. Li Fan snorted coldly. Energy absorption initiated. The apocalypse mecha ceased its division, instantly coalescing into a massive black vortex. A powerful suction emanated from the whirlpool, ravenously consuming the energy of the ghost cat. What? My energy? It's depleting. Vera was horrified to discover that the energy indicator of the ghost cat was plummeting rapidly, its movements growing sluggish. Stop struggling. Simply become my nourishment. Li Fan's voice was cold and devoid of compassion. No, I cannot perish here. A glimmer of madness flickered in Vela's eyes. She was destined to become the consort of the Shadow King. How could she possibly meet her demise in this forsaken place? With a sudden resolve, she pressed a crimson button, and the armor on the chest of the phantom cat slowly parted, revealing a gaping black cannon, its mouth surrounded by a menacing red glow. This is the annihilation cannon? You madwoman, do you wish to perish together? Xingmeng exclaimed in horror. This annihilation cannon was a forbidden weapon, potent enough to obliterate a small city. To perish together? Not a chance. Li Fan had long been prepared. After all, he was a man well-versed in countless novels and films. How could he be oblivious to the villain's schemes? The apocalypse instantly transformed into a colossal shield, its surface gleaming with a metallic sheen, resembling an indestructible fortress standing resolutely before the cannon of the phantom cat. With a deafening roar, the phantom cat unleashed a beam of black energy, akin to the scythe of death, crashing violently against the shield formed by the apocalypse. However, this assault, capable of annihilating everything, merely caused the shield to tremble slightly, leaving not even the faintest scratch. This is impossible. Despair filled Vela's electronic voice. Her final trump card had utterly failed. The energy absorption continued, and the phantom cat's power dwindled like a deflated balloon, ultimately leading to the extinguishment of its electronic eye, rendering it powerless and reduced to a heap of scrap metal. It was over. Li Fan's voice was calm and indifferent, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The mech, Apocalypse, reverted to its original state and approached the phantom cat, extending its mechanical arm to gently crush the cockpit into a heap of scrap metal. Vera perished. Ding. Congratulations, host, on destroying the star fragment level 5 mech phantom cat, earning 100 star energy points. Oh, an unexpected gain? A faint smile graced Li Fan's lips. He walked over to Xingmeng and inquired with genuine concern. Hey, are you all right? I'm fine. Xingmeng, still somewhat shaken, gazed at Li Fan, her eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions, shock, confusion, and perhaps even a hint of admiration. Who exactly are you? Her voice trembled. She simply could not reconcile the formidable man before her with that of a mere mechanic. Me? I'm just an ordinary mechanic, Li Fan shrugged, feigning innocence. Though my mech happens to be rather impressive. Xingmeng was at a loss for words. Was that truly what one would call ordinary? Did that mean she was even less than ordinary? This guy was undoubtedly engaging in a display of humble bragging. Chapter 31. The arrival of Team Poseidon. A low, resonant hum filled the air, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth awakening from slumber. The once imposing apocalypse mech, exuding an aura of a descended deity, suddenly began to convulse as if possessed, shedding parts in a wild frenzy. This was no mere shedding of components. It was akin to pressing a disassemble button on a Gundam model, instantaneously disintegrating into thousands of minute fragments. Every component glimmered with a frigid metallic sheen, akin to living entities swiftly soaring through the air, tracing silvery arcs that left one breathless. The scene was utterly exhilarating, far surpassing the thrill of an interstellar battle depicted in an IMAX film. Li Fan's figure gradually emerged from the dissipating mech components, standing firmly in the open space with his hands tucked into his pockets, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, exuding an aura of complete mastery over the situation. To him, what had just transpired, a cataclysmic battle that could move the heavens and stir the souls, was merely the equivalent of a leisurely dance session after a hearty meal. Li Fan wielded his mind to manipulate the disassembled mech parts, which were no aimless fragments, but rather a cadre of well-trained transformers. Under his command, they swiftly reassembled around him, akin to soldiers responding to a rallying call. In a dazzling display of silver light, the magnificent form of the Apocalypse mech was reconstructed, its grandeur eclipsing even the most awe-inspiring Transformers unifications. The entire process flowed seamlessly, imbued with an air of futuristic mystique and a hint of ostentation. Xingmeng stood by, utterly dumbfounded, her jaw nearly grazing the ground. Was this truly a mech? It was simply magnificent. Xingmeng rummaged through her vocabulary, but found her lexicon woefully inadequate to encapsulate the stunning spectacle before her. It's art, Li Fan interjected, striking what he deemed a particularly dashing pose. Xingmeng was left speechless. This fellow not only possessed extraordinary prowess, but also bore a shamelessness thick enough to serve as a bulletproof vest. Stunned, she stood there like a statue, rigid and immobile. Her once lively and enchanting eyes now widened like copper bells, filled to the brim with disbelief and exclamations of what on earth. And this defies logic. Her alluring lips parted slightly, capable of accommodating an egg, yet she remained speechless, reminiscent of a malfunctioning tape recorder. A sharp intake of breath escaped Xingmeng as she felt her CPU nearing its breaking point. Desperately rubbing her eyes, she feared she might be hallucinating or, worse, have unwittingly traversed into some bizarre sci-fi film. Was this truly a mechanic? This was nothing short of a humanoid walking mecha. Surely, this individual treated machinery like mere Lego blocks, assembling and disassembling with a speed surpassing even her own changing of outfits. Xingmeng felt as though she had been subjected to a profound mental shock. Her worldview shattered into fragments. She began to re-evaluate Li Fan's capabilities, akin to reinstalling the operating system of a supercomputer. This individual was undoubtedly no mere novice. Her gaze grew grave as she mentally affixed a large warning label to Li Fan, recognizing that his prowess would allow him to stride confidently not only on the desolate planet of Karen, but also within the capital of the Interstellar Federation. No, I must reassess my life's trajectory. Xingmeng clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling with the fervor of seeking a powerful ally. This individual was destined to be the most dazzling figure on the interstellar battlefield. If I could cultivate a good relationship with him, wouldn't that guarantee my effortless victory in the future? Ahem. Xingmeng cleared her throat, striving to appear less infatuated. Li Fan, your mech is rather unique. She attempted to compliment Li Fan, yet found her meager vocabulary utterly inadequate to describe this miraculous machine. Just as Xingmeng's thoughts wandered, 3 streaks of light sliced through the sky, resembling 3 resplendent shooting stars, exuding an overwhelming aura as they thunderously descended at the entrance of the mech repair shop. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled thrice. Xingmeng's heart raced violently, nearly leaping from her chest. 3 Starbreaker-class mechs. Good heavens! Was this spectacle intended to demolish this shabby establishment? The metallic exteriors of the mechs shimmered under the sunlight, glinting with a cold brilliance, akin to 3 fortresses forged from steel, casting a vast shadow over the small repair shop. Stifling, oppressively stifling. These 3 mechs emanated an energy fluctuation so potent it was suffocating. A stark contrast to that wretched cat-like machine from earlier. One was celestial, the other terrestrial. They were entirely from different realms. Xingmeng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as she fixated on the uniform camouflage paint of the mechs and that emblem. The Xingmeng Federation fleet. It was truly them. Xingmeng inhaled sharply, her heart tightening to its utmost limit. She recognized them. These 3 mechs were Inferno, Ishka, and Sea Beast. The Sea King Squad. It was indeed the Sea King Squad. They were the Federation fleet's most elite aces. Each member of the team has emerged from the depths of despair, forged in the crucible of countless battles, and their wealth of experience is beyond mere description. The mechs they pilot are the most advanced and elite models in the Federation. How did they suddenly arrive at this desolate corner of Kalen Star? And why did they land directly at the entrance of this dilapidated repair shop? Could it be? Could it be for Vera? Xingmeng's complexion instantly turned pale. A chilling sensation surged from her feet to her head, leaving her completely frozen. 3 mechs stood poised in a triangular formation, with the foremost black mech exuding an oppressive aura reminiscent of an abyss. Its head was shaped with cold precision, sharp angles reminiscent of a coiled leopard ready to pounce. It was the Sea Beast. The pilot, the captain of the Sea King Squad, Yinfeng, emerged from the cockpit as the hatch opened with a mechanical hiss. Clad in a black combat uniform, he stood tall, his expression stern, and his gaze sharp as a blade. surveying the surroundings until it finally rested on Li Fan. Yunfeng's voice was low and resonant, imbued with an undeniable air of authority. "Are you the mechanic here?" Li Fan set down the wrench in his hand, wiped it clean, and regarded Yunfeng with an unruffled demeanor, as if the newcomer were merely an ordinary customer rather than the captain of a prestigious Federation mech squad. "Indeed. How may I assist you?" he replied, his tone casual, hinting at a touch of business acumen. "We offer comprehensive services for mech repairs, modifications, and maintenance, all with utmost integrity." Xingmeng observed in astonishment, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, contemplating whether Li Fan was genuinely composed or simply lacking in common sense. After all, this was the Sea King squad, the pride of the Federation. Most others would have been paralyzed with fear by now. Yunfeng furrowed his brow, evidently taken aback by Li Fan's reaction. He straightforwardly inquired, "Vera, have you seen her?" "Vera?" Li Fan stroked his chin, feigning contemplation. "Are you referring to that infamous member of the Bloodbath Alliance? I believe there is such an individual. What of it? Where is she?" Yunfeng's tone grew increasingly frigid, the atmosphere around them seeming to solidify with tension. It had turned utterly frigid. Li Fan shrugged, his demeanor as casual as if he were commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. "Oh, I sent her to meet the Almighty." "Oh, wait, in this interstellar age. It should be the star deity." Chapter 32. He must be a merchant of deceit in an instant. The two mechas behind Yunfeng activated, Ishka and Li Hua advancing like ferocious beasts. "What?" The cockpit of the mecha swung open, and two figures swiftly emerged. "Captain, this brat." The mecha pilot of Li Hua, Tang Si, a burly man with a striking crew cut, was seething with anger, ready to unleash a torrent of curses upon Li Fan, but was abruptly intercepted by the woman beside him. "Calm down, Tang Si," she urged. The pilot of Ishka, Lu Lin, a short-haired and capable woman of striking beauty, usually adorned with a gentle smile, now bore an expression of scrutiny. She stepped forward briskly, attempting to diffuse the palpable tension. "Mr. Li, greetings. We are the Ocean King team of the Gailan Federation fleet, tasked with thoroughly investigating the anomalous activities of the Bloodbath Alliance. Vera is the pivotal figure in this series of events. Her every movement is of utmost importance to us." Tang Si eagerly interjected. "The higher-ups have already discerned that a colossal conspiracy lurks behind Vera's actions. Consequently, they have issued a top-secret mission to locate her or, at the very least, ascertain her fate." Li Fan surveyed the situation before him, contemplating inwardly. Vera truly is a hot potato. Even in death, she stirs such turmoil. "Indeed, I have already dealt with her." With a calm demeanor, Li Fan affirmed once more, "As for any conspiracy, I am utterly oblivious. I am but a humble mechanic, wishing only to quietly repair mechas and earn a modest living to support my family." As he spoke, he helplessly gestured towards his repair shop. "I apologize, but there is still a mecha awaiting repair in my shop, and the client is pressing. It's a substantial order worth 10 million credit points. I cannot afford any delays." Upon hearing the figure of 10 million credit points, Xingmeng nearly choked, her mind seething with indignation. This guy is simply outrageous. Only now does he remember to repair my snow eagle. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, Li Fan turned to Xingmeng, raising an eyebrow slightly, his gaze imbued with a subtle hint. Xingmeng, initially taken aback, quickly grasped his intent. Li Fan was attempting to change the subject. "Change the subject? Drag me into this. The snow eagle, is it severely damaged?" Xingmeng deliberately raised her voice to play along with Li Fan's charade, all the while mentally berating, "Severely damaged. My foot. My snow eagle merely has a scratch on its exterior. This fellow is undoubtedly scheming to extort me." Lu Lin maintained her gentle smile, yet her gaze bore an added sharpness of inquiry. Tang Si, however, exhibited less patience. His robust frame leaned forward as a thunderous voice erupted. "Kid, don't try to play tricks on us. You had better come clean about Vela." Yet, Li Fan seemed oblivious to Tang Si's intimidation, striding towards the repair shop with an air of enthusiasm, greeting Xingmeng. "Miss Qin, this way, please. I must thoroughly inspect our snow eagle to ascertain the damage. A contract worth 10 million credit points requires nothing short of your satisfaction." Xingmeng took a deep breath, suppressing the tide of skepticism within her, and hurriedly followed in her high heels. She was determined to discover what this fellow was truly up to. 10 million credit points, repairing the snow eagle? Tang Xi's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Yunfeng. "Captain, is this kid out of his mind?" How is this any different from robbing us? Yunfeng furrowed his brow deeply, as if tangled in an insolvable conundrum. He could not shake the feeling that this mechanic exuded an inexplicable peculiarity. His calm demeanor was not something an ordinary person could feign. Lu Lin observed Li Fan and Qin Lan entering the repair shop, and softly advised Yunfeng, "Captain, let us not rush. Let us assess the situation first. While Vela's matter is indeed pressing, there may be unexpected gains to be found through this mechanic." Though Tangxi was reluctant, he understood the necessity of obeying the captain's orders. He curled his lips and muttered softly, "What could possibly be gained? To me, he appears to be nothing more than a greedy, unscrupulous merchant." The three of them then stepped into Li Fan's repair shop. Upon entering, Tangxi could not contain a gasp, nearly colliding with the doorframe due to his robust build. Is this truly a repair shop? Surely it cannot be a secret exhibition hall for some top-tier technology company. What they had anticipated to be a dilapidated, grease-stained workshop was instead a scene that left them utterly astounded. The shop was illuminated, exuding a futuristic aura. The metallic walls gleamed with a stark brightness, and the streamlined decor resembled the hull of a starship. Various intricate instruments flickered with enigmatic lights, as if revealing the secrets of advanced technology, rendering the entire space exceptionally dazzling. Lu Lin instinctively removed her sunglasses, her beautiful eyes reflecting a glimmer of surprise, as the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "It seems we must reassess our previous judgments regarding Boss Li's repair shop." Although Yunfeng remained silent, the slight arch of his brows betrayed his astonishment. The decor and ambience were such that one might easily mistake it for a premier mech repair center in the cosmos. Qin Lan, though somewhat prepared, could not suppress a twitch at the corners of her mouth upon witnessing the interior once more. This fellow. Surely he must have invested all his savings into the renovations. No wonder he quoted a repair fee of 10 million. Li Fan chuckled with satisfaction, secretly thinking, these country bumpkins have never seen the world, have they? This is a product of the system, an absolute masterpiece. The decor and ambience here are incomparable to those mundane roadside repair shops. As the crowd gathered outside a colossal maintenance chamber, Li Fan adeptly maneuvered the control panel. With a resonant hum of machinery, the metallic doors slowly parted, revealing an even more awe-inspiring interior. Within the vast space, various mechanical arms danced gracefully like ethereal performers, while laser beams intertwined and flickered, seemingly weaving a mysterious tapestry of technology. At the center, a massive lift platform stood empty, clearly designated as the exclusive workspace for the Snow Eagle. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lan approached the lift platform. The star ring on her wrist shimmered with an otherworldly glow as she commanded, "Snow Eagle, deploy." A soft hum resonated, and a silvery beam shot forth from the star ring, swiftly coalescing on the lift platform. In the blink of an eye, a sleek, snow-white mech materialized before them, the very embodiment of Qin Lan's exclusive Snow Eagle. However, at that moment, the Snow Eagle appeared somewhat battered. Its once mirror-smooth exterior was marred by charred marks, with signs of melting evident in certain areas, as if it had endured a fierce battle and been mercilessly scorched by flames. Tangxi gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth? What kind of terrifying weapon could have done this? Vera must have been brutal." Qin Lan's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Tangxi an irritated glare, retorting, "Mind your own business. This was an accident during training." Yet internally, she was screaming, "Training, my foot. It is unmistakably the result of that insufferable younger brother's flame dragon. How utterly embarrassing." Li Fan's lips twitched slightly as he stifled his amusement, pondering silently. TSK. The injuries to the Snow Eagle are indeed more severe than I anticipated. It appears that the destructive power of this flame dragon is truly as formidable as rumored. That 10 million in repair costs is, in fact, quite reasonable. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Li Fan adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Miss Qin, the condition of the Snow Eagle is indeed worse than I had estimated. However, rest assured, under my care, I shall ensure it returns to pristine condition and perhaps even ascends to new heights." Qin Lan raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with skepticism. "Ascend to new heights? Such bold claims. I am eager to see how you intend to achieve that." Chapter 33. A new transformation. Li Fan offered a mysterious smile and approached the control console, beginning his work. "Ladies and gentlemen, the repair process is rather intricate. To ensure the quality of the repairs, I kindly ask you to wait outside for a moment." There is a large screen outside the repair chamber where you can monitor the progress in real time. With that, without waiting for a response, Li Fan firmly closed the door of the repair chamber, effectively isolating the Sea King team and Xingmeng outside. Bang! The metallic door sealed shut, creating a barrier between the inside and the outside. Tang Si scratched his head in confusion. Captain, what's this kid up to? Being all mysterious, Yun Feng gazed intently at the closed door, his voice deep and contemplative. Let us observe for now. If he truly manages to repair the Snow Eagle, he may indeed possess some remarkable skills. At this moment, a large screen on the exterior of the maintenance cabin illuminated with the image of Li Fan, who wore a cheerful smile and pointed towards the Snow Eagle, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin." The screen vividly displayed the interior of the maintenance cabin, where Li Fan circled the Snow Eagle, his gaze focused and earnest, as if he were admiring a masterpiece. He approached the central control console and swiftly glided his fingers across the control panel, entering command after command into the mech's control system. The mechanical arms began to move with dexterity, various precision repair tools finding their way to the damaged sections of the Snow Eagle as if guided by instinct. Goodness! This kid truly possesses some remarkable skills, Tang Si exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he observed the repair scene on the screen. Yun Feng and Lu Lin also nodded slightly, their expressions turning serious. Although Xingmeng did not vocalize her thoughts, her gaze remained fixed on the screen, her inner conviction beginning to waver. Could it be that this fellow is genuinely as formidable as Xingyu claimed? On screen, Li Fan's repair work continued unabated. He deftly maneuvered the mechanical arms, precisely layering new alloy materials over the damaged exterior of the Snow Eagle. The charred marks vanished at a visibly rapid pace, replaced by a lustrous, mirror-like metallic sheen. Yun Feng squinted, intently observing the subtle transformations on the screen. He remained silent. Yet the tension in his brow began to ease slightly. Lu Lin, taken aback, murmured softly this. The efficiency is astonishingly swift. Xingmeng still crossed her arms, her lips pressed tightly together in a straight line, yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the spectacle on the screen. Not only the exterior, but Li Fan had also summoned a complex diagram, with light dancing over the core components of the shuiying, dazzling to behold. What is he doing? Tang Si could not help but inquire, a hint of curiosity lacing his voice. It seems he is engraving something, Lu Lin replied, uncertainty tinging her tone. Before their eyes, a delicate laser cutter extended from the mechanical arm, carefully gliding over the core component as if it were embroidering, with precision that was nothing short of exquisite. Vein engraving, Lu Lin exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. He can actually perform vein engraving? This is a sophisticated skill reserved for master-level mechanics. Yun Feng's expression grew solemn as he remarked, it appears we have all underestimated him. This Li Fan is certainly not an ordinary mechanic. Tang Si, mouth agape, stammered, Captain, 1 million. 1 million to repair a shuiying, it seems. It doesn't sound so exorbitant anymore. Upon hearing Tang Si's words, Xingmeng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You lot change your opinions far too swiftly. Just a moment ago, you called him a heartless merchant, and now you deem 1 million reasonable? Internally, she scoffed, humph. No matter how skilled he is, 1 million is still a blatant overcharge. Once the shuiying is repaired, I shall ensure he understands that the Qin family's wealth is not easily acquired. However, Xingland's lamentations were far from over as the scene on the screen underwent yet another transformation. The Snow Eagle mech emitted a crisp hum, and the previously dull exterior suddenly erupted into a dazzling brilliance. The silvery light, akin to flames, surged upward, enveloping the entire maintenance bay in a shimmering realm of silver. Martial arts technique. It has awakened a martial arts technique. Lu Lin's voice sharpened, filled with incredulous astonishment. Yun Feng and Tang Si were utterly transfixed, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they had witnessed something miraculous. Xingmeng, too, stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes wide open, fixated on the screen displaying the reborn Snow Eagle, her mind a blank slate. She felt as though her worldview had shattered in that moment. Not only had her Snow Eagle fully recovered from its injuries, but it had also awakened a martial arts technique. How could this be possible? On the screen, Li Fan clapped his hands in satisfaction, offering a radiant smile to the surveillance camera. The maintenance bay door hissed open, and a visible chill surged forth, akin to the opening of an ice cellar, sending shivers down spines. What is happening? Tang Si exclaimed dramatically, crossing his arms. This snow eagle has such remarkable cooling capabilities? Bossly, have you taken up selling popsicles on the side? Yun Feng and Lu Lin furrowed their brows, clearly feeling the sudden drop in temperature. Only Qin Lan, despite shivering, remained fixated on the interior of the bay. As the door fully opened, the scene within came into view. The once battered Snow Eagle mech now stands quietly at the center of the maintenance bay, its silvery exterior gleaming with an air of power and advanced technology. If the previous incarnation of Snow Eagle resembled a battle-hardened warrior, the present form embodies a resurrected Ice Queen, noble, striking, and untouchable. Qin Lan stepped inside, gently caressing the mirror-smooth surface of the Snow Eagle, the coolness beneath her fingertips reminiscent of true frost. She could distinctly sense a formidable energy pulsating within the mech, a chilling and sharp power that was entirely unlike before. Is this my Snow Eagle? Her voice trembled slightly, laced with disbelief. Li Fan approached with a cheerful demeanor, rubbing his hands together, exuding the air of a consummate professional. How do you find it, Miss Qin? Are you satisfied with our maintenance results? I assure you, it's worth every penny. Enough of your chatter. Qin Lan shot him a glance, though her lips curled into a faint smile, clearly in good spirits. That is a certainty, Li Fan replied, raising an eyebrow in satisfaction. Qin Lan rolled her eyes at him again, but her smile remained, indicating her positive mood. Tang Si, observing from the side, couldn't help but interject, I must say, Boss Li, your cultural literacy leaves much to be desired. Li Fan disregarded Tang Si's teasing and turned serious. Miss Qin, the Snow Eagle has successfully awakened the martial skill Frozen Domain. Frozen Domain? Qin Lan's tone brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 34. Could you repeat that? Li Fan cleared his throat and began to explain. In simple terms, upon activating the Frozen Domain, the Snow Eagle mech experiences a remarkable 30 increase in speed, akin to being equipped with a turbocharger soaring through the air. Simultaneously, it inflicts a 20 slowing effect on enemy mechs within a certain radius that do not possess ice attributes, effectively applying an ice frost debuff upon them. Tang Si, overhearing this, gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide as saucers. Goodness, is it truly that formidable? With such swiftness and the ability to hinder foes, how can anyone survive against it? Yun Feng's eyes also sparkled with excitement as he mused. If this is indeed the case, then the combat capability of the Snow Eagle has escalated by at least 2 tiers. Lu Lin, brimming with enthusiasm, rubbed her hands together. This Frozen Domain is tailor-made for the Snow Eagle's martial prowess. Qin Lan, absorbing the awe of her companions while gazing at the rejuvenated Snow Eagle, felt an exhilarating rush. Initially, she had deemed the 1 million repair fee exorbitant, yet now it seemed quite justified? You have some skills after all, Li Fan. However, that million still needs to be meticulously accounted for. With a haughty thought, Qin Lan found her lips involuntarily curling into a slight smile. Gazing at Li Fan's infuriatingly smug face, she suddenly felt that perhaps he wasn't so unbearable after all. Ahem. Li Fan cleared his throat, shattering the delicate atmosphere. Miss Qin, now that the Snow Eagle has been repaired, please remember to take good care of the shop's business. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan instantly regained her regal demeanor, casting a sidelong glance at Li Fan. I absolutely guarantee it. You shall be satisfied. If not, you owe me nothing. Li Fan immediately thumped his chest in assurance, his avaricious nature laid bare. TSK, money, money, money. Greedy. Lu Lin observed Qin Lan's satisfied expression, and her own thoughts began to stir. She turned to Li Fan and smiled. Mr. Li, I have great admiration for your skills. I possess a mecha as well, which sustained a minor injury during a previous mission. Could you take a look at it for me? As she spoke, Lu Lin summoned her mecha, Ishka. The machine, adorned in sleek lines and military green camouflage, exuded elegance with its graceful contours. While it appeared largely undamaged at first glance, closer inspection revealed several scratches and minor impairments. Li Fan approached, placing a hand upon the leg armor of Ishka, attuning himself to the energy flowing within. Simultaneously, he called upon the system in his mind. System, please conduct a diagnostic on this mecha. Ding. Ishka mecha detected, meeting the conditions for Tier 3 enhancement. It can undergo a Tier 3 upgrade, awaken a second combat skill, and acquire a second mecha form. Notice, this enhancement will require 500 star energy points. Shall we proceed? The system's notification echoed in Li Fan's mind. A surge of joy filled him. This was a lucrative opportunity. 80 million credit points, No negotiation, Li Fan declared with resolute certainty. Lu Lin was momentarily taken aback, suspecting she had misheard. She cupped her ear and asked again, "How much?" "Mr. Li, could you please repeat that?" 8 million. A firm price, honest and straightforward. Li Fan replied with a smile, extending 8 fingers in front of Lu Lin. 80 million. Lu Lin's voice suddenly soared, nearly lifting the ceiling of the maintenance bay. "Mr. Li, are you sure you haven't added an extra zero?" Tang Si leaned in, disbelief etched across his face. That price could purchase a brand new Stargrade mech, couldn't it? "Mr. Li, isn't this a bit excessive?" Even the usually composed Yun Feng could not suppress his frown, regarding Li Fan with a scrutinizing gaze. Yet, Li Fan remained unfazed, explaining with a serene demeanor, "Miss Lu, please do not be alarmed. The 80 million I mentioned is not merely for standard maintenance." He paused, raising a finger. If it were simply a matter of repairs and refurbishments to address those scratches and damages, it would only require 1 million credit points, ensuring Yorishka is restored to its pristine condition, as good as new. However, Li Fan's tone shifted, taking on a serious edge. This 80 million encompasses the costs for the Ishka's upgrade enhancement. Upgrade enhancement? Lu Lin, Yun Feng, and Tang Si exchanged bewildered glances. Indeed, Li Fan affirmed, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "I have just inspected it, and Yorishka meets the criteria for enhancement. With my modifications, it can awaken a second combat skill and acquire a secondary mech form." "Is that the second martial arts technique?" "The second mecha form?" Lu Lin exclaimed, utterly astonished by the revelation. Indeed, it was astonishing. Li Fan raised an eyebrow, brimming with pride. This was a rare opportunity, one that should not be missed. Once it slipped away, it would be gone forever. Moreover, this second mecha form would endow Ishka with greater versatility in combat, enabling it to navigate the complexities of various battlefield environments. The more Li Fan spoke, the more exhilarated he became, as if he could already envision Ishka dominating the battlefield. Lu Lin, completely overwhelmed by Li Fan's vivid portrayal, opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. 80 million, although exorbitantly priced. If it truly granted Ishka such a monumental enhancement, her heart began to waver significantly. "We can draft a contract," Li Fan suggested with a knowing smile, fully aware of the formidable binding power of contracts in this era. At this point, Lu Lin, Yun Feng, and Tang Si could no longer contain their restlessness. They were acutely aware of the implications of a contract. Breaching it would result in penalties exceeding tenfold. Unable to afford such consequences, a simple solution, federal prison or border rehabilitation, awaited. They were all too familiar with such matters. "All right, the 80 million deal is on. I will sign the contract right now." Lu Lin could no longer suppress her excitement and immediately agreed. She feared that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity might slip away, and if Yun Feng and Tang Si beat her to it, she would surely be left in tears. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Lin's words, Tang Si and Yun Feng couldn't help but sigh in unison. Alas, it is too late. As longtime teammates, their understanding of each other was profound. No matter how enticing the temptation, they could never engage in price competition. Furthermore, this opportunity rightfully belonged to Lu Lin, and they felt it inappropriate to intrude. Yet, a slight pang of regret flickered within their hearts, lamenting that they may have squandered a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Chapter 35. Breaking the cocoon to become a butterfly. All right. Please hold on. Li Fan observed Lu Lin's unwavering choice of the 80 million package and inwardly nodded in approval. This girl truly possesses discernment. With the means to afford a star-class mech like Ishka and being a member of the strongest squad in the Federation fleet, this sum was but a trifling matter. His fingers danced swiftly across the control panel, akin to a maestro conducting a stirring symphony, and in an instant, a pristine contract materialized in his hand. Li Fan elegantly handed it to Lu Lin, his movements fluid and charismatic. Lu Lin received the contract, her beautiful eyes scanning it meticulously, leaving no punctuation mark overlooked. Once she confirmed its accuracy, without a moment's hesitation, she signed her name with a flourish, displaying an air of decisiveness and a touch of a heroic woman. Ding. 80. 000 credit points credited. With a cacophony reminiscent of falling gold coins, Li Fan felt as though he could hear the sound of wealth cascading down. The arrival of 80 million credit points caused his account balance to soar near the 100 million mark. This astonishing fortune was utterly dazzling. He felt an overwhelming sense of joy, imagining a future filled with leisure and abundance, unburdened by the need to work. With the freedom to purchase anything he desired and savor delightful meals, life seemed utterly blissful. Li Fan couldn't help but indulge in visions of a splendid existence. He stroked his chin, reflecting with a hint of nostalgia. In these times, without a solid financial foundation, one truly could not afford to engage in the realm of mechas. He instructed Lu Lin, Yun Feng, and Tang Si to temporarily vacate the maintenance chamber, as he was poised to showcase his remarkable skills. What a fascinating opportunity. This was indeed a rare treasure. Though the dual attribute enhancement talent was rated only A level, its rarity was commendable, rivaling that of S-level talents. It was truly a gem, 1 in a million. Let me see. Her first combat skill is Counterattack Storm. It grants a brief super energy shield that immunizes against most attacks, only to explode with a resounding bang, reflecting damage back to the assailant. This ability is a perfect match for her mecha talent. With a clear plan in mind, Li Fan began to manipulate the intricate devices within the maintenance chamber, preparing to undertake a groundbreaking transformation of Ishka. Ascension enhancement commencing. He deftly maneuvered the agile mechanical arms, akin to an experienced bomb disposal expert, carefully detaching the core component of Ishka, the mecha core. This component was the very heart of the mecha. A moment's carelessness could result in an explosive disaster, leaving nothing but scrap metal. Subsequently, he proceeded to conduct comprehensive repairs and maintenance on the other parts of the mecha. He first employed a high-energy particle beam to meticulously cleanse the surface of the mech, the sizzling sound reminiscent of an indulgent deep-cleaning spa treatment. Subsequently, he utilized a nano-repair fluid to mend the minuscule fissures within the mech, a technological marvel far superior to ordinary adhesive, capable of restoring the armor to its original, impervious state. Finally, he optimized and upgraded the energy conduction system, ensuring a more seamless flow of energy, akin to unblocking the vital meridians, thus enhancing the mech's combat prowess to unprecedented heights. As time slipped away, 2 hours felt like mere moments. Under Li Fan's deft hands, the once slightly fatigued Ishka was rejuvenated, radiating a brilliant luster as if reborn. The next and most critical step was to inscribe new energy patterns. Li Fan took a deep breath, carefully selecting from a myriad of designs, ultimately choosing a special enhancement pattern that would endow Ishka with newfound strength. This was no trivial matter. Even the slightest misstep could lead to ruin. Outside the repair chamber, Lu Lin, Yun Feng, and Tang Si anxiously awaited the outcome. Lu Lin was particularly restless, akin to an ant on a hot pan, straining her neck to peer through the large screen of the repair chamber, nervously monitoring the situation inside. On the screen, Li Fan was intently focused on Ishka, seemingly lost in thought and delaying his next move. Observing Lu Lin's restless demeanor, Tang Si couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Lin, could you possibly remain a bit more composed? The payments have been made, and the contract has been signed. Your urgency is of no consequence. Go away, Tang Si, you scoundrel, standing there with such nonchalance. Lu Lin shot Tang Si a glare, remarking, if it were your mech, would you remain so composed? You would have dashed in and perhaps even taken matters into your own hands for Boss Li. Hee, I'm merely anxious for you. Tang Si retorted with a cheeky grin. I'm not certain. Lu Lin hesitated momentarily before nodding. But I have faith in him. For some reason, I cannot shake the feeling that this Boss Li is enigmatic. Despite his youth, he exudes an air of, how should I put it, profound mystery. Indeed, your intuition is astute. Yun Feng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. This Boss Li is beyond my comprehension as well. Moreover, he managed to defeat the ghost cat mech of the Bloodbath Alliance and eliminate the assassin Vela. His prowess is surely formidable, perhaps even rivaling our own. The trio fell into a contemplative silence, anticipation swelling within them as they awaited the moment when Li Fan would perform wonders. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from within the maintenance chamber, followed by a searing shockwave that surged through the heavy door towards the three of them. Lu Lin's heart raced. Had the maintenance chamber truly exploded? Would her beloved Ishka be reduced to mere scrap? This was a freshly charged credit card. It must have exploded, right? Tang Si stood in disbelief. Could a maintenance mech actually malfunction to such an extent? Is Boss Li engaging in performance art? Is explosion truly an art form? He cautiously stepped back, sensing an ominous aura surrounding the detonation. Only Yun Feng maintained his icy demeanor, yet his gaze was fixed intently upon the maintenance bay door, as if ready to rush in and rescue the mech at any moment. With a click, the maintenance bay door swung open. Yunfeng surged inside like an arrow released from a bow, his speed nearly causing Lu Lin and Tang Si to stumble. Yunfeng, Maishka, Lu Lin exclaimed, momentarily forsaking her Leda-like composure, and dashed inside after him. Upon entering the maintenance bay, they were instantly entranced. Before them stood the Ishka, no longer the somewhat antiquated figure it once was. It had transformed magnificently, akin to a swan emerging from its cocoon, or rather, a caterpillar evolving into a steel butterfly. The mech's head, previously characterized by smooth curves, now bore sharp, defined angles, resembling a fierce metallic helmet, complete with protruding spikes that signaled its formidable nature. The deep blue optical sensors gleamed with a predatory light, reminiscent of a hawk fixated on its prey, truly awe-inspiring. The shoulder armor had been substantially reinforced, featuring layers upon layers of alloy plating, instilling an overwhelming sense of security. On the right arm rested an imposing 25-meter-long alloy spear, adorned with pulsating energy patterns that shimmered with intensity, while the spear's tip gleamed with a reflective sharpness, seemingly capable of piercing through 10 tanks in a single thrust. The left arm was even more extravagant, boasting a massive shield, its energy barrier rippling like water, with serrated edges that promised a brutally visceral combat experience. The overall hue of the mech has transformed, emanating a ghostly blue luminescence from within. Mysterious patterns flicker across its surface, pulsating with an enigmatic allure that elevates its grandeur to unprecedented heights. Its stature has surged from 28 meters to an impressive 30 meters, resembling a true colossus of steel. Chapter 36, Bidding Farewell to the Mummy. Wow, is this truly Maishka? Lu Lin rubbed her eyes, questioning whether she had mistakenly entered the wrong maintenance bay. The modifications are nothing short of miraculous. Tang Si stood in awe, his mouth agape as if a chicken egg could fit within. He suddenly realized that his previous mockery of Lu Lin for spending extravagantly was utterly naive. The craftsmanship of Boss Li is not merely a bargain. It is an astonishing deal, akin to buying 1 and receiving 10. Boss Li, you are incredibly impressive, Lu Lin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she turned to Li Fan. So what do you think? Are you satisfied? Li Fan's lips curled into a knowing smile, exuding an air of complete mastery. Satisfied? It transcends mere satisfaction. It is sheer delight. Lu Lin, brimming with enthusiasm, rubbed her hands together, eagerly asking, Boss Li, may I give it a try? Of course, it is your mech after all. Li Fan nodded, gesturing for her to proceed. Upon receiving his consent, Lu Lin wasted no time, dashing towards the Ishka's cockpit and nimbly climbing inside. Neural links engaged, ignition. The mech's radiance surged dramatically, and the jet thrusters behind it roared to life, releasing a plume of pale blue flames. The entire machine seemed to awaken, pulsating with vitality. A powerful sense of oppression emanated from the cockpit. Lu Lin stretched her limbs, feeling the surging strength transmitted by the mech. Its agility had improved significantly. Upon noticing that the core power source had transformed into a dazzling star crystal core, she couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Oh my, the star crystal core. Boss Li, you've truly outdone yourself. Her voice quivered with excitement, for the star crystal core was a premium item. How much would one need to acquire such a treasure? Boss Li, this is incredible. This mech has undergone a complete metamorphosis. It's immensely stronger than before. Lu Lin's exhilaration resonated from within the mech, palpable even through the thick armor. Enough talk. Let us test its capabilities, Li Fan said with a smile as he approached the control panel and pressed a button. With a series of mechanical clicks, the workshop's ceiling slowly opened, revealing the azure sky. Li Fan, Yunfeng, Lu Lin, and the ever-curious Tang Si all gazed at Ishka with eager anticipation, keen to witness the astonishing power this rejuvenated mech would unleash in combat. With a thunderous presence, Ishka's 30-meter-tall steel frame, enveloped in a cerulean metallic storm, landed heavily on the open ground. Boom! The earth trembled thrice in response. The few onlookers who had initially gathered quickly dispersed upon the arrival of Yunfeng and his companions. After all, the members of the Sea King squad were not to be trifled with. Who would dare provoke them, risking becoming mere fodder? The voice of Lu Lin resonated from within Ishka, imbued with an irrepressible excitement and a hint of static. Oh my! This perspective, this sensation, is utterly transformed. Boss Li, your craftsmanship is nothing short of miraculous, turning decay into splendor, transmuting base elements into gold. Tang Si, standing nearby, expressed his astonishment, circling Ishka several times. His mouth agape with admiration. Goodness, this spear, this shield, these intricate patterns, it's armed to the teeth. Sister Lin, the mech you're piloting. If you told me it was the latest military model, I would wholeheartedly believe it. Indeed. Lu Lin chuckled triumphantly from the cockpit, her voice slightly soaring with delight. Ishka stirred to life. With a sudden, powerful swing of its right arm, the 25-meter-long alloy spear sliced through the air with a whistling sound. Master of Combat Techniques, activate. Lu Lin commanded, her voice ringing with authority as the core within the mech erupted in a dazzling blaze of light. The movements of Ishka became increasingly rapid and fluid. The speed at which the spear was wielded seemed to surpass the limits of the naked eye, leaving only a series of afterimages that wove together in a dense, impenetrable metallic storm. The sound of the spear slicing through the air was relentless, akin to a torrential downpour, resonating painfully against the eardrums. Is this for real? This speed? It's utterly outrageous. Tang Xi's eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring to himself, is this still Ishka? It feels as if I've encountered an entirely different mech. Yet, the true astonishment awaited him. Second form, Shield Guardian Counterattack. Deploy. Lu Lin activated her skill once more. And Ishka's colossal shield on its left arm thrust forward with great force. The energy shield instantaneously expanded, doubling the already considerable area of the shield, effectively enveloping the upper half of the mech entirely. Simultaneously, Ishka adopted a slightly crouched stance, embodying a quintessential defensive posture. Wow, it can do that too. Tang Xi was utterly taken aback, his mouth agape as if he could fit an interstellar egg inside. He felt as though his worldview had been relentlessly redefined by Ishka time and again today. Lu Lin clearly reveled in this new form, her triumphant laughter resonating from within the mech. Haha, now this is what we call a perfect blend of offense and defense. Behold my power. The energy cannon shall rend the heavens and shatter the earth. The energy cannon on Ishka's right shoulder suddenly blazed with blinding radiance. Boom. A robust beam of energy surged forth like a dragon breaking from the sea, soaring into the sky. The beam detonated midair, manifesting into a colossal sphere of light that erupted with a deafening roar. The shockwave, tangible in its force, triggered a violent disturbance in the surrounding air currents, scattering dust from the ground in every direction. Isn't my new skill and form impressive? Lu Lin's voice brimmed with pride and boastfulness, practically overflowing from the screen. Just then, she made another astonishing discovery. Oh, it can do this as well? Before her eyes, a surge of energy emanated from the long halberd in Ishka's grasp, swirling around the weapon like flames. The length of the long spear has astonishingly increased by several meters. What was once 25 meters now appears to extend beyond 30, resembling a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens. Unbelievable. Is it truly possible? Tang Xi was utterly flabbergasted, his emotions of envy and resentment erupting like a volcano, flooding his heart with intensity. He felt that his previous fiery mech paled in comparison to Ishka, which now seemed merely a mere firewood stick, utterly feeble. Yunfeng's gaze also grew grave. He had initially perceived Lu Lin as merely a moderately talented team member. However, under Li Fan's transformation, Ishka had unleashed an astonishing potential. With the masterful offensive and defensive techniques, coupled with the extendable energy spear, Lu Lin's prowess likely rivaled that of his captain. With this thought, Yunfeng could no longer suppress his yearning, casting a fervent glance towards Li Fan, his tone laced with anticipation and a hint of probing. Boss Li, your transformation technique is truly remarkable. I wonder, would it be possible to apply such enhancements to our Sea King team's mechs? Tang Xi quickly caught on, hastening to step forward, as if fearing Li Fan might not hear him, exclaiming loudly, Yes, yes. Boss Li, look at my fiery blaze. It's decent. But compared to Sister Lin's Ishka, it pales in comparison. Money is not an issue. As long as you can transform my fiery blaze to such an extent, I'll pay any price. The two individuals gazed eagerly at Li Fan, awaiting his response, as if they were anticipating a decree of fate. Observing their expectant expressions and glancing at the sky, Li Fan leisurely shook his head. What does shaking one's head signify? Tang Xi's smile instantly faltered, a chill spreading through his heart. Could it be that Boss Li was unwilling? Yunfeng's eyes also dimmed. Indeed, such a level of enhancement could not be easily attained. They had merely approached this endeavor with a spirit of trial and error. Yet they had not anticipated being turned down. Li Fan, oblivious to their disappointment, merely glanced at the time on his phone and remarked, "It is getting late. Esteemed officials, it appears that Miss Xingmeng's injuries still require further attention. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise on the way, the Qin family would hold me accountable, and my humble establishment cannot bear such a burden." Upon hearing this, Yunfeng and Tang Si suddenly recalled that they still had the formidable Qin Lan to escort. Chapter 37. Memories of Li Feishiu. Li Fan leisurely tidied the tools on the table while muttering to himself, "See them off, see them off. Any overtime will incur additional charges. In these times, it is quite challenging to be a worker." He swiftly closed the door, shutting out the clamor of the outside world, as if also blocking the eager gazes of those awaiting mechanical upgrades. With a decisive click, the repair shop's door shut firmly, leaving Yunfeng and Tang Si's hopeful expressions cruelly confined outside. The two appeared as wilted as frost-bitten eggplants, instantly deflated. "Is this really over?" Tang Si scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Boss Li's efficiency is astonishingly high. Without hesitation, the door was shut. Yunfeng let out a sigh, patting Tang Si on the shoulder, and spoke earnestly, "Enough of this. Do you truly think you can sway Boss Li with mere money? His skills are likely ancestral, not meant for public dissemination." Suddenly, a deep rumble of engines approached, shattering the tranquility outside the repair shop. A fleet of sleek hovering airships swiftly occupied the sky above. "What on earth is happening?" Tang Si exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, gazing upward with his mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. This display. Could it be that enemies had come seeking vengeance? Yunfeng's expression grew serious. He narrowed his eyes, carefully scrutinizing the insignias on the airships. A sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. One leading airship descended slowly, hovering in midair as its door opened with deliberation. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a tailored black suit and exuding an undeniable aura of authority, stepped out with measured strides. His features were chiseled, and an air of unyielding dominance radiated from him, his every movement embodying the gravitas of a high-ranking individual. As he descended from the airship, his gaze, sharp as an eagle's, instantly locked onto the mummified figure of Qin Lan. "Lanner." The man's voice was deep and powerful, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. As he hurried to her side, his tone laden with concern and tenderness. "Dad?" Qin Lan gasped, watching her father burst in with fervor. The composed demeanor she had maintained shattered entirely, her voice now imbued with a playful reproach. Qin Tianhao glared fiercely, exuding an air of intimidation. "You little girl, have you grown audacious? Daring to roam about in a desolate place like Karen Star? Are you unaware of the recent unrest?" His words were harsh, yet his hands moved with an unexpected gentleness as he meticulously examined the bandages on Qin Lan's body, his brow furrowed as if it could crush a mosquito. With a sharp intake of breath, Qin Tianhao's fingertips brushed against a blood-soaked bandage, and a pang of anguish surged through him, nearly causing him to leap in distress. Amused by her father's reaction, Qin Lan chuckled lightly, pointing to her own head. "Dad, don't be so anxious. It's really not that serious. Look, I'm perfectly fine, just a minor injury, nothing to worry about." Minor injury. Qin Tianhao's voice shot up an octave as he pointed vehemently at the bandages adorning Qin Lan, wishing to etch the words minor injury on her forehead. "Is this what you call a minor injury? Are you trying to fool a ghost? It looks as though you've been dismembered." "Oh, come on, Dad. It's truly not that grave." Qin Lan rolled her eyes in exasperation, her tone as soft and sweet as cotton candy. "It was just those lunatics from the Blood Wash Alliance causing trouble, but it's all been resolved." Blood Wash Alliance. Those rabid dogs. Upon hearing the name, Qin Tianhao's expression darkened, his face clouded with fury. "I suspected this unruly bunch would cause trouble. I received reports of their activities near Karen Star, and fearing for your safety, I rushed over, only to find I was a step too late." His voice was laced with palpable dread and anger, clearly harboring a deep-seated hatred for the Blood Wash Alliance. "However, Father, your arrival is not too late." Qin Lan's tone shifted, revealing a hint of barely concealed excitement. "This time, it was thanks to Boss Li Fan's timely intervention that I was spared from potentially being disassembled into pieces." Li Fan. Qin Tianhao furrowed his brows, the name resonating vaguely in his memory, though he could not quite recall where he had encountered it. "Which Li Fan? Is there such a figure on Karen Star?" "He is the owner of that very shop." Qin Lan gestured towards the nearby dream mechanic shop, her voice brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm. "Father, do not be deceived by the shop's modest appearance. The owner himself is as unassuming as an ordinary passerby, but his abilities." "Oh, They are truly unfathomable. Those members of the Bloodwash Alliance are utterly dwarfed before him, dispatched with a single strike. Can you believe it? Dispatched with a single strike? Qin Tianhao's sturdy frame quivered in disbelief, nearly dislodging his jaw. He was well aware of the Bloodwash Alliance's formidable strength. Such prowess could not belong to just anyone. Who, then, could possess the ability to vanquish the Bloodwash Alliance? He scrutinized the dilapidated mechanic shop once more, his thoughts spiraling. When did Karen Star harbor such a formidable entity? Lanner, do elaborate on this Li Fan. What exactly is his background? Qin Tianhao's tone grew grave, as if the name Li Fan were a key, subtly hinting at unlocking a door deep within his memories. Sensing her father's seriousness, Qin Lan also subdued her playful demeanor. The scene unfolds vividly as the planet Kalen is besieged and Li Fan descends from the heavens, akin to a superhero, vanquishing foes with unparalleled prowess. Father, you cannot fathom the intensity of that moment. It was simply electrifying. The mech piloted by Vera crumbled in his hands as if it were mere paper, effortlessly dismantled and reassembled with astonishing speed. I swear in all my years, I have never encountered a mechanic as formidable as this. As Qin Tianhao listened to Qin Lan's recounting, his brow furrowed deeper, particularly at the astonishing revelation of Li Fan's mechanical skills, which left him utterly astounded. It is worth noting that the Qin family, a titan in the realm of mechs within the galaxy, had encountered numerous elite mechanics, yet none had ever evoked such admiration from his daughter, whose standards were notoriously high. A tempest of emotions surged within Qin Tianhao. Exceptional mechanical prowess? Li Fan? Li Facio? Could it truly be him? The floodgates of long-buried memories burst open at that moment, bringing forth a tidal wave of recollections. The youthful, impetuous version of himself, the spirited Li Facio, and the humble yet dream-infused workshop sprang vividly to mind. Qin Tianhao's gaze grew increasingly complex as he cast his eyes upon the seemingly ordinary workshop, his heart torn between longing and caution. Should he venture inside? Should he seek confirmation? Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. No, now is not the time. His daughter's safety must remain paramount. Lanner, we must take our leave. Qin Tianhao inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, his tone steady as he spoke. What? Father? Are we leaving right now? Shall we not express our gratitude to Boss Li? Qin Lan cast a reluctant glance at the repair shop, yearning for more conversation with Li Fan. We'll save the thanks for later. Once you've recovered, your father will bring you to personally extend your gratitude to Boss Li. Qin Tianhao's tone was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Despite her slight reluctance, Qin Lan understood her father's temperament and nodded obediently. All right. Turning away, Qin Tianhao addressed Yun Feng and the others with courtesy. I am deeply grateful for your escorting Lanner. I, Qin, am truly appreciative. Yun Feng hastily waved his hand. Mr. Qin, you are too kind. It was our duty. Qin Tianhao nodded, placing a hand on Yun Feng's shoulder, his words laden with significance. You three are young with boundless potential. Should the opportunity arise, do visit me on Gillis Star. I shall extend my utmost hospitality. With that, Qin Tianhao instructed his subordinates to assist Qin Lan onto the aircraft, following her ascent. Boss Li, I sincerely thank you once again. Before departing, Qin Lan turned to wave goodbye to Li Fan, her tone genuine. The aircraft ascended slowly, carrying Qin Tianhao and Qin Lan away from Kalen Star. Yun Feng, Lu Lin, and Tang Si stood rooted in place, watching the aircraft vanish into the horizon, their curiosity about Li Fan's mechanical skills intensifying, accompanied by a newfound respect. Chapter 38. Is it easy to be a police officer? Brother Yun, may I inquire, who exactly is Mr. Qin? Lu Lin couldn't help but ask. The aura exuded by Qin Tianhao was overwhelmingly powerful, imposing a significant pressure. Yun Feng shook his head and replied with a wry smile. I do not know, but it is evident that he is a person of great importance. Tang Si fell into a moment of silence before suddenly exclaiming, I believe I have heard the name Qin family of Gillis Star somewhere, before Qin family of Gillis Star. Yun Feng and Lu Lin exclaimed in unison, their expressions shifting dramatically. If it truly was that Qin family, then they were undeniably titans of the interstellar realm. The three exchanged glances, each feeling a surge of astonishment. They never anticipated encountering members of the Qin family in such a small place as Kalen Star, nor did they foresee meeting the enigmatic proprietor, Li Fan. As Qin Tianhao and his group departed, Yun Feng and his companions, now referred to as the Enhanced Trio, found themselves lingering stubbornly at the entrance of Li Fan's repair shop. Who would have imagined that the Federation's mightiest Sea King squad would find themselves reduced to loitering outside a mechanic's shop? If this were to be revealed, who would believe it? TSK, Tang Si remarked with a hint of bitterness. When has our Sea King squad ever faced such humiliation? In the past, it was others who pleaded for our assistance, and now we are here, begging the proprietor for enhancements to our mechas. Truly, the world has changed. Lu Lin rolled her eyes and retorted, stop being so sarcastic. If you're so capable, then don't seek enhancements. You do realize that Vela's wretched mecha was dismantled by Boss Li in the blink of an eye, don't you? Tang Si immediately shrank back, rubbing his nose and muttering, I was merely expressing my feelings. Besides, who wouldn't he want to grow stronger? Just as the three were lost in their thoughts, a buzzing sound filled the air, growing louder as it approached. The enforcement team's hovercraft had arrived. These fellows had an uncanny ability to sense disturbances. With such a commotion caused by Ishka's mecha's second transformation, had they not shown up, it would have been akin to the sun rising in the west. As the car door swung open, Captain Zhang Sihai, a middle-aged man with a portly physique, stepped out with an air of stern seriousness. Upon spotting Yun Feng and his companions, he paused momentarily, furrowing his brow. What are you doing here? Is there nothing amiss? After such a significant incident, why were we not informed immediately? Yun Feng's lips twitched as he forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Captain Zhang, we were just about to notify you, and then you arrived like a deity descending from the heavens. Internally cursing, he thought, what notification? If we had truly informed you, would it be possible for the Sea King squad to monopolize this opportunity? Zhang Sihai's gaze swept over them with suspicion, sensing that the trio wore peculiar expressions, undoubtedly concealing something. Oh, that? Huang Lin interjected, her eyes darting with a spark of mischief. It's my new skill, Thunderous Palm. I just mastered it recently. I was merely itching to test its power, and, I apologize for the noise. With the situation as it was, denying the truth would be futile. It was better to admit it openly. Beside her, Tang Si, the chief negotiator of the Sea King squad, a charming and astute individual, flashed a smile that was exceedingly sweet, to the point of being saccharine. By the way, Captain Zhang, when did such a high-tech repair shop emerge on Karen Star? I had never heard of it before. Her words were laced with a hint of probing inquiry, subtly tinged with an unspoken grievance. The members of the Sea King squad simmered with frustration. After all, they were all part of the Federation, although they belonged to different departments and cities. This interstellar repair shop was undoubtedly a treasure for the entire Federation, nay, the entire Star Alliance. Such an astonishing place. Yet the existence of Karen Star is shrouded in secrecy, not publicly acknowledged? How inconsiderate. What? Are you referring to that behind you? It was only then that Zhang Sihai noticed the repair shop behind Yufeng and his companions. He had been so preoccupied with interrogating the Aquaman team that he had failed to pay attention. Upon glancing at it, he was instantly petrified, his eyes nearly bulging out, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg whole. What on earth is this? When did Karen Star acquire such an extravagant repair shop? Zhang Sihai, a seasoned captain of the enforcement team, had encountered many sights, yet this building, radiating a metallic luster and embodying futuristic technological aesthetics, shattered his worldview. Is this truly a repair shop? Surely it cannot be a clandestine base of an interstellar tycoon. Observing Zhang Sihai's reaction, it was evident he was not feigning. The simmering anger within Yun Feng and his companions diminished slightly. However, their disdain for Captain Zhang surged. How utterly incompetent he is. To have such a treasure concealed within his jurisdiction, and he remained oblivious? It is simply outrageous. Even more absurdly, he allowed a bunch of cultists to launch an attack. Had it not been for the intervention of the esteemed Li Fan, Karen Star would have lost all face. This is a grave dereliction of duty, an absolute failure. Zhang Sihai felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Although he was still unaware of Li Fan's extraordinary repair skills, the grandeur of this shop was unmistakable. A shop of such magnitude operating in his territory, and yet no one reported it? What are these worthless individuals doing? Zhang Sihai's face darkened as he bellowed at a young man in the ranks. The unfortunate Li, whose name had been called, shrank back in fear. Feeling as though doomsday had arrived, he timidly stepped out of the line, his voice quivering with a hint of tears. Captain Zhang, just a few days ago, this place was indeed a dilapidated old repair shop. I never imagined that in just a few days, it could transform into this. Li was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly wronged. Who could have anticipated that this rundown shop would undergo such a miraculous metamorphosis overnight? Useless. How many times have I instructed you? Everything must be approached with diligence and grounded in reality. You must personally verify before reporting. Are you merely acting on intuition? Huh. Zhang Sihai erupted in fury, his roar reverberating through the air. The enforcement team he led prized practicality above all else. On Zhang Sihai's territory, anyone daring to engage in deceit would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Li had unwittingly found himself in the crosshairs, a stroke of misfortune indeed. Terrified, Li nearly fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing an apology. I'm sorry, Captain. This was indeed my oversight, and I willingly accept the punishment. 2 months' salary deducted. Do you have any objections? Zhang Sihai waved his hand decisively, issuing the penalty without hesitation. Li felt a sharp pang in his heart. 2 months' salary. That represented a significant portion of his hard-earned money. Yet, he understood that his mistake was considerable, especially in front of the formidable Sea King squad, where he had tarnished the reputation of the federal enforcement team. This punishment could be considered lenient. He could only swallow his grievances, forcing a pained smile as he responded, No objections. Meanwhile, his heart screamed in despair. Life is so hard. Is it easy to be a precinct officer these days? In the future, I must personally investigate and verify. I shall no longer rely solely on my own eyes. Enough is enough. The assailants have been brought to justice. Let us turn the page on this matter. The surrounding area has suffered considerable damage, and your enforcement team is responsible for repairs. Yun Feng observed Zhang Sihai reprimanding his subordinates and deemed it an opportune moment to intervene, thereby alleviating the pressure on Shaoli. This falls within our purview. Zhang Sihai, recognizing the need to temper his approach, glanced at the chaotic scene around him, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him. Fortunately, this location is not in the heart of the federal city. Otherwise, the losses would be incalculable. Although the ground is in disarray, the silver lining is that there have been no casualties, a fortunate circumstance amidst the misfortune. As for the repairs, in this interstellar age, it is a trivial matter, easily accomplished in no time. Zhang Sihai promptly directed his subordinates to commence the restoration work. Suddenly, Yun Feng's eyes sparkled with a new idea. By the way, could you please upgrade the area within a 1-kilometer radius around this repair shop with high-strength materials? Zhang Sihai was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Yun Feng's rationale. Why is that? A 1-kilometer radius? High-strength materials? Are you intending to construct a mecha arena here? To showcase the mechas right after repairs? This defies logic. This is not a military-restricted area. Is such a grand scheme truly necessary? He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, pondering how Yun Feng, who usually appeared quite reliable, could be concocting such peculiar ideas today. This request is indeed more absurd than his troublesome son. Chapter 39, Her Majesty Queen Kira. In his heart, Yun Feng silently chuckled, yet his expression remained as serene as ever, as if he were discussing the most mundane of matters. Zhang team, remain calm. Remain calm. This situation, upon reflection, is rather your fault. Who instructed you to be so lackadaisical in your duties, allowing those nefarious cultists to exploit the gaps? This esteemed Li Fan is a victim. Shouldn't you extend some courtesy? As for the specifics of compensation, you may confer with the store manager. I merely offer a humble suggestion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sihai nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This Yun Feng has truly mastered the art of deflection. However, upon closer contemplation, it cannot all be laid at Yun Feng's feet. The audacity of the Blood Washers' alliance to stir trouble in his domain is intolerable. If word of this spreads, where will Zhang Sihai's dignity reside? Compensation is a must. Moreover, it must be substantial. First, let us prepare the area outside for the esteemed Li Fan. As a gesture of goodwill, subsequent discussions on compensation will be more amicable thereafter. Very well. This matter is thus resolved. Zhang Sihai gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve. It is merely a matter of paving the 100-meter expanse with materials from the training ground. Such an expense is well within his means. Consider it a lesson bought with money. Without delay, the federal enforcement team's efficiency is nothing short of remarkable. Various engineering mechs were deployed, the scene resembling that of a sci-fi blockbuster. In just 2 to 3 hours, the exterior of the repair shop underwent a complete transformation. The previously uneven ground was replaced with a uniform layer of high-strength materials. With this contraption, testing the mechs here will be a matter of whim. No longer shall we fret about leaving the ground riddled with craters. Yun Feng gazed upon the pristine battlefield before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips, reflecting his satisfaction. Zhang Xihai, having completed his tasks, noticed that the three members of the Aquaman team stood idly by like mere telegraph poles, leaving him perplexed. I say, gentlemen, are you planning to linger here? Aren't you usually quite busy? What brings you such leisure today? The Aquaman team was a prized asset of the Federation, perpetually occupied. It was rather unscientific for them to be here watching the construction. Tang Si, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "Oh, we're just concerned that the Bloodbath Alliance might stir up trouble again. We intend to keep watch here for the night to ensure the safety of Lord Li Fan." Zhang Xihai's heart sank at the revelation. These three undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Keeping watch for an entire night? They must have their eyes on some treasure belonging to Lord Li Fan and were planning to stake out. Surely, that was unnecessary. We will assign personnel to stand guard. You all work so hard. You should take this opportunity to rest. This matter is fundamentally our Federation's responsibility. How could we impose upon you? Zhang Xihai hastily interjected, eager to send the trio away. Lu Lin immediately chimed in. Oh, Captain Zhang, you speak as if we are strangers. We are all part of the Federation's law enforcement. Residing in the sea satellite system, it is only natural for us to assist each other. We are not weary in the slightest, not at all. Planning to send us away? Not a chance. Today, we are still lingering here. Zhang Xihai, noticing that these three individuals were resolute in their decision to remain, felt it unwise to voice further objections. He mustered the courage to say, since that is the case, I shall refrain from persuading you any longer. However, given your dedication, we cannot afford to lag behind. Today, I too shall stand guard here. He was eager to observe the intentions of these three. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other law enforcement team members turned ashen. Yun Feng, however, remained unfazed, as he had already resolved to stay. This interstellar repair shop was located on federal territory, and they were all colleagues. If they wished to wait, let them wait. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded outside Li Fan's repair shop, for elite star-grade armor masters and several members of the federal law enforcement team quietly stood vigil at the entrance, awaiting the dawn's first light. Crack. Kyra Modias, the leader of the Bloodwash Alliance, was like a volcano on the brink of eruption. The energy radiating from him surged uncontrollably, akin to a wild stallion. With a mere gesture, the metallic chair beside him shattered like a poorly constructed edifice, instantly splintering into a web of cracks, ultimately collapsing into a heap of scrap metal. Even through his black cloak, one could sense the inferno of wrath within him. A fury potent enough to reduce the entire universe to ashes. Fools. A bunch of worthless imbeciles. Buffoons. Kyra's voice was raspy, as if grinded by coarse sandpaper. Each word forced out as if through clenched teeth. I have repeatedly commanded them to behave themselves for the Queen, yet they dare conspire behind her back. Engaging in such turmoil is one matter, but to be bested by a mere mechanic? This has summoned the federal enforcement team like a relentless plague. And to add insult to injury, it has also roused the infamous trio of the Aquaman squad. Is this a desire for our demise to come swifter, prompting him to beckon the interstellar fleet as well? Kyra's chest heaved violently, her form concealed beneath the dark robe trembling with rage. Standing beside her, Baroque was petrified, scarcely daring to breathe, each inhalation measured, fearful that any movement might render him the target of Kyra's ire. At that moment, a striking red-haired woman, whose figure could incite fervor in any man, clad in a form-fitting black ensemble, entered the scene. Her curves were more thrilling than any roller coaster. Gently shaking her head, she shattered the stifling silence. Boss, it seems to me that Vela may be in a predicament beyond her control. Perhaps so? Kyra's tone betrayed no emotion. Yet her gaze was as piercing as twin daggers, fixated on the red-haired woman, Li Mengxi, as though she sought to penetrate her very being. Boss, I am willing to take Vela's place and venture to the interstellar repair shop to continue the surveillance mission. I vow to fulfill the task and meet your expectations. Li Mengxi stood tall, her eyes ablaze with determination, as resolute as a warrior ready for battle. No sooner had she spoken than an invisible force erupted like a whirlwind. Li Mengxi felt her body lighten, and before she could comprehend, she found herself uncontrollably kneeling before Kyra, unable to raise her gaze. Li Mengxi's face instantly turned pale, as if coated with a layer of white paint. She gazed at Kyra in terror. Her vertical pupils reflected nothing but an icy coldness, unfathomable and akin to a black hole, seemingly capable of devouring one's very soul. You are not faring any better. Kyra's voice was frigid enough to freeze a person into a statue of ice. She seized Li Mengxi by the neck. and the latter felt as though she were on the brink of suffocation. Her once beautiful visage shifted from white to purple, resembling a painter's palette. Desperately, she struggled, managing to utter a single word, "I." Bang! Kira abruptly released her grip, and Li Mengxi crumpled to the ground like a pile of mud. Cough! Cough! She coughed violently, greedily inhaling the fresh air, hastily kneeling on the floor, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Leader." It was Li Mengxi's oversight. "But my loyalty to the leader is unwavering and sincere. Please, punish me." "Humph." Kira scoffed, the sound emanating from her nostrils, suffused with disdain. "Set aside matters concerning Li Fan and his mechanical workshop for now. You are to immediately head to Wenxing University and approach Qingyu, that spoiled scion. Should you botch this again, you know the consequences." "Understood." Li Mengxi dared not hesitate, promptly replying, and swiftly departed the underground fortress like a startled rabbit. Upon exiting, she instinctively touched the remnants of the marks on her neck, a flicker of ruthless intent flashing in her eyes. After Li Mengxi departed, Kira turned her gaze towards the taciturn Baroque, her expression resembling that of one gazing upon the deceased. "Send someone to follow her. Even if she has joined the Bloodbath Alliance, I cannot place my trust in her." "Understood." Baroque responded promptly, his speed rivaling that of a rocket launch. In the vast reception room, only Kira remained. She lowered her gaze to her hands, her cold eyes betraying a profound disdain. With a forceful shake, she attempted to rid herself of some loathsome residue, muttering, "Filthy, truly filthy." Chapter 40. Entering the vein pattern trial, his body felt as though it had disassembled into myriad parts, each cell clamoring in exhaustion. He closed his eyes, striving to isolate himself from the overwhelming sensations. Darkness surged forth like a tide, gradually engulfing his consciousness. Just as he was on the brink of slipping entirely into slumber, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Star Dream Space, activated. The familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him as Li Fan re-entered the Star Dream Space. This time, the system refrained from hastily assigning him tasks. The rare tranquility left him somewhat disoriented. "Why so quiet today, system? Has your conscience finally awakened?" Li Fan couldn't help but jest. Relishing the leisurely moment, he began to meander through the hall. Approaching the enormous semi-transparent 3D light screen, he began to peruse the trial tasks displayed. This vein pattern trial, advancement task, seems promising, perfectly aligning with my current needs. Li Fan's gaze fixated on a particular task, his eyes alight with interest. Task overview: to explore and complete a novel combination of pulse patterns, successfully applying it to the mecha core to awaken new combat techniques. This task seems tailor-made for me. Without hesitation, Li Fan chose this mission. In a flash of light, Li Fan's figure vanished from his location, arriving in an entirely new trial space. Within this realm, various mecha cores lay before him, accompanied by instruments and materials he had never encountered before. This was bound to keep him busy. Li Fan, eager and ready, approached a workbench and picked up an unactivated mecha core, beginning to study it meticulously. As he spoke to himself, he sketched various pulse pattern designs on paper. Time passed steadily. Li Fan experimented with dozens of different pulse combinations, yet all ended in failure. The mecha core remained unresponsive, as stubborn as a rock. Had he erred in his approach? Feeling a bit disheartened, Li Fan ran his fingers through his hair, sensing he was at an impasse. No, he must not give up. He was destined to become a mecha master. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan forced himself to calm down. Wait, it seemed he had overlooked something crucial. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him as he recalled a unique energy flow he had unintentionally discovered while repairing the Flame Dragon mecha. This flow appeared to diverge from traditional pulse pattern theory, yet it had the potential to effectively unlock the mecha's capabilities. The more Li Fan contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Feeling he had found the breakthrough he needed, he immediately seized the engraving knife, commencing the intricate design of an entirely novel array of pulse patterns upon the mech core. This configuration not only drew inspiration from traditional pulse theory, but also infused his own insights and innovations. As the final stroke was etched, the mech core erupted in a dazzling radiance. Success! Li Fan exclaimed with exhilaration, nearly leaping from his feet. Gazing at the mech core in his hands, he felt the immense energy contained within, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the pulse pattern trial, advancement task. Task reward: 500 star energy, 500 star energy. What a splendid task. Li Fan beamed at his star energy balance, his joy uncontained. His inherent greed for wealth resurfaced as he rubbed his hands together, contemplating that it was still too early to exit the star dream space. There was ample time to undertake another task and amass more star energy, which was the true path to success. His gaze swept across the options, suddenly fixating on the words Mech Combat Trial. Mech Combat. Oh dear. The last time that AI Mech had thoroughly defeated him. A veritable stain on his history. Li Fan's lips twitched at the recollection. The humiliation of that previous defeat lingered vividly in his mind. As an aspiring mech master, such disgrace was utterly intolerable. Humph, a man should be viewed anew after 3 days. Now, I possess innate mech talent. What have I to fear from a mere AI? Last time, I had simply let my guard down and failed to evade. The memory of his previous thrashing ignited a surge of fervor within him. This time, he must utilize Apocalypse to impart a lesson upon that AI, to avenge his former disgrace. Upon this realization, Li Fan let out a chuckle, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He was keen to discover whether, now endowed with the awakened talent for mecha and equipped with the exclusive nano mecha, Apocalypse, he could surmount the challenges of this mecha combat trial. Without hesitation, he selected the trial event. A radiant light flickered once more, and his figure vanished from the hall. A new arena awaited his conquest. Let that artificial intelligence, AI, understand the adage. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Mecha combat trial, initiated. Buzz. The familiar white light enveloped Li Fan once again. The terror he had experienced at the hands of the Black Wolf lingered in his memory. What a dark chapter that had been. However, this time, he grinned. As the light dissipated, Li Fan found himself once more in the majestic circular arena. The metallic walls remained as cold as ever, and the dome above retained its dazzling allure. Yet, this time, his mood was entirely different. Previously trembling with fear, he now brimmed with eagerness. Crack! On one side of the arena, the metallic gate ascended, and a sleek, silver mecha glided into the arena. Enemy Mecha Combat Power Assessment. Swift Shadow. Starry Level 1 Speed Type Mecha. Oh, a new mecha? Last time it was the Hunter, and now it was the gleaming Swift Shadow? The system certainly had a flair for surprises. Li Fan whistled, though his gaze was filled with disdain. Apocalypse, it's time to get to work. With a flicker of thought, Li Fan activated the nano wristwatch on his wrist, and a torrent of minute silver metal surged forth, coalescing in the center of the arena. In an instant, it transformed into a futuristic silver mech, reminiscent of a transformer. Apocalypse, scan the enemy mech and analyze its weaknesses. Li Fan commanded from the cockpit, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. Scan complete. The swift shadow mech boasts speed as its strength, yet its weakness lies in its feeble defense, with armor as thin as paper. Buzz. The swift shadow mech launched the first attack, darting towards Apocalypse like a wraith, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Speed. Huh. Before my Apocalypse, it's merely a child. Li Fan scoffed, and with a mere thought, the thrusters of the Apocalypse mech ignited, propelling it forward like an arrow released from a bow, surpassing the swift shadow in both speed and ferocity. Bang! The Apocalypse mech deftly sidestepped the swift shadow's assault, its right arm shooting out like lightning to seize the mechanical arm of its opponent. Apologies, but no matter how swift you are, if you can't catch me, it's all in vain. Li Fan grinned, and with a mighty surge of strength, the Apocalypse mech swung the swift shadow like a colossal sandbag, hurling it down towards the ground. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated, shaking the very earth, as the swift shadow mech was sent crashing down, its armor caving in dramatically. Is that all there is to it? Li Fan smirked, clearly unimpressed by the fragility of his foe. I had hoped to indulge in a bit more playtime. Snap! The swift shadow mech struggled to rise, but the Apocalypse offered it no respite. It lunged forward, raising its right foot, and forcefully stomped down on the core of the swift shadow mech. Bang! Another muffled thud echoed as the swift shadow mech utterly lost its power, collapsing like a discarded toy, sparks flying from it. Congratulations, host, for defeating the swift shadow mech. Current trial progress. 110. Is that all? So soon? Li Fan raised an eyebrow, sensing that the difficulty of this trial seemed rather low. System. For the next round, increase the intensity. Spare me the frills. Deliver the real challenge. Li Fan exclaimed to the system, his tone tinged with impatience. System. This host has truly high demands. Chapter 41. I have said I would return. Snap. The second metallic gate ascended, revealing a mech entirely clad in crimson, akin to a blazing flame, exuding an aura of aggression. Enemy mech combat evaluation. Blazing star level 2 strong assault type mech. Oh, a fiery hue? It seems rather festive. Li Fan jested. Yet his gaze remained untroubled. The ensuing battle was nearly a replica of the previous one, despite the formidable offensive power of the blazing mech. Its speed and agility paled in comparison to that of the Apocalypse. Li Fan maneuvered the Apocalypse with a fluidity akin to flowing water, rendering the blazing mech utterly defenseless, dismantling it into scrap metal within mere minutes. Congratulations, host, on conquering the Flame Mecha. Current trial progress. 210. Mecha Apocalypse has been upgraded to Starry Level 2 as the third and fourth rounds commenced, with a resounding click. When the fourth metallic gate ascended, a flicker of change crossed Li Fan's countenance, his gaze sharpening with newfound seriousness. For the mecha that emerged this time was one he knew all too well. Its entire body was cloaked in a deep black finish, with lines that flowed with an aura of power. Was it not the Black Wolf? Enemy Mecha Combat Assessment. Black Wolf, Starry Level 5 Combat Mecha. Ah, an old rival. How delightful to cross paths once more. A subtle smirk danced upon Li Fan's lips, excitement glinting in his eyes. The last encounter had left him humiliated. This time, the tables were set to turn. The disgrace of being bested by the Black Wolf lingered in his memory. Today marked the moment he would reclaim his honor. Apocalypse? Prepare for battle. This time, we shall engage with utmost seriousness. Drawing a deep breath, Li Fan's gaze became as sharp as a drawn sword. Buzz. The Black Wolf mecha emitted a low, thunderous growl, akin to a slumbering beast awakening, a powerful battle intent radiating from its very core. An old adversary, reunited. The outcome of this clash remains an enigma. Ah, the Black Wolf. Is this not a case of fate intertwining? Apocalypse, advance. Let us commence a swarm assault and serve this old acquaintance a tantalizing appetizer. Buzz. The Apocalypse mech disassembled in an instant, unleashing countless minuscule nanomechs that surged forth like a black tide, overwhelming the surroundings as they cascaded towards the Black Wolf. The dense swarm of tiny mechs obscured the sky, creating a spectacle that sent shivers down one's spine. In the face of this locust-like onslaught, the Black Wolf mech did not retreat. Instead, it surged forward. With a powerful thrust of its legs against the ground, a resounding crack echoed as the earth fractured, and the mech shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Its speed was impressive, indicating significant improvement since their last encounter. Li Fan's gaze sharpened as he maneuvered the swarm of mechs to converge like an inky curtain, aiming to envelop the Black Wolf within. Whoosh! The Black Wolf mech darted through the swarm like a specter, exhibiting an agility that was remarkable. Each evasive maneuver was executed with precision, the nanomech swarm failing to even graze its hem. Li Fan was somewhat astonished. The Black Wolf had not displayed such nimbleness previously. It appeared this old comrade had been secretly leveling up. Given this, it was time to get serious. A subtle smile graced Li Fan's lips as a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. All phenomena converged into one. Buzz. The nanomechs, which had previously scattered like a swarm of bees, began to surge wildly, as if drawn by an enigmatic force. In the blink of an eye, countless identical Apocalypse mechs materialized around the Black Wolf, creating a bewildering illusion of reality and deception, leaving one utterly confounded as to which was the genuine article. The Black Wolf mech seemed momentarily stunned, its movements faltering slightly, evidently taken aback by the bizarre spectacle before it. Heh, old friend, are you surprised? Unexpected? Isn't it? Li Fan grinned with satisfaction as he maneuvered one of the apocalyptic avatars, charging fiercely towards the Black Wolf. Bang! The Black Wolf reacted swiftly, raising its arm to block. But the apocalyptic avatar merely feigned an attack, swiftly transitioning to deliver a powerful whip kick to the Black Wolf's side. Bang! With a dull thud, the Black Wolf's mech was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground, its armor dented. Splendid. Li Fan snapped his fingers. Indeed. The unity of all things proved to be exceptionally effective, full of deception. Roar. The toppled Black Wolf mech let out an enraged roar. Akin to a wounded beast, a tempestuous aura erupting from its frame. Has it entered a state of fury? Li Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued that the Black Wolf still had a trick up its sleeve. Boom. The Black Wolf mech suddenly propelled itself from the ground. Its speed more than doubled. Like a bolt of lightning, it darted towards one of the apocalyptic avatars, delivering a punch. Bang! The very air seemed to explode from the force of that punch, the terrifying wind pressure causing the surrounding apocalyptic avatars to sway slightly. Goodness! Such speed! Li Fan was taken aback. The black wolf in its fury was akin to a creature invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black wolf mech launched a frenzied assault against the apocalyptic avatar, its fists and feet moving like phantoms, impenetrable and relentless, each strike infused with a terrifying force. Bang! Bang, bang! A series of muffled sounds erupted as several apocalyptic avatars were obliterated by the black wolf's violent onslaught, transforming into a scatter of nanometal across the ground. This won't do. A direct confrontation is ill-advised. Li Fan's eyes darted, commanding the remaining apocalyptic avatars to maneuver nimbly, evading the black wolf's frontal attacks, while seeking opportunities to counterstrike. Whoosh! The apocalyptic avatars slipped away like eels, dodging left and right amidst the black wolf's savage strikes, narrowly escaping lethal blows time and again. Roar! The black wolf mech bellowed in fury, its attacks growing increasingly frenzied. Yet it could not land a decisive blow on the apocalyptic avatars. Instead, the avatars seized the moment, occasionally launching surprise attacks. Bang! Another apocalyptic avatar was shattered. But at that instant, a flash of golden light appeared as the true apocalyptic mech materialized like a specter behind the black wolf, seizing its nape. Haha, my old friend, I've got you now. Li Fan grinned widely, energy absorption activated. Buzz. A sinister black glow illuminated the arm of the apocalyptic mech, resembling a black hole, as it began to voraciously consume the energy of the black wolf mech. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. On the armor of the black wolf mecha, sparks of electricity began to erupt, as the machine's energy surged forth like a torrential flood, wildly pouring into the apocalyptic mecha. Roar! The black wolf mecha emitted a cry of anguish, struggling desperately to break free from the constraints of the apocalypse. Yet all efforts proved futile. The rate of energy depletion escalated rapidly, and the machine's power began to plummet. Haha, the star absorption technique. Isn't it delightful? Li Fan mocked with pride. This energy siphoning is truly a nefarious skill, specifically designed to counter such energy-based mechas. Moments later, the struggles of the black wolf mecha weakened considerably, ultimately succumbing entirely to a loss of power, collapsing to the ground like a deflated balloon, emitting clouds of black smoke. Congratulations, host. You have triumphed over the black wolf mecha. Current trial progress. 510, Mecha Apocalypse level elevated to Star Radiance level 4. Huh. That was a close call. The black wolf is indeed formidable when enraged. Li Fan exhaled deeply. That battle was genuinely precarious, teetering on the brink of disaster. Crack. As the ninth metallic gate slowly ascended, an overwhelming sense of oppression washed over him. Chapter 42. The final boss, Swordbone Dragon, a beast-like mecha, entirely composed of eerie white bones, materialized before Li Fan. This mecha resembled a dinosaur magnified countless times, shrouded in a strange purple mist, adorned with a spine of sword-like bone spines that were both menacing and terrifying, sending chills down one's spine merely by gazing upon it. Enemy Mech Combat Assessment. Swordbone Dragon. Rift Level 1 Beast-type Mech. Li Fan felt a twitch in his eyelid. All previous mechs were of stellar level, and now it had jumped straight to Rift level? The system must be plotting something. Swordbone Dragon. The name certainly possesses a formidable aura, though its appearance is somewhat gaunt. Li Fan grimaced slightly. Its design surpassed his aesthetic appreciation. Roar. The Swordbone Dragon unleashed a deafening roar, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening, the terrifying sound wave causing the entire combat arena to tremble slightly. My goodness, that volume is quite powerful. Li Fan dug at his ears, nearly having his eardrums shattered by that single bellow. Apocalypse, prepare for battle. This time, we are facing a formidable adversary. Li Fan took a deep breath, casting aside his previous dismissiveness. The oppressive presence of the Swordbone Dragon was incomparable to any mech he had encountered before. The Apocalypse mech instantaneously entered combat mode. Nanometals surged forth, and a faint golden sheen enveloped its surface, akin to donning a layer of battle armor. The Swordbone Dragon initiated the assault, its massive tail striking like a steel whip, suddenly lashing towards the Apocalypse. Boom! The air was explosively ruptured, producing a piercing sonic boom. The sheer force seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of space. Goodness, that tail is excessively brutal. Li Fan was startled and swiftly maneuvered the apocalypse to evade, narrowly escaping the strike. Boom. The tail crashed vehemently against the ground, causing an immediate fracturing of the surface, spreading like a spiderweb, with shattered stones flying and dust billowing. That was close, too close. Li Fan wiped away a cold sweat. The power of the swordbone dragon was truly terrifying. One swing of its tail nearly obliterated him. Swarm assault. Li Fan dared not be careless and immediately unleashed the swarm assault, countless nanomechanical units surging forth like a tide of blackness toward the swordbone dragon. Roar. The swordbone dragon disdainfully roared, its back spikes suddenly spinning at high speed, resembling a colossal meat grinder. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The rapidly rotating spikes emitted a piercing hum, forming a violet storm that instantaneously shredded the approaching nanomechanical units. What on earth? It has this move too? Blade Storm? Li Fan's eyelids twitched. This swordbone dragon possessed an area of effect skill? Quite impressive. All phenomena converge. Li Fan invoked All Phenomena Converge once more, summoning countless apocalypse avatars that appeared from thin air, encircling the swordbone dragon from all directions in a relentless assault. Roar. The swordbone dragon remained unfazed, its back spikes spinning even faster, the violet storm growing more ferocious, akin to a massive violet top that obliterated everything in its vicinity. Bang, bang, bang. The apocalypse avatars, like moths drawn to a flame, charged forward only to be torn apart, unable to approach the swordbone dragon's true form. Goodness, that defense is somewhat monstrous. Li Fan's lips twitched. The swordbone dragon's defensive capabilities were exceedingly high. The swarm assault and All Phenomena Converge proved ineffective against it. Energy absorption. Li Fan, undeterred, activated energy absorption once more, hoping to devour the swordbone dragon's energy. However, buzz. The radiant energy drawn upon the body of the swordbone dragon fell like a stone cast into the sea, eliciting no response whatsoever. What? Ineffectual? Li Fan was momentarily taken aback. Had the energy absorption failed? This was a novel predicament. Roaring, the swordbone dragon seized the opportunity, forcefully whipping its tail and striking a celestial avatar with tremendous force. Bang! The celestial avatar was obliterated, disintegrating into a shower of nanometal fragments. Goodness, this has spiraled out of control. Li Fan's expression grew grave. The strength of the swordbone dragon had far surpassed his expectations. His previous skills were rendered futile, creating quite a conundrum. No, I must devise a strategy. Li Fan's brows furrowed, his mind racing as he contemplated his next move. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the remnants of the mechas that had been obliterated by the Celestial previously, particularly the debris of the Flame Mech and the Swift Shadow Mech, which lay strewn about, littered with metal shards and weapon components. Eureka! A spark of inspiration ignited in Li Fan's eyes, and a slight smile graced his lips. Unity of all things. Buzz. The scattered remains of the Hunter Swift Shadow and other mechas on the ground began to tremble, as countless metal fragments appeared to be summoned, soaring into the air. Go! With a sweeping motion of his arm, Li Fan directed the airborne metal shards, which cascaded toward the swordbone dragon like a torrential rain. Clang! Clang! The metal shards struck the dragon's bony armor, producing a crisp clanging sound. Yet, it was as if they were merely tickling the surface, utterly unable to penetrate its defenses. Indeed, it is not so simple. Li Fan sighed, as this was within his expectations. The fragments were far too small, their power limited. However, this is merely the beginning. A subtle smile graced Li Fan's lips as he once again commanded the convergence of myriad elements, this time targeting the more intact weapon components scattered among the remnants of the Swift Shadow and blazing flame mechas. Buzzing. Several fractured beam swords, a few deformed metallic spears, along with an array of uniquely shaped weapon parts, ascended into the air, hovering around the apocalyptic mecha. The apocalyptic mecha instantaneously disassembled, transforming into 9 diminutive nanomechas, flitting about like agile hummingbirds, encircling the weapon fragments. Then, click, click, click. The small nanomechas, akin to deft artisans, swiftly assembled the disparate weapon components, fashioning them into rudimentary arms, beam swords, metallic spears, and even a peculiarly shaped bone spike sword, which had previously been interrupted by the apocalyptic mecha during the battle with the bone sword dragon. Haha, my old companion. The weapon has been upgraded. Li Fan chuckled with pride, maneuvering the tiny nanomechas as they each seized a weapon, resembling assassins armed with blades, charging once more towards the bone sword dragon. Swish, 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 swish. The nanomechas, moving with astonishing speed, darted like phantoms through the tempest of bone spikes unleashed by the bone sword dragon, evading its frenzied assaults while seizing the opportunity to strike, thrusting their weapons into the gaps of the dragon's bony armor. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of weapons piercing through the gaps in the armored shell echoed continuously. Although each strike inflicted minimal damage, the cumulative effect began to pose a significant threat to the swordbone dragon. Roar! The swordbone dragon seemed to sense the impending danger, becoming increasingly frenzied, its bone spikes spinning with greater velocity and its attacks growing more ferocious. Yet, the multitude of small nanomechs, possessing remarkable agility, moved with the tenacity of maggots, continuously darting over the swordbone dragon's body in search of vulnerabilities, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, two of the small nanomechs appeared to detect something, accelerating sharply towards the dragon's abdomen. Thrust, thrust. Two bone-bladed weapons found their mark, piercing precisely into the gaps of the swordbone dragon's abdominal armor. Roar! The swordbone dragon emitted a piercing scream, as if struck a fatal blow, its massive body shuddering violently, causing the storm of bone spikes on its back to come to an abrupt halt. Bingo! A weakness discovered. Li Fan's eyes gleamed with revelation. Indeed. Even the most formidable defenses harbor vulnerabilities. Energy absorption. Drain it dry. Without hesitation, Li Fan initiated the energy absorption once more, this time targeting the two small nanomechs embedded in the swordbone dragon's abdomen. Buzz! A strange black luminescence emanated from the two nanomechs, resembling miniature black holes, as they began voraciously consuming the energy from the dragon's abdomen. Sizzle! Amidst the armor seams of the swordbone dragon's abdomen, sparks of electricity flickered forth, while a violet mist began to dissipate rapidly. The energy of the machine surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a broken dam, flooding into the compact nanomecha. Roar! Roar! The roars of the swordbone dragon grew increasingly feeble, its struggles diminishing with each passing moment. Ultimately, its colossal form crashed to the ground, entirely devoid of power, reduced to a heap of smoking scrap metal. Congratulations, host, on conquering the swordbone dragon mech. Current trial progress. 10-10, phew. It's finally done. Li Fan exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. The swordbone dragon proved to be quite the formidable adversary, nearly driving him to the brink of despair. Congratulations, host, on completing the combat trial. Chapter 43. Are you the demolition office? The system's voice resonated in Li Fan's ear, imbued with a mechanical monotony and a hint of pride. Time taken for this trial, 8 hours. Trial evaluation SSS. Completion reward, 200-star energy. Additional reward, psychic level defensive field. What? SSS. Li Fan nearly tumbled from the air in disbelief. This swordbone dragon was incredibly fierce. He thought he would meet his demise here, yet he received an SSS rating? Has the system secretly opened a backdoor to boost my rewards? 8 hours. This swordbone dragon truly was a behemoth, leaving his back nearly broken from the effort. Li Fan rubbed his waist, feeling as though his entire body was on the verge of disassembly. However, an SSS rating sounded immensely gratifying. A psionic-level defensive barrier? It certainly sounded impressive. Li Fan eagerly rubbed his hands together and quickly checked the details of the reward. Psionic-level defensive barrier, installed in the repair shop. It can withstand all attacks below the psionic level when activated. Li Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed an indispensable skill for home, travel, and, oh dear, self-protection. With this in his possession, who would dare to bully him again? Immunity to attacks below the psionic level was tantamount to adorning him with an invincible shield. System, you have truly outdone yourself this time. Li Fan planted a fervent kiss in the air, his mood instantly transforming from gloomy to sunny, shifting from overcast to blazing. He felt as though he could take flight on the spot. It seems that the trials in the stellar dream space truly offered delectable rewards. Next time, he would surely return to reap more rewards. Ahem, to collect them all. With a contented heart, Li Fan reveled in the newfound strength coursing through him. As if he could dismantle a Gundam with his bare hands and kick a transformer. He shook his head proudly, the previous state of disarray vanishing, replaced by an overwhelming confidence and a sense of grandeur. Task accomplished. System, I wish to exit the trial. Li Fan clapped his hands and declared with satisfaction. Exiting trial space. Exit successful. Let me check the time. Goodness, it's almost 7 in the morning. Li Fan glanced at the enormous clock floating in the center of the hall, startled. He had been so engrossed in the trial that he nearly lost track of time. In reality, I still have to rise and attend work. Li Fan certainly did not wish to arrive late on his very first official day. That would be utterly embarrassing. Although he now held the title of boss, it would be unwise to act too arrogantly, wouldn't it? He must set a commendable example for his employees. System. Exit Star Dream Space. Li Fan urged urgently. Exiting Star Dream Space. Exit successful. His consciousness once again faded momentarily, and soon he felt himself reclining on a soft bed, the faint chirping of birds wafting through the window. Stretching lazily, he climbed out of bed, feeling invigorated. All thanks to the trials of Star Dream Space. And the psychic-level defensive field. The rewards of the trials surged back to his mind. Li Fan summoned the system, successfully equipping the defensive field. System. Quickly, get that defensive field operational for me. Li Fan called out in a frenzy, his voice tinged with urgency. Who would dare to wreak havoc in his humble establishment henceforth? 1 zap for a troublemaker, 2 zaps for a pair. Equipping psychic-level defensive field. Installation progress. 1, 2. The system's unhurried voice made Li Fan's heart race with impatience. He longed to take matters into his own hands. Installation progress. 50, 70. Installation progress. 99. Phew, just a little more. Li Fan's gaze remained fixed on the system interface, urging it to hurry. Installation complete. With a chime, the system's notification finally resonated. Li Fan exhaled deeply, feeling as though all his strength had been siphoned away. At this moment, he felt invulnerable, as if he were a fortress impervious to any assault. Beyond, rubbed his bleary eyes, and activated the switch to open the large door of the repair shop. With a whoosh, the door swung open, resonating loudly in the tranquil morning. What on earth is happening? Li Fan was startled by the sight of a throng of people gathered at the entrance, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Before him stood a sea of uniformed law enforcement officers, each wearing a grave expression, as if bracing for battle. Even more bizarrely, mingled among them were a few individuals clad in plain clothes, their sharp gazes suggesting they were no ordinary characters. Are you here for the demolition? Li Fan swallowed hard, cautiously inquiring. He wondered if he had somehow neglected to pay rent, or if his humble establishment was facing imminent demolition. Just as he pondered this unsettling thought, a figure suddenly burst forth from the crowd, energetically entering the shop. It was Tang Si of the Sea King Squad. However, before she could utter a word, another figure, even faster, intercepted her. It was the captain of the Sea King Squad, Yun Feng. Captain, how could you be so unscrupulous? Tang Si glared at Yun Feng, her face suffused with indignation. She had painstakingly persuaded Zhang Sihai to leave, only for her captain to seize the opportunity without a word. Well, it was agreed that you would wait a bit longer. Yun Feng replied with an air of calm, showing no remorse for his premature advantage. This scene left Zhang Sihai, who had just arrived, utterly astonished. First, he was taken aback by Li Fan's youth, and then an array of questions flooded his mind. Such a young store manager actually made Yun Feng and Tang Si wait an entire night? Moreover, judging by Tang Si's expression, he seemed quite displeased with Yun Feng's act of cutting in line. What on earth is happening? Zhang Sihai felt his mind was struggling to comprehend the situation. He suspected that this establishment was extraordinary, but he never anticipated it to be so bizarre. What mechanical expertise could a mere novice possess? Had Yun Feng's mind been affected by the Bloodwashers Alliance's assault yesterday? Not only him, but the law enforcement officers behind him also wore bewildered expressions. Could it be? The Sea King Squad waited an entire night just for him? This young lad appears even younger than my daughter. Have they lost their minds? And we were made to accompany them for an entire night. Insanity, utter madness. The already disgruntled officers were now on the brink of collapse. Bossly, I'm still waiting for the reinforcement details we discussed yesterday. Yun Feng disregarded the reactions of those around him and addressed Li Fan directly. Li Fan nodded and handed him a contract. Please sign. Without even glancing at it, Yun Feng signed his name. At this moment, Zhang Sihai was even more perplexed. What on earth? Signing without even reviewing the contract? Received 80 million credit points. The notification of Li Fan's transfer chimed at the perfect moment. What? How much? Yun Feng, have you lost your senses? Zhang Sihai was utterly incensed. A contract of such a substantial amount, and you sign without a second thought? Are you intending to purchase a mech? Captain Yun, this is sheer folly. Zhang Sihai felt his understanding of reality had been completely overturned and couldn't help but voice his concerns. For members of the Federal Fleet, saving up money is no easy feat, and now several years of hard-earned savings had been risked. Yet Yun Feng seemed oblivious to the surrounding commotion, his expression brimming with anticipation as he inquired, "Shall we commence?" "Please, step inside. There are too many people. Just a few in the hall will suffice," Li Fan replied, ushering Yun Feng into the maintenance chamber. Huang Lin and Tang Si followed suit. Zhang Sihai clenched his teeth, stating, "You all wait here. I shall take a look inside." With that, he too ventured into the chamber, leaving a multitude of law enforcement officers exchanging bewildered glances. What does this mean? We must wait. This situation is unbearable. Upon entering the establishment, Zhang Sihai's gaze was captivated by the array of equipment within. He had not anticipated the silent emergence of such a premier repair shop within his jurisdiction. There were hardly any repair shops of this caliber throughout the entirety of Huaxia. Simultaneously, his curiosity intensified regarding Yun Feng's intentions, particularly concerning the exorbitant sum of 80 million credit points he was prepared to invest. He was determined to uncover the secrets concealed within this establishment. Chapter 44. The Fool Was I. The maintenance chamber was enveloped in a cold, dim light. A glimmer emanated from the silver ring adorning his wrist, causing the air to shimmer slightly. Suddenly, a colossal blue mech materialized before him, landing soundlessly on the ground. This was his exclusive mech, the Sea Beast. Standing 30 meters tall, its blue frame was a testament to power and speed, every contour exuding an indescribable sense of dominance. As if an ancient leviathan from the deep sea had descended, instilling a profound reverence in all who beheld it. The surface of the mech was cloaked in deep blue scales that reflected a chilling sheen under the light. At its back, two massive fin-like wings unfurled slowly, their edges sharp as the deadliest of blades. Li Fan's gaze fell upon the colossal machine, a fleeting spark of excitement glimmering in his eyes. The S-class mecha talent, Dominion. Intriguing indeed. In an instant, he discerned Yun Feng's talent and the unique structure of the Sea Beast mecha. The martial prowess domain of the Sea Beast, Dominion, operates by emitting a distinctive energy field that suppresses the movements and energy output of its adversaries, and its mecha architecture aligns seamlessly with this characteristic. A reinforcement plan swiftly took shape in Li Fan's mind. "Boss Li, I leave the rest to you." Yun Feng's voice shattered the brief silence as he turned to leave, granting Li Fan the space he needed. The door of the maintenance chamber closed slowly with a dull thud. Zhang Sihai watched in disbelief as Yun Feng exited. "Yun Feng, can you truly trust this? This enhancement costs 80 million. Aren't you even going to supervise?" Yun Feng cast a casual glance at him. "What is there to supervise? I have faith in Boss Li's expertise." Nearby, Lu Lin, dressed in a sharp uniform that accentuated her tall figure, smiled lightly but remained silent. "It's not about distrust." Zhang Sihai scratched his head. "It's just 80 million. That's no trifling sum. What if?" he murmured to himself, aware that the majority of their enforcement team members were merely Star Radiance Level 8 mecha engineers, and those who could reach Rift Level 2 were exceedingly rare. Talents like Qin Yu and Qin Lan were anomalies, with hardly a few such prodigies in the entire enforcement team. This is the harsh reality, brutal yet true. Not everyone can become a chosen one, nor can everyone stand atop the pinnacle of the pyramid. They possess the ability to awaken D and C level talents and pilot mechs, which places them far beyond the multitude of ordinary individuals, rendering them the fortunate ones of this era. One must recognize the reality of existence and embrace contentment to lead a comfortable life. He believed that Yun Feng must have lost his mind. Otherwise, how could he make such an absurd decision? "I said, Captain Zhang, you should quickly prepare the funds." At that moment, Lu Lin interjected, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. "Prepare funds? For what?" Zhang Sihai appeared utterly bewildered. "Of course, to cover the enhancement fees for Boss Li," Lu Lin replied with a smile. You cannot possibly be acting, can you?" Zhang Sihai increasingly sensed something amiss. These individuals exuded an air of strangeness from beginning to end. "Acting? Captain Zhang, you are overthinking it," Tang Si remarked, unable to suppress an eye roll. "Humph. I shall see how long you can keep this up." Zhang Sihai scoffed, choosing to observe the unfolding events. He doubted these individuals could orchestrate anything of significance. Li Fan stood before the control panel, his fingers dancing swiftly across the virtual keyboard, inputting commands with precision. "Energy guidance, commence. Core module activation." Structural restructuring, initiate. He inhaled deeply, his gaze unwavering. The enhancement program was activated. Sea Beast, third stage enhancement, begin. As his deep voice resonated, the entire mech repair chamber was instantly enveloped in a brilliant blue radiance. Within the glow, energy surged like a colossal vortex, completely engulfing the Sea Beast mech. A myriad of intricate energies surged and intertwined within, akin to an imminent volcanic eruption, harboring the cataclysmic power to obliterate the world. Energy guidance was complete, 100%. Core module, reformation accomplished. Structural optimization, 90%, 95%. Done. Li Fan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, exhaling a long sigh of relief, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. The crucial steps had finally reached a successful conclusion. Now, he awaited the moment to witness a miracle. Zhang Sihai stood in the maintenance chamber, bewildered by the sudden silence. Was this really it? 8 million. And this was all the commotion it had stirred? Just as Zhang Sihai contemplated voicing his doubts, Li Fan began to murmur within the maintenance chamber. The awakening of martial skills commenced. Inputting the final command, the energy fluctuations within the cocoon intensified abruptly. A deep roar emanated from the cocoon, causing the entire maintenance chamber to tremble slightly. Boom. The cocoon erupted violently, a brilliant blue light flooding the space instantaneously. As the radiance dissipated, the Sea Beast mecha materialized before Li Fan in a completely transformed state. The previously deep blue scales appeared even more profound, subtly shimmering with an ethereal blue glow, exuding an aura of mystery. The fin-like wings on the back armor expanded significantly, their edges glinting with a chilling light, as if poised to rend the very fabric of space. A powerful spatial wave emanated from the Sea Beast mecha, even reaching beyond the confines of the maintenance chamber. Yun Feng and the others felt this surge, their excitement palpable. Ding! The Sea Beast mecha successfully awakened the new martial skill, Deep Sea Vortex. Deep Sea Vortex. By means of rapid rotation, it generates a formidable whirlpool, ensnaring adversaries within and inflicting continuous damage. Goodness, that name is simply imposing. Li Fan couldn't help but exclaim. But that's not all. Activate the second form of the mech. Li Fan issued the command once more. The Sea Beast mech emitted a deep rumble as its structure began to undergo dramatic transformation. The originally streamlined body swelled, limbs grew more robust, and the fin-like wings on its back retracted, replaced by two colossal energy cannons. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of mechanical metamorphosis resonated as the Sea Beast mech transformed from a nimble deep-sea behemoth into a moving fortress of war. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Sea Beast mech has successfully activated its second form, Deep Sea Fortress. Deep Sea Fortress. Sacrificing mobility, it significantly enhances defensive capabilities and firepower output, becoming a formidable bastion on the battlefield. The doors of the mech repair chamber swung open. Yun Feng and the others rushed in eagerly. Boss Li, this is, Yun Feng stammered, awestruck by the Sea Beast mech before him. The third-tier enhancement has been completed, Li Fan replied calmly. You may test its capabilities. Yun Feng nodded emphatically, hastening into the cockpit of the Sea Beast mech buzz. The Sea Beast mech powered up once more, unleashing an even more potent and terrifying spatial fluctuation that enveloped the entire mech repair chamber. How is this possible? Zhang Sihai was left utterly dumbfounded. Before him stood a colossal Sea Beast mech, as if descended from the heavens, shattering his worldview. He finally comprehended that the peculiar behaviors exhibited by Yun Feng and the others were not mere theatrics. Rather, they were genuinely wary of him, fearing that this simpleton might disrupt Li Fan's enhancement process. To think I have been made a fool, dancing to their tune. Zhang Sihai felt a burning shame flush across his face, as though he had been soundly slapped, longing to vanish into the ground. Chapter 45. My dear wife, quickly, transfer me the funds. The upgraded Sea Beast mech now radiated a brilliant luminescence, reminiscent of a sapphire submerged in the depths of the ocean, its deep blue glow swirling with an enigmatic allure. The mech's surface was adorned with twinkling starlight, as if an entire constellation had been embedded within. Good heavens! Is this truly the Sea Beast mech? Zhang Sihai's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly grazing the floor. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, terrified of having misjudged the sight before him. Moreover, the particle thrusters of the mech had undergone a remarkable transformation, now more robust and powerful. with the nozzles shimmering with a dazzling blue light, poised to unleash annihilating energy at any moment. The design of the arms had also evolved. The original mechanical structure was enveloped in a streamlined armor, and at the elbow joint, two transparent blades had been added, sharp and glinting with a chilling brilliance. This 80 million was indeed well spent. The visual spectacle rivals anything the esteemed Bosley possesses. Zhang Sihai could not help but exclaim, utterly convinced. This was no mere enhancement, but rather the acquisition of an entirely new mech. Humph, this is merely superficial. Lu Lin scoffed softly from the side, her tone tinged with a hint of arrogance. True enhancement is beyond the comprehension of an outsider like you. Superficial? What do you mean by that? Zhang Sihai furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat unconvinced. The entire material has been upgraded. The core components must have been reinforced as well. Isn't that sufficient? Could it be that you can somehow devise new combat techniques for the mecha? By the end of his statement, a note of derision crept into his voice, for he believed that the combat techniques of a mecha were fixed upon manufacture, and any subsequent modifications were nothing short of fanciful nonsense. At that moment, Yun Feng had already entered the cockpit of the Sea Beast Mecha. Buzz! The Sea Beast Mecha roared to life once more, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that caused the ceiling of the repair shop to slowly retract, revealing the cerulean sky above. Boom! A dazzling blue light erupted from the back of the Sea Beast Mecha, launching skyward with great force, swiftly exiting the repair shop and vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Let us go, Lu Lin called out, and alongside Tang Si, they piloted their respective mechas, swiftly following suit and bursting out of the repair shop. Hey, wait for me. Zhang Sihai, upon witnessing this, abandoned his reservations and hurriedly piloted his own mecha to pursue them. Outside the repair shop, what is happening? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly, prepare for battle. The members of the enforcement team, who had been on guard outside the repair shop, suddenly spotted an unfamiliar mecha soaring into the sky and mistook it for an enemy incursion, instantly plunging into chaos as they raised their weapons in alarm. Wait, do not fire. That is Captain Yun's Sea Beast Mecha. Someone with keen eyes quickly recognized the Sea Beast Mecha and shouted to halt the action. What? Captain Yun's mecha? How could this be possible? Indeed, how has the Sea Beast Mecha transformed into this astonishing form? This is simply magnificent. The members of the enforcement team stood in utter bewilderment, gazing at the mecha hovering in the sky, reminiscent of a colossal creature from the deep sea. Each one left astounded. At that moment, the Sea Beast Mecha abruptly came to a halt in midair. A deep roar emanated from the mecha, followed by a terrifying ripple of spatial distortion radiating outwards from its center. The deep sea vortex. Yun Feng's voice resonated from the Sea Beast Mecha. As soon as he spoke, the space surrounding the mecha began to warp and twist, forming a gigantic vortex. Crack, crack, crack. At the vortex's core, the fabric of space was torn apart, revealing a pitch-black void, as if it sought to consume everything within its grasp. Boom. The Sea Beast Mecha surged downward with great force, targeting an open space outside the repair shop, an area fortified with high-strength alloy materials, specifically designated for testing mecha performance. The immense vortex, infused with formidable spatial power, crashed violently against the ground. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very earth as if an earthquake had transpired. The ground, reinforced with high-intensity alloy materials, was unexpectedly gouged out, leaving behind a colossal chasm, surrounded by a myriad of ominous cracks that were truly alarming. Zhang Sihai, confronted with this terrifying spectacle, was utterly dumbfounded. His mouth agape, he struggled to articulate a response. He finally came to believe Lu Lin's assertions. The Sea Beast Mech had indeed been enhanced with new combat techniques, and the power of these techniques was astonishingly formidable. Hey, darling, quickly, transfer 80 million credit points to me. Hurry. A voice on the other end of the line, tinged with incredulity, responded, Do you even realize what you're saying? Hello, wife. Listen to me. This time it's not frivolous spending. It's an investment. A guaranteed profitable investment. Do you understand? Zhang Sihai, desperate and agitated, yelled into the communicator, his voice rising in pitch. 80 million. Not a single point less. If it's even a fraction short, we. On the other end, his wife's voice escalated, brimming with unmistakable anger. Zhang Sihai, have you developed some audacity? You dare to threaten me? 80 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? Investing? It seems you're aiming for the skies. Oh, come on. Dear, just let me finish. Zhang Sihai pleaded. Drenched in sweat, his gaze fixated on the sea beast mech soaring in the sky. At that moment, the sea beast mech underwent another transformation. A deep, resonant hum reverberated through the atmosphere, reminiscent of the breath of a colossal creature from the abyss. The previously streamlined body of the sea beast mech began to expand rapidly, morphing before his very eyes. Heavy plates of armor unfurled from within the machine, layering upon the surface of the mech. The original blue radiance gradually transformed into a profound dark blue, exuding an aura of indomitable might. The sound of metal grinding echoed, sharp enough to make one's teeth ache, yet brimming with a sense of power. In mere seconds, the sea beast mech evolved from a nimble assault type into a floating steel fortress, an underwater bastion. Yunfeng's voice resonated once more from within the mech, laced with a chilling tone. Field deployment. No sooner had he spoken, an invisible force field radiated outward from the sea beast mech's core. A hum reverberated through the air, as if the very atmosphere had been distorted. The once clear sky dimmed ominously. Why does my mech feel so heavy? My heavens! It feels as though I am carrying a mountain. My vision, it's constricted. I can't see anything around me. Within the confines of the field, several members of the enforcement team cried out in terror. They felt as if they were submerged in the deep sea, grappling with immense pressure that rendered even breathing a challenge. Had he not witnessed this awe-inspiring spectacle with his own eyes, Zhang Sihai would scarcely believe the reality before him. Moreover, Li Fan was astonishingly young. He could scarcely fathom the caliber of individuals behind Li Fan, who could transform the sea beast mech to such an extraordinary extent. Zhang Sihai, are you simply burning through your wealth? Do you wish to kneel before the masterboard again? Zhang Sihai was lost in thought when suddenly, an enraged shout from his wife echoed through the star communication, jolting him back to reality. Hurry, transfer the money. If you don't, I will file for divorce. At that moment, Zhang Lei was truly driven to madness. A cold snort came from the other end of the line. Very well, just wait. Shortly after, the notification of the money transfer chimed. She knew well that Zhang Sihai's unusual outburst was due to something significant. Such audacity would inevitably come at a cost. 8 million arrived. Bossly, here I come. As soon as the notification for the transfer sounded, Zhang Sihai sprang into action, rushing towards Li Fan with a speed that surpassed even his youthful days when he pursued his wife. Hey, Boss Zhang. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Tang Si sidestepped and blocked Zhang Sihai's path, grinning as he spoke. Chapter 46. Have you always been this brave? Within the maintenance room, light and shadow danced, and the sparks from the welding gun flickered like stars. Zhang Sihai's heartbeat nearly drowned out the roar of the machinery. He fixated on the disassembled fire mecha, his eyes reddening as if they might bleed. Bossly, you must be cautious. This is my treasured possession. His voice trembled, a blend of anticipation and concern. Captain Zhang, you can rest assured. Do you not trust my skills? Ah, indeed, I trust you implicitly. Zhang Sihai rubbed his hands together, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin, resembling a beguiling puppy. Suddenly, the door to the maintenance room creaked open. The towering figure of Tang Si appeared at the doorway, casting a shadow that obscured much of the light. Bossly, Tang Si said, his voice a pitch so affected it could send shivers down one's spine. Everyone wants to enhance themselves. As he spoke, he swayed his waist and threw what he believed to be a captivating glance at Li Fan. Ugh! Lu Lin covered her mouth, feigning the appearance of nearly retching. Tang Si, if you continue like this, I truly might be sick. Li Fan also felt a wave of discomfort and promptly retrieved a contract from his pocket. Enhancement is acceptable, but first, let us sign this contract. Tang Si took the contract, barely glancing at it before signing his name with flourish. Wait a moment, Zhang Sihai exclaimed, springing up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You all seem to think you can cut in line, don't you? He pointed at Tang Si and Lu Lin, his voice sharp enough to seem capable of shattering glass. I was the first to arrive. Do you not respect the order of arrival? Boss Zhang, please remain calm. You are next, Li Fan replied with a smile, his tone laced with a hint of cunning. Enhancement is not a one-time affair. There's enough for everyone. Only then did Zhang Sihai slightly regain his composure, though his gaze remained warily fixed on the other members of the Yunlong team. If they all positioned themselves ahead of him, how long would he have to wait? No, he could not afford to wait any longer. This is not your place. He certainly did not want this group of youngsters to witness his own desire for enhancement, as it would tarnish the dignity of his leadership. Captain, we. Several members of the enforcement team exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Zhang Sihai impatiently waved his hand, dismissing them like bothersome flies. Captain. Might we also? One bolder member cautiously inquired. Don't even think about it. Zhang Sihai snapped, his eyes glaring as spittle nearly flew onto the member's face. They had already begun to ponder how they could gather enough funds to seek out Li Fan for an enhancement of their mechs. After all, who wouldn't desire martial prowess? Li Fan, I truly appreciate your help this time, Yin Feng said earnestly as he approached Li Fan. The shortcomings of the sea beast have been addressed, and I am filled with confidence for the future. I believe the Sea King team will undoubtedly become the most formidable force on the federal battlefield. Captain Yun, you are too kind. This is merely a fair transaction, Li Fan replied, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Zhang Sihai rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed intently on Li Fan, practically undressing him with his eyes. Boss Li, don't you think it's my turn now? Before Li Fan could respond, Zhang Sihai's communicator erupted with incessant notifications. Glancing down, his expression darkened instantly, resembling the bottom of a pot. That old rascal Li Kaifeng. Is he actually going to punish me? Zhang Sihai grumbled through clenched teeth. Which scoundrel reported me so swiftly? Infuriated, he trembled with rage, his fingers quivering as he swiped at the screen a few times. With a decisive snap, he shut off the communicator. Humph, I've powered down. Let us see how you manage to find me now. Zhang Sihai proudly raised his chin, as if he had just triumphed in battle. Lu Lin, standing nearby, rolled her eyes in response. Captain Zhang, are you covering your ears while stealing a bell? What do you understand? Zhang Sihai shot her a glare. This is called a strategic retreat. Meanwhile, in the office of Li Kaifeng at the law enforcement team headquarters, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Seated behind an expansive desk, Li Kaifeng wore a dark expression. Before him, the star communication screen displayed an unread message, one he had just sent to Zhang Sihai. His anger flared up suddenly. What audacity! Does he truly believe I cannot handle him? He slammed his hand onto the desk, causing the teacups to jump in alarm. How preposterous! He even dares to turn off his phone. Does he think I am merely a decorative figure as the director? The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, his chest heaving with fury. If he does not receive a proper lesson, he shall remain oblivious to the extent of my authority. Deduct 2 years' salary and performance bonuses from him. Li Kaifeng's voice emerged through clenched teeth. Let him awaken to reality. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to suppress his indignation and dialed another number. Arrange for the law enforcement team airship. Head to the dream repair shop. I must uncover what this Zhang Sihai is up to. He thought to himself, and perhaps I shall also meet that enigmatic Mr. Li. At the dream repair shop, after shutting off the star communication device, Zhang Sihai was like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously pacing back and forth. Where is that scoundrel Tang Si? Why hasn't he emerged yet? It has been hours. He occasionally stretched his neck, casting eager glances toward the maintenance room, wishing he could bore a hole through the door with his gaze. Zhang, could you not pace for a moment? Lu Lin said, shaking her head in exasperation. Your incessant wandering is making my head spin. What do you understand? This is enhancement. Enhancement, Zhang Sihai exclaimed, animatedly gesturing with his hands. Do you realize what this means? It signifies that my mech will possess combat techniques. Just wait, then I shall see who dares to underestimate me. As time ticked away, Zhang Sihai's patience dwindled. He felt akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting execution, each second an agonizing ordeal. Finally, after nearly 4 hours of excruciating anticipation, the door to the maintenance room slowly creaked open. They're coming out. They're coming out. Zhang Sihai, as if he had spotted a savior, dashed forward in a single bound. Tang Si followed closely behind, his face alight with excitement as he rushed into the maintenance room. Before their eyes stood a brand new flame mech. The once dark red paint had transformed into a fiery crimson, shimmering with the cold brilliance unique to metal. The contours of the mech's body were now more streamlined, and what had once been cumbersome sections were now compact and robust, exuding an explosive sense of power. The original beam cannon had vanished, replaced by an understated yet enigmatic design that rendered its might inscrutable at first glance. Is this my flame? Tang Si gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief. It's magnificent. Zhang Sihai was equally stunned, nearly drooling at the sight. Li Fan stood aside, a subtle smile gracing his features. Go ahead and give it a try, he encouraged. Tang Si, filled with eagerness, leaped into the cockpit. A faint hum of machinery resonated as the blazing mech, known as the Fire, slowly rose to its feet. This sensation, Tang Si joyously flailed his arms within the cockpit. It feels as though the entire mech has merged with my very being. Li Fan nodded in affirmation. Let us take it for a spin, right outside the shop. With that, Tang Si piloted the Fire out of the repair shop. The mech's engine emitted a deep growl, reminiscent of a beast poised to pounce. Goodness, is this truly the Fire? It appears utterly transformed, he exclaimed. This color is rather ostentatious, isn't it? And has it undergone reverse enhancement? Why have the beam cannons been dismantled? Surely, Li Boss's skills aren't that lacking? The bystanders from the enforcement team, initially gathered outside to observe, began to murmur amongst themselves at the sight of the Fire's transformation. Ignoring the chatter, Tang Si inhaled deeply and forcefully pushed the control stick. Chapter 47. I've set my handprint. At that moment, the Fire mech sprang to life. The armor swiftly disassembled, revealing an array of advanced beam cannons concealed within. A series of jarring mechanical sounds echoed as the cannons rapidly adjusted their angles, aiming towards the sky. What is happening here? My goodness. So many beam cannons. This firepower is astonishing. Li Boss is truly remarkable. The onlookers from the enforcement team were utterly astonished, their mouths agape, rendered speechless. Could this possibly be the second mech form of blazing fire? One team member stammered. What second form? This is clearly a full fire mode. Another member exclaimed with palpable excitement. Bosley is truly remarkable. To enhance blazing fire to such an extent, I have made up my mind. I too shall seek Bosley to enhance my mech. Me too. Me too. In an instant, enthusiasm surged among the crowd, all captivated by Li Fan's extraordinary skills. Tang Si, already exhilarated, found himself slightly lightheaded. While Li Fan merely smiled faintly and remarked, "Let them witness what true enhancement looks like." Li Fan's voice was not loud, yet it carried an inexplicable confidence. He gestured subtly to Tang Si. Upon looking down, a holographic interface suddenly displayed a red warning box. Driver's heart rate detected at 120. It is advised to activate the Don't Fear, Little One calming mode. Don't touch that. Li Fan burst into laughter over the communication channel. That's meant for novices. I meant the mental stabilization program. At that moment, the lava veins surrounding blazing fire surged dramatically. The once smooth armor appearing as though it had been torn apart by molten rock, with hundreds of miniature cannons emerging from the crevices. What a ferocious design. Someone in the crowd shouted. Bosley understands a man's romance. Tang Si frantically swiped at the control panel in the cockpit. Wait. What does this sunlit flame button do? Why is there an option labeled "The bird is too beautiful" beside it? The former is a barrage particle cannon, while the latter... Li Fan suddenly revealed a devilish smile, keeping the latter under wraps for now, as it would prove life-saving in future battles. The harsh sound of mechanical friction, akin to a beast's roar, instantly drowned out all discussions. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the external armor of the Firestorm mech began to peel away like petals. The entire mech started to transform, with its back armor unfurling like a peacock's tail to reveal 228 miniature missile launch ports, while blades of high-frequency particle vibration emerged from its knee armor. Most striking was the red warning light atop its head, inscribed with the words "Nuclear Goodness." What was initially perceived as a mere melee mech had instantaneously transformed into a mobile fortress of firepower. Goodness, this is the real deal. Am I seeing this correctly? How many cannons does it possess? Bosley. Incredible! The law enforcement officers erupted into a frenzy. The earlier skeptical murmurs had now morphed into gasps of awe and reverence. This was no longer Firestorm. It was clearly a beehive. Tang Si was equally astonished by the sight before him. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Bosley. This firepower. Li Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating an air of complete control. Firepower is merely an appetizer. Let us test its might. With Li Fan's permission. Tang Si could no longer contain his excitement. He abruptly pushed the joystick, and the Firestorm mech instantly locked onto the dilapidated building at the shooting range in the distance. Fire at full throttle. With a resounding roar, Tang pressed the launch button with great force. The thunderous sound of cannon fire erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly tearing through the air. Countless brilliant beams surged forth from the barrels of the fiery mech, resembling furious fire dragons, cascading towards the target range with an overwhelming force capable of annihilating all. The sky was instantly painted a fiery crimson, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The dense barrage of fire interwove to form an impenetrable net, completely engulfing the target area. The ground trembled violently under the ferocity of the explosions, as if it were about to be torn asunder. My goodness, such power! This is no mere firepower test. It is nothing less than a cataclysmic display. How utterly extravagant. Is this truly blazing fire? The law enforcement officers were left utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape, eyes nearly bulging out of their heads. They had witnessed formidable mechs before, but never one with such astounding firepower. This was no enhancement. This was a magical transformation. The cannon fire continued for a full 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. As the smoke dissipated, the once level target range had transformed into a colossal crater, charred and still emitting thick plumes of smoke. The edges of the crater were cracked and scorched, as though struck by a meteorite, a sight both shocking and disconcerting. Silence reigned, a deathly stillness. Everyone was rendered speechless by the scene before them. The air seemed to thicken, leaving only the sound of labored breaths. Gazing at the immense pit, his voice trembled with incredulity. Bossly. This has clearly surpassed the limits of testing, hasn't it? Li Fan waved his hand nonchalantly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The power was quite adequate, at least enough to intimidate. But it was more than mere intimidation. It was akin to a humanoid nuclear bomb. Bossly, I am utterly convinced. Your skills are simply divine. I too wish to enhance my capabilities. Bossly, I implore you to assist me in fortifying my mech. Yes, I want that too. I would pay any price. The law enforcement officers were instantly ignited with fervor, as if they had received a shot of adrenaline, surrounding Li Fan and clamoring in a cacophony of requests. The previous doubts and disdain had evaporated, replaced by unabashed admiration and yearning. Among the crowd, Zhang Sihai was particularly animated, his face flushed with excitement, fidgeting like an ant on a hot pan, anxious to rush forward and thrust his own hurricane into the repair bay. Bossly, when will my hurricane be enhanced? I'm not in a rush, truly not. You carry on with your work, and when you're done, you can take a look at it. Really. As Zhang Sihai spoke, he eagerly offered Li Fan a back massage, his face adorned with sycophantic smiles, devoid of any semblance of an elite law enforcement officer. Lu Lin, observing Zhang Sihai's obsequious demeanor, could not help but roll her eyes and mutter under her breath, the money-hungry boss hasn't even spoken yet, and he is practically worshipping him. What a disgrace. Li Fan disregarded the throng and made his way directly into the repair shop. Wait, Boss Li, please don't leave, Zhang Sihai exclaimed, sliding to the ground and grasping Li Fan's leg. Look, I've even preemptively signed the contract with my fingerprint. Li Fan cast a fleeting glance at him and replied leisurely, What's the hurry? One cannot rush the preparation of hot tofu. Augmenting a mech is not akin to boiling instant noodles that can be completed in merely 3 minutes. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Zhang Sihai nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Boss Li, my hurricane talent is categorized as B-grade wind assault domain. Might I inquire if, during the augmentation process, Li Fan's gaze swept over the contract, recognizing its necessity. The price is 80 million, no credit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sihai's eyes lit up, and he nodded fervently, bowing in deference. No problem. Money is not an issue. He produced a pristine contract, presenting it to Li Fan with a sycophantic grin that nearly reached his ears. Li Fan accepted the document, scanned it briefly, and upon confirming its accuracy, promptly inscribed his name. All right, Team Leader Zhang, the contract is signed, and the funds are secured. Please accompany me to the maintenance chamber. Li Fan gestured towards the door of the maintenance chamber, his tone calm. Great, I shall go at once, Zhang Sihai exclaimed, eagerly rubbing his hands together, almost itching to dart into the maintenance chamber. However, just as he was about to step inside, the enforcement communicator blared like a death knell. Glancing at the caller ID, his face drained of color. It was his immediate superior, Captain Li Kaifeng of the enforcement team. See, Captain, what are your instructions? Zhang Sihai stammered as he answered the call, his voice trembling slightly. The roar of Li Kaifeng reverberated painfully against his eardrums. Zhang Sihai's face instantly turned ashen. He glanced at the maintenance room, mere steps away. Then at the communicator in his hand, his eyes flickering with intense anxiety. This was a rare opportunity for enhancement. Such chances are seldom bestowed, if missed. Who knows when the next might come? Zhang Sihai stammered, attempting to fabricate an excuse. A sudden emergency? I suspect you are merely blinded by greed. Li Kaifeng's tone grew more frigid. Zhang Sihai clenched his teeth, steeling his resolve, a glimmer of reckless madness flashing in his eyes. His mind was racing, unable to maintain composure. To hell with the consequences. To hell with the reprimands. I shall secure my enhancement first. With a decisive snap, he terminated the communication and tossed the device aside, taking a deep breath, as if he had just made the most significant decision of his life. He promptly pressed the star ring on his wrist, unleashing the hurricane within the maintenance bay. As he ran, he silently prayed, knowing he had no choice but to take this gamble. Li Fan observed Zhang Sihai's frantic demeanor, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a knowing smile. The door to the maintenance bay gradually closed, isolating Zhang Sihai from his mech. Seconds ticked by agonizingly as Zhang Sihai paced anxiously outside the maintenance bay like an ant on a hot skillet. He glanced at the time intermittently, peering at the large screen on the maintenance bay, yet saw nothing, his unease growing. Why is it taking so long? What on earth is Bosley doing? Could something have gone awry? Zhang Sihai's mind spiraled into a whirlpool of suspicion. What if Bosley is deceiving me, taking my money and vanishing? A terrifying thought suddenly emerged, causing Zhang Sihai's heart to leap into his throat. Impossible. It cannot be. Bosley does not strike me as the type. How could he deceive me for such a trivial amount? Zhang Sihai desperately reassured himself, yet the unease within him proliferated like rampant weeds. Suddenly, a violent rumble erupted from the maintenance chamber, followed by a surge of chaotic energy that sent tremors throughout the entire repair bay. What is happening? Startled, Zhang Sihai quickly stepped back, his gaze cautiously fixed on the door. With a loud crash, the maintenance chamber was abruptly kicked as if by a colossal beast, nearly toppling Zhang Sihai to the ground. He fixated on the surveillance screen, witnessing the hurricane mech undergo a violent transformation. The dome of the repair bay suddenly erupted with 18 sets of vector stabilizers, only to be shredded into fragments by the raging airflow as soon as they unfurled. The mech's color shifted from its original silvery hue to a chilling metallic blue, intricate wind patterns emerging on its surface, sending a shiver down his spine. The back armor split open, revealing two azure wings, more extravagant than the particle blades of interstellar warships, effortlessly slicing through half of the 30-centimeter thick blast-resistant glass. Is this still my hurricane? Zhang Sihai's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the sight before him. Boom. The door of the maintenance chamber swung open violently, as if a prehistoric beast had charged through from within. A tempest of metallic debris howled outwards, nearly appending Zhang Sihai, who stood at the threshold. Goodness! Bosley, is this a reinforcement or a demolition? As he steadied himself, he couldn't help but shout in anguish. He disregarded everything, braving the fierce winds as he rushed into the repair chamber, only to find himself utterly dumbfounded. The once silver hurricane had undergone a complete transformation. The mecha now radiated a profound azure hue, resembling a colossal piece of intricately carved crystal. The already fluid lines had sharpened, exuding a sense of speed and aggression. This was nothing short of the wind god descending. Zhang Sihai was so exhilarated that he stumbled over his words, his eyes nearly popping out. Li Fan emerged from behind the mecha, clapping his hands, and casually remarked, "So, Boss Zhang, are you satisfied?" "Absolutely. Completely satisfied." Zhang Sihai nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. "Li Boss, you are truly remarkable. This is nothing less than a work of art." He circled around the hurricane several times, growing fonder with each glance, yearning to leap aboard and soar for a couple of laps. Don't just admire the exterior, the essence is what truly matters. Li Fan chuckled. Hurricane has not only received an exterior upgrade, but has also awakened a new combat technique. Storm's arrival. New combat technique. Zhang Sihai gasped, his eyes widening further. It is well known that dual combat techniques are exclusive to advanced mechas, each possessing the cataclysmic power to devastate worlds. Zhang Sihai could scarcely believe that his hurricane could also wield dual combat techniques. Li Fan confidently explained, Storm's arrival, as the name suggests, generates a formidable storm through high-speed rotation, combining both offense and defense. Zhang Sihai felt his blood surge with excitement, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to test the might of Storm's arrival. Not yet finished, Li Fan unleashed another bombshell. Hurricane has activated its second form, Swift Wind Shadow. Second form? Zhang Sihai felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Bosley, are you jesting with me? Do I appear to be joking? Li Fan pointed at Hurricane. In the Swift Wind Shadow form, the mech sacrifices a portion of its defense to significantly enhance its speed and maneuverability, transforming into a spectral assassin on the battlefield. Zhang Sihai was utterly rendered speechless. He felt as if he were ensnared in a dream, an extraordinarily splendid one. So, Boss Zhang, do you still believe my fee is exorbitant? Li Fan inquired with a grin. Not at all. Not at all. It's not expensive in the slightest. Zhang Sihai waved his hands fervently, exclaiming, Boss Li, you are like a second parent to me. In the future, feel free to reach out for any needs. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction and addressed Zhang Sihai, saying, Boss Zhang, don't just revel in joy. Hurricane has completed its enhancement, and we ought to take it out for some practice, right? Chapter 49, Hurricane, Engage. With a low, resonant mechanical roar, a powerful gust of air surged forth from within Hurricane. Zhang Sihai rubbed his hands together and took a bold step forward, only to be nearly toppled by the sudden rush of air. Good heavens! He stumbled but regained his balance, his eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the colossal machine before him. This power is at least 10 times greater than before. Zhang Sihai's heart raced with anticipation, yearning to leap into the cockpit and fully immerse himself in the formidable power of the Hurricane. However, just as his excitement reached its zenith, a thunderous roar erupted from outside, striking him like a bolt from the blue. Zhang Sihai, you dog, get out here this instant. 10 seconds. I'll only give you 10 seconds. If you don't crawl out within that time, don't even think about your salary for the month. And as for your captaincy, forget it. The voice resonated with a chilling urgency, more effective than a death knell. Zhang Sihai jolted, the thrill on his face instantly frozen, resembling a duck caught by the throat. A pang of dread surged within him as he thought, this is it, Li Bapi is here. The onlookers, who had eagerly anticipated witnessing Zhang Sihai's prowess in piloting the Hurricane, were left bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. What on earth is happening? Weren't things just fine a moment ago? Shoo, keep your voices down. Didn't you hear? Li Bapi has arrived. Li Bapi? Who asked that? Who else could it be? He asked the chief of our inspection department. Oh, it's him. Then it's trouble for Zhang Sihai. The young officers exchanged furtive glances, their faces lit with schadenfreude. Li Bapi had indeed come. Zhang Sihai lamented inwardly. He cast a lingering glance at the Hurricane, akin to bidding farewell to a beloved departing on a long journey. Director, I shall be there momentarily, Zhang Sihai murmured, hastily removing a silver bracelet from his wrist. He aimed the star ring at the Hurricane, and in an instant, a blue light flashed, causing the Hurricane to vanish, swallowed by the star ring. Zhang Sihai abruptly stood at attention, taking a deep breath that nearly ruptured his lungs. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration while forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a frown, rushing towards the door with a bow. Oh dear, Chief. What brings you here in person on such a sweltering day? Just look at that sweat on your brow. As he spoke, Zhang Sihai fished a crumpled handkerchief from his pocket, preparing to wipe the perspiration from Li Kaifeng's face. Standing at the entrance was a burly man, the chief of the inspection bureau, Li Kaifeng, known colloquially as Li the Skinner. Li Kaifeng's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. His brows twisted into a tight knot, and his eyes bulging like brass bells. He forcefully pushed Zhang Sihai's hand away, spitting words laden with frustration all over Zhang Sihai's face. Stop with the theatrics. Zhang Sihai, you insolent wretch, have you grown some audacity? Ignoring my calls and playing hide-and-seek. Do you still recognize me as your chief? Yes, absolutely. Zhang Sihai nodded fervently, akin to a garlic pounder. You are like a second father to me. How could I possibly disregard you? He maintained a smiling facade, cautiously attempting to explain. I was just preoccupied with repairing the mecha. I lost track of time repairing the mecha. It seems you aspire to soar. Li Kaifeng was unyielding, pointing a finger at Zhang Sihai's nose, his voice rising another octave. You little brat, have you grown wings, huh? Zhang Sihai opened his mouth, eager to defend himself. He certainly cannot claim that he lost track of time due to the exhilaration of upgrading during the Hurricane. Could he? Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of Li, who would strip him bare. Nearby, several onlooking officers stifled their laughter, their shoulders shaking with mirth. Look at Zhang Sihai. He resembles a frightened child, one remarked. Indeed, Zhang Sihai was in a dire predicament now. His salary would be slashed. He deserved it. Who told him to be so arrogant? Li Kaifeng observed Zhang Sihai's indecisive demeanor, fumbling and hesitant, which only fueled his ire. What do you mean, what? I believe you are in dire need of correction. Effective immediately, your salary shall be halved. You may regain it only when your performance meets my expectations. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sihai was rendered speechless, his mouth agape, and his eyes wide with disbelief. This Li truly lived up to his reputation. Please, Director. I truly did not intend for this to happen. Allow me to explain. Zhang Sihai pleaded, his anxiety manifesting as he stamped his foot, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He cast a furtive glance at the onlooker, Li Fan, his expression akin to a drowning man clutching at a lifeline. Brother, please help me. Say something. However, Li Fan was wholly absorbed in his phone, fingers dancing swiftly across the screen, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. Li Kaifeng, witnessing Zhang Sihai's continued attempts at justification, was incensed. Explanation? You still have the audacity to plead? It appears you are harboring rebellious intentions. Do you believe I want to have you pack your things and leave this instant? Please, please, Director, I was wrong. I truly was. Zhang Sihai bowed repeatedly, nearly kneeling before Li Kaifeng. I assure you, I shall never dare to do so again. At that moment, Li Fan finally set down his phone and raised his head. Looking towards Li Kaifeng, he spoke in a calm tone. Director, Captain Zhang was merely acting out of impatience. Do not hold it against him. His voice, though soft, carried an inexplicable weight. Li Kaifeng scrutinized Li Fan, a flicker of confusion passing through his gaze. This young man, seemingly unremarkable, spoke with such assurance. Could it be? Who are you? Li Kaifeng inquired cautiously. I am Li Fan, the owner of this repair shop. Li Fan replied with a faint smile. Earlier, I assisted Captain Zhang with some repairs on his mech. Li Kaifeng's eyes brightened, and he asked nonchalantly, Oh? Were you repairing it or enhancing it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Sihai thought to himself, Oh no, Li Bapi is trying to extract information from me. He quickly signaled to Li Fan, hoping he would help him evade the situation. Yet, Li Fan appeared oblivious to Zhang Sihai's subtle hints, continuing, Indeed, I merely possess a few unique repair techniques. Unique repair techniques? Li Kaifeng's interest was piqued, and he sensed he might be on the verge of uncovering something extraordinary. A smile crept onto his face as he said, Li Fan, you may continue with your work. Sihai, come with me. His tone had softened considerably. Zhang Sihai felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly followed Li Kaifeng out of Li Fan's repair shop. He felt a wave of frustration within. My hurricane. I haven't even had a chance to test it yet. As Li Kaifeng stepped out of the maintenance shop, he immediately changed his demeanor, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Sihai. Zhang Sihai lamented, It's so hard for me. Chapter 50. The Cost of Power. Upon witnessing this, the group of enforcement officers exchanged glances, too apprehensive to utter a word. They quietly retreated, knowing that the maintenance shop was not going to vanish. There would be ample opportunities to enhance their mechas in the future. Unlike Zhang, they were not so impulsive. After all, in middle age, one ought to cultivate interests beyond family. For Zhang Sihai, mechas were his lifeblood. As the crowd dispersed, the maintenance shop finally fell into a tranquil silence, as if the preceding uproar had merely been a fleeting dream. Tang Si emerged from the flames and approached Li Fan, solemnly clasping his fists in gratitude. Boss Li, I truly appreciate your help this time. It was but a trifling effort, Li Fan replied dismissively, accustomed to such displays of gratitude. Yun Feng and the others stepped forward, sincerely stating, Boss Li, we owe you a great debt this time, and we will do our utmost to compensate. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. They understood the extraordinary significance of this enhancement, and they felt compelled to repay the favor. Li Fan nodded slightly, accepting without hesitation. As the Sea King squad was among the Federation's elite forces, there might indeed come a time when their assistance would be invaluable. Seeing Li Fan's acquiescence, joy radiated from the three, and after expressing their thanks once more, they took their leave. Watching them depart, Li Fan exhaled deeply and murmured to himself, At last. Some peace. These past few days have truly exhausted me. Indeed, for Li Fan, these days have undoubtedly been the most hectic since he began his mobile phone repair shop. First, he dealt with the annihilation of the Bloodwash Alliance's Vera, followed by the mech enhancements for Yun Feng and his companions, as well as Zhang Sihai. It was a relentless whirlwind of activity, leaving him no moment to catch his breath. Alas, who could blame me for being so exceptional? I must silently endure this busyness that belies my age. Gazing at the tantalizing figures in his account, a satisfied smile spread across his face. 313 million. Oh, such a number brings immense joy. Li Fan reclined in his rocking chair, blissfully fixated on the account balance, his grin nearly stretching to his ears. This level of savings is something even the vast majority of Star Fragment level mech masters do not possess. Only the elite among them can boast such wealth. Of course, when compared to the Starry Sky level mech masters, he still fell short. Yet, He reminded himself that he was currently a Rift-level mech master. Such prowess would be hard for anyone to believe. No, strength is paramount. Financial power cannot resolve every dilemma. With a determined clap of his thigh, Li Fan resolved to commence training with the cosmic meditation technique, a precious purchase he had made at great expense from the system. This technique promised to enhance his mental fortitude, essential for mastering advanced mechs and awakening formidable combat skills in the future. He settled cross-legged in his rocking chair, closed his eyes, and focused, reciting the incantations of the cosmic meditation technique as he began to meditate. An hour, 2 hours. Li Fan finally opened his eyes and rubbed his temples, feeling significantly less physically fatigued, yet his mental power remained utterly stagnant. What on earth is this? Despite my relentless efforts, my mental prowess has not increased in the slightest. Li Fan was on the verge of leaping in disbelief. Ding! The familiar notification from the system echoed. The current host's practice of Universal Meditation Method, Volume 1 has reached the pinnacle of Level 4. To further enhance, please exchange for the subsequent Universal Meditation Method, Volume 2, and Universal Meditation Method, Volume 3. Li Fan's lips twitched. Yet again, it's about spending money. Indeed, you are an insatiable abyss, dear system. Nevertheless, in pursuit of strength, I must invest. With a firm resolve, Li Fan declared boldly, I am now a wealthy individual. How much for the subsequent volumes? I shall purchase them all. Ding. Account balance, -40, 000, 000. 0 credit points. Li Fan nearly spewed blood in shock. What the hell? 40 million. Are you robbing me? Tears of frustration welled in his eyes. Although he had earned over 300 million credit points in the past few days, losing 40 million all at once was excruciating. The system coldly informed him, Universal Meditation Method, Volume 2 costs 500 star energy. Universal Meditation Method, Volume 3 costs 1500 star energy. Ding. Universal Meditation Method, Volume 2 and Universal Meditation Method, Volume 3 have been issued. Please check, host. A buzzing sensation filled his mind, akin to enlightenment as a torrent of information flooded in. Li Fan felt as though he had been crammed into a knowledge compression package, his head nearly bursting. Goodness. System, this is force feeding. Could you not be a tad gentler? Li Fan clutched his head, grimacing as he vented his frustrations. Despite his grievances, he quickly calmed his mind and began to organize the newly emerged content of the Universal Meditation Technique in his thoughts. The initial section focused on the self as the eye, gathering the tides of stellar energy. The middle and concluding sections, surprisingly, aimed to construct multiple eyes of stellar energy tides. After a meticulous study, he realized that this comprehensive meditation method elevated the efficiency of mental power cultivation to an unparalleled level. With multiple stellar energy tides operating simultaneously, the speed of energy accumulation multiplied exponentially. It was akin to having an advantage. Li Fan couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder it is priced so high. Indeed, you get what you pay for. However, the challenge of constructing multiple tide eyes seemed excessively daunting, didn't it? Rubbing his head, he felt a slight headache. This endeavor felt akin to simultaneously manipulating a dozen Rubik's cubes, while ensuring that each one turned correctly. A mere slip could lead to total failure. He attempted to construct a second tide eye in his palm as per the description in the middle section. The result? Uft. With a soft sound, the nascent form of the tide eye instantly collapsed and vanished into nothingness. Oh dear. The difficulty was nothing short of hellish. Li Fan massaged his throbbing temples, unable to suppress his lament. Spending 40 million feels rather regrettable. Yet, Li Fan was not one to easily concede. I refuse to believe it. I am destined to become the mightiest mechanical engineer in the galaxy. How could I be daunted by such minor obstacles? Gritting his teeth, he tried once more. Once. Twice. Thrice. Failure. Failure. Still failure. Damn. This meditation technique was far more challenging than repairing mechs. Li Fan could not help but curse under his breath. Just as he was on the brink of losing his composure, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Wait a moment. Constructing multiple tidal eyes is akin to multi-threaded operations. Isn't it? This is something I am well versed in. Slapping his thigh, Li Fan felt as though a veil had been lifted from his mind. What is the most crucial aspect of multi-threaded operations? Synchronization, coordination, resource allocation. Li Fan murmured to himself. If he could regard each tidal eye as an independent thread and judiciously allocate mental energy resources to ensure their synchronization and coordination, wouldn't that suffice? With this thought, clarity washed over him. He closed his eyes once more, inhaled deeply, and divided his mental energy into two streams, each residing in the palms of his hands, beginning to construct the tidal eyes. This time, he eschewed the pursuit of speed, opting instead for a methodical approach, carefully controlling the flow of every morsel of mental energy. Success! Moments later, Li Fan abruptly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance flashing through them. In each of his palms floated a miniature vortex of stellar energy, slowly rotating and emanating a soft glow. Double the joy, here I come. Li Fan grinned widely, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He did not rush to create more tidal eyes, but resolved instead to elevate his current level of mental energy, establish a solid foundation before aspiring to greater heights. Li Fan thought to himself, one cannot achieve greatness in a single gulp. Taking too large a step may lead to missteps. Thus, he settled into a meditative position, centering himself as both vortices of stellar energy in his palms began to whirl in unison, voraciously devouring the stellar energy surrounding him. His mental strength level began to soar at a visibly rapid pace. Level 4 intermediate. Level 4 advanced. Level 5. Boom. The moment his mental strength broke through to level 5, Li Fan felt as if a shackle within his mind had been shattered, rendering the entire world clearer and more vibrant. Is this the sensation of a star fragment level mecha master? Indeed, it feels different. As he experienced the surging mental power within him, he couldn't help but marvel. However, he also keenly sensed that the rate of his mental strength enhancement was gradually slowing down. It seemed he must proceed gradually, taking his time. Li Fan murmured to himself, haste makes waste. Rushing to the top may lead to one's own undoing. He slowly withdrew his focus, opened his eyes, and a glimmer of excitement shone within them. Chapter 51, Ascension of the Apocalypse. Enemies of the Qin family. The joy of leveling up was like a gentle breeze caressing his heart. Yet Li Fan quickly regained his composure. The title of Star Fragment level Mecha Master, paired with the sky-splitting level Apocalypse, seemed rather incongruous. Recalling the fierce battle with the Swordbone Dragon, each perilous moment vividly replayed in his mind. The Apocalypse had exerted its utmost effort, yet the disparity remained glaringly apparent. Agility was its greatest shortcoming. The Swordbone Dragon moved like a slippery serpent, while the Apocalypse resembled a clumsy tin can, struggling to turn. The energy conduction efficiency was low, and the material strength was inadequate. The more Li Fan pondered, the more he felt that the Apocalypse was in dire need of a comprehensive overhaul. Should he encounter a formidable foe again, he might truly be dismantled into parts. A sense of crisis surged within him. Li Fan slapped his thigh, recalling the nano mecha innovation trial within the system. This could well be the opportunity for the Apocalypse to undergo a profound transformation. Without hesitation, Li Fan leaned back in his recliner, closed his eyes, and gradually immersed his consciousness into the system space. Ding! The Nano Mecha Innovation 3-star trial officially commences. The system's cold voice resonated, instantly invigorating Li Fan. A nano upgrade transformation? The very name exudes sophistication and elegance, embodying understated luxury and depth. He rubbed his hands together, reminiscent of an eager online shopper ready to unwrap a package, internally musing, I wonder what extraordinary items I might unveil this time. Before him, a metallic platform materialized, from which a holographic projection gradually ascended, akin to a magic trick. The three-dimensional structure of the Apocalypse Mecha was presented in a 360-degree view, devoid of any blind spots. Various parameters cascaded like a waterfall, even more detailed than the measurements of a Victoria's Secret model. Energy conduction efficiency, 72. No wonder it always felt like there was insufficient power during combat. The energy must have been leaking along the way. Material strength, grade B. Li Fan rubbed his forehead. This strength was hardly distinguishable from that of paper. Surely a mere sneeze from the opponent could cause the Apocalypse to disintegrate. Flexibility, C-. Upon seeing this rating, Li Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. C-. Even a rusty tortoise would exhibit greater agility. This was not merely a mecha. It was essentially a mobile coffin. Li Fan's heart raced with trepidation, cold sweat pouring down his brow. At this rate, if the Apocalypse was not upgraded, it would surely become nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. System, Is there a swift method to enhance energy conduction efficiency? Li Fan fervently implored the system in his mind, his tone dripping with flattery. After all, in times of difficulty, seeking assistance from the system is the fundamental quality of a transmigrator. Ding. Host needs detected. Intelligence online. A promising pupil indeed. Recommended solution. Replace with psychic-level superconducting materials, which can elevate energy conduction efficiency to over 95. The effect is exceptional, foolproof for all ages. The system astonishingly offered a rare discount, causing Li Fan to nearly question his own hearing. Psychic-level superconducting materials? Just the name suggests a hefty price tag. Li Fan's lips twitched. Is there a more economical option? Ding. Economic status detected. Recommended solution. Employ nanocarbon tube technology to microscopically restructure the existing materials, which can enhance energy conduction efficiency to over 85. This sounds splendid. Without hesitation, Li Fan opted for the second plan. Economical and practical is the way to go. Ding. The plan has been finalized. The transformation using nanocarbon tube technology is commencing. As the system's notification faded, the schematic of the Apocalypse Mecha began to shift in the holographic projection. Countless minuscule nanocarbon tubes, as if endowed with life, rapidly spread to every corner of the mecha. They tightly interlinked the original material structure, weaving an invisible, colossal web. A faint sound of electric currents resonated, and Li Fan could sense the energy surging within the mecha, as if something had been awakened. Watching the energy conduction efficiency steadily rise on the holographic display, an indescribable sense of exhilaration surged within Li Fan. At Wenxing University, in the meditation room, a pale blue energy aura gracefully swirled within the training chamber. At the center of the room, Qin Yu sat cross-legged, his hands forming intricate seals, breathing deeply and steadily. Surrounding his body, starlight flickered, a manifestation of his highly concentrated mental prowess. After a prolonged moment, Qin Yu opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. He had finally broken through to the mid-level of fourth-tier mental strength. Suddenly, the door of the meditation room was violently battered, shattering the tranquility and interrupting Qin Yu's thoughts. A familiar voice thundered, "Qin Yu, come out here." Who else could it be but his dear sister, Qin Lan? With a resigned sigh, Qin Yu rubbed his forehead. She was undoubtedly seeking trouble. He rose and leisurely approached the door, opening it to reveal Qin Lan, hands on her hips, her charming face adorned with a smile, yet exuding an unmistakable aura of displeasure. "Ah, if it isn't my beloved sister. What brings you here?" Qin Yu teased with a grin. "Cut out the cheeky smile." Qin Lan shot back with a fierce glare. "Qin Yu, your victory in the last duel was nothing but sheer luck. This time, I demand a rematch." Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. "What? Still not done calling me brother from last time?" Qin Lan's cheeks flushed crimson, her pride wounded. "Qin Yu, don't be so smug. If it weren't for you seeking Master Li's help to elevate your awakening and enhance your combat skills, do you really think you could have defeated me?" "Oh, is that so?" Qin Yu crossed his arms, watching her with amusement. "So, does that imply that your mech has been restored and you have awakened your combat skills as well?" "Of course." Qin Lan proudly lifted her chin. "I have returned to my peak condition. This time, I shall undoubtedly compel you to address me as sister." "Sister?" Qin Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Qin Lan, have you forgotten that you were born a mere minute after me?" Qin Lan, undeterred, retorted, "Do not divert the topic. In any case, I am certain I will triumph this time." Qin Yu pretended to clear his ears, feigning ignorance. TSK, the way some individuals cannot accept defeat is truly eye-opening. How about this, dear sister, call me brother once more, perhaps in a good mood. I might grant you a hand. Qin Yu. Qin Lan seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration. Were it not for the timely assistance from a benefactor, you might not even have the privilege of calling me sister now. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Qin Yu observed that Qin Lan was not jesting, and he set aside his playful demeanor. Qin Lan snorted disdainfully. "Humph, during my last visit to Kalen Star, I was ambushed by the Bloodbath Alliance." Qin Lan paused for a moment. Had it not been for Mr. Li's timely intervention, I fear I would have met my demise there. "What? Li Fan?" Qin Yu's voice rose sharply, his expression a canvas of disbelief. "You mean, Li Fan saved you and repelled the assassins of the Bloodbath Alliance? This is impossible." "Humph, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Let me tell you. Those assassins from the Bloodbath Alliance are not to be trifled with. Had it not been for Mr. Li." Chapter 52. From ancient martial arts to mecha training in the training chamber, Xinglan began to recount the scene from that fateful day. The attacks from that assassin's mecha were cunning and vicious. Just when I thought my end was nigh, he appeared as if a deity descending from the heavens. And then, what happened next? Xingyu was profoundly captivated by Xinglan's tale. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the excitement within. As a hint of sentimentality flickered in his gaze directed at her, shaking his head, he spoke solemnly, regardless of his intentions. Saving you equates to saving our Qin family's honor. This debt of gratitude must be repaid. Indeed, Xinglan nodded, her expression turning serious. By the way, Bosley mentioned that things have been tumultuous on Karenstar recently. Troublesome? Xingyu furrowed his brow, pondering whether the ambush by the Bloodwashers Alliance was merely the beginning. The stakes for the adversary must be considerable. With our current strength, we would merely be cannon fodder caught in the crossfire. Upon hearing Qinyu's words, Xinglan stifled her previous irritation, her eyes glimmering as she vigorously nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are still too weak. Had their conversation reached the ears of the freshmen at Wenxing University, it would surely have elicited exclamations of disbelief. How is it possible that you two, one ranked first and the other second, consider yourselves weak? What does that make us? Mere weaklings? We must strive harder and train together, Xinglan declared, taking a deep breath, as if resolving to make a significant commitment. With her hands on her hips, she assumed a commanding stance. From now on, you can train alongside me, and I shall oversee your progress to ensure you do not slack off. Is that so? Xingyu scoffed, delivering a merciless retort. You are only fit to be my sparring partner. Xingyu, don't push your luck. Xinglan's eyes widened in indignation as she glared at him. Oh, are you flustered now? Xingyu taunted, raising an eyebrow provocatively. How is it that I've hit the nail on the head? Are you unwilling to accept it? Xinglan seethed, her chest rising and falling violently. Yet at that moment, she found herself at a loss for a retort. As her words hung in the air, the atmosphere between the two became instantly charged, as if the very air was infused with the scent of gunpowder. Just then, a group of first-year students from Wenxing University passed by, sensing the palpable tension, each of them scurrying away like frightened quails, eager to escape the brewing storm. Quickly, let us flee. This is the battlefield of the top and the runner-up. We cannot afford to provoke them. Good heavens, what are these two planning now? The last time they sparred in the training room, they nearly brought the roof down. Hush! Keep your voices down. We mustn't let them hear us. Let us hasten our departure to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The group murmured among themselves, quickening their pace, wishing to vanish from the spot, their speed rivaling that of a 100-meter dash. In the Star Dream space, at the Nano Mecha Innovation Trial Ground, Li Fan stared intently at the floating blueprint model of the Apocalypse Mecha, his hair nearly pulled out in frustration. A virtual projection erupted into a burst of fireworks, and Li Fan, with his disheveled hair, leaped up from the control panel. My previous design for the Tri-Core Energy Convergence was nothing short of an affront to humanity. The holographic screen displayed the pulsating energy curve of the radiant core, resembling an electrocardiogram afflicted with Parkinson's disease. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed a warning. Alert. Radiant core energy overload detected. Li Fan's gaze fixated on the fluctuating energy graph within the holographic projection, his finger tracing over a sudden collapse in the waveform. The nano-repair arm abruptly hovered in midair. Do you wish to integrate the theory of martial arts meridians into a quantum energy system? The main control AI of Star Dream Space suddenly emitted a shrill scream in a youthful voice. Yet, Li Fan merely smiled broadly, his fingers dancing across the holographic keyboard, leaving behind fleeting shadows. Countless golden lines emerged on the surface of the mech model, gradually outlining a luminous network reminiscent of human meridians. The bottleneck of the Tri-Core Energy Convergence was not a lack of energy, but rather turbulent energy flow. What if we allowed the energy to circulate like internal force? As he pressed the confirmation key, the three diamond-shaped cores within the mech's chest cavity began to resonate. A warning blared. Output power has exceeded critical limits. The AI's alarm suddenly shifted in pitch. Following this was a lively electronic melody. Congratulations. The energy system of the Apocalypse Mech has been successfully innovated. The efficiency of Tri-Core Energy Convergence has been enhanced. The charging time of the Martial Technique Swarm has been reduced by 50. Li Fan abruptly slapped the control panel and leaped into the air with excitement. It worked. I told you. The fusion of ancient martial arts and technology is the true path. Congratulations, you have completed the Nanomech Innovation Trial. Energy Core System Innovation. Rating S. Reward: 500-star energy points. The upgrade blueprint for the Apocalypse Mech has been saved to your personal terminal. Li Fan beamed, revealing a brilliant smile. An S rating. I knew it. A genius like me finds such innovative trials a mere walk in the park. Haha. I wonder who was previously pulling their hair out in frustration. The main control AI of Star Dream Space unflinchingly mocked. If it weren't for this AI feeling pity for you and secretly granting you a little leeway, would you have succeeded so easily? Li Fan's smile abruptly froze. Ahem. What are you saying, dear AI? This is what I call strategic scratching of the head. A means to enhance my contemplation. Moreover, the S rating is a tangible testament. What does this signify? It signifies that my prowess far exceeds your backdoor. With that, Li Fan eagerly exited the Star Dream Space, dashing towards the maintenance bay. Ascend. Ascend. My apocalypse is about to ascend. Upon arriving at the Mecha Maintenance Bay, the enormous repair chamber hummed with activity. The silvery Apocalypse Mecha stood silently within, resembling a stoic warrior awaiting inspection. Li Fan rubbed his hands together, greed gleaming in his eyes as he stared at the maintenance chamber. With practiced ease, he operated the central control panel, inputting the recently acquired upgrade blueprint for the Apocalypse Mecha into the system. A cold, synthetic voice resonated. Detected Apocalypse Mecha upgrade blueprint. Shall we proceed with the upgrade immediately? This modification is expected to take 3 hours, with an estimated consumption of 800 star energy points. Commence the upgrade. Li Fan decisively pressed the confirmation button. A mere 800 star energy points is but a trifling sum. For the sake of my apocalypse, what is this investment? The maintenance chamber sprang to life instantaneously. Countless nano-mechanical arms extending outward, emitting a fine buzzing sound as they began the comprehensive modification of the Apocalypse Mecha. Li Fan watched with satisfaction, envisioning the resplendent form of the Apocalypse post-upgrade. He paced excitedly outside the maintenance chamber, from Voidbreaker to Star Shatterer. This was a qualitative leap. 3 hours passed. The hum of the maintenance chamber gradually diminished. The ascended Apocalypse Mech finally revealed its true form. Astonishing. Li Fan could not help but exclaim. The Apocalypse Mech, now enveloped in a dark nanocoating, appeared to absorb all sources of light as the quantum patterns danced upon its surface. 3 honeycomb-shaped energy cores at its chest rotated slowly in a formation reminiscent of the Tai Chi Bagua. The Mecha's height had evidently increased, towering at an impressive 35 meters, resembling a colossal steel giant that emanated an overwhelming aura of oppression. Chapter 53. Honeycomb Mode. Li Fan rubbed his eyes, hardly daring to believe what he beheld. The system's notification chimed once more. Congratulations! The Ascended Apocalypse Mech has completed its transformation. Current level, Stellar Fragment Level 7. Ding! The Apocalypse Mech has completed its ascension. Would you like to awaken its second mech form? The system's prompt echoed in Li Fan's ears, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Awaken? Of course awaken. Was there ever any doubt? System, do you think me a fool to pass up such an opportunity? Without hesitation, Li Fan affirmed his choice, fearing the system might rescind its offer. As he confirmed, the massive maintenance chamber emitted a resounding hum once again, and countless dazzling light screens enveloped the platform housing the Apocalypse Mech, resembling an enormous cocoon. Dozens of agile nanomechanical arms extended from all directions, deftly reaching towards the 3 diamond-shaped energy cores nestled within the mech's chest. The movements were gentle yet swift, reminiscent of a cadre of seasoned obstetricians meticulously preparing for the imminent arrival of new life. In the span of mere minutes, Li Fan's anxious anticipation felt as though it had been stretched to the length of a century. Each passing second felt like a playful kitten clawing at his heart, rendering him restless and fervently impatient. At last, the system's notification chimed, piercing the suffocating silence. Ding! Congratulations! The second form of the Apocalypse Mech has successfully awakened. The hive form. Within the hive, numerous small swarm mechs will automatically assemble, akin to worker bees hatching in a beehive. By absorbing advanced mech debris, it can incubate a queen mech, which is twice the size of the worker bee mech, boasting formidable combat capabilities. A friendly reminder, the hive form will consume a significant amount of energy, so please use it judiciously. Li Fan listened in awe as the system elaborated, his mouth agape in astonishment. Wow, this is absolutely astonishing, he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. This was truly a mobile armory. With the hive form at his disposal, could he not unleash an infinite swarm of units? What foes, what fleets, would stand a chance against him? He spun in exhilaration, yearning to find a suitable location to test the might of the hive form. Rubbing his chin, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. To absorb metal and mech fragments and automatically manufacture swarm mechs? This was the ultimate manifestation of turning scraps into wealth. Wait a moment, absorbing advanced mech debris could also incubate a queen mech? Suddenly, Li Fan was struck by a thought, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that by vanquishing a sufficient number of advanced mechas, he could command an invincible swarm of bee-like warriors? The mere contemplation sent his breath into a hurried rhythm, as he envisioned himself leading a colossal legion of mecha bees, sweeping through the cosmos, leaving no adversary standing in his wake. However, the system's final friendly reminder served to temper his enthusiasm slightly. The consumption of vast amounts of energy. It seemed that this hive form should not be employed recklessly. Li Fan stroked his chin, pondering in silence. Yet, there was no need for concern. If utilized wisely, this could undoubtedly become a formidable trump card. Taking a deep breath, he activated the switch, lifting the heavy dome of the repair chamber, and with a surge of energy, he propelled himself from the newly refurbished apocalyptic mecha. Boom! The enormous mecha landed with a thud, generating a powerful gust of wind that sent debris swirling in every direction. The moonlight cascaded upon the pristine silver-gray armor of the apocalyptic mecha, reflecting a cold yet dazzling glow. In the distance, a squad of law enforcement officers clad in black uniforms diligently carried out their night watch duties. Their energy firearms emitted a flickering azure light as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, the noise emanating from the repair shop captured the attention of the law enforcement team. Almost in unison, their gazes shifted to the slowly opening dome above the repair shop. "Is that not Bosley?" one of them exclaimed. "What could he possibly be doing out in the mecha at this late hour?" A young law enforcement officer scratched his head, perplexed, and inquired, "I have no idea. But shouldn't we remind Boss Lee to exercise caution while traveling at night?" "Ah, you must not have heard. But our Boss Lee is the kind of formidable individual who can slice through a star-class mech with a single strike. Does he really need our reminders?" Sigh. This illustrates the disparity between individuals. In comparison to Boss Lee, we are but fireflies contending with the brilliance of the full moon, bringing shame upon ourselves. Ahem. I must say, could you all be a bit more mindful of the occasion when boasting? Even if you elevate Boss Lee to celestial heights, he won't hear a word of it. The captain interjected, clearing his throat, interrupting the team's chatter. Wait a moment. What is Boss Lee up to? Is he planning to practice mech control outside? One keen-eyed team member suddenly pointed at the Apocalypse mech, exclaiming, "Holy smokes! Is that the legendary Apocalypse mech? This is my first time seeing it in person. It's absolutely stunning." At that moment, Li Fan was completely immersed in the cockpit of the Apocalypse, experiencing the extraordinary sensation of merging with the mech. Unbeknownst to him, his presence had already become the most captivating sight in the eyes of the law enforcement officers. Wait a second. I recall that Boss Lee's Apocalypse mech stands at approximately 25 meters tall, doesn't it? Why does it feel like this mech is nearly 35 meters high? A team member suddenly raised a question, disrupting the collective astonishment as sounds of swallowing echoed through the crowd. Has he enhanced Apocalypse? Boss Lee, has he advanced to the star-shattering level Mecha Master? Incredible. How is this even possible? A star-shattering level Mecha Master so young is utterly unheard of. And that's not all. Let us not forget, when he was merely a Void Breaker level Mecha Master, he could already slay star-shattering level Mecha Masters with ease. Now that he has transcended, will he not dominate the cosmos? Comparing oneself to others is truly disheartening. I feel as though my entire life has been in vain. Boss Lee, I implore you to accept this prodigy. How can we ordinary folks survive in such a world? As the formidable aura emanating from the Apocalypse mecha gradually enveloped the surroundings, the members of the enforcement team finally confirmed their suspicions. In their astonishment, they began to lament. They considered themselves well acquainted with exceptional talents, having encountered numerous S-class prodigies and once-in-a-century cultivation geniuses. Yet, encountering a phenomenon as outrageous as Li Fan was a first for them. Chapter 54, Changing Profession to Beekeeping? As night descended, the training grounds of Colin Star lay in tranquil silence, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of insects, heralding an impending disruption of this serenity. Suddenly, a silvery beam of light pierced the night sky as the Apocalypse mecha ascended, its metallic exterior glinting with a chilling sheen under the moonlight. Within the cockpit, Li Fan's lips curled into a playful smile. He did not come here merely to show off. Tonight, he intended to unveil the true might of his newly awakened second mech form, the Hive. Suddenly, the Apocalypse mech came to a halt in midair, and an astonishing scene unfolded. The silvery mech began to disassemble, fragmenting into countless tiny metallic components. Swirling through the air like a disturbed swarm of bees, the moonlight cascaded down, illuminating each minuscule part with a glint of cold brilliance. Parameters of the Hive system flashed rapidly across Li Fan's retina. Compatibility rate 92.7. He murmured softly, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. The mech fragments commenced a synchronized rotation, each hexagonal armor edge glowing with a ghostly blue light, merging seamlessly with the cosmos. Subsequently, these diminutive mech swarms, as if guided by an unseen force, swiftly reassembled and pieced together. Minutes later, the once imposing Apocalypse mech vanished, replaced by a gigantic hive suspended in the air. This hive shimmered with a metallic sheen, each hexagonal structure fitting together perfectly, resembling a piece of exquisite craftsmanship. The members of the enforcement team, already startled, now gazed in awe at this unbelievable spectacle. What is this thing? Is Boss Lee planning to become a beekeeper? A young team member rubbed his eyes, his voice filled with confusion. You know nothing. The captain interjected forcefully, this is art. This is mech art. Although he too was uncertain of what this extraordinary creation truly was. As the members of the enforcement team found themselves collectively bewildered, Li Fan unleashed his extraordinary talent. One thought, 10,000 responses. Suddenly, in the distance, the remnants of the demon cat mechas, previously obliterated by Li Fan, began to tremble violently as though infused with a newfound vitality. The fractured metal components, twisted circuits, and even the scattered screws on the ground hastened towards the hive-like structure, as if irresistibly drawn by a profound allure. Wait, look. Those remnants, upon encountering the hive, were instantly obliterated, exclaimed one team member, his voice tinged with astonishment. And then what transpired? In that fleeting moment of contact with the hive's surface, the debris of the demon cat mechas disintegrated entirely, transforming into torrents of metal that were absorbed through the doors on either side of the hive. Immediately, the entire hive began to pulsate with an eerie crimson glow, reminiscent of an ancient beast's heart beating, each throb eliciting a visceral sense of dread. The interior of the colossal hive hummed with an intensifying red light, exuding an oppressive atmosphere that nearly stifled breath. Oh my heavens! Look over there! Cried an observant member of the enforcement team, pointing at the hive in astonishment. The doors on either side of the hive gradually opened, resembling the gaping maw of a giant beast, revealing a chilling sight within. A dozen massive swarm mechas emerged in succession from the openings, each radiating a palpable aura of menace. Cloaked in obsidian, these swarm mechas bore a striking resemblance to wasps, their tails shimmering with an ethereal blue luminescence, and their 6 mechanical legs glinting ominously, unmistakably indicating their malevolent nature. Boss Lee has transformed waste into treasure. No, this is not treasure. It is an instrument of destruction. Goodness, I feel as though my heart might leap from my chest. The law enforcement team members are utterly astounded by Li Fan's audacious antics, rendered speechless and unable to articulate their thoughts coherently. Meanwhile, the avaricious proprietor, Li Fan, remains completely absorbed in his own world, skillfully manipulating the swarm of robotic bees through his extraordinary talent. The swarm performs an array of intricate maneuvers in the sky, diving, spiraling, halting abruptly, and accelerating with breathtaking agility. Each robotic bee seems to be an extension of his very being, moving with unparalleled dexterity. As Li Fan revels in his play, he remains blissfully unaware that the nearby residential building in Kalen has been illuminated by countless lights. It is the dead of night. Will they not allow anyone to sleep? Indeed. How many days has this been going on? Is it never-ending? I just managed to lull my child to sleep, only to have him awakened again. I am determined to confront him. I have already called the law enforcement team 800 times. Why have they not arrived yet? The residents voiced their grievances, longing to dismantle Li Fan's repair shop. Simultaneously, the private communicator of the law enforcement chief, Li Kaifeng, is on the verge of being overwhelmed. Hello? This is Li Kaifeng. What? The dream repair shop has encountered another incident. Someone has reported the presence of interstellar pirates? Aye. Li Kaifeng massages his throbbing temples, feeling on the brink of collapse. Li Fan, does he harbor a grudge against interstellar pirates? Or is it my sleep he seeks to torment? As he cursed vehemently, he sprang from his bed and donned his clothes with remarkable haste. Zhang Sihai, come here at once. Bring your team and accompany me to the Dream Machine repair shop. Li Kaifeng's voice resonated throughout the headquarters of the enforcement team via the communicator. Zhang Sihai, on duty, jolted upright from his chair. Again, to the Dream Machine repair shop? Chief, may I request a leave of absence? Zhang Sihai's face was a mask of despair. He felt he was on the brink of developing a phobia of repair shops. Request leave? Try it and see. If you dare to skip today, I'll have you sweeping the streets tomorrow. Li Kaifeng bellowed, abruptly terminating the communication. Moments later, a sleek, entirely black mecha soared into the sky from the enforcement team headquarters, heading straight for the Dream Machine repair shop. Following closely behind were a dozen smaller, standard mechas of the enforcement team, tracing luminous arcs across the night sky. What mischief has Li Fan concocted this time? Seated within the cockpit of the mecha, Li Kaifeng maneuvered the machine while musing internally. He had steeled himself, determined to remain calm regardless of what he might encounter. After all, dealing with Li Fan necessitated a heart robust enough to withstand the unexpected. Chief, a multitude of unidentified flying objects have been detected ahead. They are closing in rapidly. The voice of Zhang Sihai, tinged with trepidation, crackled through the communicator. Unidentified flying objects? Could it truly be interstellar pirates? Li Kaifeng was taken aback, swiftly adjusting the radar of his mech to scan the airspace ahead. Soon, the radar screen was filled with a multitude of red dots. This is a swarm. Li Kaifeng widened his eyes, gazing at the red dots, feeling as though his worldview had been irrevocably altered once more. Director, these swarms seem to be heading straight for us. Zhang Sihai's voice was laced with a note of desperation. All personnel, stand guard. Prepare for combat. Li Kaifeng took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within, and issued the combat orders. He rapidly adjusted the mech's posture, the main cannon charging as it aimed at the approaching swarm of mechs. Chapter 55. Director Li's olive branch, a piercing white light tore through the night. Reminiscent of a deity's descent or the roar of a mighty lion, an enormous white mech, exuding an overwhelming aura, appeared above the Dream Mech repair shop. What the hell? A star-class mech, the White Lion? Has the director lost his mind? Is he intent on dismantling the enemy's stronghold? Director, stay calm. Remain composed. These are our own people, our own. Are you planning to clean house? Zhang Sihai bellowed into the communicator, straining his voice to the point of agony. Yet, at that moment, Li Kaifeng was wholly enveloped in a frenzied state, unable to heed any words of caution. The scum of the Bloodbath Alliance. How dare they threaten those under my protection? You are declaring war on the entire Gaislun Federation. Today, I shall make you understand why the flowers bloom so red. Li Kaifeng's eyes were aflame with fury, his entire being radiating an aura of lethal intent akin to that of a wrathful primordial beast. Consumed by rage, he was under the delusion that the notorious interstellar pirate faction, the Bloodbath Alliance, had assaulted the Dream Machine repair shop, seeking vengeance for Li Fan. The enforcement team gasped in disbelief. Director Li, has he lost his mind? Or has he been possessed by an extraterrestrial entity? The Bloodbath Alliance? What on earth are they doing here? We are the proud enforcement team. Look out. The White Lion is charging towards us. It's preparing to fire. Run. If we don't escape, we'll be turned into skewers. The enforcement team, witnessing the rampaging White Lion resembling a frenzied bull, was paralyzed with fear. Hastily piloting their mechs in every direction like startled rabbits, wishing they had been born with extra legs. This was no jest. The White Lion was a 6th-tier super mech of stellar caliber. Its colossal form towered like a mountain. A single step could crush them into mere discs. The thought of being struck head-on by its main cannon was too horrific to contemplate. Li Kaifeng was confident he would not mistakenly harm these incompetent allies. Yet his mind was solely fixated on obliterating those scoundrels from the Bloodbath Alliance, turning them to dust and scattering their ashes. Die, you wretches. Feel the righteous wrath of justice. With a thunderous roar, he instinctively unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding roar, the towering White Lion stood at an imposing height of 50 meters. Even a casual punch from it was larger than an entire swarm mech, and the force of its strike was akin to a 12-level hurricane, leaving a stinging sensation on the faces of those nearby. In this critical moment, Li Fan's Apocalypse mech activated its defense protocol in hive mode. A multitude of swarm mechs bravely charged forward, akin to moths drawn to a flame, unflinchingly colliding with the fist of the White Lion. The night sky was filled with a series of explosive sounds, reminiscent of dazzling fireworks, as flames soared upward, effectively intercepting the cataclysmic punch of the White Lion. What? Li Kaifeng was taken aback, feeling as if he had struck a cloud of cotton, unable to exert any force. He could scarcely believe his eyes. These small, unknown mechs had managed to withstand the full might of his White Lion's attack. It must be noted that Li Kaifeng was the commander of a Sky-class 5-tier mech, a rarity within the entire Stellar Federation. How could they have effortlessly blocked such a strike? This defied logic. It was utterly fantastical. Director, this is all a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. Are you attempting to harm your own brother? Li Fan's voice finally emerged from the public communication channel, tinged with a mix of humor and helplessness. Misunderstanding? Li Kaifeng, awakening from his stupor, surveyed the devastation around him, reminiscent of a battlefield ravaged by a typhoon. The law enforcement officers, still in shock, resembled wilted vegetables, and he suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was all orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Li Kaifeng pointed at the ravaged buildings and the toppled enforcement mechas, his expression a portrait of shock, his voice trembling slightly. Ahem. Director, I was merely testing the second form of the mecha, and, well, perhaps I exerted a tad too much force. Li Fan explained awkwardly, his voice dwindling to a near whisper. Second form. Li Kaifeng felt as if his CPU might overheat. This Li Fan, not only capable of commanding swarms of mechas like a queen bee, could also transform them. What sort of black technology was this? Was he perhaps a stowaway from some extraterrestrial civilization? This fellow was nothing short of a prodigy. No, he was a veritable combat genius among prodigies. Li Kaifeng inhaled sharply, feeling his CPU strain, nearly crashing on the spot. With a tone laced with cautious inquiry, he asked, Li Fan, would you be interested in developing your skills within the Federal Fleet? Without further ado, he added, as for the repair fees, I assure you they will be according to your standards, not a penny less. He paused, quickly supplementing, as long as you give a nod, I promise to grant you the utmost freedom within my capabilities. You may pursue whatever endeavors you desire, and I will not interfere. How does that sound? In truth, Li Kaifeng had contemplated recruiting this remarkable talent into the fleet long before. After all, this young man's mechanical repair skills were nothing short of extraordinary, truly akin to a human enhancement. However, the thought of the exorbitant repair costs made Li Kaifeng wince in pain, prompting him to temporarily abandon the idea. Moreover, it was merely a matter of mecha maintenance and enhancement. There was no need to drag Li Fan into the fleet. He could simply visit the Dream Mecha repair shop from time to time. Yet, after witnessing Li Fan's terrifying combat prowess, akin to that of a star-level mecha master, Li Kaifeng was unable to remain composed. He would gladly sacrifice everything to recruit this human-shaped Goliath into the Federal Fleet. Such power was comparable to his own. And to think, Li Fan was still so young. Currently, he was merely a novice at the fragment star level, yet he could unleash such astonishing combat capabilities. If he were to mature into a star-level mecha master, what would that entail? The vision was too magnificent for Li Kaifeng to fathom. Indeed, with the exceptional potential Li Fan had displayed, it was not out of the realm of possibility for him to eventually become a star-falling level, or even a cosmic level powerhouse. At that point, would the entire Gaislan Federation not dominate the world? However, when faced with Li Kaifeng's olive branch, Li Fan shook his head without hesitation. He simply replied, Thank you for your kind offer, Director, but that will not be necessary. Should you require enhancements or repairs for your mecha, you are always welcome to visit the Dream Mecha repair shop. The idea of joining the fleet was absurd, not to mention that Li Fan had no intention of doing so. Even if he did, he could never forsake it. The Dream Mecha repair shop was his foundation, his lifeblood. This was a truth as clear as day to Li Fan. If we were to depart from the Dream Mechanics workshop, whether the system could continue to provide its nurturing love remains uncertain. Therefore, no matter how fervently Li Kaifeng might boast, Li Fan would never acquiesce. Observing the resolute expression on Li Fan's face, Li Kaifeng understood that this young man had no genuine interest in joining the fleet. Though a twinge of regret lingered in his heart, he could only sigh helplessly and say, Well, it seems that our fleet and you, brother Li Fan, are fated to be apart. Coercing Li Fan into joining? What a ludicrous notion. Setting aside the question of whether he could even match Li Fan's formidable strength, the mere fact that he hoped to rely on Li Fan for the upgrades of his White Lion forbade him from severing ties. After all, it is wise to avoid offending a human augmentation. Chapter 56. Is Li Fan's strength unfathomable? Ah, yes. Let us construct a training ground on the vast expanse surrounding the workshop. Li Kaifeng stroked his chin, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. Why not go all out and establish a high-intensity training arena right away? His mind was calculating with glee. After all, it is not my money being spent. Nearby, a member of the enforcement team turned pale at the thought, stammering, "But, Director, a training arena of such scale, that would cost a fortune. The basic training grounds are already." Internally, he was lamenting, "Director, you are being excessively generous with others' resources. How much of the taxpayers' hard-earned money is this going to cost? My performance bonus, woe is me. But what do you mean by but?" Stammering like that, one could mistake you for a coward. In the face of the onslaught from the Bloodbath Alliance, Li Fan disregarded his personal safety and bravely stepped forward, eliminating the assailants on the spot and saving the inhabitants of Kalen Star. What more can be said? This is a heroic feat. It is the recompense he rightfully deserves. Do you understand? Li Kaifeng's eyes widened, his expression shifting instantly as he vehemently declared. He paused briefly, then donned a facade of feigned seriousness. Turning to Li Fan to seek his opinion. "Li Fan, my dear brother, you have no objections, do you?" A slight smile graced Li Fan's lips as joy blossomed within him. This cunning old fox is indeed astute. An opportunity for a training ground. I shall not refuse. "I have no objections," Li Fan replied readily. He contemplated the value of this training ground, far surpassing any monetary compensation. No longer would he be constrained while testing mechs. Internally, Li Kaifeng felt a swell of satisfaction. This is splendid. Not only do I extend a favor, but I also save a considerable sum. Let this training ground serve as a public facility for the repair shop. Yes, that title is quite fitting. Shawan, draft an announcement. Li Kaifeng commanded with a wave of his hand, directing the nearby Shawan. We shall state that the recent earthquakes were caused by our federal fleet conducting secret tests for new weaponry. Assure the public not to panic, as everything is under control. Xiao Wang appeared bewildered. Director, are you fabricating stories with your eyes wide open? Yet, who can contest your authority as the director? Once the announcement was released, indeed, the public's attention was swiftly diverted. So, it was the federal fleet developing new weapons. It makes sense now. How could there be earthquakes without reason? Support the federal fleet. For the glory of the Federation. The calls to the petition department had finally ceased, and the staff collectively exhaled in relief. Thanks to the federal fleet. Thanks to the new weaponry. Thanks to the Director's imaginative thinking. Meanwhile, Zhang Sihai hurried into Li Kaifeng's office, his expression grave. Director, the preliminary investigation results have come in. Zhang Sihai gasped, I suspect. Deputy Director Ji may be involved in this matter. Oh, Li Kaifeng raised an eyebrow, signaling Zhang Sihai to continue. The former Deputy Captain Ji. He had borrowed 3 cheetah mechas from the fleet under the pretext of executing a secret mission. And then, these 3 mechas went missing. Zhang Sihai's voice dwindled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Continue the investigation. Li Kaifeng's gaze sharpened. Focus on him. However, proceed with utmost caution. Do not alert the snake in the grass. And be wary of being misled by certain individuals. Understood, Director. Zhang Sihai saluted and exited the office. Once outside, he could not help but let out a long sigh, filled with regret. If only I had heeded Huang Lin's advice and remained more vigilant. Perhaps it would not have turned out this way. He shook his head, dismissing those chaotic thoughts, and briskly made his way to his office. As the night deepened in silence, the lights of the federal fleet burned brightly, undiminished by the late hour. Whether suppressing public opinion or conducting covert investigations was no simple task. He murmured to himself, a note of resolve in his voice. Initially, safety was the paramount consideration at the repair shop. However, the enhancement of his strength instilled in him a newfound confidence. With the prowess of the fragmented star level, and even a fleeting touch upon the starry sky level, he possessed sufficient capability for self-preservation within the confines of the Federation. Even if the Bloodbath Alliance were to make a resurgence, he was assured of his ability to retreat unscathed, bolstered by Tianqi's agility. Furthermore, judging from the events of today, Li Kaifeng, the director of the Federation, was certainly not a passive observer. Within the headquarters of the Federation fleet, Mu Tianqi found himself overwhelmed by the menace posed by the Xingmeng beasts. This unprecedented wave of beasts, occurring within the jurisdiction of the Federation after decades of rarity, weighed heavily upon him, even as one of Huaxia's foremost powers. As if calamity were not enough, the specter of the Xingmeng beasts lingered, followed closely by the assaults of the Bloodbath Alliance. Alas, how much more at ease was that fellow Li Feixiu. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, and Yun Feng entered. Preoccupied with the enhancement of mechas, Yunfeng had regrettably neglected to report on the incident involving the Bloodbath Alliance, leaving him with a tinge of guilt. Commander Mu, Yunfeng saluted. Getting straight to the point, I am here to report on the situation at the Dream Machine repair shop. Coincidentally, the Federation's report had also arrived. They were the first on the scene, and it was prudent to verify any discrepancies. As Mu Tianqi spoke, he projected Li Kaifeng's report for both to review. This does not align. The battle was, in fact, independently concluded by the proprietor of the Dream Machine repair shop. By the time we arrived, it was already over. He referred to the report's depiction of the Sea King team and Li Fan's collaborative effort in vanquishing the Bloodbath Alliance. This embellishment may have been added by the Federation to preserve its dignity, yet Yunfeng harbored no need for such hollow accolades. The Sea King squad stands firmly on the foundation of truth. Li Fan's achievements cannot be dismissed. Mu Tianqi raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He had not delved deeply into the matter before and had assumed that the Sea King squad was the main force, with Li Fan merely playing a supporting role. However, now Yunfeng claimed that the remnants of the Bloodwashers Alliance were annihilated solely by Li Fan. He recalled that Li Fan was of a similar age to Mu Hongxue, and at such a young age, most prodigies were still hovering around the sky level. Yet, Vela was a bona fide Starshatter level mecha master. Had he single-handedly slain a Starshatter level mecha master piloting a Starshatter level mecha? Mu Tianqi couldn't help but question this. It defied logic that a youth yet to reach his 20s could possess such terrifying power. Throughout the historical annals of the four cosmic tribes, one could find no second instance of such a phenomenon. Of course, Boss Li. His strength was indeed unfathomable. Yunfeng's tone brimmed with admiration. Ever the meticulous one, he never exaggerated. Mu Tianqi remarked, unfathomable? What leads you to this conclusion? Could it be that the lad truly possesses extraordinary abilities? His father's strength was indeed formidable, but merely a notch above his own. Could it be that his son was so remarkably powerful? Mu Tianqi found it difficult to comprehend. Yet curiosity had begun to take precedence. While he might dismiss his daughter Mu Hongxue's words as mere jest, Yunfeng's assertions demanded his serious attention. Do elaborate, he urged, temporarily setting aside the review of the intelligence. His interest in Li Fan had transcended all else. This must begin with Boss Li's exceptional mechanical repair skills. When Li Fan was mentioned, Yunfeng's tone lifted, filled with reverence. You mean to say, he can awaken new combat techniques for the mechas? And even trigger a second form? Have all of you from the Sea King squad sought his enhancement? Zhang Sihai has even offended Li Kaifeng for the sake of strengthening his mech? How is that possible? After hearing Yunfeng's account, Mu Tianqi was utterly taken aback, his eyes wide open as if he had just encountered an unbelievable tale. Suddenly, he recalled how Mu Hongxue had previously mentioned the immense transformation of her mech, the Ice Mage, after its upgrade, an experience beyond words. Could it be? Mu Tianqi longed to immediately seek confirmation from Mu Hongxue, but considering the late hour, he had to abandon the thought. The commander of the Federation fleet was now completely shaken. He required time to assimilate all of this. Indeed, Yunfeng responded before departing. He was not surprised by Mu Tianqi's reaction. After all, it was difficult for anyone to believe that such a legendary mechanic was hidden within the confines of the Federation. Chapter 57. The director joins the fray today. Mu Tianqi slammed 2 reports onto the table, causing the teacup lid to jump. Is Li Fan really this remarkable? He rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling as if his head was buzzing. What on earth was going on? One report claimed that Li Fan had merely stumbled upon good fortune, while the other exalted him to celestial heights, nearly deifying him. The more he read, the more his head ached. Was there a single truthful word in either of these documents? Mu Tianqi rolled his eyes in frustration. That girl Hongxue had previously boasted about Li Fan's mechanical skills, declaring them extraordinary. Remarkable. I thought she was just pulling my leg. He thumped his thigh in exasperation. Is it possible that what this girl said is true? The aide, who had been too frightened to speak, was startled and nearly spilled the freshly brewed tea. This cannot be. That kid, Li Fan, looks barely in his 20s. How could he possess such remarkable abilities? The aide muttered under his breath. Barely in his 20s? What do you know? Mu Tianqi shot him a glare. The aide was left bewildered, thinking to himself, when I was in my 20s, I was already an exemplary soldier of the Federation. However, he dared not retort to the commander-in-chief. He could only silently set down the teacup and retreat to a corner, continuing to play the role of an invisible man. This matter is indeed peculiar. Mu Qianqi stroked his chin, his eyes darting with intrigue. No, I must thoroughly contemplate this. The more he pondered, the more incredulous it seemed. A young man in his 20s who could not only independently slay a Starbreaker-class mech pilot, but also awaken new combat techniques in mechs and even trigger a second form? This is simply fantastical. No, I must verify this personally. Mu Qianqi abruptly stood up, the commander of the Federation fleet now resembling a child overflowing with curiosity. Eager to fly to the dream workshop and uncover the truth. The visage of Mu Hongxue danced in his mind, followed by the youthful and vibrant face of Li Fan. That old coot, Li Fatio, has placed Li Fan on Kalen Star, claiming it is for his training. I suspect he has ulterior motives. As Mu Qianqi pondered further, an unsettling suspicion began to brew within him. After all, Li Fatio had been a close friend for decades. He was well acquainted with his temperament. If Li Fan were indeed as remarkable as rumored, perhaps it would not be such a bad idea to betroth Hong Shuedam. Strengthening familial ties in this manner would certainly be a profitable venture. The more he contemplated, the more delightful the prospect became, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to bloom with joy, as if he could already envision the blissful scene of his grandchildren playing at his feet. In the luxurious presidential suite of a hotel, a soft, sumptuous bed was strewn with several silk nightgowns. Achoo! 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 Suddenly, Li Fatio was seized by a fit of sneezes, startling the delicate Blue Siyun nestled in his arms. Oh dear, Fatio, what's the matter? You didn't catch a chill last night, did you? Blue Siyun hastily extricated herself from his embrace, pressing the back of her fair hand against his forehead. Concern evident in her tone. Li Fatio, with an itchy nose that took some time to settle, tightened his hold on Blue Siyun with a playful grin, responding, It's nothing. I must be cursed by some old geezer sneering at me behind my back. Blue Siyun shot him a mock glare, playfully thumping his chest with her small fist. You still have the nerve to say that? Disappearing is one thing, but blocking Li Fan? As his mentor? You're utterly unreliable. What will you do if anything happens to him? Relax, relax. That kid is tougher than you think. He won't come to harm so easily. Li Fatio waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of confidence. Meanwhile, at the Federal Enforcement Bureau on Kalen Star, Director Li Kaifeng, burdened with dark circles under his eyes reminiscent of a panda, fixated intently on the luminous screen before him. He resembled a vulture that had failed in its hunt. With deeply sunken eyes and bloodshot sclera, akin to a haunting portrait taken just before a sleepless demise, the screen before him was awash with a deluge of intelligence regarding the G family, a spectacle so dazzling it eclipsed even the designer handbags in his wife's closet. Ji Silong, you cunning old fox, a year ago you lamented to the Federation about your family's business being in dire straits, seeking support in the form of rare minerals. And where are those minerals now? Have you consumed them all, or perhaps fed them to the pack of interstellar hyenas you keep? The more Li Kaifeng observed, the more infuriated he became, wishing to shatter the screen into 1,000 fragments. He felt like a monkey being toyed with, ensnared in the intricate schemes of the wily G family. And you, the nephew of Ji Silong, who was recently serving as a vice captain in the fleet, have been engaging in cordial and friendly exchanges with your uncle quite frequently, haven't you? Are the two of you colluding to plunder the Federation's resources? Li Kaifeng gritted his teeth, harboring grave suspicions that the Ji uncle-nephew duo were nothing more than conspiratorial merchants, one feigning victimhood in the open while the other schemed in the shadows. Their collaboration seamless and insidious. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he felt as though his cerebral faculties were being drained by these vexing matters. The G family, particularly that Vice Captain G, was akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to obliterate him at any moment. No, I must devise a strategy to defuse this explosive situation, Li Kaifeng muttered to himself, a glint of resolute determination flashing in his eyes. He certainly did not wish to become the first director in the annals of the Federation to be duped by unscrupulous merchants. That would be an utter disgrace. He donned his uniform and cap and hurriedly exited his office. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the dream repair shop, he was taken aback by the scene before him. A long queue had formed at the door, a veritable sea of people stretching as far as the eye could see. Hey, have you heard? Just a couple of days ago, Boss Lee single-handedly took on the Bloodwash Alliance. The spectacle was absolutely thrilling. Far more exhilarating than any interstellar blockbuster. It is said that he witnessed Boss Lee's mech smashing through opponents like a game of whack-a-mole. That's nothing. I've heard that Boss Lee's mech can transform. One moment it becomes a giant Barbie, the next it turns into Optimus Prime, and then anyway. It's incredibly formidable. You're all behind the times. Latest news. Boss Lee's repair shop account has been suspended. Apparently, his business was so bustling that it attracted envy and got reported. Reported? Who would stoop so low? I suspect it's those despicable scions of the G family. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Li Kaifeng's heart raced with alarm, and he became increasingly conflicted. The rumors, a mix of truth and fabrication, swirled around him. But one thing was certain. Li Fan's repair skills were undoubtedly top-notch. Yet, with such a multitude before him, how long would he have to wait in line? He was at a loss for how to navigate through the throng, finding it more vexing than investigating the hidden strongholds of the enigmatic Blood Wash Alliance. Just then, the grand door of the Dream Repair Shop slid open with a swoosh. Li Fan stepped outside, gazing at the serpentine throng before him, his face etched with resignation. How could there be so many people again? Li Kaifeng's eyes sparkled with recognition. He was about to call out to Li Boss when he noticed Li Fan raising a hand in a shushing gesture. Taken aback, Li Kaifeng pondered the peculiar behavior of Li Boss. Could it be that he feared detection by the G family? It was understandable, considering he was now a focal point of attention. Previously, there had been a trickle of customers, but few truly required intricate repairs. This time, however, the situation was vastly different. Given the remarkable mechanical skills Li Fan had previously demonstrated, it was evident that these individuals had come specifically for his expertise. Among the crowd, he also spotted the familiar figure of Zhang Hao. With so many people gathered, how long would he have to toil? For the first time, the thought of expanding his shop and hiring assistants crossed Li Fan's mind. He couldn't possibly attend to every customer personally, leaving aside the issue of affordability. Even if everyone could bear the cost, he wondered how long it would take him to serve such a multitude. Fortunately, he suddenly caught sight of Li Kaifeng at the back of the crowd. His eyes brightened, and he waved urgently. Director Li, over here. Li Fan surveyed the lengthy line of patrons, a wry smile of helplessness creeping onto his face. Then, from his pocket, he produced a megaphone. Indeed, it was the very kind used by street vendors. Clearing his throat, he addressed the crowd through the device. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely appreciate your support for Dream Mechanical Repair Shop. However, due to our limited space and manpower, we are unable to accommodate such a large number of guests. The crowd was suddenly stirred, and many began to voice their complaints. Really? So many people came for nothing? Indeed, I traveled all the way from a neighboring galaxy. Boss Li, you can't do this to us. We are your loyal fans. Li Fan quickly raised the megaphone and continued to proclaim, everyone, please remain calm. In order to prevent chaos and ensure fairness, our establishment has decided to adopt a reservation lottery system for customer service. A reservation lottery? What does that mean? How will the drawing work? Li Fan patiently explained. Starting tomorrow, we will release 3 reservation slots daily on our official StarNet account. Everyone can draw lots based on luck, and those who win can come to our shop for mecha repairs. Absolutely fair and just, with no deception, regardless of age. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Some were in agreement, while others opposed, and some directly searched for the official account of the Dream Mecha Repair Shop on StarNet. Sigh. If only I had checked StarNet sooner. Boss Li, can't you make an exception? We traveled such a long way. Some hoped that Li Fan would relent, but he understood that setting a precedent would lead to complications for future customers. How could this ever end? Li Kaifeng interjected. When did I ever make a reservation? I had no idea. However, it seems Boss Li knows how to handle people quite well. He has given me a way out. Among the crowd, someone took the lead and exclaimed, since Boss Li has said so, let us trust him this once. Yes. Boss Li is truly a man capable of single-handedly confronting the Bloodwashers Alliance. He would never deceive us. Tomorrow, I must win the chance. I want Boss Li to repair my mech. Li Kaifeng, upon witnessing this, directly arrived at the entrance of the Dream Mech Repair Shop, his expression somewhat intricate. Li Fan, you need not send away so many customers merely to assist me in enhancing my mech. I can wait. Li Kaifeng felt that Li Fan's actions were motivated by a desire to help him strengthen his mech, which left him feeling immensely indebted. Li Fan, however, appeared somewhat taken aback. Not at all. I merely believe that with such a crowd, I likely won't find a moment's respite today. Furthermore, we had already agreed prior to assist you in enhancing your mech. Li Kaifeng sighed. Very well. I suppose I overthought it. Indeed, having strength permits one to be willful. While other repair shops eagerly anticipate a steady influx of customers, struggling to keep pace, Li Fan, on the contrary, seemed to lament the overwhelming number of patrons. This is understandable. Given his exceptional skills in mech repair, ordinary requests hardly sufficed to challenge him. Even under the most stringent conditions, if Li Fan could significantly enhance the performance of a mech and news of awakening new skills were to spread, the dream mech repair shop would undoubtedly attract a plethora of clients, predominantly of a high-end nature. This was also what Li Fan contemplated. He had previously considered sustaining the business through basic repair services, but it now appeared unnecessary. If such tasks were indeed required, hiring additional personnel would suffice. The host's inner voice detected, special mission triggered, expand the dream workshop and recruit a mechanic. Time limit of 3 weeks. Requirements. The employee must be at least a 1-star mechanic. Mission reward. Unlock master-level mechanic legacy skills, gain weapon enhancement, and starship enhancement branches. Upon seeing the task issued by the system, Li Fan was momentarily taken aback. Just as he had contemplated hiring someone, the mission arrived? Could it be that this task was tailored to my innermost thoughts? Li Fan felt the need to observe this further. However, the demands of the mission were undeniably formidable. A 1-star mechanic possessed genuine skills and held a respectable standing in the mechanic community, always regarded with esteem wherever they went. To expect such an individual to work at his establishment seemed quite improbable. Nevertheless, the rewards of this task were too enticing for Li Fan to decline. Setting aside the allure of the 4-star mechanic's legacy skills, the mere prospect of weapon enhancement and starship enhancement branches was something he could not afford to miss. Having experienced the marvel of system enhancements, Li Fan understood that any enhancement from the system would undoubtedly exceed expectations. If combined with weapon and starship enhancements, the pace at which he could generate income would surely escalate significantly. Yet, there seemed to be insufficient space in the workshop for a starship. After surveying the size of the dream workshop, Li Fan concluded that enhancing a starship here was rather impractical. However, this did not deter him from accepting the mission. At that moment, Li Kaifeng had entered the dream workshop and, noticing Li Fan lost in thought, inquired curiously, "Boss Li, what's wrong?" He then led Li Kaifeng into the maintenance chamber. This is the first time Li Kaifeng has entered Li Fan's maintenance chamber. Even he must admit that it is the most well-equipped maintenance facility he has ever seen. "Director Li, please, make yourself at home. Don't stand on ceremony." Li Fan cordially invites him in, casually slamming the door shut to shield them from the prying eyes outside. "Boss Li, you are truly too kind." Li Kaifeng responds with polite flattery, yet internally, he feels a wave of delight. It seems Li Fan is resolutely determined to assist him in enhancing his mech. Otherwise, why would he dismiss all other customers? Indeed, that must be the case. What a generous soul Li Fan is. Li Fan quickly gestures. "Director Li, where's your mech? Allow me to take a look." Li Kaifeng nods slightly and strides to the center of the maintenance chamber. He raises his wrist and gently touches the projection button on his personal terminal. With a hum, a silvery quantum beam instantaneously projects into the open space ahead, creating a temporary holographic field. The edges of the field flicker with faint runic lights that gradually dissipate, revealing a sleek, white mech adorned with a layer of nano-level adaptive armor that reflects a chilling sheen. "Boss Li, this is my white lion." Li Kaifeng's voice carries an unmistakable note of pride, as if introducing a steadfast comrade in arms. Li Fan gasps in astonishment, not out of admiration for the white lion's aesthetics, but rather from sheer intimidation. This machine possesses an overwhelming presence. Compared to the previous repairs, this white lion is nothing short of a child's toy. An invisible sense of oppression descended upon Li Fan, rendering his breathing somewhat labored. Is this the overwhelming presence of a 7th-tier mecha from the starry skies? How terrifying. Li Fan inwardly cautioned himself. This task seemed formidable indeed. He forcefully suppressed the shock within him and began to scrutinize the white lion. Its appearance, its sleek lines, its materials. It was evidently no ordinary creation. Observing its structure, design philosophy, and manufacturing craftsmanship, Li Fan felt akin to an infant who had just learned to walk. Suddenly witnessing Usain Bolt's 100-meter dash. The disparity. A stark, unadulterated disparity. This design. This craftsmanship. My goodness. I must remain composed. I cannot succumb to fear. The system task awaits me. It seems I still have a long journey ahead. However, this path appears rather enticing. Li Fan circled the white lion thrice, rubbing his hands together, resembling an individual who had just encountered an unparalleled beauty, a rather lecherous fellow. He feigned nonchalance, clasping his hands behind his back, pacing around the mecha while eloquently expressing his thoughts. Suddenly, Li Fan slapped his thigh and exclaimed, If these 3 energy conduits could be transformed into a helical rebar structure, the output of the shockwave blade would at least double. Upon hearing this, Li Kaifeng's heart skipped a beat as he pondered. Has Li Boss discovered something amiss? Truly a master. Li Boss, please feel free to speak. Whatever the issue, I shall cooperate with all my might. Li Kaifeng hastily declared, fearful that Li Fan might lose interest and abandon the project. Li Fan cleared his throat and assumed the demeanor of an expert, gesturing towards the white lion. After conducting a thorough and meticulous examination, I must inform you that the energy conduction efficiency, reactor power, and armor toughness of your white lion have considerable room for enhancement. He paused, raising 4 fingers. I propose a level 4 enhancement plan. I assure you, it will transform your white lion and elevate its combat prowess to astounding heights. Li Fan began to elaborate with fervor. First, we must upgrade the energy conduction system to quantum entanglement conduits, which will improve efficiency by at least 30. Next, we need to replace the reactor. Have you heard of the black hole annihilation reactor? It delivers immense power and boasts enduring performance. As for the armor, I recommend Dragon Scale composite armor, which will double its defensive capabilities. Additionally, I can equip a spatial jump engine for those critical moments when survival is paramount. Post-enhancement, your white lion will not only exhibit greater speed, enhanced defense, and intensified firepower, but it will also acquire an entirely new martial technique. Li Fan deliberately left a suspenseful pause, his smile laden with intrigue. Li Kaifeng's blood surged with excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the enhanced white lion wreak havoc on the battlefield. Boss Li, how much would this level 4 enhancement approximately cost? He inquired cautiously, already bracing himself for a financial strain. Li Fan extended 1 finger, then added 5 more, beaming as he declared, not too much, just a friendly price of 5 billion credit points. Li Kaifeng nearly choked on his breath at the staggering figure. 5 billion. His annual salary and allowances, even without food and drink, would not amount to such a sum. Boss Li, this price. Li Kaifeng felt as if his heart were bleeding. This was not merely an enhancement of the mecha, it felt akin to having his flesh carved away. Upon seeing Li Kaifeng's expression, Li Fan immediately understood his thoughts and said, directly, do not be deterred by the cost. This expenditure is undoubtedly worthwhile. Consider this, after the enhancement, how much will the combat effectiveness of your white lion increase? How will your success rate in missions improve? How much more in rewards will you receive? These are all forms of intangible wealth. Moreover, you will acquire an entirely new martial skill. Such a skill is beyond monetary purchase. Just imagine, in a moment of crisis, an unexpected ability might very well save your life. This is indeed a treasure beyond price. Li Fan's persuasive discourse, blending reason and emotion, ultimately solidified Li Kaifeng's resolve. All right, Boss Li, I shall proceed. Li Kaifeng gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. For the sake of power and new skills, he would go all in. Seeing that Li Kaifeng had acquiesced, Li Fan promptly retrieved a pre-prepared contract from his drawer and handed it to Li Kaifeng. Director Li, please review the contract. If all is satisfactory, kindly sign. The contract clearly delineated the enhancement plan, costs, and the rights and obligations of both parties in black and white. Li Fan even added a special clause. Party A, Li Fan, retains the ultimate right of interpretation regarding the enhancement effects. Li Fan's inner thoughts. This is a precautionary measure. Should the enhancement effects fall short of expectations, I will have my say. Li Kaifeng carefully examined the contract, and upon confirming its accuracy, he inscribed his name with a flourish. A harmonious collaboration was at hand. With a beaming smile, Li Fan tucked the contract away and turned to Li Kaifeng, saying, Director Li, please proceed with the transfer. Li Kaifeng took a deep breath, stifling the pang of expenditure, and opened his personal terminal to transfer a staggering 5 billion credit points to Li Fan's account. A crisp notification chimed from Li Fan's terminal, and his account balance surged dramatically. 5 billion. Successfully received. Li Fan gazed at the lengthy string of numbers in disbelief, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. His innate greed resurfaced. I am prosperous. I am prosperous. The system does not deceive me. Once Li Kaifeng departed, Li Fan promptly locked the shop door, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to initiate the 4th level enhancement for the White Lion. Chapter 58. A solo venture on Civica. Star. Li Fan inhaled deeply, rubbed his hands together, and his eyes sparkled with exhilaration, the symbols within the glow. System, Initiate the enhancement program for White Lion. Buzz. As his words fell, the entire maintenance chamber was instantly engulfed in a blinding white light, tenfold more extravagant than the earlier effects witnessed during Li Kaifeng's introduction of the White Lion. Crack, crack, crack. Dozens of mechanical arms emerged from all directions, resembling a frenzied array of tentacles, encircling the White Lion. Various tool heads glimmered ominously, deftly maneuvering across the surface of the mech, akin to a cadre of neurosurgeons performing a craniotomy. Zzz. Energy surged wildly, careening throughout the maintenance chamber. The mechanical arm deftly replaced its tool with a pulsating pattern engraving knife, an apparatus not to be trifled with. The engraving knife swiftly etched into the core components of the White Lion, sending sparks flying. Suddenly, a torrent of searing flames erupted from within the White Lion, reminiscent of a dragon awakening, exhaling its fiery breath. The intense heat instantly scorched the entire maintenance chamber, warping the very air itself. Li Fan felt as though he had stepped into a sauna, one that had doubled its heat. Goodness, what a commotion! Li Fan was startled and quickly retreated a few steps, nearly toppling over from the onslaught of heat. This was no mere enhancement. It was akin to alchemy. System, are you certain this isn't some sort of ultimate biochemical weapon being forged? Ding. Rest assured, host, everything is under control. This is a normal phenomenon caused by the overload of the energy core within the White Lion. The system explained with utmost seriousness. Li Fan, I trust you as far as I can throw you. The entire maintenance chamber began to tremble violently, as if it might collapse at any moment, reminiscent of an earthquake. Li Fan widened his eyes, scrutinizing the transformations of the White Lion. He was not keen on seeing his hard-earned establishment reduced to rubble by the system. The outer armor of the White Lion appeared to be imbued with life, writhing and reshaping itself. The original white coating gradually faded, revealing a silvery gray metallic sheen beneath, subtly interlaced with mysterious dark red patterns. Crack! The skeleton of the White Lion emitted a crisp sound, as if engaging in some arcane ritual. Ding! Crystal pattern awakening detected in the White Lion mech. Upon achieving awakening, the mech shall receive a crystal pattern enhancement, resulting in an overall performance increase of 35. My goodness! Such astonishing prowess. Li Fan stood in stunned silence, feeling as though he were witnessing a cheat in action. Suddenly, a torrent of searing flames erupted from within the White Lion. Akin to a volcanic eruption, the intense heat instantly scorched the entire maintenance chamber, warping the very air itself. Goodness, what a commotion! Li Fan was startled, quickly retreating a few steps. This was not merely a reinforcement. It was akin to alchemical refinement. The entire maintenance chamber began to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Li Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He beheld the outer armor of the White Lion, pulsating as if imbued with life, constantly writhing and reshaping itself, the original white coating gradually fading to reveal a lustrous silver-gray metallic sheen. Crack! Crack! The mech's skeletal structure emitted crisp sounds, seemingly undergoing some form of reconfiguration. Li Fan vaguely discerned that the mechanical arms were employing a certain magnetic levitation assembly technique, seamlessly affixing new armor plates onto the White Lion. Is this a skeletal construction mimicking beasts? Li Fan exclaimed in astonishment. My goodness, this technology. I have only seen in textbooks. At the core power source, a revolutionary transformation was underway. The original materials were replaced with a new, more efficient, and stable alloy, with the ratios of various elements continually adjusted to achieve optimal energy output. This material composition is quite intriguing. Li Fan stroked his chin, deep in thought. It seemed that a thorough investigation was in order. The rumbling, the explosive sounds emanating from the White Lion grew increasingly louder, with shockwaves crashing one after another, threatening to overturn the entire maintenance chamber. No, if this continues, my shop will be lost. Li Fan gazed sorrowfully at the precarious walls around him and hastily piloted the Apocalypse mech, rushing to stand before the White Lion. Apocalypse, energy shield, activate fully. With a hum, the Apocalypse mech was instantly enveloped in a soft blue energy shield, effectively blocking the intense heat and shockwaves from penetrating. Though Li Fan successfully shielded himself, the treasures surrounding him were not so fortunate. Zzz. Crack. The outer casing of the electronic platform melted away like ice cream, while the internal components emitted a mournful cry as they struggled for survival. Just as a disastrous fire seemed imminent, a brilliant golden light suddenly flared up. The psychic-level defensive field was triggered in the nick of time, barely containing the scattering sparks and preventing the flames from spreading. Oh heavens, my equipment, my finances. Li Fan felt a pang of anguish, as all of this represented a significant amount of precious credits. Had he known, he would have invested in higher quality fire prevention equipment. Now, it seemed he was saving a little only to lose a great deal. Meanwhile, outside the maintenance chamber, Li Kaifeng furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed an eerily familiar aura emanating from within the maintenance chamber. Yet it was far more terrifying than any energy fluctuation he had ever encountered. What on earth is this brat up to inside? Li Kaifeng murmured to himself, a foreboding sense gnawing at his heart. He was eager to discover what lay beyond the door. Had it not been for Li Fan's strictures, he would have charged in without hesitation. Yet, for now, he could only wait. In the Federation, it seemed that only Li Fan could instill such restraint in him. Just as Li Kaifeng was enduring the agonizing wait, the maintenance bay's doors suddenly swung open with a thunderous crash. His eyes brightened, and he craned his neck like a giraffe, yearning to peer inside. Suddenly, a wave of heat washed over him, accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt metal. Instinctively, he took a step back. The smell was overwhelming. Following this, a silver-gray mech emerged slowly. The ostentatious white paint of the White Lion had vanished entirely, replaced by a commanding silver-gray hue. The contours of the machine were more streamlined, exuding a primal beauty. Was this the White Lion? Li Kaifeng's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice trembling slightly. The White Lion rose steadily, a deep rumble emanating from its core power source. Silver patterns, like flashes of lightning, spread across its surface, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Is it the crystal pattern? Li Kaifeng exclaimed, fully aware that the presence of the White Lion was escalating at an astonishing rate. With a thunderous roar, the White Lion awakened, reminiscent of a true lion coming back to life. As Li Kaifeng activated the star ring, a pale blue beam of traction emanated from the chest of the White Lion, seamlessly drawing him into the cockpit. With a resounding click, the hatch sealed shut, and Li Kaifeng felt as though he had become one with the White Lion. An unprecedented sensation of power coursing through his entire being. Is this the feeling of rebirth? His voice trembled slightly as he endeavored to maneuver the White Lion. Each movement was remarkably fluid and devoid of any stiffness. Boom! The White Lion stomped its foot violently, causing the entire maintenance chamber to shudder. Goodness! Director Li, be gentle. If you break this, you'll have to compensate. Li Fan shouted from outside, his heart aching at the thought. Is this the second form of the mecha? Furious Lion? Li Kaifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. Eager to experiment, he concentrated, and the exterior of the White Lion transformed instantaneously. Roar! The White Lion emitted a deafening roar as its head armor swiftly morphed, revealing a fearsome lion's head, its eyes gleaming with a menacing red light. Zzz. An invisible ray shot forth from the lion's head, sweeping across a metallic frame within the maintenance chamber. Crack! The metal frame instantly froze, then twisted and deformed as if crushed by an unseen colossal force. The destructive power is utterly terrifying. Li Kaifeng inhaled sharply, astonished by the furious lion form. Not only did it possess the ability to intimidate enemy mechs, rendering them momentarily immobilized, but it also significantly diminished their mobility, truly a masterful control technique. Furthermore, there were two new combat skills. As he continued to explore, he discovered that the White Lion had acquired two entirely novel martial techniques. One was the rending claw, which enabled the White Lion to wield its mechanical claws to tear through space, generating a formidable gravitational pull to draw enemies closer. The other was the raging lion tail, which utilized the thrusters on the White Lion's back to spin at high speeds, creating a massive energy storm that unleashed area of effect attacks on foes. Ha. Excellent. I can feel the resurgence of my long-lost spiritual energy. Li Kaifeng could not contain his exuberant laughter, as the enhancement effect surpassed his expectations by more than tenfold. It is important to note that his innate talent was merely a B-grade combat power augmentation. Becoming a Starry Sky mech master was nearly his limit. His visit to Li Fan was driven by a desperate hope that the White Lion's enhancement would catalyze his own breakthrough. Li Kaifeng sensed that the bottleneck he had struggled with for years was beginning to loosen, as if the door to becoming a psychic-grade mech master was slowly opening for him. Thank you immensely, Boss Li. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I, Li Kaifeng, shall brave any challenge without hesitation. he declared, thumping his chest emphatically. Director Li, you are too kind. It was but a trifling effort, Li Fan modestly gestured. Yet, Li Kaifeng suddenly exclaimed, Boss Li, I am truly grateful for your generosity. However, I have pressing matters to attend to and must urgently head to the Ji family for an investigation, so I shall take my leave. This is of great importance and cannot be delayed. Li Kaifeng nodded, his expression grave. Very well, Director Li, please take care on your journey. Although Li Fan felt a pang of regret for the departed favor, he understood the gravity of the situation and hastily spoke. Li Kaifeng expressed his gratitude once more, then piloted the White Lion skyward, vanishing into the firmament in an instant. Sai, a star-level mecha master. Li Fan gazed at the direction in which the White Lion had disappeared, a mixture of envy and helplessness flickering in his eyes. He settled onto the ground in a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to practice the universe meditation technique. Streams of pure perception flooded into his mind, akin to nourishing rain upon parched earth. Li Fan felt his mental strength surging, akin to riding a rocket. The previously somewhat feeble level 5 mental strength, under the nurturing influence of this stellar energy, solidified instantly, becoming as stable as an ancient dog. No, as steadfast as Mount Tai. Moreover, it continued to expand and surge forward, racing towards the mid-level of level 5 with unstoppable momentum. Meanwhile, having departed from the Dream Machine repair shop, Li Kaifeng piloted the White Lion like a streak of light, heading directly towards the Ji family's location on the Civica star. The Ji family. Humph. This time, I shall see what schemes you are concocting. Li Kaifeng's gaze sharpened, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. As he soared above Civica star, he sensed something amiss about this planet. Without delay, he arrived before the Ji Corporation building, suddenly feeling as if a chilling wind had swept over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, this building, why does it feel like a haunted house? As a Starry Sky level mecha master, his 6th level mental prowess was unparalleled, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. From a distance, the Ji family building appeared shrouded in a veil of dark energy, exuding an eerie aura that made one feel profoundly uncomfortable. Upon closer inspection, he sensed a malevolent presence lingering around the structure, as if hundreds of souls had perished there. Initially, he merely speculated about a connection between the Ji family and the Bloodbath Alliance. Now, it was nearly confirmed. TSK. It seemed the Ji family had indeed colluded with that gang of scoundrels from the Bloodbath Alliance. Li Kaifeng stroked his chin, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. At this moment, he was prepared to make his retreat. While being a Starry Sky mecha master endowed him with formidable strength, he was acutely aware of the adage that a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Furthermore, the malevolence emanating from the Ji family building instinctively alerted him to danger. Acting rashly without understanding the opponent's capabilities and firepower would be far from prudent. This cautious habit had been ingrained in Li Kaifeng over the years and was a steadfast principle that had often helped him evade peril. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions, lightly pressing his fingers on the control stick of the White Lion. The thrusters on the back of the White Lion roared to life, ready to engage. Powerful energy waves surged around the mecha, poised to unleash astonishing speed at any moment. Li Kaifeng's gaze remained firmly locked on the Ji family building, his eyes glinting with vigilant intensity. He did not entirely let his guard down, even during a retreat. He maintained a heightened state of vigilance. Years of combat experience had taught him that one must never be complacent, especially when faced with unknown adversaries. It seemed this was the stronghold of the Bloodbath Alliance within the Githran Federation. Li Kaifeng's tone was remarkably indifferent as he gazed at the Ji family building, as if he had already pronounced a death sentence upon the opposition. Collaborating with and persecuting the citizens of the Hua Federation was a grave crime, and such individuals were even more detestable than the Bloodbath Alliance itself. He decided it was best to leave first. A flicker of intent crossed Li Kaifeng's eyes as he prepared to withdraw. Cough. Director Li, since you are here, why not come in for a chat? Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from behind him, sharp and grating, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 59. The stalwart spirit-level mecha Li Kaifeng slowly turned around, only to see a middle-aged man dressed in a black tank suit, his expression sinister, standing atop the building. Ji Tianqing? Li Kaifeng's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized the individual before him as the head of the Ji family, Ji Tianqing. Li Kaifeng was taken aback that the patriarch of the Ji family would personally appear. standing high above in the G family building, looking down at him as if he were a turtle trapped in a jar. Directorly, keen observation indeed. It seems the Federal Bureau of Investigation's records are not entirely useless, Ji Tianxing remarked, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips, a smile that sent chills through one's bones, reminiscent of a venomous serpent flicking its tongue. His voice was low, yet it resonated clearly within the cockpit of the White Lion. Li Kaifeng squinted, his mental energy intensely focused, surging towards Ji Tianxing like a tide. He sought to discern Ji Tianxing's strength and the true intentions concealed behind that smile. However, as soon as Li Kaifeng's mental energy grazed Ji Tianxing, it vanished without a trace, as if it had plunged into the ocean. It seemed as though an invisible barrier enveloped Ji Tianxing, devouring his mental energy entirely. A mecha master of the spiritual energy level, a chill ran down Li Kaifeng's spine, and his expression turned grave. Above the starry sky level lies the spiritual energy level. A spiritual energy mecha master can preliminarily wield mental energy for both offense and defense, far surpassing what a starry sky level mecha master could achieve. The effortless consumption of his mental energy could only imply one possibility. Ji Tianxing was a hidden spiritual energy mecha master. Directorly, since you have arrived, why not step inside for a conversation? The doors of the Ji family are always open to you, Ji Tianxing continued, his voice laced with a hint of amusement, as though he were toying with a prey ensnared in a trap. The smile on Ji Tianxing's face gradually faded, replaced by a chilling and sinister demeanor. Li Kaifeng, you are excessively arrogant. Do you truly believe that with your starry sky level mecha, you can wreak havoc in the Ji family? Today, I shall show you what true power entails. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Ji Tianxing suddenly spread his arms wide, and a violent surge of energy erupted from within him. With a resounding roar, a pitch-black mecha, towering at 63 meters and bearing a fierce design, emerged, accompanied by streaks of purple-black light. This mecha, unlike the majestic and imposing White Lion, exudes an aura of ferocity and savagery, reminiscent of a demon clawing its way out of the depths of hell. The head of the mecha is adorned with a pair of crimson electronic eyes, fixated on the White Lion as if intending to swallow it whole. A low, guttural roar escapes the mecha, imbued with a sense of wildness and bloodlust. It is a privilege for you to perish at the hands of my exclusive mecha, the demon avatar, Ji Tianxing declared with a sinister grin, his voice dripping with pride and cruelty. Unleash the angry lion form. Roar. The White Lion bellowed skyward, its voice resonating powerfully, matching the roar of the demon avatar. Intriguing, Ji Tianxing mused, narrowing his eyes, though a hint of disdain lingered on his lips. Merely a facade, he thought. He commanded the demon avatar to charge forward, producing a thunderous sound. The mecha moved with astonishing speed, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye, its colossal fist descending like a meteor upon the White Lion. There was no grand display, only raw power and velocity. Boom. The ground trembled as if struck by a heavy hammer. The vibrations palpable within the cockpit of the White Lion. Li Kaifeng's pupils constricted. He felt a blur before him, a shadow looming overhead. The fist of the demon avatar mere moments from impact. Goodness, this speed is outrageous. Li Kaifeng exclaimed inwardly, instinctively maneuvering the White Lion to evade. Bang! The fist grazed the armor of the White Lion, the force of the wind sending shivers across the mecha's surface. A close call. Li Kaifeng was drenched in cold sweat. Had he been struck head-on, he feared he would shatter on the spot. He managed to evade quickly. Ji Tianxing, slightly surprised, maintained a tone laced with disdain. But how many times can you evade? The onslaught of the golem rained down upon the White Lion like a tempest. With a thunderous roar, the White Lion surged forward, its legs propelling the mech like an arrow released from a bow. Trying to escape? Ji Tianxing sneered. It's futile. The thrusters behind the golem erupted with formidable power, accelerating its pursuit relentlessly. Who said I intended to flee? Li Kaifeng smirked, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. I merely seek to create distance for a more potent strike. With a furious roar, the White Lion unleashed its lion's roar technique. The core engine in its chest accelerated abruptly, energy coalescing with a piercing hum. A deafening roar erupted from the White Lion, the sound wave rippling out like a tangible force. What a sound! Ji Tianxing's expression shifted, feeling a jolt to his mind as his mental faculties were momentarily disrupted, hindering his control over the golem. And there's a deceleration effect. Li Kaifeng seized the opportunity, pressing his advantage. In a furious transformation, the white lion glimmered as several translucent energy chains materialized, ensnaring the golem's limbs like living entities. The golem roared in anger, striving to break free from its bindings. Yet the energy chains tightened inexorably, its speed diminishing as though it were mired in quicksand. Beautiful! Li Kaifeng exclaimed with excitement. This combination of moves is simply flawless. I've got you now. Watch my performance. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened, transforming into the fierce form of the raging lion's claw. The white lion's paws surged with energy, coalescing into two exquisitely sharp blades of light, the surrounding space subtly warping as if it were on the verge of being torn apart. Break for me, Li Kaifeng roared, commanding the white lion to pounce forward, its claws imbued with the terrifying strength to rend the very fabric of space, striking fiercely at the chest of the golem. Roar! The golem responded with a growl, its crimson electronic eyes flashing with ferocity. Although slowed and immobilized, its battle instincts remained formidable. From its right fist, black energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly forming into a massive black gauntlet, its surface bristling with menacing spikes, radiating destructive power. Boom! The rending claw and the indomitable fist collided violently in midair. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air, the unmistakable sound of space being torn asunder. The white lion's blades clashed head-on with the golem's black gauntlet. Chapter 60, Coming to Take Your Life. Zing! The piercing sound of energy scraping against energy resonated, akin to a chainsaw cutting through metal, sending shivers down the spine. The black energy on the golem's gauntlet surged chaotically, desperately attempting to withstand the rending force of the claw. In Li Kaifeng's eyes, the golem's fist resembled a colossal black meteor, descending with apocalyptic might, causing the very space around them to tremble. Bang! A dull, thunderous roar erupted, and an energy shockwave spread outward like a tsunami, causing the surrounding structures to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Creaking sounds echoed as the white lion's mech armor strained under the immense pressure, while the energy shield on its arm shattered, sending sparks flying. My goodness! The force! Li Kaifeng felt an overwhelming power surge. Cough, cough. A heaviness settled in his chest, and a metallic taste filled his throat, nearly causing him to spit blood. Ha ha! Exhilarating. Bring it on. The maniacal laughter of Ji Tianxing resonated, brimming with arrogance and madness. Have you felt the might of psychic energy? This is the chasm that separates us. The golem broke free from the entanglement of the lion's shadow and erupted with astonishing speed, appearing before the white lion like a specter, delivering another devastating punch. Bang! The white lion was struck once more, its mech armor caving in significantly, sparks flying, teetering on the edge of collapse. This won't do. Brute force is not the solution. A psychic energy mech master is indeed terrifying. Li Kaifeng gritted his teeth, his complexion pale, the situation dire. If this continued, the white lion would surely be reduced to scrap metal. Before he could finish his thought, several uniquely designed black mechs suddenly surrounded them from all directions. These mechs bore blood-red skull insignias, menacing and horrifying, exuding a disconcerting energy fluctuation. Unlike the streamlined design of the Federation standard mechs, these mechs were more rugged, with sharp angles, embodying a brutal aesthetic. Hey, Ji Tianxing, can't you handle a fair fight? Has it turned into a brawl? As Li Kaifeng urgently maneuvered the white lion to evade, he voiced his disdain over the communication channel. Is this how the Bloodbath Alliance conducts itself? Or are you simply afraid of losing to me, hence your need to rally reinforcements? Oof, all's fair in war. Li Kaifeng, you are woefully naive. In this world, there exists only victory and defeat. Fairness is a mere illusion. Moreover, when dealing with the likes of you, a mere pawn of the Federation, there is no need for any semblance of ethics. Goodness, your twisted logic is relentless. Li Kaifeng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Behold, this is the Bloodbath Alliance Blood Skull series of mechs. Ji Tianxing proclaimed with pride. What do you think? Aren't they impressive? They are specifically engineered to combat your kind of elite from the Federation. The weaponry of the Blood Skull mechs was equally peculiar. Besides the standard beam rifles and energy swords, they boasted an array of bizarre melee weapons, such as barbed chainsaws and massive electromagnetic hammers. They are indeed striking, albeit somewhat grotesque. Li Kaifeng murmured under his breath, before taking a deep breath and sharpening his gaze. The energy core of the white lion surged with intensity, its energy shield flaring back to life. Now, tear him apart. With a commanding shout from Ji Tianxing, several Bloodskull mechs launched a simultaneous assault. In an instant, beams, energy projectiles, chainsaws, and electromagnetic hammers rained down like a torrential storm, completely engulfing the area surrounding the White Lion. Zzzzz. Boom. Boom. The cacophony of explosions, energy collisions, and the grinding of metal melded into a deafening symphony. The White Lion darted through the hail of bullets, navigating perilous circumstances with agility. Li Kaifeng was utterly focused, executing his maneuvers with utmost precision. Each evasion was a breathtaking feat, as a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Curse be these foes. Their coordination is alarmingly seamless. Li Kaifeng gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow. To make matters worse, the attacks from these mechs were exceedingly peculiar. Some could even penetrate the White Lion's energy shield, inflicting direct damage to the chassis. Beep beep beep. Warning. Severe damage to the left arm energy shield. Structural integrity reduced to 85. Warning. Malfunction in the right leg propulsion system. Mobility decreased by 20. The internal alarms blared incessantly, crimson warning lights flashing wildly. The situation growing increasingly dire. Li Kaifeng, surrender. Your demise is imminent today. The mocking voice of Ji Tianxing echoed once more, laced with arrogance. Spare me your prattle. Do you think I shall capitulate? Dream on. Li Kaifeng bellowed, forcing the White Lion through the blockade of a Bloodskull mech, charging towards Ji Tianxing's Colossus. Capture the king to catch the thief? Eh? Li Kaifeng, you've devised quite the strategy. Ji Tianxing scoffed. But alas, you shall not have this opportunity. The Colossus suddenly sprang to life, its immense form unleashing astonishing speed. Wielding a colossal alloy battle blade, it swung down towards the White Lion with ferocity. Clang. Sparks erupted. The White Lion raised its beam sword to block the attack, yet was forced to stagger backward by the immense force of the golem. How infuriating! How could this creature's strength have grown so formidable? Li Kaifeng cursed inwardly, feeling a tingling numbness in his arms. The golem was no mere cannon fodder like the Blood Skeleton. It was one of the elite mechas of the Blood Reaper Alliance, boasting formidable capabilities. Moreover, the White Lion was already battered and in a severely weakened state. Li Kaifeng, it's over. Ji Tianxing cackled maniacally, maneuvering the golem to launch an even more ferocious onslaught. The alloy warblade sliced through the air with a deafening whistle, striking the White Lion repeatedly. Each blow caused the energy shield to flicker violently, and the mecha emitted creaks of unbearable strain. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Multiple damages detected. Energy core unstable. Warning. The mecha is on the verge of losing control. The piercing alarm echoed within the cockpit, and the red warning lights nearly blinded Li Kaifeng. It's over. A chill swept through his heart. Am I really going to die? A bitter smile crossed his lips as he slowly closed his eyes. However, at that critical moment, a resounding boom erupted. 3 streaks of light precisely descended around the White Lion, stirring up clouds of dust. It was Yunfeng's sea beast, Lu Lin's Ishka, and Tang Xi's blazing fire. What the heck? This entrance is too spectacular. Li Kaifeng's eyes widened, and the despair that had engulfed him was instantly ignited with hope. Reinforcements. Salvation had arrived. Ji Tianxing's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated the arrival of allies. Who are you? Ji Tianxing roared, a hint of panic lacing his voice. The Sea King squad has come to take your life. Yunfeng's voice resonated deeply, filled with an intimidating presence, echoing across the battlefield through the amplifier of the sea beast. The Sea King squad? I've never heard of you. Ji Tianxing forced himself to remain calm. Do you truly think a few of you can impede my progress? Whether I can stop you will soon be revealed. Tang Xi's voice emerged from the flames, tinged with mockery. By the way, your dark and unappealing mechs are quite the eyesore. They're practically blinding. What did you say? Ji Tianxing was infuriated, smoke practically billowing from his ears. You're courting death. Oh dear, are you angry? Have I struck a nerve? Tang Xi continued to stoke the flames. It's not your fault for being ugly, but it is your fault for scaring people. Silence. Charge. Kill them. Ji Tianxing completely lost his composure, commanding the golem to launch forward. The Blood Skeleton mechs responded in kind, attacking the 3 mechs of the Sea King squad. Onward. Yunfeng commanded with a low growl, as the sea beast surged ahead, its surface shimmering with a blue glow. Deep sea vortex. The sea beast spun rapidly, conjuring a powerful whirlpool that ensnared several unsuspecting blood skeletons. The immense tearing force produced a painful metallic screech from the Blood Skeleton's mechs. Crack. Boom. Several blood skeletons were torn to shreds by the vortex, erupting into fiery explosions. Ishka followed closely behind, with Lu Lin commanding the mech, wielding a colossal alloy spear. Charging into the enemy ranks like an ancient Valkyrie, the master of offense and defense. Ishka's movements became astonishingly swift as the spear danced, leaving trails of afterimages. Each strike precisely struck at the vital points of the blood skeletons. Clang, clang, clang. The spear collided with the weapons of the blood skeletons, sparks flying in every direction. As those wretched foes could hardly withstand Ishka's onslaught, being sent flying one after another, Tang Si transformed the blazing fire into a mobile artillery platform, unleashing a torrential barrage. Die, you grotesque creatures, Tang Si shouted excitedly. The armor on the back of the fiery machine unfurled, revealing a menacing array of 228 miniature missile launch ports. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense missiles poured forth like rain, accurately pursuing the blood skeleton mechs. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed incessantly as the blood skeleton mechs burst into fiery displays, transforming into smoldering scrap metal. The knee armor deployed high-frequency particle vibrating blades, glinting with a dangerous sheen. The fiery machine plunged into the enemy ranks, akin to a lawnmower, shredding the blood skeleton mechs into fragments. Above, the red warning lights flickered, emblazoned with the words nuclear threat, laden with irony. Goodness, this is beyond fierce. Li Kaifeng stared in astonishment. He had never witnessed such a ferocious display of firepower. Is this what a reinforced mech is capable of? It's utterly outrageous. Upon witnessing the numerous blood skull mechas effortlessly obliterated by the Sea King squad, the golem suddenly sprang to life. Shockwave. Ji Tianxing bellowed as the armor on the chest of the golem mecha fractured, revealing a gaping black cannon. A hum resonated as an invisible shockwave rapidly expanded, striking the three mechas of the Sea King squad with the force of a colossal hammer. Yunfeng, Tang Si, and Lu Lin felt their heads throb painfully, akin to being pierced by countless needles, as darkness clouded their vision, causing a brief stall in their mecha operations. A prime opportunity. A sinister grin flickered in Ji Tianxing's eyes as the energy cannon on the right arm of the golem mecha began to charge, targeting Yunfeng's sea creature. Simultaneously, the golem mecha's left arm swung a massive alloy battle blade, forcefully cleaving towards Lu Lin's Ishka. With a powerful sidekick, the golem mecha lifted its right leg, delivering a thunderous blow aimed at Tang Si's firestorm. This relentless barrage of attacks was as swift as lightning and fiercely ruthless. Ji Tianxing not only possessed formidable strength, but was also endowed with extensive combat experience, adept at seizing every opportunity to render his foes utterly vanquished. Domain domination. In a moment of dire peril, Yunfeng, enduring excruciating pain, was the first to regain composure, unleashing the martial techniques of his sea creature. An intangible energy field instantaneously enveloped the golem mecha, causing it to feel a sudden weight, its movements becoming sluggish, and its energy output suppressed. Deep sea vortex. Seizing the moment, Yunfeng commanded the sea creature to spin at high velocity, generating a colossal whirlpool of water, seeking to ensnare the golem mecha within. Humph. A mere parlor trick. Ji Tianxing let out a cold snort as the dark luminescence enveloped his golem mech, defiantly resisting the vortex's pull. A master of both offense and defense. Lu Lin, regaining her composure, commanded Ishka to wield its long spear, confronting the descending alloy warblade. Clang. The spear met the blade with a shower of sparks. Ishka staggered backward from the impact, yet managed to thwart the assault. Darn it. Tang Si was the last to recover, and facing the golem mech's sidekick, he had no time to evade. The fiery warrior endured the blow with sheer grit. Boom. He was sent flying, rolling several times before barely stabilizing himself. Ha ha. With just the likes of you, you dare to challenge me? Ji Tianxing laughed triumphantly. Don't be too complacent. Yunfeng gritted his teeth, urging the sea beast to charge once more. Ishka and the fiery warrior followed closely behind, engaging in a fierce battle with the golem mech. Energy cannons clashed, alloy weapons collided, and fragments of the mech scattered in all directions. Though the three mechs had been enhanced by Li Fan, the disparity in levels was still immense. Confronted by the psionic-grade golem mech, their struggle was exceedingly arduous. The deep-sea vortex of the sea beast, while powerful, exerted limited suppression on the golem mech. Ishka's agile maneuvers were swift, yet lacked the necessary force. Although the fiery warrior unleashed a full barrage, the golem mech's defense was equally formidable. This cannot continue. Tang Si shouted anxiously. We must devise a way to breach its defenses. Yun Feng replied solemnly. Leave it to me. Lu Lin's cold voice resonated. Defend Ishka. The colossal shield on Ishka's left arm suddenly expanded, enveloping him in a formidable energy barrier. Simultaneously, Ishka crouched into a defensive stance, his right arm spear poised for action. The onslaught of the golem mech collided with the energy shield, unleashing a violent tremor. Ji Tianxing furrowed his brow, surprised that Ishka possessed such a technique. However, he remained unfazed. A mere turtle shell, how long can it withstand me? Ji Tianxing scoffed, as the golem mech's energy cannon recharged, preparing for a more ferocious assault. Yunfeng, Tang Si, how are you? Lu Lin inquired anxiously from within the shield. I'm not dead yet. Yunfeng's voice was frail. Cough, I can still fight. Tang Si struggled to rise, but the severe injuries from the flames rendered him immobile. Damn it, is defeat truly inevitable? Yunfeng clenched his fists in frustration. Director, he turned to Li Kaifeng, whose expression mirrored his own despair. Li Kaifeng's face was grim. He also had not anticipated Ji Tianxing's overwhelming strength. Could it be that I have been too reckless? Regret not at him. If it weren't for his stubbornness, the 3 members of the Sea King squad would not be ensnared in this dire predicament. Just wait to meet your demise. Ji Tianxing's triumphant laughter echoed. The energy cannon of the golem mech was fully charged, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Chapter 61. The celestial being descends to save the 4. In this moment of peril, a silver-white figure descended from the heavens like a shooting star. With a resounding crash, the silver-white mech landed firmly in the center of the battlefield, positioning itself between Ishka and the golem mech. That is, Yun Feng and the others widened their eyes, filled with astonishment and confusion. The apocalypse. Li Kaifeng instantly recognized the mech. Li Fan. A surge of joy flooded his heart, as if he had glimpsed hope. Director Li, I have come to assist you. Li Fan's voice resonated from within the apocalypse. Clear and resolute. How did you arrive here? Li Kaifeng was both startled and elated. I sensed a powerful energy fluctuation in this vicinity. So I came to investigate, Li Fan briefly explained. Excellent. Your arrival is most timely. Li Kaifeng exclaimed with excitement. It is a psychic-level mech. You are no match for it, Flee. Do not worry, leave it to me, Li Fan declared with unwavering confidence. The apocalypse mech slowly turned to face the golem mech. Oh, another one seeking death? Ji Tianxing observed the apocalypse with a hint of disdain. However, this mech possesses some intriguing qualities. He scrutinized the apocalypse, seemingly discovering something unusual. Brat, state your name, Ji Tianxing proclaimed arrogantly. Inside the apocalypse, Li Fan offered a faint smile. You are not worthy to know my name. Arrogance, Ji Tianxing bellowed furiously. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. The golem mech, enveloped in a cloak of darkness, exuded an overwhelming aura that surged instantaneously. In stark contrast, the apocalypse mech remained motionless, standing in tranquil silence. Hive mode, activate. Li Fan's voice resonated within the confines of the apocalypse. A series of mechanical transformations echoed through the air. The outer shell of the apocalypse mech unfolded rapidly, revealing a multitude of micro-launch ports. The entire mech resembled a colossal hive. This, Ji Tianxing's pupils constricted, an ominous premonition swelling within him. What in the world is this? A jolt of apprehension coursed through Ji Tianxing's mind. Mech talent, summon the myriad. Li Fan's voice echoed within the apocalypse, calm and self-assured. No sooner had he uttered the words than a miraculous scene unfolded. The scattered remnants of blood skeleton mechs around them began to tremble, as if summoned by an unseen force. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Countless parts and fragments surged toward the apocalypse mech like moths drawn to a flame. How is this even possible? Ji Tianxing's eyes widened in disbelief. As these remnants drew near the apocalypse mech, they were inexorably drawn into the micro-launch ports. Inside the apocalypse, it was as if a vast black hole existed, voraciously consuming all metallic matter. A cacophony of unsettling sounds reverberated through the air. Within the hive mode, countless mechanical arms operated at high speed, swiftly disassembling and reconfiguring the absorbed components and fragments. Before long, swarms of small mechs emerged from the hive, akin to newborn bees taking flight. These small mechas, each with diverse forms, some resembling birds, others fierce beasts, and yet others insects, exude a chilling metallic sheen. brimming with a palpable aura of menace. What kind of mecha is this? Yunfeng and the others stared in astonishment. It seems to be the second form of Apocalypse, Li Kaifeng murmured. He understood that advanced mechas often possess multiple forms to adapt to various combat environments. However, he had never encountered a second form like Apocalypse, which could transform debris into a weapon for its own use. Who exactly is this young man? Li Kaifeng's curiosity about Li Fan's identity grew ever more intense. Mere trifles. Although Ji Tianqing was taken aback, he quickly regained his composure. Even if you can control this scrap metal, what can you do against me? He commanded the Golem Mecha to launch another attack. The energy cannon of the Golem Mecha unleashed a searing beam towards the Apocalypse Mecha. Interference. Li Fan commanded. Instantly, numerous small mechas surrounding the Apocalypse sprang into action. Some emitted electromagnetic disruptions, others launched small missiles, and yet others sprayed high-pressure water streams. A torrent of varied assaults descended upon the Golem Mecha like a tempest. Darn it! Ji Tianqing felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The movements of the Golem Mecha became sluggish. This young man, can he truly control so many mechas simultaneously? He was inwardly astonished. A terrifying thought flickered through Ji Tianqing's mind, but he quickly shook his head, dismissing it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was unwilling to accept that this young man before him possessed such an alarming talent. Just as Ji Tianqing was flustered, Li Fan made another move. From the myriad of small mechas surrounding the Apocalypse Mecha, several darted forth, swiftly heading towards Li Kaifeng, Yunfeng, Lu Lin, and Tang Si. These small mechas did not initiate an attack. Instead, they circled around the mechas of the four, emanating a gentle blue glow. This is a maintenance drone? Yunfeng's gaze sharpened as he immediately recognized the purpose of these small machines. This lad can multitask, controlling maintenance drones to provide battlefield emergency aid for us? Li Kaifeng's heart surged with tumultuous waves. A series of subtle sounds filled the air. Under the repair work of the maintenance drones, the wounds on the four mechas were visibly mending. The previously damaged armor became smooth and pristine. Broken circuits were swiftly reconnected. These maintenance drones operated like skilled interstellar mechanics, utilizing their precise mechanical arms and various miniature tools to conduct rapid and accurate repairs on the mechas. Inside the mechas, an intricate network of circuits and components was swiftly dismantled, replaced, and reassembled under the drone's control. Energy conduits were reattached, damaged sensors were replaced, and even the tiniest scratches were flawlessly restored. The drone, deftly maneuvering around the four mechs, emitted a series of mechanical clicks as its robotic arm expertly repaired the damaged armor. Is it really fixed? Tang Si's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the charred marks on his blazing mech vanish, replaced by a pristine shade of fiery red. My Ishko is restored as well. Lu Lin's voice carried a note of surprise. Wonderful. We can continue fighting. Yunfeng's calm voice resonated through the communicator, imbued with unwavering determination. Thank you, Brother Li Fan. Li Kaifeng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He understood that without Li Fan's timely intervention, the four of them would have struggled to endure until now. No need for pleasantries. We are comrades. Li Fan grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. Now, it is our turn to counterattack. Virum. The engine of the White Lion mech rumbled deeply, akin to a lion awakening from slumber, poised for action. Surrounding the Apocalypse mech, numerous smaller mechs acted as loyal sentinels, closely following. Brother Li Fan, you will provide cover while I take the lead. Li Kaifeng's voice echoed through the communication channel. Understood. Li Fan readily agreed. The White Lion mech surged forth, its speed akin to lightning. Furious Lion. Roar. The armor of the White Lion mech contorted, transforming into a fearsome lion's head, unleashing a chilling roar. Invisible rays shot forth from the lion's mouth, heading straight for the Golem mech. The Golem mech's movements instantly slowed. Now is the time. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Kaifeng's eyes. The rending claw. The mechanical talons of the White Lion mech glinted with a chilling light as they swung forth with tremendous force. It was as if the very fabric of space had been torn apart, a formidable suction binding the Golem mech in place. Cursed be it. Break free. Ji Tianqing struggled desperately, yet the Golem mech was ensnared, akin to a creature mired in a quagmire, unable to move. Surrounding the Apocalypse mech, a throng of smaller mechs surged like a relentless tide. Some unleashed miniature missiles, others spewed forth jets of high-pressure water, while others emitted electromagnetic interference. A cacophony of varied assaults rained down upon the golem mech like a tempest. Bang! Crackle! Boom! The armor of the golem mech resonated with explosive sounds. Sparks flying in every direction. Ji Tianqing let out a desperate howl, fully aware that his fate was sealed. Domain domination. Abyssal vortex. Master of attack and defense. Shield guardian counter. The firestorm mech unleashed its full arsenal. Yunfeng, Lu Lin, and Tang Si seized the opportunity, deftly maneuvering their respective mechs to launch a fierce onslaught. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the core of the golem mech was struck by the rending claw of the white lion. The golem mech erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, transforming into a colossal fireball. Ji Tianqing was engulfed in the inferno. The shockwave of the explosion leveled a portion of the Ji Corporation building. Boom! The Ji Corporation building crumbled entirely, engulfed in a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. Is it over? Tang Si's voice carried a note of relief. A sentiment of survival amidst the devastation. It should be. Lu Lin was uncertain. Is that guy, Ji Tianqing, truly dead? Yunfeng inquired. Absolutely. The tearing claw struck at his core. Li Kaifeng asserted confidently, though his brow furrowed slightly. Something feels off, Li Fan murmured to himself. He maneuvered the Apocalypse Mecha, deploying numerous small drones to scour the battlefield. Li Fan, what are you searching for? Li Kaifeng asked. Wreckage, Li Fan replied succinctly. Wreckage? Ji Tianqing's golem mecha was obliterated. What wreckage could possibly remain? Tang Si questioned, perplexed. No, I mean, something else. Li Fan's tone grew increasingly grave. The detection system of the Apocalypse Mecha continuously scanned the surroundings. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Aside from Ji Tianqing and those blood skeleton mechas. Where are the others from the Ji family? Where are the other mechas from the Blood Reaper Alliance? This cannot be right. Li Fan's voice carried a hint of astonishment. Could it be? Yunfeng seemed to have realized something, his expression shifting. This is bad. We've been deceived. Li Kaifeng suddenly awoke to the gravity of the situation. Damn it. The Ji family and the Blood Reaper Alliance must have a more sinister plot at play. Lu Lin's voice was laced with urgency. Quick, contact headquarters immediately. Li Kaifeng decisively commanded. A desolate planet lay before them, its surface pockmarked and barren, devoid of life. A fierce wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust. Inside the underground fortress, the lights shone brightly. Within a vast conference hall, every seat was filled. Above the conference hall, upon a magnificent throne, sat a woman. She was tall, her long, fiery red hair resembling flames that danced in the air. Her skin, pale as snow, emanated a chilling aura. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through all. She was Queen Kyra, the leader of the Blood Reavers Alliance. Queen Kyra looked down upon the throngs below, a sea of faces comprised of interstellar pirates, traitors from various factions, and notorious criminals. Her voice, cold yet commanding, resonated through the hall. We shall make the entire galaxy tremble beneath our feet. As her words grew more impassioned, the crowd surged with fervor. Long live the Queen. Long live the Blood Reavers Alliance. Annihilate the government as lapdogs. We shall establish a new order. Chapter 62. A new challenge approaches. The dilapidated Ji mansion stood as a skeletal remnant, ravaged as if by a colossal beast, its crooked form silhouetted against the night sky. The charred remnants continued to emit wisps of smoke, while the acrid scent of burnt debris filled the air. The core of the white lion mech pulsated with a crimson glow, and Li Kaifeng's voice emerged from within. At last. It is over. Brother Li Fan, I owe you my gratitude. Had you not arrived in time, I fear I would have met my end here today. His tone was laced with appreciation, tinged with a hint of lingering dread. Yunfeng maneuvered the sea beast mech, gradually descending to the ground, and solemnly remarked, Director, this matter is likely more complex than it appears. Indeed, that fellow Ji Tianqing met his demise far too effortlessly. Lu Lin, piloting the Ishkam mech, deftly prodded at a massive concrete fragment with her alloy spear. Tang Si's flame mech still bore the residual smoke from the micromissile launchers on its back as he boisterously declared, Who cares? The man is dead. The mission is accomplished. Li Fan, controlling the Apocalypse mech, hovered in the air, silent and observant of his surroundings. May I suggest you all lighten up a bit? Li Fan suddenly interjected, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. After all, we've just secured a significant victory. Let us celebrate. How about I treat you all to interstellar barbecue? Uffed. Tang Si nearly spewed the energy drink he had just sipped. Li Fan, your audacity is remarkable. Just finished a battle, and you're already thinking about food? Food is the essence of life, Li Fan retorted with conviction. Besides, when one's stomach is empty, how can one think clearly? Nonsense. Lu Lin chuckled, shaking her head. All right, enough banter. Li Kaifeng interrupted their exchange. Li Fan, you mentioned earlier that you informed them? What do you mean? Oh, it's like this. Li Fan scratched his head. After you left my shop, I sensed that this situation was not straightforward. What if you encountered danger while going alone to the G family? So, I discreetly contacted the Aquaman squad. You're quite something, Li Kaifeng said, caught between laughter and exasperation. Aren't you afraid I might blame you for meddling? Well, I just don't want anything to happen to you. Li Fan replied with a cheeky grin. Moreover, as you can see, the strength of the Sea King squad is formidable. They could prove invaluable in critical moments. Indeed, we owe them a great deal this time. Li Kaifeng nodded in agreement. By the way, there's something else. Li Fan continued. When they were leaving, I overheard Yunfeng mention that the G family has a psychic level mecha master. He feared that you all might struggle, so he piloted the apocalypse over. After all, your mechas were all personally upgraded and modified by me. If they were to fall here, it would be quite embarrassing. Li Fan, I truly appreciate your help this time. Li Kaifeng expressed his gratitude once more, his tone earnest. Come on, there's no need for formality. We are brothers. Li Fan waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. Besides, if your mechas were to be wrecked, I would be heartbroken. You rascal. Li Kaifeng laughed, pointing at Li Fan. Patience, patience, Li Fan chuckled. Just then, Li Kaifeng's communicator suddenly buzzed, interrupting their conversation. Hello? Commander. Li Kaifeng answered the call, his expression turning serious in an instant. After hanging up, his face darkened ominously. What happened, Chief? Yunfeng sensed the tension and quickly inquired. A grave situation has arisen. Li Kaifeng inhaled deeply, his voice heavy with concern. I have just received an urgent communication from Commander Mu Tianqi. The swarm of the Xingmeng beasts is erupting, advancing from the K534 star system towards the capital planet of the Gacelon Federation, Vanji Star. The scale is unprecedented. What? Lu Lin, Tang Si, and others were all struck with alarm upon hearing this news. The Xingmeng beast swarm, Li Fan murmured to himself. Although he was not well acquainted with the term, the gravity of the situation was evident from the reactions of those around him. Li Kaifeng patted Li Fan on the shoulder, apologetically stating, This beast tide is no trivial matter. We must exert ourselves to the fullest. I understand. Li Fan nodded, indicating his comprehension. You all go ahead. I will take care of myself. Be safe. Li Kaifeng cast a final glance at Li Fan before turning to command the Sea King squad to depart. Yes, Yunfeng, Lu Lin, Tang Si, and the others replied in unison, swiftly piloting their mechas into the sky, transforming into streaks of light that vanished into the night. Li Fan stood in place, watching the Sea King squad leave. No, I must enhance my strength quickly. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated no longer. He promptly secured the shop's door and activated the defense system within. A faint energy shield enveloped the entire store, isolating it from external prying. Li Fan settled cross-legged in the center of the shop, closed his eyes, and began to practice the cosmic meditation technique. As he channeled his energy, Li Fan felt as if he were immersed in an expansive and boundless starry sky, with countless stars twinkling and radiating brilliant light. The radiant beams converged into celestial rivers, surging towards Li Fan's brow. His mental strength was visibly amplifying at an astonishing rate. Breakthrough, Li Fan roared inwardly. Boom. It felt as though something within his mind had erupted. A powerful wave of mental energy emanated from him, rippling outward. The furniture in the shop quivered slightly under this force. 2 hours later, Li Fan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within them. Ah, I have finally broken through. He exhaled deeply, reveling in the surging mental energy within him, a joyful smile gracing his face. Level 6 mental strength, a celestial level mechanic. His perception had magnified several times over. Within a 1,000-meter radius, not a whisper of movement escaped his notice. He could even see the dust particles dancing in the air and hear the faint snoring from the adjacent room. This sensation was truly marvelous. Li Fan expelled a breath of stale air, feeling invigorated. He gradually rose, stretching his limbs, and a series of satisfying cracks resonated from his body. Is this the power of a celestial level mechanic? Indeed, it was extraordinary. Clenching his fists, he savored the surging mental strength within him, marveling at the wonders of the universe's meditation technique. In merely 2 hours, it had propelled his mental strength to level 6. Such a pace of cultivation was astonishing. He gazed out the window. The night had deepened, and stars twinkled in the sky. The future held promise. Confidence sparkled in Li Fan's eyes. Filled with anticipation for what lay ahead, he accessed the star network and skillfully navigated to the homepage of his dream repair shop. The page was filled with numerous comments discussing the daily selection of 3 slots for mecha upgrades and repairs. The slots were exceedingly limited, rendering them nearly impossible to secure. Indeed, I strongly urge the owner to increase the availability. I would gladly trade my best friend's 30 years of singlehood for a chance to be selected. Do you think this owner is truly that remarkable? Could it be mere height? I would willingly shorten my height by 30 centimeters for a chance to be chosen. Do not be deceived by the comments above. This fellow seems intent on both indulging and taking advantage. As he perused these remarks, 2 dark lines appeared on Li Fan's forehead. A myriad of comments flooded the entire page, clearly indicating the shop's popularity. Li Fan scrolled through the comments, a smirk creeping onto his lips. It seemed the effects were quite favorable. Just as he reveled in his satisfaction, a particular comment caught his eye. Hey, I have never heard of this so-called dream repair shop before. I find it hard to believe. If the owner possesses true talent, would they dare to compete with me? The comment was from a netizen named Xingmeng, brimming with skepticism and provocation. Li Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He clicked on Xingmeng's profile and discovered that her real name was indeed Xingmeng, age 20, and she held the title of a 1-star master mechanic, officially certified. A prodigious young talent in the realm of mechanics. Li Fan stroked his chin, pondering to himself. Well, a master-level mechanic has just presented himself at my doorstep. Initially, he was troubled by how to fulfill the system's task of recruiting a star-level mechanic. After all, such esteemed artisans are typically regarded as treasures by their own repair shops. How could he persuade one to willingly work for him? It was no trivial matter. Yet now, it seemed that the perfect candidate had emerged. A faint smile of amusement graced Li Fan's lips. Since you have come to me, do not blame me for being impolite. He promptly sent a message to Xingmeng. Hello. I am Li Fan. I accept the challenge. Chapter 63. The master and his 2 disciples head west. Xingmeng was intently focused on the luminous screen of her holographic device, captivated by the thrilling mech duel taking place at Xingmeng University's arena. In the footage, Qin Yu piloted the Inferno Dragon mech with commanding presence. Every movement exuded both power and grace. The modifications to the Inferno Dragon are truly exquisite, Xingmeng exclaimed, her fingers gently gliding across the screen to magnify the close-up of the mech's core. The intricate patterns etched into its chest hinted at hidden complexities, undoubtedly crafted by a master artisan. Resting her chin on her hand, curiosity and admiration sparkled in her eyes. If only I could witness this modification technique firsthand. Perhaps I could glean a few tricks from it. Xingmeng rolled her eyes slightly, internally critiquing the situation. The design of this pattern seems somewhat reminiscent of Xingmeng, gazing intently at the screen, suddenly had a thought, only to immediately shake her head, dismissing her own speculation. At that moment, the holographic device emitted a chime, signaling a new message. Lost in her thoughts, Xingmeng was momentarily distracted by the sudden notification and cast a casual glance. Who could this be? Is it a scammer? A look of confusion crossed her face as she tapped the screen, opening the message from the sender. Dream Machine Repair Shop. Li Fan? Xingmeng furrowed her brow at the information displayed on the screen. She had never heard of this shop before. Could it be a dubious establishment that had just emerged? Meanwhile, within the repair shop, Li Fan lounged leisurely in a rocking chair, his legs crossed, perusing various reviews on the Star Network. Occasionally, he tapped the screen of his holographic device, selecting lucky customers for the following day. Interesting, intriguing. You are the first to dare to call me a scammer, Xingmeng mused, pondering the audacity of this trickster to accept a challenge. It seemed he aimed to ride on her coattails. However, my popularity is not so easily claimed. Li Fan chuckled softly. Is that all? If you lose, you must work in my shop for 3 years. What? Xingmeng was clearly taken aback by Li Fan's proposition. Upon noticing the condition she had set, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Li Fan's eyes. This girl certainly had a fierce spirit. He stroked his chin, thinking to himself, but I like it. He promptly sent a reply. It's a deal. This fellow truly dares to make demands. Does he not fear a devastating defeat? Xingmeng pondered to himself. However, his evident confidence suggests he must possess considerable skills. Perhaps he could truly best me? Li Fan subsequently announced on the homepage of his repair shop 3 available slots for mech repairs or upgrades, stating, 1 machine will be out of service tomorrow. and operations will resume the day after. The comments section of the post was quickly filled with astute netizens who deduced the situation. Commenting, Bosley must have accepted the challenge from that individual named Xingmeng. This Xingmeng is no ordinary contender. The homepage features the official emblem of a one-star master mechanic. Goodness, what is this about? A one-star master mechanic is set to compete against a small shop owner? I bet 50 cents that this shop owner is merely seeking publicity. Don't be ridiculous. I have secured a spot with this owner before. He certainly possesses genuine talent. If he truly had skill. Would he resort to such tactics for attention? The news of their agreement spread like wildfire across the Star Network, instantly igniting excitement within the entire repair community. Goodness. The proprietor of the Dream Repair Shop is exceedingly audacious, daring to challenge a one-star master mechanic? Xingmeng is renowned as a prodigious young talent. Having achieved the status of a one-star master mechanic at such a tender age, her prowess cannot be underestimated. This promises to be a thrilling spectacle. I wonder if the owner of the Dream Repair Shop genuinely possesses the skill, or if it is merely a publicity stunt. I wager a pack of spicy strips that this owner is indeed seeking attention. If he manages to triumph over Xingmeng, I shall livestream a mech feast. Hey there, is the mech ready? I have heard that the owner of the Dream Mechanic Shop possesses quite remarkable skills. A plethora of comments and speculations permeate the various forums across the Star Network. Some question Li Fan's abilities, deeming him a mere publicity seeker. Others, however, firmly believe in his true prowess and eagerly await the outcome of this contest. In the mecha combat arena of Wenxing University, two mechas are locked in an intense battle. Boom. Xingmeng, piloting the Snow Eagle mecha, executed a graceful slide, evading the fiery fist of the flame dragon. Immediately, the icy claws on the mecha's arm glimmered with a cold light, piercing directly toward the flame dragon's chest. Clang! Ice shards erupted. The flame dragon staggered backward, nearly losing its footing. Xingyu, you are utterly inept. This is the 10th time, and you still perform so poorly. Xingmeng's voice echoed from the Snow Eagle's loudspeaker, laced with a hint of pride and mockery. Oh, stubborn little brother, still resistant? A loss is a loss. What excuses can you muster? Xingmeng continued to provoke. You. Repeat that. Xingyu seethed in fury, wishing he could leap out of his mecha to confront Xingmeng directly. Go ahead and say it, my obstinate brother. Just a mouthful. Xingmeng made a face, teasing him. Just you wait. Xingyu gritted his teeth. As the two exchanged barbs, a nearby conversation interrupted them, prompting both to fall silent and listen intently. Old Zhang, have you seen the forums? The genius girl mechanic from Dalian University is set to compete against the owner of the Dream Mechanic Shop from a remote planet. And they have even placed a wager. I have heard that the owner of the repair shop is named Li Fan. However, I am unfamiliar with this establishment and know nothing of this individual's capabilities. Yet, she is a prodigious young woman who attained the esteemed rank of a one-star master mechanic before the age of 20. Others her age can at best reach the level of advanced mechanic. It is said that the Dream Repair Shop is located on Karen Star. Did Xingmeng not visit Karen Star recently? Xingmeng furrowed her brow, her tone laced with concern. Brother, do you think something might have happened to Li Fan? Her shop has only just begun to flourish. What if she loses? Why are you fretting? The transformations in our mechas are a testament to Li Fan's prowess. Xingyu reassured her, giving her shoulder a comforting pat. But, what if she loses and cannot keep the shop open? I still wish to continue enhancing my Snow Eagle with her. Xingmeng pouted. Why not just marry her? That would solve everything. Xingyu jested. Get lost. I simply do not want to struggle to find such a talented mechanic in the future. Xingmeng retorted, her face flushing with embarrassment. Stop overthinking. Come on. Let us hurry and show our support for Bosley. Xingyu said as he made his way outside. Hey, wait for me. I want to go too. Xingmeng exclaimed, breaking free from Xingyu's grasp and hastily following him. In an office at Dalian University, Professor Fu. Something terrible has happened. Xiefeng rushed into the office, breathless and agitated. Why are you in such a panic? Is the sky falling? Or have you gotten into trouble again? Fu Yinxing set down the documents in his hands and raised his gaze towards Xiefeng, inquiring with a tone of calm curiosity. Is it Sister Xingmeng? She has made a bet. Xiefeng replied, panting heavily. A bet? With whom? What are the stakes? Fu Yinxing arched an eyebrow. Intrigued. With the owner of a small repair shop on Kalen Star. If she loses, she has to work for him for 3 years. Xiefeng stammered. What? Fu Yinxing sprang to his feet, his face a mask of disbelief. Sister Xingmeng. She agreed to a challenge from the owner of the dream repair shop, and if she loses, she must work for him for 3 years. Xiefeng reiterated, bracing himself. This is absurd. Utterly ridiculous. Fu Yunqing slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in anger. That girl Qingkong, usually so astute. How could she be so foolish this time? Professor Fu, please calm down. Sister Qingkong might have acted in a moment of impulse. Xiefeng hastily interjected. A moment of impulse? This is no trivial matter. The other party likely intends to leverage Qingkong's reputation to promote his repair shop. Fu Yunqing's agitation grew. He rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly proposed. Let us do this. You should first investigate that dream repair shop and the owner, named Li Fan. Xiefeng paused, then replied, Professor Fu, do you suspect that Li Fan is involved in something questionable? Fu Yunqing stroked his beard thoughtfully, a glimmer of scrutiny evident in his eyes. How could a nondescript shop owner possess the capability to persuade her to willingly work for 3 years? This situation is indeed peculiar. Go and call Qingkong over here. Fu Yunqing instructed Xiefeng. Shortly thereafter, Qingkong entered the office. Teacher, did you call for me? Upon entering, Qingkong noticed Fu Yunqing's stern expression, causing her heart to skip a beat. I have already been informed by Xiefeng about your bet, Fu Yunqing stated directly. Teacher, Qingkong lowered her head, aware that she had landed herself in trouble this time. You, who are usually quite clever, how could you be so foolish this time? Fu Yunqing expressed his disappointment. I just lost my temper for a moment. Qingkong murmured defensively. This is no trivial matter. Do you understand what your loss entails? Fu Yunqing's voice rose once more. I know. I have to work for him for 3 years. Qingkong's voice trailed off. 3 years. Do you comprehend how crucial these 3 years are for you? You are still young, and a prime age to enhance your skills. How can you afford to squander your time on such frivolities? Fu Yunqing became increasingly agitated. Teacher, I was wrong. Qingkong kept her head down, too afraid to argue further. Enough, it is done, and there is no use in lamenting. Fu Yunqing took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Teacher, what should we do now? Perhaps I could talk to Li Fan and request to annul the bet? Qingkong raised her head, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Annul? Do you think that is feasible? The entire mechanical repair community is now aware of this matter. Do you believe they will let you off so easily? Fu Yunqing shook his head. Then, what should we do? The clear sky was utterly flustered. How about this? Tomorrow, you take me to Kalen Star. Fu Yunqing said after a moment of contemplation. Teacher, you are also going to Kalen Star? Qingkong and Xiefeng were both taken aback. They had not anticipated that Fu Yunqing would personally intervene. What? If I don't go, who will serve as your judge? Fu Yunqing shot a glare at the two. What if the opponent resorts to trickery and causes you to lose? Would you not be working for them for 3 years in vain? You may disregard your own dignity, but I still value my old face. Fu Yunqing huffed coldly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. All right then, teacher, I will arrange for the interstellar ship. We shall set off early tomorrow. Xiefeng declared decisively. Qingkong also breathed a sigh of relief. With the teacher's involvement, she felt considerably more secure. After all, Fu Yunqing was a prominent figure in the Xingmeng Federation Mecha Maintenance Association. With him at the helm, even if Li Fan had some underhanded means, they need not fear any deceitful tactics. Chapter 64. The competition begins. Morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the repair shop's window, casting a warm glow on Li Fan's face. He stretched languidly, sitting up in bed and rubbing his sleepy eyes. Business had been quite prosperous these past few days. If this momentum continued, I would be one step closer to my modest goal. Li Fan felt elated, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. He quickly washed up, tidied his appearance, and walked expectantly toward the shop's entrance. With a click, the door opened, but instead of the anticipated sunlight pouring in, he was met with a throng of people, dark and dense, almost threatening to burst through the door. Li Fan stood frozen in place, his smile abruptly vanishing. What on earth is happening? Is today a particularly special day? Why are there so many people? He was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the crowd. Wow, Boss Li has appeared. Boss Li, we've all heard about your bet with Master Qingkong. We're here to cheer you on. Boss Li, do you need any leg ornaments? What do you think of me? Li Fan was even more perplexed. Wait, a bet? What bet? How could they possibly know? He gazed at the crowd in confusion. Come on, Boss Li, stop pretending. A sharp-eyed young man shouted. This has been all over the mechanical circles on Karen Star. Who doesn't know about it? Exactly, Boss Lee. You're so formidable. You wouldn't be afraid of her, right? Boss Lee, we all support you. The crowd chimed in. Li Fan finally understood. It was that little imp Xingmeng causing trouble. No wonder my right eyelid has been twitching these past few days. Someone has been stirring the pot behind the scenes. He shook his head helplessly. This girl truly thrives on chaos. At that moment, two figures emerged from the crowd. It was Qin Yu and Qin Lan. Li Fan, I didn't expect you to be quite famous. Qin Yu teased with a smile. Brother Li Fan, we're here to cheer you on. Qin Lan sweetly exclaimed, raising her phone. I've already started a live stream to showcase your charm to more people. Li Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Miss, you certainly seem intent on creating a stir. Hee hee, isn't it fun this way? Qin Lan playfully stuck out her tongue. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the crowd. Make way, make way. Clear Sky, accompanied by Fu Yuqing and Xie Feng, parted the throngs and made their entrance. Li Fan, I have arrived, Clear Sky declared. Her gaze fixed on Li Fan, imbued with a hint of provocation. Oh, you've brought reinforcements? Li Fan remarked, glancing at Fu Yuqing and Xie Feng. His tone laced with mockery. Humph, do I need assistance to deal with you? Clear Sky retorted disdainfully. These two are. This is my mentor, Professor Fu Yuqing. Clear Sky introduced. And this is my senior, Xie Feng. Professor Fu? Xie Feng? A murmur rippled through the surrounding crowd. Who are these individuals? They seem quite formidable. You don't even know them? Professor Fu Yuqing is a venerable figure in the Gear Federation's Mecha Maintenance Association. Xie Feng is also a one-star master mechanic, rumored to be second only to Master Clear Sky. My goodness, Master Clear Sky has summoned reinforcements. This promises to be an exciting spectacle. Qin Yu and Qin Lan approached. Bowing to Fu Yuqing, greetings, Professor Fu. Then, turning to Li Fan, he slowly remarked, young man, I have come to serve as the judge for the wager between you and Clear Sky. If you truly possess the skill, I am willing to promote you. Fu Yuqing's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every onlooker. Wow, Professor Fu is willing to promote Li Fan. This makes Li Fan's identity even more mysterious. Could it be that he truly possesses extraordinary talent? It seems this wager will be even more thrilling than we anticipated. Who is this old man? Such a bold tone. Lower your voice. He is none other than Professor Fu Yuqing, a luminary in the field of federal machinery repair. What? He is Professor Fu Yuqing? My heavens. I am in the presence of a living legend. This is going to be quite the spectacle. The murmurs around them surged like waves. Listening to the buzz, Li Fan smiled gently and addressed Professor Fu. I am grateful for your presence, Professor. Subsequently, Li Fan led Professor Fu, Xie Feng, and Qin Kong into the repair shop. Upon entering, both Professor Fu and Xie Feng were utterly astonished by the sight before them. The shop was adorned with an array of advanced machinery repair equipment, many of which they had never even encountered before, their silver metallic sheen glimmering under the lights. These are, Xie Feng stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. These are the tools of my trade, Li Fan replied nonchalantly. My goodness, these devices, there's unlikely to be another establishment like this throughout the entirety of Kalen Star. Professor Fu exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. It had been a long time since he felt such exhilaration. Li Fan, your shop is. Qin Kong was also taken aback. She had initially thought him to be merely an ordinary mechanic with a bit of cleverness. Yet here he was, possessing such an expansive shop and state-of-the-art equipment. Well, do you still think I was boasting? Li Fan chuckled as he glanced at Qin Kong. She fell silent, compelled to concede that she had indeed underestimated Li Fan. With these tools and equipment at his disposal, his repair abilities could not possibly be lacking. Very well. In that case, let us commence. With a deep breath, Qin Kong spoke, her eyes rekindled with determination. Since this is a competition among mechanical engineers, let us engage in something of a professional nature. Fu Yuqing interjected. For our first challenge, we shall test our discernment. Discernment? Both Li Fan and Qin Kong exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, discernment is a fundamental skill for a mechanical engineer. Fu Yuqing elucidated. An exemplary engineer must not only be adept at repairing mechas, but must also possess the acumen to accurately identify the issues within them. This necessitates a pair of keen eyes. And how do we proceed? Li Fan inquired. Quite simply, Fu Yuqing gestured for his assistant to present two stones. These two energy stones, while similar in color and shape, must be distinguished by their type, attributes, and the specific mecha they are suited for. You have a time limit of 10 minutes. The assistant placed the two stones before Li Fan and Qin Kong. One stone exhibited a slightly darker hue, while the other was somewhat lighter, both emanating a faint glow with intricately woven patterns on their surfaces. Xingmeng picked up the stone, scrutinizing it intently. Although she was a one-star master-level engineer, her experience had primarily involved more common energy stones. She had seldom encountered stones of such high similarity. Li Fan also examined his stone closely. Despite the assistance of the system, he knew he could not rely solely on it. After all, the system was merely a supportive tool. True prowess must stem from within. As time ticked away, beads of sweat began to form on Xingmeng's forehead. She felt as though her mind was nearing its breaking point, still unable to ascertain the type of these two energy stones. Time's up. The voice of Fu Yunqing resonated. Xingmeng, feeling helpless, set down the stone and gazed at Li Fan, intrigued to see what this fellow would articulate. The two stones before them, the darker one was Starstone, while the lighter one was Starlight Stone. Li Fan spoke slowly. Starstone? Starlight Stone? A whispering murmur rippled through the crowd once more. I believe I have heard of these two stones. So have I. They are exceedingly rare energy stones. The realization that Li Fan could identify these two types of stones sparked admiration. Evidently, he possessed some skill. Starstone is typically employed as the core for Starbreaker-class offensive mechas. Li Fan continued. As for Starlight Stone, it serves as the core for Sky-class combat mechas. Regarding this Starstone, he picked up the darker stone. Its internal structure has undergone a radiative reaction. I deduced that this Starstone is a remnant from the forging of a core. What? Fu Yunqing was taken aback by Li Fan's words. He hastened to Li Fan's side, seizing the Starstone to examine it closely. He never anticipated that Li Fan could not only recognize these two rare energy stones, but also ascertain the origins of the Starstone. Such discernment was nothing short of extraordinary. Professor Fu, am I correct? Li Fan inquired, looking at Fu Yunqing. Indeed, entirely accurate, Fu Yunqing replied, taking a deep breath, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement. In the first round, Li Fan triumphs. Hooray! Qin Lan exclaimed, leaping with joy. Li Fan, well done. Qin Yu also felt a swell of happiness for Li Fan. How is this possible? Xingmeng wore an expression of disbelief, utterly unable to accept the outcome. Chapter 65. The Dream Mechanic Shop at the Speed of Light. Inside the maintenance chamber, the atmosphere was so tense it felt almost palpable. Fu Yunqing's voice shattered the silence, each word resonating within the hearts of the crowd. The second round, a test of concentration. Li Fan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Concentration? For him, it was akin to taking candy from a child. Indeed, Fu Yunqing elaborated. When a mechanic repairs a mech, it requires utmost focus. Any external distraction could lead to catastrophic consequences. He paused for emphasis, his voice growing more pronounced. Thus, in the second round, we will be assembling the control circuits of the mech cockpit under a distracting environment. He hesitated, then added gravely, you will have 1 hour. Moreover, to increase the challenge, I have invited 2 special guests to create distractions. Oh, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Li Fan's eyes. Special guests? Fu Yunqing's smile was enigmatic. They are Qin Lan and Qin Yu. No sooner had he spoken than the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? The Qin siblings? How could they possibly be here? Old Fu, you certainly know how to make a grand entrance. Qin Yu's voice approached, imbued with his characteristic nonchalance. Ha ha. Young Master Qin and Miss Qin, you are most welcome. Fu Yunqing laughed heartily as he stepped forward. 2 mechs, 1 silver and 1 fiery red, slowly descended onto the open space of the maintenance chamber. It was Qin Lan's Snow Eagle and Qin Yu's Flame Dragon. As the mecha landed and the hatch opened, Qin Lan and Qin Yu leapt down side by side. The students erupted into a frenzy. Goodness! The Qin siblings' mecha is simply breathtaking. The sleek design, the radiant sheen, perfection. Look, the Snow Eagle features a cryogenic ability launcher, while the Flame Dragon boasts the formidable Flame Dragon Greatsword. Both are top-tier configurations. Fu Yunqing gazed at the mecha before him, unable to conceal his astonishment. He could not resist approaching the Flame Dragon for a closer inspection. The patterns on the core of the mecha. Fu Yunqing's voice trembled as he beheld the intricately carved, art-like mysterious designs. These patterns were unlike anything he had ever seen, yet they emanated an unsettlingly potent energy. Professor Fu, you have a keen eye? Qin Yu remarked with a smile. These patterns are the masterpiece of my brother Li Fan. What do you think? Li Fan. Both Fu Yunqing and Xingmeng exclaimed in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that such powerful mechas were crafted by Li Fan's hands. Xingmeng's face turned pale. She felt her confidence being ruthlessly shattered piece by piece. Having always prided herself as a genius, she viewed Li Fan as merely an ordinary person with a touch of cleverness, hardly worthy of comparison. Yet, reality struck her like a resounding slap across the face. Li Fan not only possessed the ability to identify rare energy stones, but also had the skill to enhance such top-tier mechas. To augment a rift-level mecha to this extent was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary mechanic. At the very least, it required a master of 5 stars or above. Xingmeng, do you still believe Li Fan lacks the qualifications to compete with you? Fu Yiqing gazed at the clear sky, a hint of disappointment and reproach in her tone. Teacher, Xingmeng lowered her head, rendered speechless. Enough of idle chatter, let us commence. Fu Yiqing interrupted Xingmeng. Li Fan, Xingmeng, step forward. Li Fan and Xingmeng approached the control panel, which was cluttered with an array of intricate circuit boards and components, a dizzying sight. Begin. With a commanding voice, Fu Yiqing set the stage. Simultaneously, Li Fan and Xingmeng sprang into action. Xingmeng took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain composed. After all, she was a first-star master mechanic, her fundamentals solid. She quickly entered the zone, her hands deftly maneuvering across the circuit board, striving for precision and accuracy, determined to avoid any errors. However, Li Fan's velocity was astonishing. His hands seemed to transform into mere phantoms, dancing across the circuit board. Components were installed with pinpoint accuracy, and connections were made with remarkable swiftness. His movements were devoid of any superfluity, flowing seamlessly like water, executed in one uninterrupted motion. In less than half an hour, Li Fan paused his work. I have completed it. His voice, calm yet resonant, echoed like thunder within the maintenance chamber. What? Fu Yiqing and Xingmeng abruptly looked up at Li Fan, their eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. Xingmeng stared at the control circuit before Li Fan, now entirely assembled, utterly stunned. She had only finished half of her task, while Li Fan had completed it all. This speed was nothing short of extraordinary. Li Fan, are you certain you haven't cheated? Fu Yiqing could not help but inquire, struggling to accept the reality before him. Professor Fu, do you truly believe I would find it necessary to cheat? Li Fan retorted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Fu Yiqing fell silent. Indeed, given the prowess Li Fan had displayed, he had no need for deceit. I concede. Xingmeng's voice was low and hoarse, finally admitting her defeat, a defeat she accepted with complete sincerity. Li Fan, I apologize, I was excessively arrogant before. Approaching Li Fan, Xingmeng spoke earnestly. It matters not. Ignorance is no crime, Li Fan replied with a smile. However, do you remember our wager? Wager? Xingmeng paused, then recalled the bet she had made with Li Fan. Do I really have to work for you? Her voice trembled slightly. A master-level mechanic of her caliber, reduced to working for an obscure young man? Of course, one must honor the terms of the bet, Li Fan replied with a beaming smile. Rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly. Accommodations and meals are provided, and— Wait, Xingmeng interjected suddenly. Is working really that enjoyable? Huh. Li Fan was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a question from her. I've never worked before. I've heard that working allows one to meet diverse individuals and learn various things. Her voice dwindled, and a hint of yearning and anticipation appeared on her face. Very well, if you are so eager to work, let us draft a contract, Li Fan said with resignation. Great, great, Xingmeng exclaimed, leaping with excitement. For how long? A year? 2 years? 3 years, without salary? Li Fan replied nonchalantly. Not a problem. Xingmeng readily agreed without hesitation. Li Fan gazed at her, secretly marveling at this girl, truly a peculiar one, yet undeniably intriguing. Li Fan, congratulations on winning this contest. Fu Yiqing approached him, her tone brimming with admiration. Your mechanical repair skills far exceed my expectations, and I apologize for my previous doubts. Professor Fu, you are too kind, Li Fan humbly replied. If you have the time in the future, I would like to invite you to join my Mechanical Repair Research Society, where we can exchange insights on mech maintenance. Fu Yiqing extended her invitation. That sounds splendid. I would be delighted to accept, Li Fan responded with enthusiasm. Xiafeng, let us depart. Chapter 66. To grow strong and create brilliance once more. Against the backdrop of a vast starry sky, Li Fan's holographic image hovered before the workbench, his brow furrowed. Employee recruitment successful. 1-star master mechanic Xingmeng has joined. Taking 2 days. 4-star mechanic skills unlocked. Reward. Inherited skill, Ripple weapon forging technique. Weapon enhancement and starship enhancement functions have been activated. At last, it has arrived. Li Fan clenched his fists tightly, inhaling deeply as if to release the pent-up excitement that had lingered in his chest for far too long. After a prolonged wait, the dawn had finally come. The system interface was rejuvenated, revealing the new branches of weapon enhancement and starship enhancement, gleaming like two brilliant stars in his vision. Li Fan eagerly clicked on weapon enhancement. Weapon enhancement. The consumption of stellar energy is determined by the weapon's level. 1 point for stellar grade, 10 points for rift grade, and 100 points for shattered star grade. A tenth of what is required for mecha enhancement? That seems reasonable. Li Fan nodded to himself, shifting his gaze towards starship enhancement. However, with just a glance, his expression darkened instantaneously, as if doused with a bucket of icy water. Starship enhancement. The consumption of stellar energy is based on the starship's level. 1 million points for cosmic grade, 10 million points for ethereal grade, and 100 million points for infinite grade. Damn, Li Fan couldn't help but curse. A chill coursing through him that made his teeth ache. Is this system out of its mind? This is not enhancement. It is nothing short of a cosmic daydream, where everything exists in the imagination, yet one must sell their possessions to attain it. He felt his heart twitch. The consumption is even more extravagant than a black hole devouring starlight. Mecha enhancement at least seemed accessible, but starship enhancement is outright discouraging. The consumption for starship enhancement is astonishingly 100 times that of mecha. A gluttonous beast, indeed. Li Fan could not help but scoff. Surely, this enhancement cost is treating the galaxy as an ATM? This is not merely the consumption of stellar energy. It is a drain on my very lifespan. He felt akin to a weary worker, diligently saving to purchase a home, only to find the housing prices had escalated to the square of the down payment, cubed, then square-rooted, multiplied by pi. What is the point of this madness? Well, let us set aside the starship for now. Li Fan forced himself to regain composure. He felt like a gambler cornered by usury, with his only glimmer of hope resting in a few scratch-off tickets. Starships are predominantly controlled by fleets. Although these fleets are financially robust, the enhancement costs associated with the Xingmeng-class starships, when converted into credit points, amount to a staggering trillion. Even a fleet would find it difficult to bear such an expense. This endeavor is likely only feasible for the combatants among the interstellar tycoons, those whose wealth could be likened to entire galaxies. He envisioned a scene, a gathering of interstellar magnates clad in diamond-encrusted spacesuits, savoring vintage wines of cosmic repute, casually pressing the starship enhancement button while watching their dwindling balances on the screen, their faces adorned with nonchalance. The disparity between individuals is exasperating. The comparison between mechas and starships is even more disheartening. Li Fan shook his head, resolving to temporarily abandon the unrealistic dream of enhancing starships, opting instead to diligently study mechas, focusing on securing his own modest existence first. After all, it is essential to harbor dreams, for who knows when the system might offer discounts. Furthermore, this represents merely the cost. He must also consider profitability. It seems only the Xingmeng Federation's main fleet could shoulder such an expenditure, and it appears that only they possess the Xingmeng-class starships. With a slight effort to regain his composure, Li Fan redirected his attention to the repository of the 4-star Master Mechanic inheritance. This repository meticulously details the price for each 4-star Master Mechanic inheritance, approximately 1,000 star energy, equivalent to 20 million credit points. Should this price be made public, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy. For prominent families, acquiring a 4-star inheritance technique could significantly enhance their mecha combat capabilities, even presenting the opportunity to cultivate a 4-star mechanic. Do not mention 20 million. Even if it were to multiply several times over, they would still flock to it. Li Fan quickly skimmed through the offerings, not rushing to make a purchase. He had just mastered 10 techniques while the 4-star legacy could be considered later. Moreover, he possessed a technique that had reached the realm of transformation, the rippling weapon forging method. Li Fan speculated that this might have been a deliberate provision by the system. Aware of his inability to enhance starships, it offered him weapon forging techniques. As a 4-star legacy, its value is self-evident. A 4-star master mechanic is capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with a cosmic-level mech engineer. The name Rippling Mechanic? It sounds as though one were forging iron in water. Could it be that this predecessor attained enlightenment in a bathhouse? Yet, Being included in the system's repertoire suggests a formidable individual, certainly more accomplished than a pauper like me, who cannot even enhance a starship. Li Fan chuckled at his own self-mockery, casting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Regardless of who this rippling mechanic may be, at least for now, this forging technique belonged to him. He took a deep breath and stepped into the spacious maintenance chamber. Before him lay a mountain of superalloy materials. These gleaming entities, reflecting a cold metallic sheen, occupied nearly half the chamber's space, resembling a small hill that exuded an aura of exclusivity, suggesting, I am expensive. You cannot afford me. TSK, if this were converted into credit points, how many zeros would that entail? Would it be sufficient to elevate my starship by a level? Never mind. Better not to dwell on it. Overthinking only leads to tears. As Li Fan reflected, he began to lay the superalloy materials out across the floor. These superalloys, each resembling a raw gem awaiting meticulous craftsmanship, are poised to receive a new lease on life from Li Fan. This forging technique primarily pertains to close combat melee weapons, rendering energy weapons and firearms ineffective. In essence, it is a skill uniquely suited for a close combat aficionado. Li Fan stroked his chin, deep in thought. It seems I am destined to embark on a path of one strike. 999 damage, with all equipment earned through combat. He retrieved the beam cutter from his toolbox, a treasured possession he seldom utilized. But today, in pursuit of forging this weapon, he was willing to invest significantly. With a hum, the beam cutter activated, its power set to maximum. The blade radiating a dazzling white light. Come forth, my precious, let me witness your might. Li Fan commanded, striking down upon the superalloy. Simultaneously, his right hand was not idle. The skill, endless manifestation, was unleashed. He grasped the air, and the severed piece of superalloy appeared to be firmly controlled by an invisible hand, continuously adjusting its position and angle. Li Fan's hands moved with a duality of ferocity akin to a tempest and gentleness reminiscent of a spring breeze, disassembling, adjusting, and shaping the superalloy. This sensation resembled engaging in an exceptionally challenging 3D puzzle game. Except the materials were superalloy, the tools were beam cutters, and the player was Li Fan, endowed with endless manifestation. Once assured of his progress, Li Fan commenced the next phase of polishing. Sparks flew, illuminating the maintenance chamber with their brilliance. Li Fan's forehead glistened with fine beads of perspiration, yet he remained oblivious to it, his gaze fixated and resolute. In that moment, time seemed to lose all significance. It was uncertain how long had passed when Li Fan suddenly struck his right hand down. Bang, bang, bang. He pounded the nascent weapon, imprinting it with a series of fist marks. These imprints would serve as the connecting points for the grip. Subsequently, he tirelessly replicated these fist marks, forming an irregular matrix. He couldn't help but quip that if someone with a fear of dense patterns were to witness this, they would likely faint on the spot. Upon completion, he meticulously arranged the sensing components upon each imprint, creating a complex circuit board. Finally, he covered it with a layer of superalloy, perfectly concealing all internal structures. Exhaling deeply, Li Fan gazed at the 15-meter-long colossal blade before him, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. This giant blade lay quietly on the ground, its surface a deep black, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, yet emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. It resembled a slumbering behemoth, poised to unleash cataclysmic power upon awakening. Its length surely surpasses that of my mech. If I were to present this to a group of children, it would surely terrify them. Li Fan stroked his chin with a grin. However, I find it delightful. This is a broadsword, forged entirely from superalloy, indomitable in nature. The blade is not traditionally single-edged, but rather designed with equal width. Such a design typically renders a weapon more susceptible to damage. Indeed, it has taken form splendidly. Li Fan surveyed the weapon he had crafted with his own hands, feeling a profound satisfaction. This marked his inaugural endeavor in independently forging a stellar-grade weapon. Yet, this accomplishment was insufficient. A glimmer of determination sparked in Li Fan's eyes as he contemplated the enhancement effects. He placed his hand upon the hilt of the broad blade. 4th tier weapon enhancement. Elevate the weapon by 1 tier and bestow it with a random attribute. Li Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had initially believed that weapon enhancement merely elevated the material's grade, unaware that it could also confer additional attributes. For a mech engineer possessing the corresponding attributes, a weapon imbued with enhancements held immeasurable value. Although its rarity did not rival that of innate skills or specialized traits, it remained exceedingly uncommon. Boom. In an instant of weapon enhancement, a resounding explosion echoed, and crimson light erupted, enveloping the broad blade entirely. A visible transformation transpired from the blade's tip to its hilt. The original superalloy was supplanted by a material exuding a lustrous purple sheen, crystal clear in its transparency, amethyst crystal, one of the components of Dragonflame Stone. Renowned for its sharpness and high ductility, the Dragonflame Stone is a material that surpasses superalloys, typically employed in Starfall-level mechs and weaponry. The appearance of the broad blade underwent a complete metamorphosis. Boom. Another explosive sound reverberated as black flames ignited along the blade's edge. Excellent. Li Fan rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment, and ultimately decided upon a name for this weapon: Candle Shadow. The deity of Zhongshan, Candle Shadow, was rumored to wield flames of obsidian. Li Fan felt a surge of pride, convinced of his innate talent for nomenclature. After admiring Candle Shadow for a brief period, he clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. This repair shop was in dire need of an upgrade. It was becoming increasingly cramped, barely accommodating the weapons. Indeed, during Li Kaifeng's visit, he had realized that the repair room was too small. While it could manage the broken star mech, it felt exceedingly congested. In the present day, a single broad blade occupies half of the available space. If several more were to be added, where would one find room for them? With a decision made, Li Fan immediately took action. He dialed Li Kaifeng's number. The phone rang. As the ringing echoed, Li Kaifeng, who was currently entangled in the complications of the CF family affairs within his office, furrowed his brow. Who could be calling at such a time? Upon seeing the caller ID, he raised an eyebrow, recognizing it was none other than Li Fan. Instantly, he switched from the mode of dealing with the CF family's mess to that of an ardent admirer of Li Fan, his change of expression occurring with remarkable swiftness. "Hello, Li Fan. What can I do for you?" he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable, almost as if he were about to serenade Li Fan over the phone. After all, the enhanced mech that Li Fan had developed had turned his fortunes around, enabling not only a dramatic comeback, but also hinting at the threshold of a breakthrough. This was a leg to cling to. Furthermore, Li Kaifeng was a man of his word regarding their earlier commitment. "Director Li, is it possible for me to purchase the land surrounding my dream repair shop?" Li Fan wasted no time, diving straight to the point. He calculated that the land in the suburbs of Yunhai City spanned at least 60 to 70,000 square meters, akin to a university town. If he were to secure it all, not only mechs but even starships could traverse within. Li Kaifeng paused in surprise upon hearing this. What could this young man possibly want with the land? Surely, he couldn't be considering farming or raising pigs. "I plan to expand my shop." Li Fan's words nearly left Li Kaifeng speechless. "What? Expansion? Excellent, excellent, excellent," Li Kaifeng exclaimed, practically leaping from his chair, repeating the word excellent 3 times in sheer excitement. "Is 25,000 square meters sufficient? If it is insufficient, let us add more. Whatever the amount, there shall be plenty. Just joking. If Li Fan wishes to expand, I wholeheartedly support him." What does this imply? It signifies that orders are about to surge. Business is set to broaden. This not only suggests that my next enhancement has a promising prospect, but it will also benefit the multitude of mecha artisans. It is truly a remarkable boon for the nation and its citizens. Furthermore, that land lying fallow is simply unutilized. Allowing Li Fan to exert some effort is indeed a win-win situation. Enough of this. Thank you, Director Li. How many credit points are required? I shall transfer them to you immediately. Upon hearing this opportunity, Li Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. If there were no land, and the system refused to acknowledge it, he would be utterly lost. Let me think. Let us calculate it at 2,000 credit points per unit. Li Kaifeng waved his hand, establishing a rock-bottom price. Were it not for the fact that this land still bore the name of Huaxia, he would have considered giving it away for free. After all, this land belongs to the state, and he is merely an administrator, ultimately. The credit points must be submitted to the public treasury. If it were not for the remote location, he would have no chance to negotiate a lower price. Upon hearing this figure, Li Fan was as clear as day, realizing that Li Kaifeng was granting him a green light, and he promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much, Director Li. I shall transfer the amount to you right now." With that, he decisively ended the call. Beep, beep, beep. 5 billion credit points credited to Xingmeng Mecha. On Li Kaifeng's end, just as he set his phone down, the notification of the transaction arrived. Xiao Wang, come in for a moment. Allocate the 50,000 square meters of land surrounding K5 Road on Kalen Star entirely to the Dream Mecha Repair Shop. Li Kaifeng, with his characteristic decisiveness, immediately instructed his secretary, Xiao Wang, to handle the paperwork. At this moment, the trivial matters concerning the Xie family had long been cast aside into oblivion. Stability was finally within reach. In this tumultuous world, with currents surging beneath the surface, as Li Fan expanded his influence, our fleet's strength would inevitably rise in tandem. Should conflict arise, we would be emboldened. Li Kaifeng exhaled deeply, feeling a renewed sense of capability. Although he had previously triumphed over that old rascal, Ji Tianqing, he was acutely aware that it was Li Fan who had come to his rescue in the nick of time. Had it been in the past, he would have surely found himself in dire straits by now. He wondered whether Zhang Sihai had made it. Surely he had, considering his incessant proclamations about enhancement and his fervent dedication. The thought of Zhang Sihai brought a smile to Li Kaifeng's face. That lad was genuinely earnest about enhancement. However, it seemed that our director Li had conveniently forgotten that he was the last fortunate soul to enjoy VIP service without the need to queue. Did Zhang Sihai yearn for enhancement? Of course, he dreamt of it. In the past, to persuade Li Fan to assist with his enhancement, he had humbly sacrificed his dignity, enduring the painful price of worn knees. His posture had been impeccable, his devotion palpable. He had nearly bowed directly to Li Fan. Even now, whenever the skies darkened and rain fell, a faint ache lingered in his knees. The sensation was simply beyond description. Yet, while aspirations were bountiful, reality proved starkly unyielding. Just yesterday, after completing a myriad of menial tasks within the fleet and tirelessly addressing the mess left by the Xie family, he had to carve out precious time to patiently educate the newly hired mecha engineers. To his dismay, he received a thunderous announcement. The Dream Mecha Repair Shop will now adopt a lottery system for appointments, with only 3 slots available each day. The news struck like a celestial thunderclap, leaving Zhang Sihai utterly stunned and bewildered. Having set his StarNet account for the Dream Repair Shop to prioritize updates from Zhang Sihai, he was among the first to see the announcement. In a frenzy, he rushed to participate in the lottery, his hands moving with such speed that they seemed to blur. However, when he beheld the words proclaiming that the drawing had concluded, despair enveloped him. He felt as though his very soul had been siphoned away. Collapsing onto the couch, his eyes vacant, devoid of any will to live. Yet, moments later, almost as if compelled by an unseen force, he found himself once again opening the lottery page. The heart that had grown cold ignited with a flicker of hope. Yet, when he gazed upon the astronomical number of participants, the light faded completely from his weathered eyes. The figures were countless, an overwhelming multitude. More than the stars in the sky, denser than the strands of hair upon his head. Was this truly a lottery? It felt more like a hellish gauntlet of chance. He perceived himself as a mere grain of sand in a boundless ocean, at any moment liable to be engulfed by the relentless tide of hopeful contenders. He pounded his chest and lamented to the heavens. What a travesty! The anguish in his voice was heart-wrenching, causing listeners to weep. He felt more wrong than Doi, more unfortunate than Xiao Baikai. Here stood Zhang Sihai, the esteemed captain of the law enforcement team, reduced to vying for a mere chance in a lottery against a throng of others. Is there no justice left? No law to uphold? Now, he could only beseech the heavens and earth. Oh heavens! Oh earth! When will it be my turn to be fortified? Chapter 67. A glimpse into the Dream Workshop. In the afternoon at the Dream Workshop, sunlight streamed through the glass windows, warmly enveloping Li Fan. He lounged in his executive chair, blissfully scrolling through the balance in his mobile banking app, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Suddenly, a sharp chime rang out, akin to thunder on a clear day, startling him nearly out of his seat. A system notification abruptly materialized before his eyes. Expansion area discovered, 250,000 square meters, requiring 25,000 star energy points. Would you like to proceed with the expansion? What on earth? 250,000 square meters? 25,000 star energy points. Li Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. This figure was more exhilarating than the rapid growth of his bank account balance. He calculated mentally, realizing it amounted to another 500 million credit points. Just moments ago, he had watched a staggering 500 million credit points vanish from his account, leaving him with a mere 1.2 billion. And now, before he could even catch his breath, here was another 500 million. Li Fan couldn't help but rub his temples. This system was more extravagant than the most reckless scion of a wealthy family. Earning money felt like capturing ghosts, while spending it flowed like water. Though the financial strain made his heart ache, Li Fan gritted his teeth and, with a tearful resolve, chose to expand. After all, one must invest to reap rewards. The vision must be grand. Inner thoughts. Expansion is imperative. Please show mercy, dear system. Expansion in progress. Estimated duration, 24 hours. As the system's notification faded, the dream workshop began to grow towards the suburban expanse at an astonishingly visible pace. As if it had consumed a growth hormone, a colossal metallic shell abruptly ascended, reminiscent of an extraterrestrial spacecraft descending upon Earth. As if it were accompanied by an exclusive soundtrack. Within the confines of this metallic structure, a cacophony erupted, akin to a multitude of Godzillas convening for a demolition conference. Trees toppled, the ground trembled, and dust billowed forth. The scene was more boisterous than even the most frenzied construction site. Fortunately, the astute Li Kaifeng had foreseen this monumental upheaval, issuing a prior announcement regarding impending construction near the Dream Machine repair shop, thereby mitigating the earth-shattering commotion. Otherwise, the local residents would have surely been left in a state of utter shock. Li Fan mused, "This is not mere expansion. It is akin to a grand cosmic relocation." Only a handful of passers-by paused to observe. Is this the latest technology from our Federation? When did we become so advanced? They are even employing a golden light curtain for construction? Who knows? Perhaps it is linked to previous weapon research? Maybe our developments have garnered the Federation's approval for confidential construction? Oh, that seems plausible. Should we consider recording a video? I see you are becoming increasingly audacious. It has been stated that this is confidential construction. Not to mention, even if your video could be released, can you fathom how long you would be provided for your sustenance and lodging? I was merely jesting. It is all a misunderstanding. In light of the recent tremors reported, the public swiftly connected the golden light curtain with the seismic events, collectively opting to remain discreet. Well, Li Fan, what is that thing behind you? Xingmeng was utterly perplexed. She dared not entertain any disrespectful thoughts. For the individual in question was undoubtedly a master mechanic of at least 5 stars, one who surely preferred not to be disturbed. To be employed at the Dream Mechanic shop was already a stroke of luck for her. She was determined to cherish this hard-won opportunity. Xingmeng Mecha gazed at the golden light curtain before her with equal curiosity. Is this some kind of construction? How strange. I haven't heard of any major projects here. And, has it already begun in such a short time? Xingmeng remained silently by her side, afraid to speak, worried that Li Fan might still be upset. Maintaining silence seemed the best way to enhance her standing. Oh, that? I'm expanding, Li Fan said nonchalantly, casting a brief glance at Xingmeng, his expression unperturbed. Expanding? Is Boss Li preparing to launch a new venture? Xingyu exclaimed with excitement. Li Fan would not undertake expansion without reason. This surely indicated he was gearing up for new business opportunities. As the second customer of the Dream Mechanic shop, she could not afford to miss such a chance. Xingmeng Mecha and Xingmeng also perked up, their full attention fixed on Li Fan, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Well, sort of. I plan to sell some weapons and possibly auction off some mechas I've crafted myself. Li Fan revealed his recent plans directly. The primary reason for his expansion was indeed to explore new business avenues. His daily reinforcement of mechas would remain consistent, while maintenance tasks would be entrusted to Xingmeng. In the remaining time, he prepared to forge additional weapons and even mechas for auction. After all, this little money truly does not last long. He had previously reveled in his status as a minor tycoon, but today his assets had halved. It was imperative to generate revenue. Weapons? Mechas? Should they be sold outright? Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Xingyu could no longer contain himself. He gazed at Li Fan with unbridled excitement. Unable to believe that he had arrived at the Dream Machine repair shop only to witness Li Fan crafting weapons and mechas firsthand. How could a machine repair enthusiast like him not feel exhilarated by this? So, does Boss Li have anything readily available for us to see? Xinglan looked at Li Fan with eager anticipation. Previously, she had only reinforced her own mecha, and they all knew of Li Fan's extraordinary skills. Now, being able to see his creations in person, she felt a surge of excitement. This had always been a regret for Xinglan. Xingyu, on the other hand, maintained a more composed demeanor. Nevertheless, the prospect of seeing more left him somewhat eager. Although there were no mechas available at the moment, there was indeed a weapon. Li Fan did not decline their request. as the Zhuin was originally designed for standard fragmented star-level mechas and was not suitable for his own use. He then led the three of them into the first maintenance chamber. At that moment, the mechanical arm, initially used to secure the mechas, was repurposed to lift the Zhuin, presenting it fully before the three women. Upon seeing the form of Zhuin, they collectively froze, as if petrified by Medusa's gaze. Wow, is that dragon flame stone crystal? Xingmeng, true to her expertise, immediately recognized the material's essence, nearly popping her eyes out in astonishment. Such craftsmanship, such audacity. Who other than a master mechanic could possess it? To forge weapons from dragon flamestone crystal is akin to presenting a grand banquet in the realm of mechanics. However, the situation surrounding Xingyu is rather peculiar. Upon beholding Zhuin, his flame dragon mecha reacted as if a mouse had encountered a cat, bristling with alarm. And the flames at the core of the mecha diminished slightly, as if faced with a formidable adversary. Bossly, could this weapon possibly be the fabled attribute weapon? Xinyu's voice quivered at the thought, for it surpassed even his flamboyant flame dragon greatsword. Xinlan was also compelled to inquire, yet she felt an intangible pressure pressing against her chest, the aura emanating from Zhuin rendering her breath shallow and labored. This sensation was akin to a timid lamb confronting a tyrannosaurus, instinctively trembling in fear. Well, one could loosely categorize it as fire attribute, I suppose. Li Fan nonchalantly nodded, as if commenting on a trivial matter. Fire attribute. Upon hearing this, Xinyu's eyes sparkled like miniature suns. Yet, this brilliance quickly dimmed. Akin to being doused with cold water. What a pity. This is a broad blade, and it requires at least a psychic-level mecha to wield it. He was indeed a fire attribute mecha master, but this broad blade and his flame dragon mecha were utterly incompatible, like mismatched puzzle pieces. This is intended for a starry sky-level mecha. Li Fan shook his head, rectifying Xinyu's misunderstanding. Moreover, a weapon crafted from such premium material as dragon flamestone crystal is far beyond what her current petite frame could command. This is clearly the exclusive domain of psychic-level elites. Sky-level. The trio gasped once more. Li Fan continued to elucidate. Although the material of Zhuin is an alloy of extraordinary quality, the circuit components I initially embedded are perfectly compatible with the star-level mechas. Zhuin is undoubtedly a weapon exclusive to star-level mechas. Chapter 68. Let us not quarrel. It should rightfully belong to Father. Star-level, circuit components? Xingmeng's voice trembled slightly as she fixated on the broad blade named Zhuin, her pupils constricting abruptly. As a seasoned mechanic, she understood better than anyone the implications of this revelation. The dragon flame stone crystal, renowned for its indestructible nature, constituted the core material of Zhuin. Not only is it a daunting task to embed intricate circuit components within it, but even a master mechanic would struggle immensely to leave the faintest of scratches upon its surface. Boss Li, how did you achieve this? Xingmeng's voice quivered with a barely perceptible tremor, her understanding stretched beyond its limits. Li Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of mystery. There are some matters that you are not yet ready to comprehend. Xingmeng inhaled sharply, her admiration for Li Fan swelling within her like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Simultaneously, a wave of inexplicable apprehension washed over her, as she began to doubt her own abilities. In Li Fan's presence, her modest skills as a mechanic felt utterly insignificant. Though Xinlan and Xinyu possessed only a rudimentary grasp of mechanical skills, they too sensed the complexity involved. Boss Li, your craftsmanship is nothing short of miraculous. Xinlan exclaimed sincerely. Such a murky shadow. I fear that only the legendary mechanical master could forge such a creation. Xinyu couldn't help but exclaim. Li Fan merely smiled in silence. For him, this was but a modest demonstration of his prowess. Boss Li, what do you intend to price this murky shadow at? Xinlan asked cautiously, attempting to steady her excited heart. This was a weapon exclusive to stellar-grade mechas. Its value was beyond measure. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan extended 3 fingers, 300 million credit points. He considered the costs of enhancement, materials, and the unique technique he employed, the rippling weapon forging method, and offered what he believed to be a fair price. 300 million. Xingmeng nearly leapt from her seat, her eyes wide as saucers. Boss Li, this is far too inexpensive. To her, the value of the murky shadow should at least be several times that amount. Li Fan was practically engaging in charity. Her admiration for him grew even more profound. 300 million. Xinlan and Xinyu were also taken aback, though their reactions starkly contrasted with Xingmeng's. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the desire reflected in each other's eyes. "Boss Li, I want this murky shadow." Qin Yu interjected, his tone resolute, fearful of being outpaced by others. Although his flame dragon mecha could not utilize this formidable blade for the time being, and he had a long journey ahead to become a sky-level mecha master. That did not deter him from wanting to possess it now. What if he needed it in the future? Even if it were not for his own use. Gifting it would certainly be a matter of great prestige. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan became anxious and exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, please hold on. This Xuan might be even more essential for me." She thought of her father, Qin Tianhao. Qin Tianhao was a renowned third-tier mecha master, piloting the esteemed star-level mecha, Zhuolong. This Xuan seemed to be tailor-made for her father. If she could present this Xuan to him, he would surely be overjoyed. "Dear sister, you have no need for this weapon. What do you require it for?" Qin Yu asked, bewildered. My father might need it." Qin Lan replied somewhat sheepishly, while dialing her father's number. "Hello, Dad. I have something to discuss." On the other end, Qin Tianhao was busy with official duties when he received his daughter's call, initially fearing an urgent situation had arisen. However, after listening to Qin Lan's explanation, he sprang up from his chair in astonishment. "Darling, what did you say? A dedicated weapon for star-level mechas? Only 300 million credit points." Qin Tianhao's voice trembled with excitement. It felt as if fortune had smiled upon him. "Yes, Dad. You heard correctly. It's indeed 300 million. Don't you think this Xuan is a perfect match for your Zhuolong mecha?" Qin Lan spoke with exhilaration. "Absolutely. It's a match made in heaven." Qin Tianhao responded, his enthusiasm causing his mustache to twitch. "Hurry, my dear, purchase this Xuan immediately. I will transfer the funds to you right away." "All right." Qin Lan hung up the phone, a triumphant smirk gracing her features as she raised an eyebrow at Qin Yu. "Xiao Yu, I apologize, but my father has claimed this Xuan." Qin Yu was left speechless, utterly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. "Sister, this is rather inconsiderate. Don't you think? I've already said I want it." Qin Yu exclaimed, visibly frustrated. "It's not that I'm being unreasonable. It's just that Dad needs it more." Qin Lan shrugged her shoulders, her expression one of helplessness. Li Fan observed the scene before him, bemused by the sisters' quarrel. The Xuan hadn't even been sold yet, and already these two were at odds. Clearing his throat softly, Li Fan interjected, "Please, hold on a moment. While the Xuan is indeed a weapon exclusive to star-level mechas, it is not something just anyone can wield. Moreover, my repair shop is just beginning. I will certainly produce even better weapons in the future. Here is my promise. Whenever you need it, you can come to me to customize mecha weapons, whether they be Rift level or Star Shatter level. It will be no problem." Upon hearing this, Qin Lan and Qin Yu fell silent. "Boss Li, will you really manufacture Rift level and Star Shatter level mecha weapons?" Qin Lan's eyes widened, her voice brimming with excitement. "Of course, for me, it's merely a matter of time," Li Fan replied, his tone imbued with confidence. With the system at his disposal, he could create not only Rift level and Star Shatter level weapons, but even ones of an even higher caliber. "That's fantastic." Qin Lan and Qin Yu exclaimed in unison, celebrating their newfound resolution. There would be no more contention over weapons. They could simply approach Boss Li in the future. "By the way, Boss Li, is your repair shop a bit small?" Qin Lan suddenly remarked, glancing around. "Indeed, Boss Li, with your remarkable skills, you should consider expanding." Qin Yu chimed in. Upon hearing this, Li Fan let out a bitter smile. "I wish I could, but my funds are limited." "This is easily resolved," Qin Lan exclaimed, waving her hand. "Mr. Li, if you assist me in creating the Xuan, I will help you address the expansion of your repair shop. What do you say?" Li Fan hesitated. He was reluctant to owe anyone a favor. "Please, Mr. Li, do not hesitate," Qin Lan urged cheerfully. "Consider it an advance investment from us. We will be relying on you to craft even better weapons for us in the future." "Indeed, Mr. Li, please agree," Qin Yu added, encouragingly. Seeing their enthusiasm, Li Fan felt unable to refuse and finally nodded. "Very well, I appreciate your support." "Of course," Li Fan affirmed. "I am proficient in melee weapons, energy weapons for long-range combat, and large-scale ranged weapons. Furthermore, I believe there is significant market potential for Stellar and Rift-class mech weapons, as these two tiers boast the highest number of mech pilots and, consequently, more substantial profits." Upon hearing this, Qin Lan and Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mr. Li, we eagerly anticipate your new creations," Qin Lan said with a smile. "Yes, Mr. Li. Please do not let us down. Qin Yu echoed, her face brimming with expectation. Li Fan observed their fervent expressions and shook his head helplessly. These two sisters were indeed so passionately enthusiastic that it was somewhat overwhelming. After agreeing to inform them once he had completed the weapons, they took their leave. Once the two departed, the vast dream repair shop was left with only Li Fan and Qin Kong. In her leisure time, Li Fan seized the opportunity to assess Qin Kong's mechanical skills. His gaze lingered on her momentarily before he spoke. Qin Kong, follow me. With that, he turned and headed towards the maintenance bay. Upon hearing this, Qin Kong felt her nerves tense. She understood that the true test was about to commence. Chapter 69. The worker Qin Kong inside the maintenance chamber. The air was thick with anticipation. Qin Kong followed closely behind Li Fan, her palms damp with anxiety. She realized that the forthcoming evaluation would determine whether she could truly become Li Fan's indispensable ally. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, attempting to dispel the oppressive weight in her chest. Li Fan approached the door of maintenance bay number 3 and effortlessly opened it. As the door creaked open, it revealed an array of materials meticulously organized within several large storage containers. At a mere glance, Qin Kong's heart raced uncontrollably. Star-patterned steel, secret silver alloy, Titan meteorite. Each of these was a legendary material for mechas. The mere possession of any one of them would incite fierce competition among those esteemed star-ranked mecha artisans. Yet here, an abundance lay before her. Qin Kong gasped in astonishment. The worth of these materials likely surpassed everything she had encountered in the past decade combined. Did she truly possess the capability to wield them? What if she faltered? Are these sufficient to forge a blade, an energy gun, and a heavy cannon? Li Fan's voice pierced through her thoughts, as indifferent as if he were inquiring about her meal for the day. Qin Kong felt as though she might suffocate. Boss, you cannot be jesting, can you? These 3 types of weapons, any one of them is the dream of a star-ranked mecha artisan. And yet, I am expected to create all 3 at once. The pressure is insurmountable. How is it not possible? Li Fan observed her silence, a slight furrow forming on his brow. No problem. Qin Kong hurriedly shook her head, her voice betraying a subtle tremor. She could not falter. This was the trial Li Fan had set for her, the singular opportunity to prove herself. If she could not surmount this minor challenge, what right did she have to remain by Li Fan's side? Qin Kong silently encouraged herself, urging, "You can do it. You must." Li Fan regarded Qin Kong's anxious demeanor, pondering internally. The girl possessed a solid foundation, yet she still lacked a degree of finesse. He wondered whether she could grasp his intentions. His motives for presenting such a challenge were not to deliberately complicate matters for Qin Kong, but stemmed from a genuine desire for her swift development into an independent contributor. After all, he had more significant endeavors to pursue. The crafting of stellar-grade weapons was merely a fraction of his overarching plans. His true ambition lay in the creation of even more advanced mech weaponry, which necessitated a greater investment of his time and energy for research. Thus, he urgently needed to cultivate an assistant capable of handling the production of stellar-grade weapons, and Qin Kong was, at present, his most promising candidate. Li Fan contemplated silently, hoping fervently that she would not disappoint him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Kong endeavored to steady her breath, which had become slightly disordered from intense contemplation. She understood that this was not the moment for distractions. She must focus intently on completing the task Li Fan had entrusted to her. "Energy gun. Let us begin with you," she murmured, her gaze fixed upon the rare materials before her. She extended her delicate fingers, selecting superalloy and resonant alloy from the array. These 2 materials stood as the epitome of excellence for crafting the core components of energy guns. "Pulse forging hammer, activate," Qin Tian commanded with a light tone, prompting a uniquely designed forging hammer to spring into action. Thud, thud, thud. The hammer struck the superalloy and resonant alloy with a distinctive rhythm. Each impact was accompanied by subtle pulse waves. Qin Tian's movements were remarkably skillful, clearly demonstrating her profound familiarity with this forging technique. Each strike was executed with precise control over force and angle, maximizing the material's inherent properties. This was not a feat that just anyone could accomplish. Without a solid foundation and extensive experience, one could never master such advanced forging skills. Beads of perspiration formed on Qin Tian's forehead, yet her gaze remained intensely focused, as if the world around her had dissolved into nothingness, leaving only her and the materials at hand. Meanwhile, Li Fan sat in a nearby lounge area, seemingly engrossed in his phone. In reality, His attention was unwaveringly fixed on Qingtian. Through his mental prowess, he could discern every nuance of her actions, each subtle movement captured in vivid detail. Her foundational skills were commendable, and she exhibited a good grasp of the material's characteristics. Li Fan nodded inwardly, feeling a sense of satisfaction with Qingtian's performance. However, this was merely the beginning. He yearned to witness more of her potential and to ascertain whether she possessed the qualities to become an exceptional mechanic. Continue to observe, he thought, hoping this girl would surprise him. He maintained his facade of nonchalance, continuing to feign interest in his phone. Approximately half an hour later, a sigh of relief escaped from Qing Kong as she finally completed her task. She held the freshly crafted energy gun in her hands, examining it with great care. The weapon gleamed a lustrous silver, its sleek lines exuding a palpable sense of advanced technology. Subtle energy fluctuations emanated from the muzzle, hinting at its formidable power. A sense of trepidation washed over her as she pondered how her boss would evaluate her creation. Though she felt a certain satisfaction with her work, Li Fan's exacting standards left her uncertain about earning his approval. With utmost caution, Qing Kong placed the energy gun on the workbench and turned to face Li Fan. "Boss, the energy gun is complete," she announced, her voice tinged with nervousness. Li Fan, upon hearing her words, slowly set down his phone, his gaze falling upon the weapon. He merely cast a cursory glance and, without further comment, instructed, "Continue, the battle blade." Qing Kong was taken aback. She had anticipated a thorough inspection followed by feedback. Instead, his response was unexpectedly nonchalant. "Boss, aren't you going to take a look?" She couldn't help but inquire. "There's no need," Li Fan replied, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. "I trust your abilities." Qing Kong stood frozen, momentarily bewildered. What did her boss mean? Was he satisfied or dissatisfied? His lack of reaction left her in a state of confusion. Though her heart raced with uncertainty, she dared not press further and silently moved to the other side to begin preparing the battle blade. It seemed that her boss's expectations were even higher than she had imagined. In order to expedite the process, Qing Kong resolved to employ her unique skills. "One-star mechanic. Heritage of craftsmanship. Synchronize," she declared, initiating her work with determination. The clear sky let out a soft exhale, and her gaze instantly sharpened. She simultaneously set to work with both hands, her left deftly manipulating the blade of the weapon, while her right crafted the hilt. To multitask in such a manner is a feat not achievable by everyone. It necessitates an extraordinary level of mental control and a profound understanding of mechanical craftsmanship. The urgency in her breath indicated the considerable toll this state was taking on her, yet her movements remained unaffected, growing increasingly swift and precise. Merely 20 minutes later, a subtle vibration resonated through the air. A 5-meter-long blade materialized on the workbench. The weapon, stretching 5 meters, was as black as ink, emanating a chilling gleam, as if capable of severing anything in its path. The edge was extraordinarily sharp. A mere flick left a faint white trace in the air. Embedded in the hilt was a deep blue gemstone, subtly pulsating with energy, adding an air of mystery. It was complete. She wiped the sweat from her brow, a smile of joy illuminating her face. This time, she felt an even greater satisfaction with her creation. "Boss, the blade is finished," she declared confidently, eagerly anticipating Li Fan's approval. Li Fan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 5-meter-long weapon. This thing." Li Fan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "As for its appearance, it's passable. It's just so dark. If one didn't know better, they might think it was a steel pipe stolen from a construction site. Nevertheless, it is, after all, a weapon suited for a starry-tier mech, so it's tolerable." Under the clear sky, Qing Kong rubbed her small hands together, her eyes brimming with anticipation, resembling a puppy eagerly awaiting its master's praise. She pondered, "Is the boss complimenting me? Or is he mocking me? The analogy of the firewood stick. It's rather down-to-earth, isn't it? Boss, do you think it's acceptable?" Qing Kong continued to fidget with her hands, her gaze still filled with hope. Li Fan stroked his chin and replied leisurely, "It's passable, but your proficiency still requires practice." Qing Kong's heart tightened. What does the boss mean by this? It was quite simple. Li Fan waved his hand decisively, saying, "From today onward, you shall forge 8 battle blades and 8 energy guns for me daily. Additionally, you are to perform routine maintenance on the starry-level mechs. It's a trifling task." Qing Kong was rendered speechless. 8 battle blades? 8 energy guns? And maintaining starry-level mechs? "Boss, are you trying to work me to the bone?" Her mouth hung open in disbelief for quite a while. This workload exceeded what she had accomplished in the entire previous month. However, as she contemplated, Xingmeng realized that the boss-S arrangement must carry deeper significance. All right, boss, I assure you I will complete the tasks. Xingmeng clenched her teeth and declared loudly. It's just a matter of overexertion. Who's afraid of whom? I'll do whatever it takes to become a top-notch mechanic. Li Fan watched Xingmeng's valiant demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Little girl, you said this yourself. Don't come crying to me later. Clearing his throat, Li Fan feigned a serious expression. Xingmeng, I understand this task is somewhat daunting, but it is all for your benefit. Only through rigorous training can you grow rapidly and meet my expectations. Do you understand? Understood. Xingmeng nodded vigorously. She understood perfectly that her boss was offering her a unique opportunity. Such chances were coveted by many, but seldom granted. She must seize this moment to showcase her abilities and live up to her boss's expectations. Xingmeng silently motivated herself, her eyes ablaze with determination, as if she could incinerate all obstacles in her path. Li Fan observed Xingmeng's fervent demeanor with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. A promising mentee indeed. He gestured for her to leave for the day. See you tomorrow, boss. Xingmeng bowed respectfully to Li Fan before departing the studio. Watching her retreating figure, Li Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. This girl certainly possessed drive. He hoped she could maintain her momentum and not disappoint him. Li Fan picked up his phone and resumed scrolling through short videos. Ah, this young lady dances remarkably well. Her figure is quite striking. As for whether Xingmeng would complete her task? Need one even ask? With him around, she wouldn't have the luxury of slacking off. Finally, he thought. That matter was settled. As for Li Fan's mention of 8 battle blades, 8 energy guns, and the routine maintenance of star-tier mechas, well, that could wait until tomorrow. After all, the boss hadn't insisted on a same-day completion, had he? The mind of a young girl often soars to whimsical heights, yet frequently overlooks lurking dangers. Humming a cheerful tune, Xingmeng skipped out of the repair shop. She gazed up at the starry sky, the stars shining brilliantly tonight. Boss, I'm off. See you tomorrow. She called cheerfully before bouncing away. Inside, Li Fan sat cross-legged on the floor, hands forming seals, eyes closed in meditation. A soft azure glow pulsated around his body, an invisible wave emanating from him and gradually spreading outward as he practiced the universe meditation technique. At this moment, Li Fan's mental prowess resembled that of a voracious beast, ravenously consuming the cosmic energy surrounding him. The level of his mental strength was visibly ascending at a remarkable pace. Level 6, initial stage at 20. Level 6, initial stage at 30. Li Fan silently calculated the passage of time. At this rate, he would likely break through to the mid-stage of level 6 in approximately 3 days. By then, his mental power would be significantly enhanced, allowing for an even more precise and fluid manipulation of mechs, akin to the extension of his own limbs. After an indeterminate period, Li Fan slowly opened his eyes, their brilliance flickering as if stars were extinguishing within them. He felt the surging mental energy coursing through him, a slight smile gracing his lips. This universe meditation technique was truly formidable. Rising to stretch his limbs, he prepared to wash up and retire for the night. At that moment, his wristband suddenly vibrated. An avalanche of StarNet news notifications bombarding him, threatening to overwhelm his device. Glancing at the flurry of alerts, he was taken aback, nearly wide-eyed in astonishment. Shockingly, an elderly gentleman in his 70s publicly apologized to a youth barely in his prime. The heartwarming reason behind this revelation was truly touching. Furthermore, a mysterious mech repair master had surfaced on Kalen Star, leaving even master-level technicians in awe, exclaiming their disbelief. A passionate clash erupted as young men and women brawled in the streets, drawing a crowd of millions, spiraling the situation into chaos. Li Fan, what on earth is all this nonsense? He rubbed his eyes and, upon closer inspection, gasped in shock, a chill running down his spine. Why did it seem as though the protagonists of these news stories were somehow connected to him? Particularly the second article, featuring the enigmatic mechanic from Kalen Star. Could it be referring to him? A sense of foreboding gripped Li Fan's heart, as if an invisible net was slowly closing in around him. He hurriedly clicked on the news details and began to read intently. The more he read, the more his expression darkened, as if he had swallowed a fly. The scenes depicted in the article began to resemble his recent contest with Xingmeng and the renowned master mechanic. Could it possibly be that individual he had encountered? Oh, right, Xiefeng. Li Fan slapped his forehead, finally recalling. Goodness, this was serious. All he wanted was to quietly earn a living, yet he had inexplicably become a star on the network. Now, it seemed that the threshold of his repair shop would be trampled upon come morning. Li Fan felt like crying without tears. All he desired was to cultivate in peace. Free from disturbances, he switched off his wrist device, lay on his bed, tossing and turning in sleeplessness. This master mechanic was truly impressive, even earning the admiration of the elite mechanics. I have made up my mind. Tomorrow, I shall journey to Kalen Star and seek this master as my teacher. Hey, everyone upstairs, let's form a group. I too wish to learn the art of mechanics. Li Fan sighed helplessly, realizing that tomorrow would undoubtedly bring another sleepless night. Chapter 71. Following the big shot to prosperity as dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight penetrated the floor-to-ceiling windows, gently rousing Li Fan from his slumber. A new day heralded a fresh beginning. Li Fan murmured softly to himself, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future, perhaps even tinged with a subtle thrill at the surprises yet to unfold. He hastily completed his morning routine, hastily consumed a few bites of breakfast, and then eagerly rushed towards the repair shop. After all, the news from the previous night had stirred a commotion, leaving him both curious and anxious, his heart racing like a cat on a hot tin roof. It was not fame that worried him, but rather the potential disturbances that could disrupt his tranquil life. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the repair shop, he found himself rooted to the spot, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Is this truly my repair shop? Li Fan rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearing that he might be imagining things. The once familiar metallic dome had vanished. In its place stood a towering superalloy structure, soaring to a height of nearly 100 meters. Its silver-white exterior reflected the morning sunlight, radiating a cold, metallic sheen that exuded a futuristic, sci-fi aura. Enormous floor-to-ceiling windows offered a crystal-clear view of the interior, revealing a meticulously arranged lineup of various models of mechs, poised like a steel army ready for action, exuding an overwhelming presence. This is simply too extravagant. Li Fan's mouth fell open in astonishment as he struggled to comprehend the surreal scene before him. He circled around the repair shop and was astounded to discover that its area spanned an astonishing 250,000 square meters. Such a scale was comparable to that of a small interstellar port. Li Fan silently called out in his mind, "System, have you secretly upgraded yourself again?" However, the system remained aloof and silent. Li Fan smirked, yet his heart brimmed with joy. It seemed a bit proud and haughty. Clearly, my small ambition has drawn closer. He entered the repair shop with a light step, and the interior spectacle took his breath away. The originally modest number of repair bays had more than tripled. Each bay was equipped with state-of-the-art equipment, capable of effortlessly handling various models of mechas. At the back of the repair shop, there was an immense warehouse added. Upon entering, Li Fan found it utterly vacant, nothing at all. What purpose could this space serve? He pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. He resolved to partition this warehouse as a starship maintenance area. After all, his aspirations extended beyond mere mecha repairs. He aimed to venture into the realm of starship maintenance. Yes, it was settled. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. He then began to adjust the number and layout of the maintenance and display areas, striving to render the entire repair shop more coherent and professional. After a flurry of activity, he gazed at the revitalized repair shop, overwhelmed with a sense of accomplishment. Perfect. He couldn't help but commend himself inwardly. Next came the anticipation of customers arriving. Li Fan rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement and expectation. With her extraordinary skills and the luxurious configuration of the repair shop, it was certain to attract a multitude of customers. At that time, her modest ambition would surely progress further. Xingmeng hummed a cheerful tune as she skipped towards the entrance of the repair shop, but suddenly, she froze in her tracks. Was this the wrong place? She blinked vigorously, rubbing her eyes, fearing she was hallucinating. Whatever happened to that small metallic giant? How had it transformed into a... Hey! Xingmeng struggled to conjure an appropriate descriptor in her mind. A colossal skyscraper. The silvery exterior glimmered in the sunlight, nearly blinding her alloyed eyes. Was it not too extravagant? Xingmeng felt as though her CPU might overheat, incapable of processing the information before her. She circled the skyscraper, realizing the expanse was, perhaps, equivalent to dozens of football fields. Her mouth agape, she could have easily swallowed an oversized interstellar burger. Unable to suppress her excitement, She cautiously stepped inside. Li Fan. Qingsong's voice trembled slightly. Li Fan was standing before a massive maintenance bay, and upon hearing her, turned around. "Oh, Qingsong, you've arrived." Li Fan appeared nonchalant, as if this grand edifice were merely a trinket. "Oh, you mean this?" Li Fan casually remarked. "This is a minor upgrade to the repair shop." A minor upgrade? Qingsong nearly fainted on the spot. Was this truly a minor upgrade? What could possibly be considered a major upgrade? Transforming an entire planet into a repair shop? Qingsong felt her worldview shaken to its very core. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart. "What is that vast exhibition hall behind the repair shop for?" she inquired curiously, pointing towards the expansive space. "Oh, that? It's designated for displaying weapons and mechs of starry level and above," Li Fan casually replied. Starry level. Qingsong felt as though she might suffocate. The starry level. Such a legendary existence. Perhaps there isn't even a single starry level weapon throughout the entire Kalen star? Qingsong felt as if she were lost in a dream, a profoundly surreal one. "All right. Stop dawdling. Go work in hangar number 10, Li Fan said, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat, breaking her reverie. Oh. Qingsong mechanically nodded and made her way to hangar number 10. Upon arriving, she discovered the interior was completely barren, devoid of even a wrench. Li Fan. There are no materials here, she said faintly. "Oh, I forgot," Li Fan exclaimed, smacking his head. He then addressed the air, central control, "Prepare the materials." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a subtle mechanical hum filled the air. In an instant, various materials appeared within the hangar, neatly arranged upon the workbench. Qingsong was once again astounded. What kind of black technology is this? She couldn't help but begin speculating about Li Fan's identity. Could he possibly be a prominent figure from the Central Star region? Otherwise, how could he possess such remarkable technology? What are you daydreaming about? Get to work. Li Fan's voice echoed once more. Oh, that, you. Just as she was about to inquire about Li Fan's identity, he interrupted her. Don't ask so many questions, just focus on your work. Your bonus will be sent at the end of the month. A bonus? Qingsong's eyes sparkled, instantly invigorated. Earning money? What was she waiting for? She immediately immersed herself in her tasks, assembling various intricate components. It must be said, the equipment in this repair shop was indeed cutting edge. An array of tools was readily available, and they were remarkably user-friendly. While assembling, Qingsong discreetly observed Li Fan. This individual was certainly not ordinary. Chapter 72. The first batch of customers at the new shop outside the repair shop stood three young men favored by the goddess of fate, Qin Fengbo, Xie Fei, and Wang Feng. They were the fortunate ones in this enhancement event. What the heck? Qin Fengbo's eyes widened in astonishment. His mouth agape as if he could fit a melon inside. Is this the repair shop? Xie Fei was equally bewildered, vigorously rubbing his eyes. No way. Am I dreaming? He even doubted whether he had walked into the wrong set. Only Wang Feng wore a smug smile. As a regular customer, he had witnessed the evolution of this shop firsthand. Hee, you guys wouldn't understand. This is Boss Li's small upgrade. Qin Fengbo and Xie Fei nearly had their eyes pop out. A small upgrade? They called this a small upgrade. What on earth constituted a major upgrade? Opening a shop in the center of the galaxy? The two felt as if their processors might overheat. This repair shop bore no resemblance to a mere mech repair facility. It was far more extravagant than an interstellar battleship. The vast floor-to-ceiling windows glimmered, reflecting the cold light off the metallic walls, while a towering sign loomed overhead. Indeed, it was a sign. Inscribed in a font they had never encountered before, it danced with elegance and proclaimed Dream Mechanic Shop. This lettering radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors. More brilliant than the night sky. Qin Fengbo gasped, instinctively reaching into his pocket. Alas, it seemed the credit points he had brought would scarcely suffice for even the tea service. Xie Fei cautiously tugged at Wang Feng's sleeve, questioning, Old Wang. Are you certain this is a mechanic shop? It feels more like entering an interstellar museum. Wang Feng patted his chest, wearing an expression that conveyed their fortune. Of course it's a mechanic shop. Boss Li's skills are truly remarkable. Just wait and see. Li Fan cast a sidelong glance at Qin Fengbo and Xie Fei, a faint smile gracing his lips. Without elaborating, he simply remarked, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Welcome to Dream Mechanic Shop. May I inquire if you three are opting for maintenance or enhancement? The voice of the intelligent reception system was devoid of emotion. Enhancement. Definitely enhancement. Wang Feng interjected eagerly. Qin Fengbo and Xie Fei nodded vigorously. They had witnessed the transformed mechas firsthand. They were nothing short of humanoid Gundams. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Wang Feng chuckled, adding, "At last, I can fulfill the enhancement which I missed last time. Previously, due to insufficient credit points." He had regrettably passed up the chance to enhance his mecha, a decision he lamented deeply. This time, he was determined to seize the moment. A rotund robot appeared before the three individuals, guiding them towards the designated maintenance chamber. "Please, follow me," it instructed as it led them through a corridor imbued with futuristic aesthetics. Eventually, they arrived at a maintenance chamber marked with the numeral 3. "Please wait here, Mr. Li will arrive shortly," the robot announced before silently departing. Qin Fengbo began to fidget restlessly. "What do you think Mr. Li will enhance us into?" he inquired. Xia Yifei also exhibited signs of anxiety. "I have heard that Mr. Li possesses extraordinary skills, capable of elevating ordinary mechas to the pinnacle of stellar grade." Wang Feng, however, remained remarkably composed. "Let us just wait and see what unfolds." Suddenly, the door to the maintenance room swung open, and Li Fan emerged. He surveyed the trio with an inscrutable gaze. Indicating to Qin Fengbo and the others, his tone was unperturbed. "Stellar-grade mecha enhancement costs 1,300,000. I trust you are aware of the regulations." This was merely a formality. The enhancement fees had long been posted on the Star Network, clearly outlined. Stellar, 1, 3 million. Rift, 20 million. Shattered Star, 80 million. Cosmos, 1, 5 billion. As for the ether level, Li Fan had omitted it entirely. For even the Gailan Federation could scarcely produce a handful of ether masters for him to enhance. In unison, the three responded, "We understand, we understand." The gravity of the situation settled over them as they held their breaths. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with the enhancement?" Li Fan's voice remained calm yet carried an undeniable authority. "Absolutely. Unquestionably certain." They chorused emphatically. Li Fan nodded in approval. "Very well, let us commence." Li Fan approached the trio, his gaze sweeping over the mechs behind them. The Riftbreaker class 2-foot Wild Hawk, the Starshine class 3 Thunder, and the Starshine class 4 Blaze. Li Fan articulated each mech's model and grade with precision. His tone was remarkably calm, akin to evaluating a few ordinary toys. Qin Fengbo, listening to Li Fan's nonchalant manner, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and could not help but interject. "Boss Li, although our mechs may not be top tier, we are eager to enhance their capabilities. Do you possess the confidence to strengthen them?" "Indeed, Boss Li, we have come here with high expectations, so please do not disappoint us." Xia Yifei chimed in. "After all, your establishment appears quite lavish, yet we have yet to witness your true prowess." The undertone of both their remarks conveyed skepticism and a hint of disdain, as they perceived him merely as the proprietor of an opulent shop, potentially lacking genuine expertise. Wang Feng remained silent, standing quietly to the side, harboring faith in Li Fan and the capabilities of this enigmatic owner. Upon hearing the doubts of the two, Li Fan remained unfazed. He merely smiled, a glint of amusement evident in his expression. "Central Control, prepare the materials," he commanded directly, without further ado. "Understood, boss," responded the mechanical voice of the Central Control System. The ground of the maintenance bay gradually opened, revealing a colossal platform that slowly ascended. Upon this platform lay a myriad of materials, gleaming with metallic luster and emanating powerful energy fluctuations. Qin Fengbo and Xia Yifei's eyes widened in astonishment. These materials were ones they had only encountered in textbooks and at prestigious mech exhibitions. Each item is worth its weight in gold. They are the finest materials for enhancing stellar-grade mechs. Qin Fengbo felt as though his tongue had become entangled. Xia Yifei stood frozen in place, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. The two felt as if they were ensnared in a dream. No, a dream could not be so extravagant. Their previous doubts now echoed back to them like sharp slaps across their cheeks, leaving them stinging. Qin Fengbo opened his mouth, intending to apologize, but found his throat parched, rendering him speechless. The two underwent a complete transformation in demeanor, their tones imbued with sincerity, fearful that Li Fan might take offense and expel them. Li Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, "No harm done. Ignorance is no crime." He gestured towards the materials on the platform and began a brief introduction. Each of these materials is essential for enhancing stellar-grade mechs. Stellar Iron can bolster the mech's defensive capabilities, Thunderstone can amplify its offensive power, and Wind Spirit Crystal can enhance its speed. Li Fan recounted the characteristics and functions of each material with great familiarity. Qin Fengbo, and Xie Fei listened, their hearts racing with excitement. It turned out these materials were not only expensive, but also possessed extraordinary effects. Li Fan casually handed them a contract, which all three signed without even glancing at it. Subsequently, they proceeded to transfer funds. Received 20 million credit points. Received 5 million credit points. Received 5 million credit points. A plump little robot appeared before them, guiding them out of the maintenance chamber. All right, enough of the pleasantries. Let us proceed with the enhancement. Li Fan approached the central control console, his fingers dancing swiftly across the screen, deftly maneuvering through a myriad of intricate programs. Central control, initiate maintenance pods 3, 4, and 5. Synchronize the enhancement procedures. Within the maintenance pods, the rhythmic sounds of machinery echoed. 3 colossal mechanical arms extended slowly, commencing the scanning, disassembly, reassembly, and enhancement of the 3 mechs. Qin Fenghua, Xie Fei, and Wang Feng stood nearby, their expressions a blend of tension and exhilaration as they observed the unfolding spectacle. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, for in that moment, it seemed as if they could witness their mechs undergoing a metamorphosis, poised to ascend into a more formidable existence. Li Fan's operations flowed seamlessly, a harmonious execution of skill. The 3 maintenance pods worked in unison, a feat demanding not only exceptional technical expertise, but also immense mental fortitude. Qin Fenghua and Xie Fei were left speechless, some even resorting to their phones to clandestinely record Li Fan's extraordinary performance, a rare and mesmerizing sight indeed. Such skill was nothing short of divine. The prowess of Boss Li was truly unparalleled. Chapter 73. A punch at the South Mountain Nursing Home. Swish, swish, swish. At the control console of the maintenance room, Li Fan's fingers flew with such velocity that they were nearly indistinguishable. 3 mechs, 3 maintenance pods, and 3 sets of mechanical arms operated in perfect harmony under his command, metal clashing and sparks flying, composing a symphony of technology and strength. Qin Fenghua, Xie Fei, and Wang Feng stared in wide-eyed astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief, their jaws nearly grazing the floor. Was this truly the work of a human being? Qin Fenghua's worldview was crumbling before his very eyes. Xie Fei fiercely pinched his own thigh, a sharp pain coursing through him. Hiss, it hurts. This isn't a dream. Boss Li is incredible. Wang Feng gazed at Li Fan with rapt admiration, his mind racing with thoughts. The boss is formidable. The boss is invincible. The boss is my deity. The speed at which Li Fan enhanced the mechas was nothing short of astronomical. If one were to liken a standard mecha enhancement to a snail's pace, then Li Fan was akin to a rocket launch, complete with special effects. As the enhancement progressed, the 3 mechas began to undergo astonishing transformations. The once dull armor now radiated the distinctive, chilling gleam of metal, as if infused with newfound life. Waves of potent energy surged forth from within the mechas, reminiscent of slumbering behemoths awakening, sending shivers down their spines. Qin Fenghua and Xie Fei trembled with excitement, acutely aware that their mechas were being reborn, growing stronger, even stronger. This exhilarating sensation was simply transcendent. My heavens, the results are utterly explosive. Qin Fenghua could not contain his exclamation. Xie Fei fell to his knees with a thud. Boss Li, please accept my submission. Wang Feng silently retrieved his phone, recording the enhancement process within the repair chamber, his hands steady with determination. This will astonish everyone in my circle. At that moment, Qin Kong entered leisurely, humming a tune while carrying a toolbox. Boss, I've brought those parts. Before she could finish, she was awestruck by the scene before her. Li Fan appeared as a sorcerer commanding lightning, deftly manipulating the enhancements of 3 mechas simultaneously. His skill and speed were so astonishing that one could not help but question the very nature of reality. Was this a form of magic? Qin Kong felt as though her CPU might overheat from the sheer intensity of the moment. Boss, your craftsmanship is simply extraordinary, she exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Compared to you, my creations seem like nothing more than heaps of scrap metal. The more she spoke, the more despondent she became, realizing that the chasm between herself and Li Fan was not merely a gap, but an insurmountable abyss. Yet, despite her frustration, Qin Kong was not one to concede defeat easily. She clenched her fists tightly, flames igniting in her eyes. No, I cannot be left behind by my boss. I must strive harder, work with greater determination. One day, I shall catch up to his pace. She silently encouraged herself, vowing to transform all her discontent and setbacks into motivation for progress. Ding! The central control system emitted a crisp notification. Repairs for Units 3, 4, and 5 have been completed. All done. He turned to face the three astonished individuals, a subtle smile gracing his lips. So what do you think? Are you satisfied? Absolutely. More than satisfied. Qin Fengbua and the others nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grain. This mecha surpasses all others I have ever piloted. Li Boss, you are my savior. Xie Fei exclaimed, his words tumbling out in excitement, almost wanting to bow to Li Fan in gratitude. Boss, do you think my mecha can soar through the skies or traverse the earth? Striking the South Mountain retirement home and kicking the North Sea kindergarten? Wang Feng asked, his face brimming with dreams. Li Fan replied, What on earth are you talking about? Ahem, well, that should be sufficient. Li Fan cleared his throat, interrupting the trio's extravagant flattery. Hurry and test the mechas. Do not waste my time here. All right. The three responded in unison, eagerly diving into their respective mechas. With a simultaneous hum, the three machines roared to life, their engines emitting a deep growl akin to three poised beasts ready to pounce. Charge! Qin Fengbua bellowed, propelling his mecha out of the maintenance bay, recklessly rampaging across the expansive testing grounds like an uncontrollable bull. Behold my prowess! Xie Fei declared defiantly, maneuvering his mecha through an array of intricate maneuvers, soaring through the air and spinning rapidly, resembling a graceful dancer. My mecha can finally take flight, Xie Fei exclaimed, on the verge of tears from sheer excitement. Wang Feng, however, maintained a more composed demeanor, meticulously testing the performance metrics of his machine. Weapon system operational. Defense system operational. Power system operational. Each parameter met and exceeded expectations. Wang Feng silently calculated in his mind, an uncontrollable joy illuminating his face. Boss, this mecha is truly a remarkable weapon. Wang Feng could not help but exclaim. After a series of tests, the trio sang praises for the mecha's performance. Bossly, you are nothing short of miraculous. Qin Fengbua expressed his genuine admiration. Bossly, I shall become your most fervent admirer from this day forth. Xie Fei vowed, thumping his chest. Boss, do you think we could enhance my mecha with additional features? Perhaps. Wings. Wang Feng inquired with eager anticipation. Li Fan, do you think this is a game of Gundam? Enough is enough. Li Fan said with irritation. Hurry up and leave, don't delay my business. Yes, we are leaving right now. The three of them quickly nodded and bowed, then piloted their mechs, satisfied as they departed from the repair shop. Those three fellows are quite amusing. Li Fan watched their retreating figures with a faint smile. Qing Sky, did you see? This is the allure of being a mechanic. Li Fan turned to the contemplative Qing Sky. Qing Sky nodded vigorously. Boss, I will certainly strive to do my best. I believe in you. Li Fan patted Kingski's shoulder in encouragement. Go for it, young lady. Yes, boss. A determined gleam sparkled in Kingski's eyes, as she resolved to invest all her passion into the mechanic's profession. Li Fan observed her spirited demeanor and nodded in satisfaction. This girl has finally awakened. This mech is simply transformative. Qin Fengbua piloted the mech, soaring above the testing grounds, reveling in an unprecedented fluidity of control that compelled him to exclaim in admiration. Hee, what the boss produces is guaranteed to be exquisite. Xie Fei maneuvered the mech, drifting across the ground with agility reminiscent of a large feline. Boss, your skills are truly extraordinary. Wang Feng, however, paid closer attention to the data, gazing at the dashboard displaying remarkable figures, utterly in awe of Li Fan. Standing aside, Li Fan observed the trio's excitement, a smirk of pride creeping onto his face. Just wait, this is merely the beginning. No sooner had the three departed than Li Fan's communication device erupted with activity. What is happening? Li Fan stared at the incessantly popping notifications, utterly bewildered. Upon clicking, he was astonished to find a plethora of videos and posts regarding his miraculous repair shop. One particular video had amassed over 100 million likes, and the comments section was abuzz with excitement. Goodness, has this proprietor struck gold? Simultaneously operating 3 repair bays? Such speed. How many years of solitude would it take to hone such skill? Attention, everyone, you've missed the point. The true marvel lies in the technique. It's simply extraordinary. Where's this repair shop? I wish to apprentice. Let us form a group. I want to go too. Chapter 74, The Tool Master. Qing Kong gazed at the 3 figures, her eyes reflecting a sense of yearning. How wonderful it must be to pilot a mech. Li Fan noticed the desire flickering in her eyes, somewhat surprised. Do you not enjoy machine repairs? From her initial, unwavering determination to challenge herself, to the fervent dedication she had shown in recent days, he had unwavering faith in her mechanical talent and passion. However, she soon sighed softly, her gaze drifting. But if I could, I too wish to experience what it feels like to soar through the cosmos in a mech. She smiled, a hint of youthful longing gracing her expression. No repair master could resist the allure of piloting a mech crafted by their own hands, and she was no exception. Li Fan looked at Xingmeng, a subtle smile gracing his lips, leaving behind a profound expression. Strive diligently. Dreams are worth having. Who knows, they may just come true. Deep within him, there exists a bold aspiration. What if one day he could create a mech that ordinary individuals, devoid of extraordinary talents, could operate safely? Although this goal appears distant at present, Li Fan's subtly suggestive remark stirred tumultuous waves within Xingmeng's heart. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with astonishment, her voice quivering slightly with excitement. Store manager, do you mean? Ahem. I haven't said anything. Li Fan feigned mystery, shrugging nonchalantly as he turned towards the repair shop. Now, show me today's work. Xingmeng gazed at Li Fan's retreating figure, her eyes ignited with fervent enthusiasm, as if she could illuminate the entire cosmos. She clenched her fists tightly, as if resolutely pledging herself. If one day Li Fan truly allowed her to pilot a mech, then she would willingly devote her life to this endeavor. The two arrived at repair bay number 10. 16 stellar-grade mech weapons lay silently on the ground, their metallic sheen shimmering coldly and ominously. Li Fan approached slowly, his gaze sweeping over the armaments. He casually picked up a nearly 5-meter-long battle blade and weighed it in his hands. This blade, entirely black, exuded a formidable presence, its edge glinting with a chilling light. However, Li Fan's brow furrowed slightly. Xingmeng's heart leapt to her throat. This blade. Li Fan's voice was somewhat subdued. Xingmeng felt her heartbeat nearly cease. This blade appeared rather crude. Li Fan spoke slowly, disappointment lacing his tone. Xingmeng's complexion drained of color in an instant. Boss. This is the final product I hastily completed. The time was rather tight, so it may seem somewhat rushed. Xingmeng hurriedly explained, her voice diminishing and her head bowing down, resembling a child who has committed a mistake. Li Fan nodded. Yes, I understand. He bore no intention of reproaching Xingmeng. In the future, be cautious not to sacrifice quality for the sake of speed. His tone softened slightly. Xingmeng felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yes, boss. I will remember. I shall certainly learn from this lesson and will never repeat the mistake, she assured him earnestly. Li Fan set aside the weapon he was holding and continued examining the other arms. He meticulously inspected each one, occasionally nodding or furrowing his brow. Xingmeng's emotions ebbed and flowed with Li Fan's expressions, her palms clammy with nervousness. At long last, Li Fan completed his assessment of all the weapons. He turned to face Xingmeng. Aside from the first weapon, the rest meet the standards, he stated softly, his tone calm. Xingmeng was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of elation within her. Does this mean the boss acknowledges my efforts? However, Li Fan's words then took a turn, causing her heart to race once more. Your overall proficiency still possesses ample room for improvement. Li Fan regarded Xingmeng with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Keep striving. Xingmeng, I have faith that you can excel even further. He patted her shoulder in encouragement. Yes, boss, I shall not disappoint you. Xingmeng firmly nodded, her eyes gleaming with determination. Li Fan approached the row of mech energy rifles, leaning in for a closer examination, his fingers tracing the intricate patterns on their surfaces. The rifles, each approximately 4 meters in length, captivated him as he activated his innate ability, one thought thousands, and casually picked one up for a meticulous appraisal. These energy rifles exhibited a stark contrast to the silver-white rifle crafted by Xingmeng earlier. The primary body of the weapon was adorned in a profound starry blue, speckled with shimmering silver starlight, exuding an aura of mystery and depth. The muzzle was elegantly designed to resemble a slightly ajar dragon's mouth, subtly emanating pulsations of energy light, instilling a formidable sense of pressure. As Li Fan ran his fingers along the rifle's body, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. The craftsmanship was exquisite, far surpassing that of the previous battle blade. Upon hearing his words, Xingmeng immediately perked up, her chest puffing out with a hint of pride. Boss, to be honest, My forte lies in firearm manufacturing, she declared with a sense of triumph. When I was preparing to become a first-star master mechanic, it was my skill in firearm crafting that allowed me to pass the assessment effortlessly. She blinked her large eyes at Li Fan, filled with anticipation. Understanding dawned upon Li Fan as he heard this. No wonder this girl excelled in firearm manufacturing. She specialized in it. Indeed, indeed, he responded with a smile and a nod. Xingmeng, you truly possess remarkable talent in firearm manufacturing. Keep up the excellent work and strive to become a top-notch firearms master soon. Li Fan encouraged her. It was evident to him that Xingmeng harbored immense talent and passion for this craft. Given time, she would undoubtedly achieve great success in this field. Upon hearing Li Fan's commendation, Xingmeng felt a delightful warmth in her heart. However, she did not allow herself to succumb to arrogance or complacency. She was acutely aware of her numerous shortcomings, particularly in the realm of blade forging, which required further diligent practice. Boss, could you possibly offer me some guidance on blade forging? Xingmeng gazed at Li Fan with eager anticipation, her eyes shimmering with a thirst for knowledge. She yearned for his insights to elevate her skills in blade crafting swiftly. Li Fan, upon hearing her request, smiled gently and shook his head. There's no need for guidance. You are already performing admirably. That will be all for today. You may leave. He gestured for Xingmeng to take her leave. For a moment, she was taken aback, her face betraying a look of disappointment. What did this mean? Did the boss think her too inept to warrant guidance? Or perhaps he was dissatisfied with her blade forging skills and no longer wished to instruct her. A torrent of negative thoughts swirled in her mind, deepening her despondency. By the way, Li Fan added suddenly, starting tomorrow, your workload will double. You are to produce 16 blades, 16 energy guns, along with the routine maintenance of 2-star class mechs each day. Is that clear? He inquired, his tone measured and calm. Xingmeng felt as though she had been struck dumb. Boss, are you trying to work me to the bone? Her mouth hung open in shock, wide enough to accommodate an egg. She had believed today had been exhausting enough, yet tomorrow's demands would be doubled. This was nothing short of a hellish workload. Tears threatened to spill as she felt like a small bee, relentlessly toiling without a moment's respite. However, she dared not refute Li Fan, and could only brace herself to comply. And no problem, boss. A tremor laced her voice. Li Fan observed the girl's expression, a mix of indignation and helplessness, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Little girl, this is what you chose. Don't come crying to me later. See you tomorrow, boss, she replied weakly, turning to leave the number 10 repair chamber. Chapter 75. The malevolent capitalist Li Fan watched her retreating figure, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Little girl, this is merely the beginning. There are many days ahead. He hoped she could endure and not let him down. The door of the repair chamber slammed shut behind him, isolating him from the cacophony outside. Taking a deep breath, he cast his gaze over the weapons lying quietly on the workbench. These were treasures that would pave the way for his forthcoming fortune. Approaching the battle blade without hesitation, he activated the system panel and selected the enhancement function. Extending his right hand, he gently touched the cold blade. Enhancement, initiate. Level 1 weapon enhancement initiated. -1-star energy point. The remarkably low consumption of this enhancement always filled Li Fan with a sense of elation, akin to unearthing a hidden treasure. A subtle vibration coursed through his fingertips as an indescribable energy flowed forth, seamlessly merging with the battle blade. The blade, originally crafted from low-tier superalloy, began a transformation that was visibly striking. The metallic patterns seemed to come alive, reconfiguring and aligning themselves. The color of the blade deepened, transitioning from a mundane silver gray to a profound dark silver, exuding an aura of danger. At the edge of the blade, energy fluctuations flickered subtly, sharp enough to seemingly cleave through space itself. In mere seconds, a seemingly ordinary low-tier superalloy combat blade transformed into a perfectly resonant alloy blade, ideally suited for a Starbright level mech. A faint smile graced Li Fan's lips. This sensation was truly exhilarating. Without hesitation, he immediately commenced the enhancement of the next blade. First level weapon enhancement initiated. -1-star energy point. The same procedure, the same efficiency. One blade after another underwent metamorphosis in Li Fan's hands. Within the 10th maintenance chamber, the system's alert tones resonated in succession. After 10 minutes, Li Fan surveyed the row of gleaming resonant alloy blades before him, nodding in satisfaction. The efficiency was simply astounding. Having perfected the blades, Li Fan hastened towards the energy gun. He was curious to see what tricks that girl, Xingmeng, could possibly conjure up aside from her passable appearance? Li Fan picked up an energy gun, scrutinizing it closely. This gun possesses some intriguing features. Li Fan keenly discerned that the interior of the barrel bore unusual patterns. These patterns were not mere decorative engravings. They signified ballistic correction. Li Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This girl had hidden such a remarkable capability. Ballistic correction, as the name suggests, adjusts the trajectory of the energy beam, rendering it more precise. Such a feature is rare among Starbright-level weapons. Typically, it is only weapons of the rift-breaking level and above that consider incorporating such functionality. After all, the trajectory of an energy beam is influenced by various factors, making it no simple feat to achieve pinpoint accuracy on a target. The young girl, Xingmeng, astonishingly achieved ballistic correction on the stellar-grade energy gun. Quite impressive. It seems her potential surpasses his expectations. However, this is merely the beginning. A subtle smile of amusement crept across Li Fan's lips. He was determined to enhance this energy gun further. Accessing the system panel, he activated the enhancement function. First-level weapon enhancement initiated. -1-star energy point. Familiar energy flows surged forth, merging into the energy gun. The internal energy matrix began to undergo intense transformations. The already intricate structure became even more complex and efficient. The energy conduction efficiency soared dramatically, consequently amplifying its power. In a matter of seconds, an ordinary stellar-grade energy gun underwent a magnificent metamorphosis. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. This sensation is truly exhilarating. Without pausing, he promptly commenced the enhancement of the next energy gun. First-level weapon enhancement initiated. -1-star energy point. The same process, the same efficiency. One energy gun after another was upgraded in Li Fan's hands. Within the repair chamber, the system's notifications resonated melodiously, akin to a splendid symphony. 10 minutes later, 8 energy guns were entirely enhanced. The gentle hues of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a delicate golden-red glow upon the workshop, enveloping everything in a soft embrace. Li Fan meticulously arranged the 16 enhanced blades and 16 energy guns on display, stand number 2. The presentation is simply exquisite. Li Fan admired his masterpiece with satisfaction, pulling out his phone to capture the moment with a flurry of snaps. He meticulously adjusted angles, lighting, and composition, striving for perfection in every photograph. Finished. Li Fan clapped his hands, gazing contentedly at the creations displayed on booth number 2. The setting sun streamed through the glass windows, casting an enchanting glow upon the battle blades and energy guns. He casually picked up his phone, capturing a flurry of shots of the exhibition. Different angles, varying light, distant views, close-ups. He endeavored to photograph each weapon so that they sparkled and radiated an aura of grandeur. After completing his photographic endeavor, Li Fan opened the homepage of his dream maintenance shop on the Star Network. With practiced ease, he edited the text and uploaded the images. Our shop has just received a new batch of stellar-grade mech weaponry. 16 resonant alloy battle blades and 16 ballistic corrected energy guns, boasting exceptional performance and guaranteed quality. Act swiftly if interested. He clicked and sent the message. As soon as he dispatched it, his communication device erupted with a flurry of notifications, buzzing incessantly. What on earth is happening? Li Fan stared in bewilderment at the incessantly popping message alerts. Upon checking the Star Network homepage, he was astonished to find the comments section ablaze with activity. Goodness! Has the owner somehow gained an unfair advantage? The speed, the quality, it's simply extraordinary. 16 resonant alloy battle blades, 16 ballistic corrected energy guns. Can it be real? Am I seeing this correctly? Where is this maintenance shop? I must go see it. Count me in. I also wish to purchase one. Owner, are you still accepting apprentices? I can serve tea, wash clothes, cook. I'm adept at everything. The likes, comments, and shares surged exponentially, showing no signs of slowing down. Li Fan was dazzled, a broad smile stretching across his face. This wave is assuredly a triumph. Li Fan was basking in his success when suddenly, a few particularly striking comments caught his attention. Ice Queen, boss, I want all these weapons. Name your price. Qin Yu's sister, boss, my brother Qin Yu has his eye on your energy gun. Could you possibly reserve one for him? Invincible Flame Dragon, boss, my sister is right. I want the energy gun. No price is too high. Upon seeing these usernames, Li Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Were these not Mu Hongxue, Qinlan, and Qin Yu? It truly was a case of finding treasure without the need for arduous searching. Li Fan felt a surge of joy. This was an opportunity for profit. However, business is business, and one must maintain a certain demeanor. At that moment, Qin Kong was languidly slumped in front of her computer, idly browsing StarNet. Suddenly, a notification piqued her interest. New arrivals at Dream Mechanic Shop, 16 resonant alloy battle blades and 16 ballistic correction energy guns await your claim. Qin Kong was taken aback and promptly clicked the link. Is this the boss's mechanic shop? She gazed at the familiar logo of Dream Mechanic Shop, her expression one of astonishment. She opened the images for a closer inspection. Could this truly be star-level weaponry? Qin Kong's eyes widened in disbelief. The battle blades and energy guns depicted were stunningly designed, gleaming with an extraordinary luster, unmistakably superior. Qin Kong murmured to herself, These are far beyond anything I have crafted. Reflecting on her previous creations and comparing them to these new offerings, she felt as though they belonged to entirely different realms. The boss is truly remarkable. A profound sense of frustration surged within Qin Kong, who felt akin to a novice apprentice gazing up at a lofty master. She was unwilling to resign herself to being left behind. Clenching her fists tightly, two flames ignited in her eyes. I shall strive harder. I shall persevere. One day, I will catch up to the pace of my superior. In her heart, she silently urged herself to transform all her resentment and disappointments into a driving force for progress. Li Fan observed the request for purchases in the comments section, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Business was knocking at the door. After all, customers come in varying tiers. Individuals like Mu Hongxue, Qin Lan, and Qin Yu were clearly well off. They deserved to be treated with utmost care. As for those who merely browsed without purchasing or sought a bargain, they could be set aside for the moment. This batch of weapons has been meticulously crafted by our establishment, and their quality is unequivocally assured. The price is fixed at 100,000 credit points. Li Fan boldly declared. Fully aware that Mu Hongxue had the means, seizing the opportunity was imperative. Looking for energy guns, are we? Not a problem. Considering your connection with Qin Yu, I shall reserve one for him. As for the price, let us adhere to market rates, 90,000 credit points each. How does that sound? Li Fan dispatched messages to both Qin Lan and Qin Yu. As for the others, he chose to momentarily disregard them. He aimed to gauge the reactions of these three before making any further decisions. Li Fan was confident that, given their financial capabilities, this sum would be negligible for them. Absolutely. Boss, 100,000 credit points. I shall transfer it immediately. Mu Hongxue responded enthusiastically. Thank you, brotherly. Please ensure you reserve a weapon for me. Boss, you truly are exceedingly generous. From now on, I shall be your loyal customer. Chapter 76. Is this truly of stellar caliber? On the planet Gills. Within the study of the Qin family, the lighting was soft and inviting. Qin Tianhao fixated on the holographic screen, displaying a recent message from Mu Tianqi. His temples throbbed incessantly, as if a small drum were beating away within his head. 15,000 stellar-grade mecha weapons in the span of a month. That old fellow truly believes stellar-grade weapons are as plentiful as cabbages, available in any quantity desired. The price of stellar-grade weapons, while significant, pales in comparison to the magnitude of the Qin family's resources. Money is not an issue. The pressing concern lies in the exceedingly tight time frame and the immense quantity required. To assemble such a vast number of qualified weapons, capable of matching the standards of the Federal Fleet's mecha within such a short period, is an endeavor more arduous than scaling the heavens. Qin Tianhao, in a fit of agitation, rubbed his temples, feeling as though he would lose a few more strands of his already thinning hair. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the study was rapped upon. Come in. Qin Tianhao replied irritably. The door swung open abruptly, and Qin Lan rushed in like a gust of wind, her small face flushed with excitement. Dad, there's no need to purchase weapons anymore. Qin Tianhao was taken aback, momentarily struggling to comprehend. What do you mean no need to buy? Has that old fellow Mu changed his mind? It's not Uncle Mu, it's Li Fan. Bossly, he is selling weapons on the Star Network. Qin Lan spoke rapidly, her words tumbling out like a barrage of firecrackers. Li Fan. Qin Tianhao furrowed his brow, recalling that he was the benefactor of his daughter, the mechanic. Is he selling weapons? What sort of weapons can he possibly offer? Qin Tianhao, puzzled, accepted the holographic screen that Qin Lan handed him. His eyes immediately drawn to the prominent name of the Dream Mechanic Shop. He casually scrolled through the screen, perusing the product information. The resonant alloy battle blade. The ballistic correction energy gun. Are these not weapons of the stellar fragment level? Resonant alloy? Surely, This material is intended for crafting stellar fragment-grade mech weaponry, is it not? Observing the little girl's exuberance, it is evident she is quite fond of it, yet at present, Xingmeng is not able to utilize it. With her large eyes blinking innocently, she gazes at him as if questioning his sanity. Dad, look further down. Examine the product details closely. Qin Tianhao's brow furrowed even deeper as he patiently continued to scroll. Stellar radiance level, mech weapon? His voice suddenly escalated, nearly causing his eyes to pop from their sockets. He sprang from his chair, fixated on the words displayed on the screen, as if he wished to bore a hole into it with his gaze. Stellar radiance level. Moreover, it is compatible with the standard mechs of the Federal Fleet. This is nothing short of a boon. No, it is far more than that. It is akin to providing a vast ocean to a parched desert. Qin Tianhao's heart raced uncontrollably, leaving him breathless with excitement. Dad, look, stellar radiance level, compatible with the Federal Fleet's standard mechs. Xingmeng, in her impatience, stamped her foot, yearning to thrust the screen into her father's line of sight. His heart was nearly leaping from his throat as he took a deep breath, striving to calm his exhilaration. His voice trembling as he inquired, Xiaolon, is this store reliable? How many stellar radiance weapons could he possibly have? Dad, Boss Li is an exceptionally good person. Moreover, he saved my life. His skills are undoubtedly impeccable. Xingmeng ardently promoted Li Fan. Do you have his contact information? Quickly, please. Xingmeng promptly sent Li Fan's Star Network contact details to Qin Tianhao. Qin Tianhao, feeling as though he had struck gold, immediately dialed Li Fan's number. Beep, beep. The call connected, and Li Fan's youthful visage appeared on the holographic screen. Hello, who is this? Li Fan's voice resonated, imbued with a hint of youthful languor. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Qin Tianhao, Xingmeng's father. Qin Tianhao hastily introduced himself, his tone laced with urgency and an unmistakable reverence. Oh, it's Uncle Qin. Greetings. Upon realizing he was speaking to Xingmeng's father, Li Fan's demeanor turned warm and enthusiastic. Mr. Li, I noticed that you were selling stellar-grade mech weaponry at your store. May I inquire how many you can produce? Qin Tianhao struggled to suppress his inner excitement, striving to keep his voice composed. Stellar-grade weapons, you say? Li Fan stroked his chin, seemingly deep in contemplation. In a day, I could manage roughly 40 to 50 units, though the specifics depend on the model and configuration. 40 to 50 units. Qin Tianhao nearly gasped in disbelief. This output, while it may not rival that of large-scale arms factories, it was nothing short of miraculous for a repair shop. Mr. Li, would this be feasible? I require a substantial batch of these stellar-grade weapons. Qin Tianhao ventured tentatively. A substantial batch? How many are we talking about? Li Fan's interest peaked. 15,000 units, including battle blades and energy rifles. Qin Tianhao relayed Mu Trianchi's request. 15,000 units? Li Fan was taken aback as well. This was indeed a monumental order. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was a methodical person. This quantity indeed seems rather excessive. Li Fan deliberately elongated his tone, yet it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Splendid. Mr. Li, please feel free to express any requirements you may have. Qin Tianhao was overjoyed, feeling as though he might take flight. Li Fan pondered for a moment. If it were merely a matter of production, the time frame would be rather lengthy. I have an idea, though I am uncertain if Mr. Qin would be amenable to it. Please, go ahead. Qin Tianhao was now wholly receptive to Li Fan's suggestions. I can enhance and modify the existing foundational Starbright weapons, directly upgrading them to Starbright resonant alloy weapons. This would expedite the process significantly. Li Fan proposed his plan. Enhance and modify? Qin Tianhao paused in surprise, then quickly realized this was a brilliant idea. Absolutely. As long as quality can be assured, I will accept any method. Qin Tianhao readily agreed. You need not worry about quality. I guarantee it will be impeccable, Li Fan assured him confidently. Then, Mr. Li, if I provide 15,000 foundational weapons, how long do you anticipate it will take to complete? Qin Tianhao inquired about his most pressing concern. Li Fan silently calculated in his mind. Conservatively estimating. About a month. A month. Qin Tianhao was so exhilarated he nearly leaped from his seat. This pace exceeds even his expectations. Excellent. 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 Mr. Li, I am in for this deal. Qin Tianhao decisively announced. We shall sign the contract tomorrow. No problem. Uncle Qin, see you tomorrow. Li Fan replied with a smile. After disconnecting the communication, Qin Tianhao excitedly paced around his study several times before suddenly striking the table with his hand. Bring someone in. Master, what is your command? Secretary Xiao Wang entered the room. Xiao Wang, immediately. Contact the logistics department of the Federation fleet and instruct them to inventory and package all the basic weapons suitable for the Starry-class mechs in the fleet's equipment storage. Qin Tianhao's voice was filled with fervor and urgency. Master, it's quite late now. Xiao Wang glanced at the clock, appearing somewhat hesitant. Late? What does that matter? This is a matter of life and death. Why should we concern ourselves with the time? Qin Tianhao bellowed. Do it now. If you fail, you can pack your things and leave. Why yes, master, I will do it right away. Xiao Wang stammered, frightened, and hurriedly exited. Watching Xiao Wang's flustered figure retreat, Qin Tianhao let out a long sigh, feeling as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from his heart. Li Fan, truly my lucky star, Qin Tianhao murmured, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Chapter 77, Fire at My Command. As the communication screen dimmed, Qin Tianhao slowly exhaled. His furrowed brow felt like two unyielding chains firmly binding his heart. The weight of being the head of the family made it impossible for him to feel at ease like an ordinary person. Dad, what troubles you this time? The voice of his daughter, Qin Lan, wafted in like a gentle breeze, dispelling the tension that hung in the study. She stood there, radiant and lively, like a warm ray of sunshine on a winter day. A doting smile instantly blossomed on his face. Lan, you've come. What brings you here? Father, you must not renege on your promise. Qin Lan pouted, exuding a touch of youthful innocence. What promise? Qin Tianhao momentarily faltered, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. The weapon. My snow eagle is still in need of a suitable armament. Qin Lan reminded him, her tone tinged with mild dissatisfaction. Qin Tianhao slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling the matter. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face, but he quickly resumed his demeanor as a caring father. Look at my memory. Rest assured, Lan, how could I ever forget? He shifted his tone, adopting a more conciliatory note. However, Lan, this matter cannot be rushed. Tomorrow, at the time of signing the contract, I will personally assist you in selecting the finest one. How does that sound? Father, you haven't forgotten, have you? Qin Lan's almond-shaped eyes widened. Her hands firmly planted on her hips, exuding a challenge. A sudden pang of anxiety struck Qin Tianhao, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, with so many recent events, he had inadvertently set this matter aside. How could that be? My precious daughter, when have I ever deceived you? Qin Tianhao hastily assured her, his voice betraying a hint of guilt. With a swift change of tactics, he inquired, Lan, what kind of weapon do you desire? Speak freely, and I promise to procure the very best for you. He thumped his chest, projecting an air of confidence, though internally he was rapidly calculating how to fulfill this commitment. I want a combat dagger, Qin Lan declared without hesitation. And a sniper rifle, she added, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She seemed to envision herself brandishing a sharp blade, gallantly traversing the battlefield. It must be the finest, Qin Lan asserted, her tone imbued with an undeniable resolve. No problem, Qin Tianhao replied promptly. Yet a sense of worry began to gnaw at him. A dagger? A sniper rifle? It must indeed be the best. This girl has quite the lofty expectations. However, a glimmer of cunning flickered in Qin Tianhao's eyes. Perhaps he could consult that Li Fan? Isn't he capable of enhancing and modifying weapons? It's possible he could procure a custom-made one for Lan. Content and fulfilled, Qin Lan departed from the study, leaving Qin Tianhao to grapple with the dilemma alone. His gaze wandered over the densely packed coordinates. The Bloodwash Alliance. Where could you possibly be hiding? Qin Tianhao's countenance darkened ominously, his eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Those who dare to harm my Qin family shall surely pay with their blood. In the Federal Operations Conference Room, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt as though one could wring water from it. On the holographic screen, countless red dots flickered, each representing a menacing beast. This was a beast tide. The situation was dire. An elderly man with graying hair spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and weary. He was the chief strategist of the Federation, Elder Su. Moreover, Elder Su paused, his tone growing increasingly grave. There are also numerous high-tier beasts among them, and there may even be king-level entities present. Silence enveloped the conference room. Everyone was stunned by this sudden calamity. What directives have come from headquarters? Someone asked tremulously, their voice laced with despair. Elder Su slowly shook his head, his eyes filled with helplessness. The situation at the Border Star domain was dire. The main force of the Obsidian fleet was entangled in the Gamma Galaxy and could not disengage. The Titan fleet was engaged in extermination operations in the Oort Nebula, far removed from the immediate crisis. As for the Guardian fleet, Elder Su let out a bitter laugh, tinged with self-mockery. They were currently in a standoff against the mechanical cult in the Andromeda Galaxy, utterly unreliable. What? What are we to do? Must we simply await our demise? A sense of despair rapidly permeated the conference room. Each face bore the marks of fear and unease. Enough! A thunderous roar shattered the suffocating silence. A scarred man slammed his palm onto the table and stood abruptly. He was Captain Zhao Gang of the Thunder Fleet. Where's the Star Track cannon? Zhao Gang's eyes widened in fury, his voice booming like thunder. Blast them to oblivion. I refuse to believe these beasts can turn the tide. His tone was rife with ferocity and murderous intent, akin to an enraged lion. That won't do. A middle-aged woman immediately interjected, her voice resolute. She was Captain Lin Wan of the Phoenix Fleet. The Star Track cannon possesses immense power, but its range is extensive. Firing it could inadvertently harm civilians. Moreover, Lin Wan took a deep breath, striving to quell her inner tension. The chimeric beasts are exceedingly sensitive to energy fluctuations. The charging process of the Star Track cannon would undoubtedly alert them. At that moment, they scattered in all directions, and the consequences were unimaginable. What do you propose we do? Zhao Gang glared, his eyes wide with fury, his voice laced with impatience. Are we to merely stand by and watch these beasts invade our city, slaughtering our compatriots? Lin Wan remained silent. She understood Zhao Gang was not entirely mistaken, yet. She truly had no better solution. She bit her lip, her gaze filled with conflict and anguish. Enough! A low yet authoritative voice interrupted their dispute. Mu Tianqi, the federal chancellor and the commander of this operation, slowly rose to his feet. His eyes swept over the assembly, sharp as a blade. This was not the time for bickering. Relay my orders. Mu Tianqi's voice resonated, deep and powerful, each word crystal clear. Dispatch the unmanned fleet, equipped with high-energy bait, to lure the chimeras towards Wasteland Zone 7. Simultaneously, he paused, his tone growing more grave. All mecha units enter a state of heightened readiness. Prepare for engagement. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, their voices reverberating off the ceiling. Dismissed. Mu Tianqi waved his hand, decisive and resolute. One by one, the attendees exited the conference room, each step heavy with foreboding. Alone, Mu Tianqi stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the profound and enigmatic night sky. What on earth has transpired at headquarters? Mu Tianqi murmured to himself, his brow furrowed. He sensed that matters were far from simple. The monstrous tide of the chimeras. The Obsidian fleet is restrained. The Guardian fleet stands in confrontation with the mechanized cult. Is it truly mere coincidence? Mu Tianqi sighed helplessly, feeling as though he had been ensnared in an immense web of conspiracy. This vortex was dragging the entire Federation towards an abyss of irretrievable doom. He hastened towards the command center. Suddenly, the communicator buzzed. It was his aide. Commander, we have an urgent encrypted communication from the Dark Eagle Special Operations Team. A chill ran through Mu Tianqi as he swiftly entered his private office. Closing the door, he activated the holographic projection. A scarred face materialized before him. It was Luo Feng, the leader of the Dark Eagle team. What is the situation? Mu Tianqi inquired directly, his tone urgent. It is not optimistic. Luo Feng replied in a deep voice, tinged with gravity. According to our intelligence, this beast tide is not of natural origin. What do you mean? Mu Tianqi's expression shifted. Pressing for clarity. Someone is manipulating events from behind the scenes. We discovered remnants of an energy wave projector on the periphery of the Chimera's activity zone. Mu Tianqi's pupils constricted sharply. Do we have any confirmation of the perpetrator? Currently, there is no direct evidence, but based on the analysis of the energy wave signatures, it is highly likely the work of the Bloodbath Alliance. What are their intentions? Mu Tianqi's voice turned icy, devoid of emotion. To divert our attention. Commander, I believe this is merely the beginning. They may have ulterior motives, Luo Feng stated gravely, his tone laden with concern. Mu Tianqi remained silent for a moment, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Continue the investigation. Report back immediately upon receiving any news. Understood. As the communication concluded, Mu Tianqi stood before the window, his expression dark and foreboding. The Bloodwashers Alliance, a notorious organization comprised of various fugitives, had become increasingly rampant in recent years. What, indeed, Were they scheming? Chapter 78. Captain Zhang in high spirits. The order from Qin Tianhao had lifted Li Fan's spirits immensely. 15,000 star-rated weapons was no trifling sum. Whistling a carefree tune, he pushed open the iron door of the lounge with a decisive bang. The energy wrench danced adeptly at his fingertips, occasionally tapping against the wall, sparking playful flecks of light. Ah, this overwhelming fortune has finally come my way. Li Fan raised an eyebrow in triumph, as a sense of self-satisfaction enveloped the entire lounge. He settled into a corner, sitting cross-legged, prepared to commence his daily training. After several days of practice, Li Fan had become proficient in controlling the tides of stellar energy, no longer creating a ruckus that felt as though it might uproot the small establishment. After all, the soundproofing here was, well, practically non-existent. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink into the universal meditation technique exchanged from the system. Mysterious runes flickered within his mind, resonating with the pulse of the cosmos. Gradually, Li Fan's thoughts deepened, sensing the slow growth of his mental power, each increment filling him with delight. The stellar energy flowed like a gentle stream in his palms, swirling slowly to form a miniature nebula, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the entire lounge. The celestial energies surged, nurturing Li Fan's spiritual consciousness, and he felt his mental prowess steadily advancing, just a final step away from the intermediate 6th level. At this critical moment, a faint sense of intrusion suddenly enveloped him, akin to a chilling needle piercing his perception. Li Fan abruptly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze slicing through the window. No one. A slight frown creased Li Fan's brow as his perception expanded instantaneously, resembling an invisible radar, scanning every corner around him. Yet, still no discoveries. Was it an illusion? Perhaps he was simply fatigued? Puzzled, Li Fan resolved to exercise caution. He understood the wisdom of keeping one's wealth concealed. He curled his lip, swiftly centering his thoughts and suppressing the fluctuations of celestial energy to a minimum. The cosmic haze gradually dissipated, and the light within the lounge dimmed accordingly. Outside the Dream Machine repair shop, in a shadowy corner, Zhou Shun rubbed his eyes vigorously, disbelief etched across his face. What had just transpired? He blinked forcefully, attempting to discern the luminous phenomenon he had witnessed moments ago. He distinctly remembered seeing flickering starlight within the repair shop, a glow that, although faint, was certainly not a mere illumination effect. Yet now, the radiance had vanished, and tranquility reigned once more, as if everything that had occurred was but a mirage. Could it be that he was simply exhausted and hallucinating? Zhou Shun muttered to himself, his brows knitted in concern. As an experienced member of the enforcement team, he understood that even the slightest anomaly could conceal significant secrets. What could be hidden within this decrepit shop? Zhou Shun's heart raced palpably. He felt as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. If he were to report this intelligence to the organization, the reward would certainly be sufficient for him to indulge for quite some time. Li Fan gradually opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, having completed his training. He rose to his feet, stretching his somewhat stiff body, and approached the monitor. The screen displayed surveillance footage from around the repair shop. Li Fan squinted, meticulously scrutinizing every corner. Indeed, in a shadowy nook opposite the repair shop, a furtive figure was repeatedly glancing in this direction. What a scoundrel! Prowling about like a peeping Tom at this late hour. The more Li Fan observed, the more he felt something was amiss. This figure seemed increasingly familiar. Could it be someone from Zhang Sihai's law enforcement team? A sudden jolt of realization struck Li Fan. He recalled that the last time Zhang Sihai visited the repair shop, this individual had trailed behind him. What could he possibly be doing here, lurking in secrecy? Li Fan was utterly perplexed. Logically, Zhang Sihai should have developed a fair degree of trust in him by now. There was no reason to send someone to surveil him. Could it be? A thought flashed through Li Fan's mind. He needed to call Zhang Sihai immediately to inquire. Without delay, Li Fan dialed Zhang Sihai's number. Li, my brother? Is there something amiss at this late hour? Zhang Sihai exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing Li Fan's call, his tone brimming with anticipation. After all, Li Fan was quite the affluent individual. Every time he reached out, it typically heralded good news. Captain Zhang, is there someone from your team loitering by my shop? Li Fan cut straight to the chase, posing his question directly. Zhang Sihai was momentarily taken aback, his smile instantly frozen in place. Li, are you certain? His tone took on a somber weight. Absolutely. I have the surveillance footage. It's all crystal clear, Li Fan asserted with conviction. Zhang Sihai fell silent for a moment, his voice heavy with concern. This matter is somewhat intricate. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. With that, he abruptly ended the call. It seemed there was indeed something amiss. Li Fan set down the phone, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He sensed that this situation was far from straightforward. Zhang Sihai's reaction only reinforced his suspicions. Could it be remnants of the Bloodbath Alliance? The thought flickered through Li Fan's mind. For the influence of the Bloodbath Alliance was vast, and it was improbable that they could be eradicated in a single operation. It appeared that caution was paramount. Li Fan inhaled deeply, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Half an hour later, Zhou Xun remained outside the repair shop, silently keeping watch. He believed himself to be undetected, oblivious to the fact that his every move had already been laid bare. He had meticulously assessed the surveillance around him, deliberately evading all cameras that could potentially reveal his whereabouts, making his way here stealthily. Moreover, he did not remain stationary, constantly shifting his position to ensure that he escaped detection. Unfortunately, the surveillance cameras within the repair shop were cleverly concealed. These had been installed during a previous system upgrade. Equipped with high-tech features, not even a master mecha engineer could avoid capture here. Zhou Xun, it truly is you. Suddenly, an invisible force, akin to a colossal hand, constricted his throat with a vice-like grip. A chilling voice emanated from behind him. Zhou Xun, gripped by terror, instinctively sought to break free and flee. Yet, regardless of how fiercely he struggled, he could not escape the binding hold of Zhang Sihai. Zhang Sihai possessed a B-level talent known as wind constriction. At that moment, a tempest howled, and the wind elements morphed into intangible shackles, firmly restraining Zhou Xun, even lifting him off the ground. Zhang, Captain, what are you doing? Zhou Xun's face turned ashen, his feet flailing in a desperate attempt to maintain composure. What am I doing? You know very well. Zhang Sihai scoffed, swinging his arm violently and casting Zhou Xun to the ground. Crack! Zhou Xun felt as though his bones might shatter, the pain causing him to grimace. I don't understand what you were saying. Zhou Xun continued to protest, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Don't understand? Then let me enlighten you. Zhang Sihai, uninterested in further dialogue, hoisted him up as one would a chick and propelled him towards the hovering vehicle. Li, my brother, I owe you one this time. Otherwise, this rascal would have truly deceived us, Zhang Sihai remarked as he escorted Zhou Xun downstairs, expressing gratitude to Li Fan. Captain Zhang, you are being too courteous. It was merely a small effort, Li Fan replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. By the way, Boss Li, regarding the lottery for the auto repair shop. Zhang Sihai rubbed his hands together, somewhat sheepishly broaching the subject. Given our relationship, could you possibly allow me to cut in line? Lottery? You need not participate in the lottery, Li Fan responded, somewhat surprised. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sihai immediately grew anxious. He hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, No, no, no. Boss Li, please do not make an exception for me. The rules must not be broken. If we set a precedent, chaos will surely ensue. Zhang Sihai believed that Li Fan intended to make a special allowance for him, and quickly elaborated. Oh, you mean that? It is my nephew Su Yuntao's mech that requires enhancement. He is preparing to participate in the mech competition at the academy, and I wish to help him secure a commendable ranking to gain some practical experience. Understanding now, Li Fan nodded. Captain Zhang, you have misunderstood. What I meant to convey is that you are already included in the next quota, Li Fan said with a smile. Ah? Zhang Sihai was momentarily taken aback before realizing the implication. Brother Li, are you suggesting that my appointment is prior to the lottery? His voice trembled, barely concealing his excitement. Indeed, Li Fan affirmed with a nod. Wonderful. Brother Li, you are truly my benefactor. Zhang Sihai exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. The happiness had come so unexpectedly. He had been worried that if he failed to draw a spot, his nephew's mech enhancement would be in jeopardy. He trembled with excitement, as if he were not holding a young man's hand, but rather a treasure capable of altering destinies. Li Fan winced under Zhang Sihai's firm grip, furrowing his brow in mild discomfort. He interjected, Captain Zhang, it is getting rather late, and you have official duties to attend to, do you not? If we delay any further, I fear. He genuinely worried that if he did not intervene, Zhang Sihai might inadvertently shake him to pieces. With this reminder, Zhang Sihai suddenly awakened from his reverie, reluctantly releasing his grip, his eyes alight with fervent enthusiasm. Then, shall I bring Yuntao over tomorrow? He was eager to finalize the enhancement schedule, fearing that prolonged waiting would lead to unforeseen complications. He quickly calculated in his mind that he must request leave from the director tomorrow, determined to bring the young Su Yuntao along. so that Li Fan could transform his mecha into something extraordinary. I shall take my leave now. Boss Li, farewell. At this moment, Zhang Lei was in high spirits, striding with a buoyant step towards the cockpit of the law enforcement team's hover vehicle. Step aside, I shall drive. He promptly replaced the original driver, plopping himself into the cockpit. The hum of the vehicle resonated as Zhang Sihai took the helm, like a wild stallion unleashed, hurtling towards the law enforcement headquarters with reckless abandon. He pressed the accelerator as if he intended to embed it into the engine. See, Captain, slowed down. I feel nauseous. The team members in the back seat turned pale as ghosts, clutching the handrails tightly, fearing that their insides would be jostled out of place. This was not merely driving. It was a death-defying escapade. Zhang Sihai, however, was in high spirits and paid no heed to their discomfort. Hold on tight. We shall arrive shortly. At last, the hover vehicle screeched to a halt, tires screeching against the ground, coming to a steady stop in front of the law enforcement headquarters. We have arrived. Everyone, disembark. Zhang Sihai leapt from the vehicle, his demeanor exuberant as he waved his hand with an air of authority, reminiscent of a commander surveying his domain. The team members staggered out of the hovering vehicle, their faces ashen, leaning against the walls, retching uncontrollably, as if the very skies had darkened and the sun had lost its light. What a useless bunch. Can you not withstand such a trivial speed? Zhang Sihai scornfully berated, his disappointment palpable. Look at yourselves. You call yourselves law enforcement officers. How will you ever apprehend criminals in this state? With great effort, the team members suppressed the turmoil within their stomachs and approached unsteadily. However, as they neared the prisoner transport, another wave of violent retching erupted among them, a cacophony of distress. Inside the vehicle, chaos reigned. A scene too horrific to behold. Mangled flesh and severed limbs littered the floor, resembling a slaughterhouse savagely dismantled by violence. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood and char, inducing nausea. Captain, this was your doing? Did you cause this explosion? One team member stammered, fighting against the rising bile, his voice quivering uncontrollably. Zhang Sihai's complexion darkened ominously, his expression grim enough to suggest he could weep. He knew well that this devastation was not a result of his driving skills, nor could one physically explode. The rumors proved true. Members of the Bloodbath Alliance, upon capture, would choose self-destruction. Damn it! Zhang Sihai cursed inwardly. These lunatics. One team member exclaimed angrily. What are you all standing around for? Zhang Sihai's furious shout cracked like thunder, jolting them from their stupor. Get to work cleaning up this scene and searching for clues. The members exchanged anxious glances, each wishing to retreat, longing to vanish from sight. What? Do you wish to defy orders? Zhang Sihai glared fiercely, his gaze sharp as a blade. They often boast about their prowess, yet when tasked with actual work, they shrink back in fear. The team members wear expressions of despair, as if they have tasted bitter herbs, but dare not defy the captain's orders. With gritted teeth, they brace themselves and begin to clear this hellish scene. A bunch of useless fools. Zhang Sihai scolded in frustration and stepped aside. He retrieved his communicator, preparing to contact Mu Tianqi. Hello, Commander Mu. We have a situation. Zhang Sihai's voice trembled slightly. He understood the gravity of the matter. On the other end of the line, Mu Tianqi sat upright, his brow furrowed, as if facing a formidable foe. It's not about weapons, Commander Mu. Zhang Sihai took a deep breath, steadying his emotions, and recounted the events surrounding the capture of the infiltrator from the Bloodwashers Alliance outside Li Fan's repair shop in meticulous detail, especially emphasizing the gruesome aftermath of the self-detonation incident, striving to convey the seriousness of the situation to Mu Tianqi. Zhou Shun was one of the Bloodwashers Alliance members. He self-detonated, leaving no trace. Upon hearing the mention of the Bloodwashers Alliance, Mu Tianqi's already taut nerves surged to a new level of alarm. Akin to a tightly strung bow, he rose abruptly, leaning forward, and asked urgently, what about Li Fan? Is he safe? For Mu Tianqi, while the threat posed by the Bloodwashers Alliance was undeniably significant, the safety of Li Fan was of paramount concern. After all, Li Fan was a pivotal figure in determining the future of the entire fleet, and any misstep was absolutely intolerable. Boss Li is fine, he. Zhang Sihai stammered, seemingly at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. What happened to him? Speak quickly. Mu Tianqi was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, itching to rush to the scene. He is unharmed. And he is still unaware of the incident involving Zhou Shun's self-disclosure. Zhang Sihai's voice dwindled to a whisper, akin to the faint buzzing of a mosquito. Mu Tianqi exhaled deeply, the anxiety that had gripped his heart finally dissipating, akin to the release of a colossal weight. You shall handle this matter entirely. Be sure to investigate the movements of the Bloodwashers Alliance. Mu Tianqi's voice regained its composure, yet his tone exuded an unmistakable authority and resolve. Furthermore, do exercise caution. The individuals from the Bloodwashers Alliance are deranged and capable of anything. Additionally, Mu Tianqi paused, seemingly contemplating something. The affairs concerning the Bloodwashers Alliance should be kept from Li Fan to avoid hindering his mech enhancement. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Mu Tianqi rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. The Bloodwashers Alliance. Truly a relentless specter. He sighed, a flicker of worry and helplessness crossing his gaze. The Bloodwashers Alliance is like a malignant tumor, deeply entrenched in this star domain, nearly impossible to eradicate. Never mind. Zhang Sihai should be able to manage it well. Mu Tianqi reassured himself. Commander Mu, I would like to request a day off tomorrow. Zhang Sihai's hesitant voice echoed once more from the communicator, laced with a tinge of apprehension and hope. Commander Mu, I have pressing matters to attend to. Zhang Sihai hastily explained, fearful that Mu Tianqi might misinterpret his intentions. I have made arrangements with Boss Li to take my nephew, Su Yuntao, tomorrow morning, for the enhancement of the mech. Mu Tianqi fell silent for a moment, his tone softening as if recalling something significant. This matter is indeed of great importance, Mu Tianqi pondered. After all, Su Yuntao is considered a future member of the fleet, and the enhancement of his mech would serve as a substantial boost to his strength. Very well. Go and request leave from Li Kaifeng. Indeed, Zhang Sihai felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted. He promptly dialed Li Kaifeng's number. Hello, Director, I would like to request a leave. Zhang Sihai's voice trembled with apprehension, especially since he had just sought leave from Mu Tianqi moments ago. Request leave? Zhang Sihai, what on earth are you doing? Li Kaifeng's voice came through the phone, clearly laced with irritation, as if he were preoccupied with some pressing issue. I was just about to contact you. We need to escort 15,000 Starry-grade mech weapons to Li Fan's store tomorrow morning. You are to lead the convoy personally, ensuring Li Fan's safety without fail. Li Kaifeng's tone was authoritative and unwavering. Zhang Sihai was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the implications, a surge of elation filling his heart. Director, are you implying that I should lead the team to Li Fan's store tomorrow? Of course. What else could it mean? Li Kaifeng replied curtly, seemingly displeased with Zhang Sihai's slow comprehension. Make sure to handle your nephew's matters as well. Select some capable individuals from the enforcement team to ensure that nothing goes amiss tomorrow. Li Kaifeng's tone softened slightly, offering Zhang Sihai a glimmer of encouragement. Yes, Director. Zhang Sihai exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and elation. Very well then. Li Kaifeng hung up the phone, seemingly burdened with numerous matters to attend to. Zhang Sihai clutched the communicator, utterly bewildered, as if ensnared in a dream. 15,000 stellar-grade weapons? All delivered to Li Fan's shop for enhancement? He could scarcely believe his ears. The figure was astronomical. This. Before Zhang Sihai could seek clarification, the call had already been disconnected. He stood there, struggling to regain his composure, his mind a tumultuous storm. What on earth was happening? On Kalen Star, in the subterranean depths of an abandoned factory, a throng of figures concealed beneath hoods gathered. The atmosphere was charged with agitation, akin to water on the verge of boiling. Lord Xingmeng, the movements of the Federation fleet are exceedingly unusual. A substantial military presence has suddenly been deployed near the Dream Machine repair shop. I suspect. I saw it too. Those transport ships. Who knows what they carry? If they are targeting us, could it be Zhou Shun? A chilling hypothesis was raised, only to be swiftly dismissed. Impossible. He has already. Besides, if he truly leaked anything, we wouldn't still be here. Li Xingmeng listened in silence, his mind a whirlpool of confusion, with a myriad of thoughts flooding in. Zhou Shun had just encountered trouble, and the Federation fleet had made such a significant move. What could be the connection? He suppressed the unease within him and spoke solemnly. I understand. Immediately notify everyone to evacuate the vicinity of the Dream repair shop, as far away as possible. Simultaneously, closely monitor the movements of the Federal fleet and ascertain what has transpired. Although Li Xingmeng's tone was calm, her eyes shimmered with resolute determination. Chapter 80. Let me show you a treasure. Li Xingmeng abruptly rose, her chair toppling with a loud crash that echoed painfully in the emptiness. "Evacuate," she commanded sharply, her voice trembling with suppressed urgency. "Everyone, leave the repair shop immediately. The further away, the better." "But, our plan," someone hesitated. Li Xingmeng's gaze hardened, a fleeting glint of ferocity flashing in her eyes. She was reluctant, yet fully aware that preserving their strength was paramount. The Federal Fleet's unusual movements were indeed too mysterious. The moment Zhou Shun encountered trouble, such a commotion ensued. To claim that the two events were unrelated would be sheer folly. "Silence. Follow the orders," Li Xingmeng's voice thundered, leaving no room for dissent. Yes, though the group harbored reluctance, they dared not defy her and swiftly departed. The basement became desolate in an instant, leaving Li Xingmeng alone. She felt as if ensnared by a spider's web. The more she struggled, the tighter the bonds became, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness threatened to engulf her. "Queen Kyra, when will you provide us with guidance?" Li Xingmeng murmured to herself, her gaze vacant, as if she had lost her way. At this moment, her only hope lay in Queen Kyra's instructions. Only the queen could lead them out of this predicament. Darkness enveloped Li Xingmeng's figure, leaving behind an abyss of emptiness and despair. The transport vessel of the Federal Fleet gently descended in front of the Dream Workshop, casting a vast shadow that enveloped the entire establishment. Zhang Sihai was the first to alight, surveying his surroundings with a hint of astonishment. The transformation was astounding. He had failed to notice the surroundings in the dark of the previous night, as what was once a sizable area now appeared significantly more expansive and impressive. The last time he visited, it had not been nearly as grand, and now it seemed utterly revitalized. Qin Tianhao followed closely behind, equally taken aback by the spectacle before him. The scale of this operation, it could rival a small-scale mecha production facility. His mouth agape. He wore an expression of disbelief. Zhang Sihai patted his shoulder, reminding him, "Mind your demeanor. You are the head of the Qin family and the logistics minister of the Federal Fleet." Clearing his throat, Qin Tianhao quickly composed himself, restoring his customary seriousness. Yet, he could not help but ponder in his heart, just who was Li Fan? Standing at the entrance with a warm smile, Li Fan greeted them. "Welcome, President Qin." "Captain Zhang." His gaze fell upon the mountain of weapons piled on the transport vessel, and he secretly calculated, with so many stellar-class weapons, this time he could make a substantial profit. "Li Fan, my young friend, your establishment has expanded remarkably," Qin Tianhao remarked with a smile, his eyes betraying curiosity. "Thanks to your support, business has been thriving," Li Fan humbly replied. "These weapons, there are quite a few. Where do you intend to store them?" Qin Tianhao inquired, gesturing toward the transport vessel. "We'll place them at the rear," Li Fan indicated towards the back of the Dream Workshop. "The back?" Qin Tianhao and Zhang Sihai exchanged a glance, both filled with perplexity. What lay ahead? Could it be? Li Fan led the two around to the back of the store, where an expansive area revealed itself, astonishingly transformed into a colossal starship maintenance bay. "This is..." Qin Tianhao's eyes widened in disbelief. This. Zhang Sihai stammered, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Qin Tianhao rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning his own perception. "Li Fan, my friend, is this a dedicated maintenance chamber for starships?" Qin Tianhao's voice quivered slightly. The scale of it, this, was simply... Zhang Sihai's mouth hung agape, as if he could fit an ostrich egg inside. This was no ordinary maintenance facility. It was an authentic starship maintenance bay, spanning tens of thousands of square meters, with an astonishing height reaching several hundred meters. The interior was immensely spacious, filled with an array of intricate instruments and equipment pulsating with a soft blue glow, exuding a palpable sense of futuristic technology. Enormous mechanical arms moved gracefully through the air, emitting a deep hum, resembling a slumbering giant beast, poised to awaken at any moment. Above, the ceiling was adorned with countless energy crystals, their gentle and radiant light illuminating the maintenance bay as if it were daylight. Indeed, this was a dedicated maintenance chamber for starships. Li Fan smiled faintly, his tone laced with a hint of pride. How could this be possible? Qin Tianhao still struggled to comprehend. Constructing a starship maintenance bay was no trifling matter. It required not only vast sums of capital, but also cutting-edge technological support. Even the esteemed Qin family would need to weigh their options before constructing a starship maintenance bay. Yet, here lies Li Fan, an inconspicuous proprietor of a modest repair shop, who has quietly managed to create such a facility. This is nothing short of fantastical. My goodness. Li Fan, my young friend. How on earth did you accomplish this starship maintenance bay? Qin Tianhao felt as though his worldview had been utterly upended. The scale of this endeavor. It might even surpass that of certain specialized starship repair companies, wouldn't it? Zhang Xihai stammered, feeling as if he were caught in a dream. A mere slight effort? A few connections? Qin Tianhao's lips twitched. Such a statement seems woefully understated. This is no simple matter of stacking blocks together. Li Fan, you truly are remarkably discreet. Qin Tianhao remarked, increasingly intrigued by Li Fan. Zhang Xihai nodded in agreement, expressing his admiration. You flatter me, gentlemen. In truth, this maintenance bay is merely newly constructed and has yet to be officially put into operation. Li Fan humbly smiled. Ha ha ha, when the opportunity arises. We must see your prowess aboard a starship, Li Fan. Qin Tianhao laughed heartily. While the Qin family starship currently faces no critical issues, should the chance present itself, he would certainly wish to witness Li Fan's skills in action. Given his extraordinary talent in enhancing mechas, even if the starship differs from the mecha, achieving even a fraction of that expertise would surely be advantageous. Zhang Xihai nodded repeatedly, his respect for Li Fan multiplying. As the colossal doors of the starship repair bay gradually swung open, the transport vessel, under the meticulous guidance of Zhang Xihai, methodically unloaded its cargo within. Subsequently, the two followed Li Fan into the rejuvenated Dream Machine repair shop. The scene before them felt as though they had stepped into an alternate realm, and Li Fan's enigmatic presence only deepened their intrigue. Very well, we shall adhere to the previously agreed price. Shall I proceed with the transfer? Upon the complete storage of the weaponry, Qin Tianhao prepared to make the payment without hesitation. Mr. Qin, please refrain from rushing to transfer, Li Fan interjected, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Young friendly Fan, is there something else? Qin Tianhao paused, his brow furrowing in confusion. Could there be room for further negotiation? Indeed, I possess another mech weapon that I would like you to examine, Li Fan replied cheerfully. Oh, a weapon? Qin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. I pilot the Zhuolong and typically do not require weaponry. Despite his words, he nonetheless followed Li Fan as they ventured towards another area, eager to discover what surprises Li Fan had in store. Before long, they arrived at a secluded exhibition hall. In the center of the hall stood an unusually shaped weapon. Its entire surface was pitch black, wreathed in tendrils of dark flames, emanating an aura of unsettling power. This is... Qin Tianhao's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze fixated on the weapon. Zhuoyin, Li Fan slowly articulated. You mean, this weapon is called Zhuoyin? Qin Tianhao's voice trembled, clearly astonished. Indeed, Li Fan nodded. A gasp escaped Qin Tianhao as he scanned the weapon with his mental energy, his eyes filled with disbelief. This Zhuoyin, could it truly be forged from dragon flame crystal? Indeed, Li Fan reaffirmed. This is inconceivable. Qin Tianhao muttered to himself. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. My young friendly Fan, you have jested to an extraordinary degree. I am merely a second-tier mecha master at the stargazing level. How could I possibly wield a weapon crafted from dragon flame crystal? Such premier psychic materials can only be utilized, albeit with great difficulty, by psychic-level mecha masters. With my current capabilities, any attempt to force its use would be counterproductive, potentially even resulting in the weapon rebounding upon me. Chapter 81, Alliance Demands? Within the machine repair shop, the solitary source of illumination focused on the distant, suspended black spear. The weapon's body was as dark as ink, yet faintly emanated a chilling dark red hue, as if magma flowed within. Qin Tianhao's gaze was fixed upon it, his eyes betraying a mix of astonishment and yearning. He remained silent for a prolonged moment, repeatedly scanning with his mental energy, absorbing the essence of that simultaneously familiar and foreign potent force. Finally, he exhaled deeply, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Young friendly Fan, are you certain this is forged from dragon flame crystal? It was not a matter of disbelief in Li Fan. Rather, it was the sheer enormity of this revelation that shattered his understanding. Dragon flame crystal, after all, was a legendary psychic-level material. Even in his capacity as the scion of the Qin family, he had only encountered references to such matters within the family's ancient tomes. Now, a weapon forged from dragon flame stone appeared before him in all its tangible glory, crafted by this obscure little workshop. The sensation was akin to a beggar suddenly discovering he was of royal lineage. The impact was profound and palpable. Li Fan smiled with unshakable confidence, his tone resolute. Qin Tianhao could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, feeling as though his heart might leap from his throat. As he gazed at the weapon, his expression transformed into a complex tapestry of fervent desire, trepidation, and a hint of disbelief. This was Dragon Flame Stone, a true treasure. What unfathomable might could a weapon forged from it possess? Yet he could not allow such thoughts to surface. Who was he? The ruler of the Qin family, a second-tier mech master of the starry skies. How could he allow a mere weapon to disrupt his composure? Indeed, he had never encountered Dragon Flame Stone before. Qin Tianhao's emotions were a whirlwind, akin to 1,000 ants crawling under his skin, an insatiable itch. This feeling surpassed even that of confronting an unparalleled beauty. However, he had to maintain his poise. He must not permit Li Fan to perceive his inner turmoil. What if this young man became overly ambitious? With a calculated glint in his eye, Qin Tianhao cleared his throat, suppressing the tumult of excitement within. Affecting an air of calm, he spoke, "Young friendly Fan. This Xuyin is indeed extraordinary." However, he deliberately elongated his words, pausing for dramatic effect before continuing. "Given my current capabilities, I fear I may struggle to wield it. The weapon crafted from the Dragon Flamestone crystal can only be wielded, at the very least, by someone of the psychic level mech master, correct? As a mere second-tier starry sky level, I find myself utterly powerless," Qin Tianhao remarked, while furtively observing Li Fan's reaction. Li Fan's face remained adorned with his signature smile, as if everything were well within his grasp. "Mr. Qin, you are overthinking it," he replied. "The Xuyin is indeed forged from Dragon Flame Stone crystal, that much is undeniable. However," Li Fan deliberately paused for effect, "this Xuyin has undergone my unique modifications, rendering it entirely transformed." Qin Tianhao was taken aback. Unique modifications? Could this young man truly alter the properties of the Dragon Flame Stone crystal? Doubt lingered in his mind, yet anticipation surged within him. After all, Li Fan had a knack for conjuring miracles. "Young friendly Fan, what do you mean by that?" Qin Tianhao inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Li Fan offered a subtle smile as he elaborated. "Ordinary starry sky level mech masters cannot endure the ferocious energy of the Dragon Flame Stone crystal. However, through my exclusive secret technique, I have conducted an in-depth optimization of the internal control chip of Xuyin, enabling it to seamlessly adapt to the handling of starry sky level mech masters. In other words, although Xuyin is forged from Dragon Flamestone crystal, it essentially functions as a starry sky level mech weapon." What? Qin Tianhao's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had just heard something utterly preposterous. A starry sky level mech weapon? Crafted from Dragon Flamestone crystal? Such a notion was unprecedented. If this were true, the value of Xuyin would be incalculable. "Young friendly Fan, are you absolutely certain?" Qin Tianhao's voice quivered slightly, completely captivated by Li Fan's words. With a confident nod, Li Fan remarked, "Mr. Qin, you are an expert. You shall discover the nature of this Xuyin for yourself." Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Qin Tianhao slowly approached the Xuyin, extending his hand to gently caress the ebony gun surface. It felt frigid to the touch, yet it emanated an underlying warmth, a sensation most peculiar. Li Fan's voice echoed once more, "This Xuyin has an exceptionally high compatibility with your Zhuolong mech, Mr. Qin. To put it plainly, it is meticulously crafted for you." Meticulously crafted? Qin Tianhao could no longer contain his excitement. His voice tinged with a tremor as he anxiously inquired, "Li Fan, is this truly the case? Does the Xuyin genuinely align with my Zhuolong mech?" At that moment, his exhilaration surpassed the joy of winning a lottery. If this Xuyin was indeed tailored for the Zhuolong, its worth would transcend mere Dragon Flame Stone crystals. It was akin to discovering a treasure, a nuclear bomb of sorts. A subtle smile graced Li Fan's lips. Everything was under his control. He had anticipated Qin Tianhao's reaction, for which man could resist a superlative weapon crafted solely for himself. "Mr. Qin, please contain your excitement," Li Fan said leisurely. "You will understand the power of the Xuyin once you experience it firsthand. However, before we proceed, shall we discuss the pricing?" Li Fan rubbed his fingers together, revealing a knowing expression. Indeed, in the midst of excitement, he had yet to discuss the price. Such a wondrous artifact could not possibly come cheaply. However, as long as it matched the illustrious Zhuanglong, he would gladly accept any price. "My young friendly Fan, feel free to name your price." 500 million. Li Fan said with a cheerful smile, raising 5 fingers. "What?" Qin Tianhao thought he had misheard. digging into his ears and repeating the question. He had prepared himself for a significant financial outlay, yet Li Fan presented him with this? 500 million? Was he jesting? This was a star-level mech weapon forged from dragon flame stone. Not to mention 500 million. Even if it were 50 billion or 500 billion. Qin Tianhao wouldn't have batted an eye. This, my young friendly fan, you cannot be serious. Qin Tianhao still struggled to believe it. The price was utterly absurd. It felt as though it was being offered for free. President Qin, do you truly think I am the kind of person who enjoys jesting? Li Fan retorted. This yuan is merely a small token of gratitude from me to the Qin family, a friendship price. Li Fan patted his chest, exuding an air of camaraderie. Qin Tianhao was utterly impressed. This young man was simply, beyond words, magnanimous, truly extraordinarily generous. 500 million credit points for a star-level mech weapon crafted from dragon flame stone was an extraordinary stroke of luck. No, it was even better than a stroke of luck from the heavens. This was akin to receiving money directly. My young friendly fan, what can I possibly say? Qin Tianhao was so exhilarated he stumbled over his words. This kindness will be etched in my memory. I, Qin Tianhao, will remember it. Should you ever require assistance from my esteemed Qin family, do not hesitate to speak up. It is a pleasure to oblige, Li Fan responded with a beaming smile, for he had awaited such an affirmation. And, what of the price? Qin Tianhao inquired tentatively. A firm 500 million, non-negotiable. Li Fan stated with unwavering certainty. Excellent. It's settled. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Tianhao swiftly agreed, fearful that Li Fan might retract his offer. Splendid. Li Fan raised his thumb in approval. Mr. Qin, if you would kindly wait a moment, I shall initiate the transfer. As Qin Tianhao spoke, he promptly accessed his personal terminal to carry out the transaction. Ding. The Starry Sky treasure has been credited, totaling 1,880 million credit points. A melodic notification chimed on Li Fan's terminal. Mr. Qin, what is this? Li Fan asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Young friendly, this is the 500 million for yuan, in addition to the previous 13,800 million for the reinforced weapon, amounting to a total of 1,880 million, Qin Tianhao elucidated. You are far too courteous. Li Fan chuckled lightly. Truly, the wealthy are refreshingly straightforward.